Chapter 371. October 5th. In front of Violet Manor, a brand new plaque was erected. It was wrapped with red silk cloth, which looked full of festive meaning. Decorating weddings with red silk cloth is a custom passed down by the goddess celebration. On the huge plaque, the continent's common language was engraved with eye-catching large characters, Violet Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, it was also enchanted with the magic of general literacy. No matter whether you can read or not, you can understand the meaning of the few large characters above. The development of magic allows this world with countless races to communicate smoothly with each other. Therefore, most races have retained their own culture. Only the continent's common language, the language originally left by the god of creation, is shared by all races. Richard looked at the brand new plaque and was in a good mood. He originally planned to name it Dust Chamber of Commerce, but after thinking about it, he felt that it lacked a bit of vigor. Violet Chamber of Commerce seemed more catchy and full of vitality. After the plaque was erected, the Chamber of Commerce of Twilight City and Solon City was officially established. However, it is only an empty shell now. He does not even have someone to manage the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Sir Richard, congratulations, this is a new beginning. I believe that with the support of Twilight City, the Violet Chamber of Commerce will soon become a famous Chamber of Commerce in the Death Desert. Rebecca looked at Richard standing under the giant plaque with a burning gaze. The name of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was her suggestion, and she did not expect the other party to accept it so readily. Of course, what made her most satisfied was that after the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, future transactions between the two parties would be carried out directly in Solon City, and she would no longer need to send people into the Death Desert. The harsh environment of the desert left her with a deep psychological trauma. If it is not necessary, she does not want to walk through the desert again in her life. Next, we should consider how to build the framework of the Chamber of Commerce, he said with a bit of apology in his eyes. The Frost Wolf family does not have much foundation in Solon City. I am afraid it is difficult to help you in this regard. Richard turned his head and looked at the girl with perfect appearance and firm eyes, and smiled softly. Rebecca, you have helped me a lot. Violet Manor is very expensive, Rebecca said in a brisk tone. Compared with your victory gem, it is nothing. The two looked at each other and suddenly smiled. After getting along for this period of time, the two have established a special tacit understanding. Sir Richard, Chris should be able to help the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Although the Solon Chamber of Commerce was established not long ago, it has the full support of Solon City behind it. Even the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce of President Windsor may not be able to compare with the Solon Chamber of Commerce in some aspects. With the legendary monk behind it, even if the Solon Chamber of Commerce was established on the first day, it has power that outsiders cannot imagine. Richard nodded slightly and looked around, but did not find Chris, the little girl. The other party had not come to the Violet Chamber of Commerce this morning. While he was muttering, a luxurious carriage embroidered with special noble emblems came from the corner. Herod, the sound of horse hooves was crisp, and 12 pure white superior war horses snorted a few times and slowly stopped in the open space in front of the manor. The maid opened the door of the car, and a smart figure stepped out of the car gracefully. Before I got close, a crisp and cheerful voice rang out. Oh, the plaque is already hung? Sir Richard, you didn't wait for me. Chris, with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, muttered as she approached, staring with dissatisfaction. We agreed yesterday, Richard said with a smile. What time is it now? Chris took out the exquisite pocket watch made by the dwarves in a daze, and after taking a look, her eyes suddenly rolled around. Finally, she said pitifully. I got up late, sorry. I won't do it again in the future. Richard looked at the little girl, who was acting coquettishly, and was a little amused. Okay, go in. It's just a plaque. It's not a big deal. Chris seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on her face again. She looked at Richard triumphantly. Sir Richard, the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is a big deal. I have a gift for you. Then he took out a pitch-black long sword from the space ring. The scabbard was specially decorated with violets. Although it didn't match the long sword, it was obviously made with care. Chris handed the somewhat incongruous long sword to Richard and looked at him pretending to be indifferent. Yesterday I went to the warehouse and spent a little time to find this gift suitable for you. Richard reached out to take it, and looked at the crooked violets on the scabbard, and his heart warmed. It's so ugly, it must be this little girl who put it on herself. A little smile appeared on his face. Chris, you are thoughtful. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Chris's eyes curved into crescents like a child who was praised by the teacher, and she raised her head high. The joy in his heart was beyond words. Richard was amused and pinched the other's face, laughing in the girl's angry protest. After a while of playing around, the group returned to the manor. Richard took advantage of the short break to check the properties of the black long sword in his hand. Sword of the Mortar. Level, 5 stars. Features, 1. Can summon mortar guards 1 level lower than its own level. The number is limited to 1 squadron. After the mortar guards are killed, they can be summoned again the next day. 2. After killing the enemy, you can directly revive the opponent's corpse and make it obey your orders. The number cannot exceed 3 squadrons, and the degree of damage to the corpse cannot exceed 70%. The power of the resurrected corpse depends on the strength of the corpse, and the hero unit cannot be resurrected. 3. After killing the enemy, you can extract the opponent's soul and imprison it in the long sword. When attacking, the long sword will emit a resentful roar and impact the enemy's spirit. 4. Wrath of Wrath can release the wraiths imprisoned in the long sword at once and attack the enemy's soul. Introduction. A long sword made by a powerful evil wizard, full of evil power. 5-star treasure. Richard was stunned. He turned his head and took a deep look at Chris, who was stuffing a piece of dessert into his mouth. He was full of emotion. This little girl is really a rich woman. The 4 characteristics of the Sword of the Mortar are stronger than the other, and there is no garbage. With this sword, even if there is only one person, he can form an army. Among the 5-star treasures, the Sword of the Mortar is definitely one of the top ones. Feeling the coldness emanating from the long sword, Richard suddenly thought. If other players knew that an NPC gave them a 5-star treasure with exaggerated attributes, would they be jealous to the point of their eyes turning red? This is a 5-star treasure. He spent millions of points to exchange one in the dungeon. In Solon City, the price is as high as millions of rare resources. This can definitely be called a generous gift. It is strange that he did not bring any utilitarianism to get along with Chris, but got the other party's gift instead. It was an unexpected achievement. Putting away the mortar sword, Richard looked at Chris with a cheerful face and told Rebecca his suggestion. The Violet Chamber of Commerce has just been established and there is a big gap in personnel at present. Chris, do you have any good ways to get talents who are proficient in business? Chewing the snacks, Chris, who puffed up her cheeks, hummed a few times, swallowed the snacks, drank a sip of tea, and then muttered, "I'm eating, Sir Richard." Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly became confused and said blankly, "What did you say just now?" Rebecca was amused and repeated Richard's words, and finally said, "Does the Solon Chamber of Commerce have resources in this regard?" Chris rolled her eyes, suddenly clapped her hands, and said excitedly, "A few months ago, we captured a group of silver goblins, and they are still imprisoned in the dungeon. Sir Richard, do you mind using goblins?" Silver goblins? Richard was a little unfamiliar with this name. The desert goblins were still helping him raise the flame dragon rabbits. What's the difference between the two? Are they proficient in business? Rebecca was no longer surprised that he lacked a lot of common sense knowledge, and took the initiative to explain. Silver goblins are a high-class race among goblins. They have wisdom beyond ordinary people, and their talent for business is amazing, which makes every silver goblin the best businessman. Richard found it interesting. So, this is a very valuable race? Why haven't they been sold after being locked up for several months? Is it difficult to subdue them? Slave trade is not a rare thing in this world, and the sale of arms is normal. Rebecca's face was a little strange. No, on the contrary, they are easy to subdue, but silver goblins are greedy by nature and very difficult to manage. Their greed is equal to their business talent. So few chambers of commerce will use these greedy guys. Richard was stunned. He immediately thought of Qingya, the head of the desert goblin. The guy who was as thin as a stick and still shouted that he was strong. The character of the goblin is really unique. But this also aroused his interest. The desert goblin gave him a big surprise at the beginning. Without Qingya, there would be no flame dragon rabbit. I wonder how special these silver goblins are. Chris, please ask someone to bring the silver goblins here. Maybe they can help me. Chris nodded, waved her hand, and told the maid beside her a few words, and she left the hall immediately. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is just an empty shell now, so it is not afraid of using those greedy guys. After the Chamber of Commerce is fully established, it will not be too late to make adjustments if there are any problems. While chatting, a sound of footsteps came from far away. A moment later, Anik, who was pregnant with a big belly like a 6-month pregnancy, hurried over. Her Highness Chris, Miss Rebecca, Sir Richard, good day. After the ceremony, Anik wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Richard apologetically. President Windsor wanted to come in person to congratulate the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, but he had something urgent to deal with, So he left Solon City with Lord Pym this morning. I came here as soon as I sent the president out of the city, but I didn't expect to miss the time for the plaque to be erected. I apologize to you." He paused. "The president also asked me to apologize to you. I will apologize to you in person when I come back next time." The news of the Violet Chamber of Commerce's listing today was notified to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce a few days ago. Given the current relationship between the two parties, the other party's attendance is inevitable. Missing the time point is indeed a bit unreasonable. Richard didn't care. It's normal for such a large chamber of commerce to have urgent matters to deal with, and it's impossible for others to delay because of the erection of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. The only thing that made him a little curious was that Windsor left with Pym, thinking of the old man who was still alive and kicking without a heart, and the S-level mission. He felt a little strange. Windsor was a top-level existence with a boss panel. That elegant and noble ruler, who could become the student of the boss, who hunted the ancient red dragon, was definitely not a simple person. Are they going to try to explore the temple where the heart of the gods is hidden? Anik, there is no need to be so formal. We are all friends, and there are no outsiders here. Richard retracted his thoughts and smiled. You came at the right time. The Violet Chamber of Commerce needs to recruit a group of talents who are proficient in business. Chris recommended the Silver Goblins to me. I'm worried that those greedy races will get into trouble. Does the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce have any resources in this regard? It feels really different to do things with connections. No matter what you lack, there are channels to make up for it. Thinking carefully, although he just left the Death Desert for the first time, he has established a good relationship with the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, the Frostwolf family, and Chris. These are all top-notch forces behind them. Unconsciously, the connections and resources he now has are already rich. As long as they are used, they can immediately complete operations that other players dare not even think of. Anik heard the word Silver Goblin, and his face showed a bit of strangeness. The ability of the Silver Goblin needs no further explanation, but their greedy and bad character is indeed a problem that everyone is troubled by. As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Sir Richard, it just so happens that we bought a batch of special slaves, the half-winged, a few days ago. This race has a very special ability to discern lies. If these half-winged people are used as supervisors, perhaps the greed of the Silver Goblins can be curbed to the greatest extent." Richard's eyes lit up. Greed has never been a problem. It is the instinct of intelligent life and cannot be avoided. The most important problem is that there must be sufficient supervision. He was originally thinking about how to curb the greed of the Silver Goblins, but he didn't expect that just when he dozed off, Anik directly delivered the pillow. "Anik, please bring those half-winged people with you." "As you wish." Looking at Anik's back as he hurried away again, Richard also felt a little emotional. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is the window of foreign trade for the City of Dusk. Now the framework must be fixed and put into operation as soon as possible. The hundreds of millions of ordinary resources in his hands can only upgrade 2 brilliant-level troop nests to rare levels. The City of Dusk's thirst for resources is too exaggerated. The Chamber of Commerce carries the important task of earning resources for the City of Dusk. It is of great significance. Chapter 372. An hour later, the maid came to report that the Silver Goblin and the half-winged man were brought. Richard stood up in high spirits and walked out of the hall. In front of the hall was a neatly trimmed green lawn. 40 or 50 goblins with silvery skin were looking around timidly on the grass under the care of the guards. These guys were about 1.3 meters tall on average, with extremely ugly faces. Those with weak psychological endurance would have nightmares after just one look. From the outside, except for the slightly different skin color, there was not much difference from the desert goblins. Next to the Silver Goblins, there were more than 20 half-winged men with short wings that could not fly and were tied up by chains. Unlike the goblins, these half-winged men raised their heads at this moment, with unruly eyes, like untamed falcons. Open the attribute panel. Silver Goblin level 7 skills. 1. Negotiation C level, can increase the success rate when negotiating with outsiders. 2. Inquiry C level, can find out the other party's bottom price to the greatest extent when conducting business. 3. Discover business opportunities C level, it is easier to find business opportunities and can accurately grasp them. 4. Information gathering C level, extremely sensitive to various business information, can quickly find out the business information you want. 5. Persuasion C level, increase the persuasiveness of the tone, and make it easier for the other party to believe what you say. 6. Intimidation and deception C level, when intimidating and deceiving the target, it will increase credibility. Racial talent. Fanatic greed, has an unimaginable desire for wealth, and will make endless money. Bond merchant. If the number exceeds 10, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 10%. If the number exceeds 20, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 20%. If the number exceeds 50, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 30%. Introduction. Silver goblins are born businessmen. Their thirst for wealth gives them an extraordinary sense of how to make more wealth. After reading the properties of the silver goblins, Richard was deeply moved. The world is so big that there are indeed all kinds of wonders. All these skills and characteristics are related to business. No wonder they are so respected by Rebecca and Chris. However, their racial talents are also fucked up. Endlessly earning wealth, he feels that these goblins are willing to sacrifice their lives for a gold coin. Dragons don't have this kind of greed, right? Ignoring the silver goblins, who were looking at him eagerly, his attention turned to the half-feathered people. The half-feathered people are a very powerful race in Glorious Era, a hybrid of feathered people and humans. The appearance of the winged people is 70% similar to that of angels. They live in the sky city that cannot be reached from the surface. They have extremely powerful strength. These half-winged people are far inferior to their ancestors. Not only are their wings degenerated and unable to fly, they are also very weak. Their average level is only one level higher than that of goblins. What race are goblins? In terms of combat power, the half-winged people are only slightly stronger than them in the sewers of the sewers. You can imagine their strength. Half-winged people level 8 skills, strong body, agile, proficient in archery. Racial talent, words of truth. After asking questions, as long as you answer the questions, you can immediately distinguish the truth from the falsehood of the words. Bond strict. The relationship between superiors and subordinates of the half-winged people is very strict. When there is a leader, they will 100% execute orders. Introduction. A life with the blood of the winged people, but only inherited a little power of the winged people. The skills are ordinary, without any outstanding features. Only the racial talent made Richard's eyes light up. The word of truth. This talent is quite powerful. It is definitely the best choice for interrogating prisoners. In addition, it is completely feasible to use it in business. Richard touched his chin. Let these two races support the Violet Chamber of Commerce, which is still an empty shell, and there will be no big problems. With the Silver Goblins, he only needs to arrange a few high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce, who can command the overall situation. Now the Violet Chamber of Commerce has not started business yet, and there is no need for a too complicated structure. Let's get it running first. Chris, I want all these Silver Goblins. What's the total price? Chris waved her hand indifferently when she heard this. Silver Goblins are not worth much. I give them to you. These guys eat and drink in the dungeon every day and waste food. She looked at these ugly guys with disgust. The Silver Goblins have good talents, but not many natives like to use these greedy races. For the nobles, although top human merchants are not rampant, they are not afraid of not finding suitable talents. Richard smiled. She accepted the 5-star treasures. He was not polite about just a few goblins. Besides, this little rich woman has the entire Solon City as her territory, so there is no need to think too much. Friendship between friends is built on courtesy and reciprocity. Next time if there is something interesting, just give a few to this little girl. Onik, with a big belly and a face full of fat, saw Richard's gaze and said first, Sir Richard, since the half-feathered people are suitable for you, treat them as gifts to celebrate the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Please be sure to accept them. After knowing Richard's identity as Qingqiu, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has raised its attention to him by several levels. It is worth it to use these worthless things to bring the two sides closer. Richard smiled and thanked them, then turned his head to look at the two races who heard their conversation and were curiously looking at him. After thinking for a while, he slowly walked in front of the Silver Goblin and the half-feathered people. His majestic eyes stared at everyone. Before he spoke, the yellow sand light on his body suddenly dissipated. In an instant, the world seemed to have lost its color. In everyone's perception, only a touch of yellow light floated. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a sandstorm that swept the world rose in front of him. The surging sand waves swallowed everything. The terrifying pressure hit their hearts. The Silver Goblin and the half-winged man felt their souls trembling, and their bodies could not stop weakening. Irresistible, unstoppable. That was the majesty that penetrated into the blood and bone marrow. In just 2 breaths, the Silver Goblin could no longer hold on, and his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. With his head on the ground, he knelt down to Richard in the most humble manner. The trembling tone was filled with endless fear. Great existence, we are willing to be your slaves. I beg you to forgive our humble lives. The goblins have never been a race that would rather die than surrender. Their soft and rotten character, like their greed, penetrates deep into their souls. Richard seemed to have not heard anything, and the terrifying pressure on his body continued to crush him. The half-feathered people who were struggling to hold on, after less than 5 breaths, also followed the footsteps of the goblins. One by one, they collapsed to the ground with fear in their eyes. The unruly eyes had disappeared at this moment. The surrender of the falcon seemed so simple that it made people laugh. I declare in the name of the Lord of Twilight City that you are now my slaves. Submission or destruction? Submission. Great Lord. We are willing to submit. The silver goblin almost shouted out with a roar. These greedy guys have been completely scared. Among the half-feathered people, the leader who was kneeling in the front, who was a circle stronger than the other half-feathered people, made a hoarse voice at this moment. The Lord of Twilight City, the Chomfong Feather Clan, is willing to obey your orders. Strength is the best pass in this world. Richard's unbridled pressure made their pride trampled underfoot. Relying on the strong is the survival rule of Glorious Era. Moreover, the half-feathered people felt the temperament of a special leader from the terrifying existence in front of him. The other party seemed to be born to be a king, so they did not have much resistance. Ding, the silver goblins, number 52, are willing to rely on you. Do you accept? Ding, the half-feathered people, number 20, are willing to rely on you. Do you accept? The system prompt came as expected. After choosing to confirm, Richard dispersed the pressure. The goblins and the half-feathered people were relieved, as if they were alive again, breathing heavily. His body was covered with grass and dirt, and he looked quite embarrassed. Go to the backyard to change clothes first, and clean up the wounds on your body. After that, the former managers among you, come to the hall to find me. He waved his hand, and asked the servants to take them to the backyard. Looking at the gradually distant figure, Richard touched his chin. Next, he should consider who will run the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Kalu? No, this is the steward of Dusk City. Without him, the operation of Dusk City will be slow. Are there any management talents in Dusk City? After thinking seriously, Richard found that there were really few talents to show. Although he has been vigorously training, even literacy classes and seminars have been set up. But firstly, the time is too short, and secondly, the population of Dusk City is too sparse, and they are all refugees from the desert. So it is quite difficult to train them. Forget it, let's go back and ask Kalu. If that doesn't work, let's go to the underground world to look for it. Although the underground world is barren, it can still be found by a few people, right? If it doesn't work, go to the slave market to buy it. There will always be a way to solve it. After collecting his scattered thoughts, Richard suddenly found that Chris and Rebecca's eyes were shining at this time. The two girls were looking at him with a different look. Being stared at by two girls with almost perfect looks, Richard felt a little puzzled. He stretched out his hand and pinched Chris's face, and smiled. What are you looking at? Chris surprisingly did not struggle, and still looked at him with an indescribable expression. After taking a deep breath, he said in a trembling voice, Sir Richard, you have the halo skill? When he said the word halo, his eyes suddenly became hot. Richard saw the other person's expression, and was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that in Glorious Era, only high-level life forms can have halo skills. For example, the dragon's dragon power, the angel's holy halo, and the demon's evil halo. Ordinary races cannot have halos, because this is the state of the power hidden in the blood. Ordinary races don't have powerful blood. Even the most famous elves among the immortal races don't have halo skills. The blood potential is not enough. He got the yellow sand halo in the first copy. When the boss of the Scarlet Council replaced the dragon blood in the body of the princess of the Holy Temple Empire, he asked him to be a container. It was activated by luck after absorbing a lot of dragon blood. He was used to it. Seeing the two people so surprised at this time, he remembered the extraordinary. It's a coincidence. Richard shrugged. Rebecca couldn't help her inner emotions, and spoke in amazement. It's incredible my father, a legendary strongman, doesn't have a halo skill. Sir Richard, you must have been blessed by the gods. For her, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, a halo skill is a power that is out of reach. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Divine Grace whom she met by chance is not only the strongest among the 20 billion players, who has established a magical territory, but also has skills that even legendary strongmen may not have. It simply makes her feel dazzled. She feels a little unreal at this moment. The other party is so dazzling. Is it really the Lord of Divine Grace? Even if someone told her at this moment that Richard was a prince of a certain empire, and was nurtured by the resources of the entire empire, she dared to believe it. The other party was too outstanding, so outstanding that she even felt blinded. There were many forces in the ice and snow empire that were not inferior to the Frost Wolf family, and there were also outstanding descendants among them. She knew many of them, and some of them were even pursuing her. But compared with the other party, the light of those noble descendants dimmed instantly, and there was not even any advantage that could surpass the other party. Richard smiled. Blessings of the gods? This is the reward I got for completing the S-level mission. After Chris came to her senses, she was like a lark, and her crisp voice jumped for joy. Sir Richard, your talent is simply shocking. This is the first time I have seen it. You have an aura before reaching level 15. If you tell others, outsiders will definitely not believe it. No wonder you can become the strongest among the lords of divine grace. It is really enviable. I am level 14. Sir Richard, are you interested in changing your profession to become an ascetic monk? My father doesn't have any students yet. A genius like you, my father will definitely accept you. This little girl's chatter never stops. She even insisted that Richard go with her to the city lord's mansion to meet the legendary ascetic monk. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pinched the other person's face a few times, and then changed the subject. Ascetic monks give up all weapons and protective gear, only cultivate their bodies, and even give up pleasure in order to hone themselves. Even if this profession reaches the legendary level, what's the point? Moreover, he is the lord of the desert. A legendary profession. A set of super A-level skills, not inferior to anyone else. Chris saw that she couldn't persuade Richard, so she pouted and hugged Richard like a koala. She pulled his arm back in her arms, and asked him to tell her how to get the halo. Her cute appearance made the maids beside her laugh, and Rebecca couldn't bear to watch. Richard felt the touch of the little lotus just showing its tip, and laughed. Finally, he promised to help her get the halo next time he had the chance, and the little girl was satisfied. Chapter 373. With the help of servants, the silver goblins, and the half-feathered man washed and changed into new clothes. Their respective leaders came to the main hall with some trepidation. There were only 52 silver goblins, but there was only one half-feathered man. The contrast between the two was quite obvious. Greetings to you, great master. The first thing the silver goblins did when they entered the room was to kneel down without any bottom line, and salute with the most humble attitude. The half-feathered man looked at these bastards speechlessly. This also requires involution? He took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality immediately, and knelt on one knee. He said in a deep voice, salute you, respected master. Richard looked at the two races with obvious differences in personality and smiled. He waved his hand for them to stand up, and then described in detail the causes and consequences of the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce and the arrangements for them. Finally he said, the people of Twilight City will not be treated unfairly. Although you are not yet qualified to become a member of Twilight City, as long as you show enough value and loyalty, I will give you generous rewards even in the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Silver goblins have strong business talents. I will give you the greatest business authority, so that your talents can be freely exerted without too many constraints. Half-feathered people will become members of the Violet Chamber of Commerce's Supervision Department, responsible for supervising the operation of the Chamber of Commerce, and will conduct supervision and questioning of Chamber of Commerce members every week. You will be directly responsible to me. After the voice fell, the silver goblins and half-feathered people were quite surprised. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although in the previous conversation, Richard had already revealed what he wanted them to do. But the solemn order at this moment undoubtedly put the plan into practice. Let's not talk about other things first. Now, at least their safety is guaranteed. There is no difficulty in arranging the two races. It is enough to give full play to their characteristics. The silver goblins have amazing talents, but they are greedy and cannot avoid getting into trouble. The half-feathered people have no business talents, but they have special racial talents. They can supervise from the side and solve any problems in the first time. However, after making simple arrangements for the two races, there is another problem that must be solved. Who will manage the Chamber of Commerce? At this stage, the silver goblins and half-feathered people can only be staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, not managers. The responsibility of the Chamber of Commerce requires him to consider extra. He turned his head to look at Chris and Onik, and then shook his head. It is reasonable for the lower-level staff to ask them for people, but the top leaders of the Chamber of Commerce must be their own people. Otherwise, what is the point of opening this Chamber of Commerce? After thinking about it, he turned his head to look at Xena, who was silently groping for the dragon-slaying sword in her hand. When there is no fighting, girls are quiet, and especially like to play with their weapons. He reached out to call Hina over and whispered a few words in her ear. Then he handed her the card of the deposited troops. Hina nodded slightly after hearing this, and after reaching out to take it, she immediately turned around and went out, telling the servants to prepare a car to go out of the city. It was not until the evening of the next day. Hina hurried back. But unlike when she left alone, this time there was a handsome figure around her. Richard was quite happy when he saw the people around Hina. He asked Hina to return to the City of Dusk so that Kalu could find a few talents suitable for managing the Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, Kalu actually recommended this person to come. "Lord, the City Lord, Wire greets you." The pretty figure touched her chest and bowed, her eyes full of respect. If it weren't for this heroic and extraordinary existence in front of her, she would have been buried in the desert with her companions a few months ago. And in the past few months, since she came to Twilight City, she has already recognized this magical city in her heart and regarded it as her home. Her attitude towards Richard is even more like a god. Only with this great existence can there be a dazzling city like Twilight City. Richard nodded slightly. "Vel, long time no see." Vel. Hero unit level, 8 potential, B-level occupation, internal affairs officer skills, calm, B-level, has a calm and objective judgment of everything, will not be mentally unstable due to the turbulent situation, judgment increased by 40%, intelligence, B-level, has keen observation, accurate judgment, wisdom increased by 20%, controlling subordinates, B-level, has unique means of managing subordinates, can make subordinates more likely to obey their commands, fear their majesty, increased by 40%, management, B-level, has powerful means of handling various tedious affairs, work efficiency increased by 30%, government affairs, B-level, proficient in various territory affairs, can handle them in the most appropriate way, administrative ability increased by 30%. Racial talent, learning, can learn the knowledge and skills of various races. Bond only, when becoming the highest person in charge, all-round ability is increased by an additional 30%, not activated. Introduction, a natural government official, perhaps, more important tasks can be assigned to her. Wire is a rare hero among the refugees. A few months ago, a subordinate who was out scanning the map came to report that a group of refugees were found outside. Richard set off immediately, and then found Wire and his group trapped in a broken temple. After rescuing them, he accidentally triggered the temple's mechanism. Then he found the dungeon where extraordinary beings were imprisoned. The first time the dragon hero Alves died was when he was hunted by the Dark Monarch in the dungeon. At the same time, he got the quicksand land that was crucial to the City of Dusk in that area. After Wire was brought back to the City of Dusk, she was soon valued by Kalu and regarded as a personal disciple. He took her around and taught her the skills to handle various government affairs. Unexpectedly, Kalu could send her this time. He only got a few heroes from the refugees, and he remembered them very well. The first one was naturally his baby, the A-level hero, the super blacksmith Andal. Then there was the 14-year-old girl in the tailor shop who developed the yellow sand robe and became a hero unit. In addition, there was Wire, the B-level internal affairs hero. Weir, the Violet Chamber of Commerce, is of great significance to the City of Dusk. Everything is just an empty shell now. I need you to control the Chamber of Commerce. He introduced the current situation of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he said, "You have 2 tasks at present. 1. Build a good system for the Violet Chamber of Commerce, set up corresponding departments, and make use of the silver goblins and half-feathered people. 2. Collect information in Solon City, summarize and organize the types of goods currently circulating in the market in Solon City, and at the same time classify the output of goods in the City of Dusk and the underground world, find the gaps, and prepare for later trade. The Chamber of Commerce cannot be run just like it is. It is like starting a company. It needs to build up the skeleton and flesh and blood bit by bit. Currently, the main products of Dusk City are Desert Crown Honey and Yellow Sand Robe, both of which have fixed sales channels. Desert Crown Honey is monopolized by Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and the raw material of Yellow Sand Robe, Flame Dragon Rabbit, is favored by Rebecca. Even Whitetail Absolute Brew, Rebecca also took it. These good things will not be sold out. But in the future, Dusk City will not only produce these things. The food workshop has been established for nearly half a year. After investing a lot of resources in research, it has recently begun to produce. This area will definitely be developed in the future. Secondly, the underground world is so vast. Although the natural environment is harsh, it can fully play its advantages. Forging weapons or producing other distinctive products for sale is feasible. There is also the alchemy technology of the Great Wars. Once it develops, there will be no shortage of goods that can be produced. Without agriculture, there is no stability, and without industry, there is no wealth. Agriculture ensures basic survival, and industry earns resources. In his farming plan, these two areas are the foundation and the highlight. The desert is barren, and it is impossible to make a fortune by mining wild mineral veins like other territories. Although the underground world is rich in minerals, most areas have been occupied by intelligent races in the underground world. And the weapons factory plan has been launched. In the future, Dusk City only needs to purchase finished weapons from those underground lives and sell them to players to earn the difference. It is enough, and there is no need to go out to mine and do such thankless work. If he wants to obtain more resources, industry is indispensable. Trade is a way to convert industrial output into resources, and earning the difference also requires products to support it. Lord City Lord, I will not let you down. Weir's thin face was firm and confident. Although her appearance was not stunning, she was still quite pleasing to the eye with her special temperament. Richard nodded. After thinking for a while, he also told her about the relationship between the Violet Chamber of Commerce and Rebecca, Chris, and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. And he said that if she encountered any difficult problems in the future, she could ask these forces for help. Wire looked at Richard with great emotion after hearing this. It's only been a few days since she left the City of Dusk. The Lord City Lord has already opened up the situation in Solon City, which is really amazing. This start is 10,000 times better than she expected from scratch. If she can't develop the Violet Chamber of Commerce with all the necessary conditions, she should just commit suicide. Although the girl is a government official, the most important thing for a manager is to manage people, and she doesn't need to do it herself. So Richard is not worried about Wei. And the business talent of the Silver Goblins is not for show. The current Violet Chamber of Commerce can be built at will, and it doesn't matter if there are problems. Anyway, there is nothing to lose. After explaining Weir, Richard called all the Silver Goblins and Half-Feather people, and announced in front of everyone that Weir was appointed as the president of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. In the future, she will be responsible for all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. Although Weir is only 17 or 18 years old, with Richard's appointment, the two races dare not say much, and nod honestly. Wire's bond, being independent, was activated immediately after being appointed. Then he promptly asked everyone to go to the side hall for a meeting. Richard did not follow him, letting him do his best. As the biggest boss of Twilight City, he did not need to do everything himself, just using the right people was enough. The superiors work hard, the middle work smart, and the inferiors work hard. Although the words are simple, the truth they contain has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Not long after Wire left, Rebecca hurried over. The eldest daughter of the First Wolf Duke had a somewhat lost expression at the moment, like a child who had lost her favorite toy and looked distressed. Sir Richard. Richard found that the other party was in a bad mood, and couldn't help but soften his voice. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing this gentle voice, and looking at the charming face in front of her, Rebecca felt quite complicated. Father called me home. He has already communicated with His Majesty the Cardinal of the Victory Church about the Victory Gem. Richard smiled. You should be happy to go home. He blinked. You can come back after you finish your business. Then, I will take you and Chris to the underground world. Hearing this, Rebecca felt better. But she still bit her lip and said nothing. After a moment of silence, she said in a shy voice, Sir Richard, can I hug you? She stuttered and added, as a farewell. Richard smiled and opened his arms generously. Rebecca didn't dare to look him in the eye and gave him a big hug. After hugging him, she subconsciously hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to integrate him into her body. The smell of the opposite sex kept coming from her nose, making the girl's heart beat particularly strongly at this moment. She was reluctant to let go for a long time. Feeling the warm jade fragrance, Richard felt a little strange in his heart. The little lotus just showing its tip is indeed not as good as the ups and downs of the mountains. He took the initiative to let go of the girl and rubbed her head. Don't be sad, just come back early. Enjoying this moment of tenderness, Rebecca's emotions were particularly subtle. Taking 2 deep breaths, she forced herself to calm the waves in her heart. Her eyes showed determination and confidence. Sir Richard, I'm afraid I won't come to Solon City again in a short time. Then he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This time when I go back, I will definitely take control of the Frostwolf family. Mother, I have waited too long. This is her last wish. This time, I will not let her down. Take a deep breath, looked directly at Richard, and suddenly smiled. "Next time we meet, you may have to call me Your Highness the Grand Duke." Richard laughed. "Now, beautiful and charming Grand Duke Rebecca, can I invite you to lunch?" Rebecca looked at the other's smile in the sun, and felt so bright and dazzling. Her eyes curved into crescents. But she was reluctant to break the scene, as if she wanted to imprint this picture in her heart. After all, Rebecca could not stay for lunch. The girl hurriedly left Solon City with Klee, the 19th level hero, and all the guards. The other party was not even able to say goodbye to Chris, her good friend in person. The Violet Chamber of Commerce that was left behind was completely handed over to Richard. Looking at the carriage that disappeared at the end of the street, Richard's emotions were also a little subtle. He had a feeling that the next time they met, maybe he would really become the Grand Duke of Frost Wolf. He would be in charge of the top power, with terrifying influence in the Ice and Snow Empire. "I am looking forward to the day when you are crowned, Your Majesty." After a long time, Richard came to his senses and turned to walk into the manor. But before he stepped into the gate, a hurried shout suddenly came from behind. "Boss Chinchio." Turning around, he saw the bald man, the eldest, the third, and the hyena, for players were rushing in. "What's wrong? So anxious?" The hyena with a lion's head said excitedly. "Boss Chinchio, it's full." "What do you mean full?" Richard came back to his senses halfway through his words. "Are there enough people in the camp dungeon?" The hyena nodded vigorously. "Yes, I just saw the prompt above. The number of people is full, and the dungeon will be opened in 12 hours. Then he took out the chess piece engraved with the word soldier. Richard opened the system panel and took a look. Sure enough, the number of 10 camps and 50 players was full. There was also a countdown on it. He had just finished reading it when the system prompt rang immediately. "Ding, please prepare to enter the camp copy. This copy is a camp battle. For fairness, you are not allowed to bring troops and heroes into it. After entering the copy, each lord will obtain the soldiers of his own camp. After dying in the copy, you will be eliminated and automatically resurrected after leaving the copy. There will be gods watching this battle. Please be prepared, lords. The final winner will receive the reward of the gods of this camp." After reading it carefully several times, Richard's interest increased. Good guy. This battle is interesting. It is not allowed to bring soldiers and heroes. Doesn't this test the personal ability of the Lord? For others, I don't know what this restriction will be like, but for him, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The Death Elegy Medal and the Gladiator King title, these two treasures and titles that can greatly improve the attributes of the troops, make him completely invincible to anyone. Moreover, his combat power is also a bug-level existence. But the most interesting thing for him is the gods watching the battle. The black gold system prompts that there will be a level 35 life in this copy. Although he is mentally prepared, he is still a little curious when he gets the confirmation prompt at this moment. Especially the final winner can get the reward from the gods of his camp, which makes him very interested. They are all gods, so the final reward can't be bad, right? He can accept a few artifacts, or a few extraordinary level troop nests. Chapter 374. He returned to the manor with a few people, and called Wire to indicate that he would be away for a while. The Violet Chamber of Commerce was handed over to him. Hina and the Dark Valkyrie stayed to guard the manor. Although the two personal heroes did not accept Richard's solo action, they still responded under his toughness. Unable to carry heroes and troops, this faction copy tests the ability of the Lord himself. He wanted to take the two with him, but he was powerless. Staying in Solon City, there is no need to worry about their safety. Even if Rebecca left, officially, there are still Chris and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. As long as there is no big trouble, it can be solved. 12 hours passed in a flash. When the countdown reached 0, the chess piece engraved with the word soldier on the vast violet grass of the manor suddenly bloomed with brilliant light, forming a void gate. Stepping on the beautiful flowers, Richard entered with the bald man, the eldest brother, the third brother, and the hyena. The moment the last person stepped in, the space gate suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Only Hina and the Dark Valkyrie were left outside with fixed eyes. After a long time, Hina took a deep breath, feeling very complicated. This was the first time in such a long time that Richard did not let her follow. Turning back, she looked at the Dark Valkyrie floating in the void beside her, with only a pair of pale golden eyes. Her hand subconsciously tightened the dragon-slaying sword in her hand, and the blue veins on the back of her hand were particularly conspicuous. Her voice was a little hoarse. Are we too weak that Master Richard did not take us there?" Hearing this, the Dark Valkyrie's momentum suddenly surged, and in an instant, the world dimmed. Darkness descended. The pale golden eyes flickered at this moment. After a long time, he spoke slowly. My power has indeed stagnated for a long time. This time when I go back, I will be promoted to the extraordinary as quickly as possible. The master needs more powerful power. The unknown high-level language carried unspeakable majesty and firmness. During this period, Richard made efforts to find the extraordinary vampire duke in the blood coffin of the soul contract enslavement. She saw it all. This touched her a lot. After this battle, she found that the power she was proud of was not strong enough to make Richard feel at ease. There was a strong force in her heart. She wanted to prove to Richard that she could protect the City of Dusk and become his support. She was a Valkyrie who returned from the darkness, and she was no less powerful than anyone, even if the other party was extraordinary. My lord, the sword in my hand will surely make you feel at ease. Hina felt the same way. After arriving in Solon City, she encountered strangers above level 10 on the street, and there were also many strangers at level 15. Seeing the prosperity of the outside world, she felt a serious crisis. She thought that her strength was only weaker than that of the Dark Valkyrie and the ancient tree of the god in the City of Dusk. But she didn't expect that outside. Her level of 14 was so inconspicuous. She had a strong desire to fight. She must reach level 15 as soon as possible, or even transcend. She would never let Lord Richard keep her in the manor because of her low strength. Never. Richard didn't expect that his unintentional actions would make Hina and the Dark Valkyrie so touched. Early the next morning, Chris came to Violet Manor in a hurry. But the girl suddenly found that not only Rebecca left, but Richard also left for something. Chris pouted and felt very unhappy looking at the empty manor. Weir came out to greet the most distinguished person in Solon City, and a little apology appeared on her pretty face. Your Highness Chris, the Lord of the City told me before leaving that you would definitely come and let me apologize to you. Hearing this, Chris sneered. What apology? I don't believe that Sir Richard would say such a thing. He rolled his eyes, cleared his throat with a light cough, and pretended to speak in a rough voice. When Chris, the little girl, comes over, tell him that I left. Just say that. He blinked after saying that. Miss Weir, is that what Sir Richard said? Given Richard's attitude towards her, he would not ask someone to apologize. Thinking of the other party's displeasure with her, he felt a little itchy. This guy doesn't know what respect is. She is the Prince of Solon City. I must let my father teach him a lesson in the future. Thinking of Richard's bruised face, she burst into laughter again. Looking at the girl with a strange expression in front of her, Weir was a little puzzled. Sir Richard said that these noble ladies are mentally ill. Is it true? Without thinking too much, she said with a smile. Sir Richard told me that after he left, the Violet Chamber of Commerce would be temporarily entrusted to His Highness for care. The Lord said that His Highness is the most trustworthy person. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, you can ask His Highness for help. When Chris heard this, the smile on her face became particularly bright. He raised his head with a bit of arrogance. Yes, I am a good friend of your Lord Mayor. If you have any problems during this period, just come to me directly. Then, with a full sense of accomplishment and trust, he walked out of Violet Manor happily. Ding, you have entered the camp copy. Because you are the last applicant in this camp, you get the chess piece rat. The camp copy rules are as follows. Each camp has 5 lords, each guarding a chess piece. Chess pieces are divided into elephants, lions, tigers, dogs, and rats. Elephants are the largest and rats are the smallest, but rats can restrain elephants. The larger the chess piece, the stronger the troops on it. When the chess piece of the previous level fights against the chess piece of the next level, all attributes of the troops are increased by 40%, but this rule cannot be skipped. For example, when an elephant fights against a lion, the elephant's attributes are increased by 40%, but when it fights against a tiger, the elephant has no bonus. The rat restrains the elephant. When the rat fights against the elephant, the attributes are increased by 60%, and the attributes of the elephant are reduced by 60%. After the lord obtains the corresponding chess piece, he can directly command the troops on it. Winning rules. Pieces of the same camp cannot fight each other, but can collide with pieces of other camps. After 2 pieces collide, the lord needs to lead the army to capture the opponent's pieces. Every time you capture a piece, you can command the troops of the opponent's pieces. Note, the troops of the opponent's pieces will be directly converted into the troops of your own camp. When only 1 piece of the camp is left on the field, it will be the final winner. After the system prompt, a gray light flashed. Richard suddenly found that he appeared on the edge of a floating island. Looking far away, the diameter of the island is about 500 meters. The terrain is uneven, and there are a lot of caves underground. Looking around, there are thick black clouds below the floating island, and the constantly surging clouds seem to contain some terrifying beasts. It looks quite visually impactful. 100 meters away from the island, there are 4 floating islands standing still. The rock walls dozens of meters deep below these islands are engraved with eye-catching fonts: elephant, lion, tiger, dog, beast, chess. Richard looked down at his floating island. If nothing unexpected happened, his would be the rat as prompted by the system. He didn't expect that in the end, the chess pieces would be obtained according to the order of registration. But this rule is quite interesting. 5 chess pieces restrain each other, but there is no absolute strong one. And there is no attribute blessing for the cross-level battle. However, where is his army? Looking at the lonely floating island, Richard had a question mark on his face. Even if I am the weakest rat, I should have a few soldiers, right? Do I really have to go into battle bare-armed? At this moment, boom, the ground suddenly trembled. A huge crack appeared in the center. The next second, countless mummy soldiers wrapped in khaki bandages crawled out from the ground. Looking around, it looked like a dense crowd of rats coming out of a cage. And the appearance of these mummies was not much different from that of ratmen. When all the special mummies below crawled out, the prompt sounded again. Ding! You have gained command of the Ratman mummy. Current number of Ratman, 1600. Ratman mummy level 5 potential, elite 1-star skills. Plague, E level, can release plague when attacking, reducing enemy attributes by 10%, and HP decreases by 2% every 10 minutes. Bite, E level, bite the enemy with sharp teeth, increase additional 30% damage, and infect the enemy with plague. Mummy body, E level, will not die if the head is not hit. Racial talent, fighting on the yellow sand, all attributes increased by 10%. Bonded mummy, when the number of mummies exceeds 20, the strength increases by 10%. When the number exceeds 50, the strength increases by 15%. When the number exceeds 100, the strength increases by 20%. Activated. Introduction. Weak mummy troops. Perhaps only the poorest desert lords are willing to use them. After reading the attributes, Richard was a little amused. Good guy, a level 5 troop. The rat chess piece is too weak, isn't it? Although there are 160 teams, the combat power of this thing is not good. I am afraid that a team of dead stone statues can clean up these 160 teams of half-rat mummies. I wonder how strong the troops of other chess pieces are, just when I was curious. Suddenly, a new attribute panel appeared in front of me. It shows the current status. Desert camp, number of chess pieces alive, 5. Elephant, own troop type giant elephant man mummies, level 14, brilliant 3 stars, number 100, occupied chess pieces, none. Lion, own troop type lion man mummies, level 10, brilliant 1 star, number 200, occupied chess pieces, none. Tiger, tiger man mummy, level 9, rare 1 star, 400, none. Dog, dog-headed man mummy, level 7, rare 1 star, 800, none. Rat, half-rat man mummy, level 5, elite 1 star, 1600, none. Goodfellow, the highest level elephant actually has a level 14 giant elephant man mummy. Although there are only 100 of them, if there is no attribute restraint, I am afraid that they can be easily hung up and hammered against his 1,600 half-rat men. Richard thought of this, and turned his head to look at the troops he would command next. These level 5 elite troops are only 1.5 meters tall, and I am afraid that an adult can knock them down. Even if there are attributes that counteract each other, can a rat really eat an elephant? Just as he was thinking, a message suddenly appeared in the chat bar below the new panel. Duke, Bald, what are you? I'm a dog, bah. I'm a dog's chess piece, bah. Bah, I'm a dog chess piece, damn it. I don't care who I am. Bigly, fuck, I'm actually a lion. Oldly, I'm a tiger. Hyena, I'm an elephant. I now have 100 giant elephant mummies, which is really awesome. This type of soldier is so strong, it's 5 meters tall when it stands up. I feel like I can beat 10 of them now. Duke didn't see the reply from the person he cared about the most. After looking at the other people who reported their own chess pieces, he quickly asked, "Is the Qingqiu boss a rat?" This news immediately silenced several players, who were still in excitement. After they came to their senses, their faces looked a little ugly. His big golden leg was assigned to the lowest level chess piece? Fuck, how can we play this? Hyena's excitement of becoming an elephant was gone. Boss Qingqiu, how should we play this? I'm not sure how to deal with the elephants of other camps. Same camp, same front. There is no competition among us, and we all pursue the same goal of winning the final victory. Bossly, Boss Qingqiu, can the chess pieces be replaced? You can be the lion, and I be the rat. Hyena, If you want to change, you have to be the elephant, and I be the rat. Several people are very clear about the current situation. Their opponents are players from the other 9 camps. Even if Hyena got the most powerful elephant now, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Richard smiled and replied, "It can't be changed, so let's play it this way. Rats have their own fun. Besides, who says rats are the weakest? Sorry, mine is the sky-swallowing rat." The thought moved. The yellow sand on his body surged. Instantly, it directly enveloped all the half-rat mummies. Ding! You have given the half-rat mummies the power of the desert, and they have mastered the skill of sandification, level B. Sandification, level B, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% physical attack, reduces 30% magic damage, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 15 minutes, and has a cooldown of 2 hours. But it's not enough. Take out a medal with an evil aura, and slowly wear it on your chest. 5-star treasure death elegy medal. When commanding the undead army, all attributes of the army are increased by 50%, and 3 dead undead army squads can be resurrected every day. The next moment, the half-rat mummies only felt a huge force surging into their bodies, and their momentum immediately soared. One by one, they opened their shrunken mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and let out hoarse roars from their throats. This is not enough. He looked at his attribute panel. Condense sand into armor, Super A level, condenses yellow sand into armor, which can be added to oneself or the army within a radius of 200 meters. The more magic power consumed, the stronger the condensed armor. King of Gladiators, legend, when fighting with the enemy, if the number of enemy troops exceeds 500, the attributes of the self are increased by 30%, and the attributes of the troops under command are increased by 20%. If the number of enemy troops exceeds 1,000, the attributes of the self are increased by 40%, and the attributes of the troops are increased by 30%. If the number of enemy troops exceeds 3,000, the attributes of the self are increased by 50%, and the attributes of the troops are increased by 40%, and the morale of the army is high and indestructible. Now enough. Richard's mouth curled up. The dog that restrained the rat now was no longer a threat. It was impossible for it to beat the rat after several rounds of strengthening. And the strongest elephant was restrained by the rat. The situation seemed to become interesting. His real enemies were no longer dogs and elephants, but lions and tigers. However, this was before, when the rats were greatly strengthened and their number was several times more than that of lions and tigers. It seemed that the food chain of both sides had been reversed. The rat that was not afraid of being restrained by its natural enemies was the real boss. Suddenly, there was a rumble, and the ground shook. In the central area of the floating island, a huge rat statue slowly rose. Ding, the game starts. Please protect your own chess pieces. As long as your own chess pieces are destroyed, the floating island will be occupied by the enemy. The condition for winning is to destroy the opponent's chess pieces. The desert camp is about to fight against the cult camp. The elephant can determine the order of battle. After the system prompt sounded, Hyena immediately sent a message. Boss Chinchio, who will go first? Richard didn't think much and said directly, arrange in order. With as many as 5 chess pieces, everyone has hidden cards, and it is difficult to play Tianji's horse racing. And every chess piece must be played, it doesn't matter how to arrange it, both sides are blind men touching the elephant. On the other side, the cult camp. When the 5 players heard that their first opponent was the desert camp, their eyes lit up. The desert camp's iconic soldiers are mummies, absolutely dead spirits. The cult's unique priest system is a natural nemesis for the evil camp. They were most afraid of encountering the iron cans of the fortress clan, and they hoped to encounter demons and undead the most. Unexpectedly, their wish came true, and they were given benefits directly. Ding, the game has been confirmed, and the order of appearance has been decided. The battle is on. The moment the prompt sounded, in the sky, 10 huge phantoms sitting on the throne emerged. Endless majesty was like a huge wave of thousands of feet high. It made people tremble. God, a word that was almost taboo appeared in everyone's mind. As the system prompted, the gods came to watch the battle. Richard looked at the blurred and unexplored face, and took a deep look. The terrifying divine power almost penetrated the soul. This is the power of the world controller, so terrifying that it cannot be described. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the floating island below was suddenly pulling forward with a pulling force. Quickly gather your mind, and turn your head to look at the opposite side. 1,000 meters away, a floating island with the word lion on the rock wall was flying at the same time. His opponent was the opponent's lion. He looked to the side. The 2 camps had already formed a game. His elephant versus the opponent's dog, his lion versus the opponent's elephant, his tiger versus the mouse, his dog versus the tiger, and he, the mouse, was facing the opponent's lion, which was second only to the elephant. The player in the sec camp, who got the chess piece, the lion, saw Richard's mouse flying quickly. He spoke excitedly directly on the information panel. Ha ha ha, brothers, I'm facing the opponent's weakest mouse. Our elephant avoided the opponent's mouse again. This time, we will win. Little mouse, come here and let grandpa do it. Today I let you taste the taste of the saber of the Holy Light Lion Knight. Ha ha ha. The only enemy that the lion fears is the elephant, and it can eat all other chess pieces. In a sense, the strength of the lion is not inferior to the elephant. But facing the rat, which is at the bottom of the food chain, it was a good start for the other party, and he was very satisfied with the dish given by the other party. Chapter 375. Bang! A violent collision sounded. The collision point of the two floating islands was squeezed by a huge force, and the gravel and soil splashed dozens of meters high, and the dust filled the sky. With a violent vibration, the two floating islands were tightly connected together. The player who got the chess piece lion in the sec camp looked at the short, bandaged half-rat mummies in front of him, and suddenly showed a ferocious smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, kill! The 200 brilliant one-star Holy Light Lion Knights behind him clenched their giant sabers, and stepped into the floating island marked with rats in front. The lions under the seat were majestic, and the knights behind them were fierce. Compared with the half-rat mummies, the gap was so big that it was unspeakable. Holy Light! In the back, the player wearing a white priest robe suddenly raised the arm-length magic wand in his hand. The next second, all the Holy Light Lion Knights suddenly glowed with milky white light, and the holy aura rushed towards the half-rat man mummy in front like a tide. In such a small range, the half-rat man mummy could not dodge at all, and was directly enveloped by the holy light. But that was all. Enshrouded by the milky white holy light, the half-rat man mummy did not feel any discomfort, as if a breeze was blowing on his face. The cult player widened his eyes, full of disbelief. How could it have no effect? This is the holy light that can cause fatal damage to evil forces. They are immune to holy light? How is this possible? The cult player's heart was trembling. Since he entered the glorious era, this is the first time he has seen the holy light fail in such a long time. Crown of the Dark King. Feature 3, Fearless of Light. When commanding the undead army, you can be immune to the damage bonus of the light, and natural camps to the evil camp. The power of legendary equipment is far beyond the imagination of current players. This scene was quite noisy, attracting the attention of 10 terrifying phantoms in the sky. The vague, undetectable phantom instantly brought huge pressure. Richard looked up and looked at the sky, staring directly at the phantom. At this moment, a phantom suddenly shook violently. As if it was angered by something, the terrifying might was like a mountain collapsing and pressing down. Richard instantly felt a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds on his chest, and it became difficult to breathe at this moment. Hostility. He felt a strong hostility above the phantom in the sky. The gods were hostile to him. Who was that phantom? The moment this thought came up, a word suddenly appeared in his mind. The god of dog-headed man. Among the 10 camps, there is the dungeon clan. The god of dog-headed man is a member of the dungeon god system. Only this mortal enemy would show hostility to him. Thinking of the scene where the other party once descended on the city of dusk and wanted to destroy everything, his eyes narrowed slightly. The god of dog-headed men is so powerful. I hope you can always keep this attitude. A deep and cold arc hung on the corner of his mouth. The crimson moon rises, and the gods will fall into fear. Perhaps, we can start to make some additional arrangements. The phantom wanted to descend, but was stopped by the other 9 gods. The phantom that seemed to be condensed from thick fog and darkness shook for a while, showing great anger. But in the end, it was helpless and quiet. Realizing this, Richard regained his composure. Holding the statue of the ancient god in his hand, with a great killing weapon that restrained the gods had limited deterrence against him. Turning his head, he refocused his attention on the confrontation between rats and lions. The players in the sect camp also came back to their senses at this moment, and roared in anger. Charge! I want him dead. So what if he is immune to holy light? I am a level 10 holy light lion knight, and I can defeat you rats with a charge. But the next second after he gave the order, suddenly, a yellow sand light rose behind the half-rat man mummy. The dry and hard ground of the floating island turned directly into a yellow sand land. The charge of the Holy Light Lion Knight immediately slowed down. Super A skill, desertification of the land. But before he could react, he saw endless yellow sand rolling and surging, rising suddenly from the surface, and began to condense around the half-rat man mummy. In an instant, the gravel turned into a substantial yellow sand armor. Its thickness is 3 points thicker than the warrior's shield. Super A skill, condense sand into armor. At this moment, the Holy Light Lion Knight, who was forced to slow down, finally killed into the half-rat man mummy. Bang! The frontmost Holy Light Lion Knight hit the half-rat man mummy with violent force. The knight thought that due to the huge size difference and level difference, the half-rat man mummy in front of him would be crushed directly. But he never thought that they were like hitting a stone. Although the opponent was knocked away for more than 10 meters, the sitting lion was also forced to stop charging. The knight behind him looked intently, and found that the yellow sand armor on the half-rat man mummy that was knocked away had only a small crack. Not to mention crushing the opponent into meat paste, it didn't even hurt it. In anger, he drove the lion forward, and violently swung the giant saber in his hand, slashing at the other half-rat man mummies rushing in front of him. The sound of breaking through the air was whistling. Crack, several half-rat mummies were unable to dodge, and were directly hit. But such a terrifying force still failed to tear the yellow sand armor, leaving only more cracks on it. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sand flowed and the cracks returned to their original state. The defense was extremely terrifying. The Templar Lion Cavalry was shocked and angry. He was still planning to continue attacking, but the half-rat mummies around him no longer gave him a chance. They swarmed up like a tide. They directly submerged this level 10 brilliant 1-star soldier. The half-rat mummies, who were fearless of attacking yellow sand armor, had no pain and no fear, immediately made these high-level soldiers taste the taste of fear. And after the two sides fought, Richard was surprised to find that the title of the King of Fighters. He regarded everyone in the entire sect camp as an enemy. Therefore, the second stage of the title is triggered. When the enemy army exceeds 1,000, the attributes of the self are increased by 40%, and the attributes of the arms are increased by 30%. Plus the 50% attribute increase of the Death Elegy medal. The combat power of the half-ratman has increased to an exaggerated degree. Not to mention the yellow sand armor. Even if the yellow sand armor is broken, the B-level sandification can still make them ignore physical damage for 15 minutes. The Templar Lion Knight thought he was facing a group of level 5 ponies, but the real enemy was a group of fierce hunters that made people tremble. Crack, under the crazy slashing of the saber, the shield of a half-ratman mummy was finally broken. The knight on the back showed a ferocious smile on his face. Whoosh, the blade slashed directly. The ratman mummy, which should have been killed with one blow, turned into countless gravel at this moment. The saber directly cut off the opponent's body, but failed to cause substantial damage. The next moment, the ratman mummy ignored his attack, showing its fangs as sharp as a dagger, and jumped up and landed on the lion's head. Withstanding the knight's furious attack, he hugged him forcefully, and bit him fiercely in the gap of the armor with his sharp teeth. The surrounding ratman mummies also rushed forward while the opponent's attack paused. The scene looked like countless rats crawling out of the sewer and biting people crazily. The player of the sect camp, who was sure of winning, watched 200 level 10 Holy Light Lion Knights being drowned by the rat tide. His hands and feet were cold. How could this desert lord be so strong? He couldn't accept this fact. He is the second most powerful lion in the sect. How can a small rat eat a lion? Can a rat fight a lion? What a joke, but no matter how unwilling you are to accept it, reality will not change. Watching the situation completely collapse, you can only smile bitterly. It turns out that the opponent's rat is not a mini rat, but a demon wrapped in rat skin, and his lion is a mini toy. When a large number of half-rat mummies rushed into the lion's floating island, the sect player sighed to the sky. The last message was sent in the chat panel. Brothers, I was eaten by a rat. This rat is so poisonous. It's more fierce than a lion. The moment the message was sent, the mummified half-rat man completely destroyed the lion statue in the center of the floating island. Not only the players in the sect camp, but also other players, who were fighting fiercely, suddenly heard the system prompts coming from their ears. Ding, the Desert Camp Chess Piece Rat occupied the Sect Camp Chess Piece Lion. Desert Camp Rat, get 100 Rotten Lion Cavalry, Brilliant 1-star, level 10, as a reward. Desert Camp Rat, eat an opponent's chess piece, get 10 points, because the small eats the big, and additional 20 points are awarded. Sect Camp Player, Under the chat panel, a series of question marks suddenly appeared. Elephant, question mark. Tiger, question mark. Players from other camps were also confused when they heard the prompt. Are you kidding me? Lion, eaten by rat? Funny, right? Can rat beat lion? The sect camp is against the desert camp. Isn't this a natural nemesis? How come the lion was eaten by rat? Is the sect camp so useless? The strongest lion can't even beat rat. From the food chain, lions absolutely crush rats. Even if there is no attribute bonus from the superior to the subordinate, wouldn't it be easy for 200 brilliant 1-star level 10 soldiers to beat 1,600 level 5 soldiers? This weird situation made them completely unable to understand. This beast chess is still played like this? I've learned something new. The sect camp wanted to cry, but had no tears at this moment. Fuck, I'm going to skin him when I get back. The lion can lose to the rat, and this idiot is wasting his knife by committing suicide. How should we play next? Several players in the desert camp were excited and screaming. Fuck. Chinchio boss, you are simply my god. The rat eats the lion, ha ha ha, even gods are not so powerful. I thought Richard was assigned to the rat, and their situation would be difficult to handle next. But I didn't expect that the opponent would make such a big move as soon as he made a move. He used the rat to fight the lion, and even ate the opponent. This thigh is really fucking awesome. More importantly, after winning this battle, the opponent received 100 rotten lion cavalry as a reward. Now, won't the already powerful rat be invincible? At least now, there is absolutely no one in the sect camp who can stop Richard's edge. Thinking of this, the morale was immediately boosted. Rumble, accompanied by a violent sound, the floating island of the lion slowly collapsed in front of Richard's eyes. And the island under his feet expanded from 500 meters in diameter to 600 meters, expanding a circle. At the same time, a special light surged down from the sky, and then 100 rotten lion cavalry climbed up from the corpses of the Holy Light Lion Cavalry. Richard's expression was a little subtle. He also wanted to use the 5-star treasure given to him by Chris, the Sword of the Mourner, to revive these corpses. Unexpectedly, he didn't get any chance to exploit. But it was okay. This time, because of the yellow sand shield and desertification skills, none of the 1,600 half-rat mummies died. Now he has obtained 100 rotten lion cavalry, and his strength has increased significantly. Level 10 brilliant troops are not comparable to level 5 elite troops after all. With his series of attribute bonuses, the level 10 rotten lion cavalry will not be weak when fighting against the level 14 elephant. And he was quite surprised to get extra points by defeating the big with the small. After the harvest of 2 large-scale dungeons, the more points, the better. The Phantom of the God who exerted pressure on Richard saw this scene, and suddenly there were waves of fluctuations. The terrifying divine power escaped again. It seemed that the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Richard noticed something strange and looked up at the sky. His eyes were indifferent. The Dusk City and the dog-headed god had already been in a situation of life and death. The other party wanted to leave and destroy the Dusk City, and so did he. The rules of this copy have strong restrictions, and the other party can't turn the tables. He retracted his mind and looked at the battles of the other chess pieces. If he wanted to make some additional arrangements, he had to wait until he left the copy. He hadn't thought so much before the dog-headed god jumped out. Since this guy jumped out to remind him, he naturally wouldn't refuse the other party's kindness. Since the Italian canon said that the rise of the Crimson Moon would start with the fall of the gods, then why couldn't it be this old dog? While thinking, the image of a hyena appeared in his eyes. This guy was lucky enough to avoid the rats and face the dogs of the sect camp, 800 level 7 soldiers, wholly like kobolds. I have to say that the initial balance of this camp copy was a bit too much. Whatever chess piece is used, the corresponding race is really found. Moreover, the number, level, and combat power of each chess piece are exactly the same. The only difference is who is in charge of these soldiers. Although the hyenas do not have powerful skills to improve the attributes of the soldiers, they are stronger than the 14th level soldiers, the giant elephant mummies, which are strong enough. Facing 800 level 7 soldiers, there is no pressure at all. The height of 5 meters allows them to crush and charge back and forth among the opponents like tanks, and the earth rumbles, and the scene is quite impactful. No one can stop it at all. He couldn't see the other chess pieces clearly because of the distance, so he didn't pay much attention to them. 20 minutes later, the first round of battle between the two camps came to an end. Finally, the desert camp had 3 chess pieces left, the hyena's elephant, the boss's lion, and Richard's rat. The third tiger and the bald, dog were eaten. The remaining chess pieces of the other side, the elephant and the tiger, the lion, the dog, and the rat were eaten. The situation immediately became clear. Richard's rat ate the lion. In other words, the big boss of the desert camp is not the elephant, but the rat. If he can even eat the lion, the remaining tiger of the other side can be swallowed easily. As for the elephant, the rat is the natural enemy of the elephant. The two players of the sect camp were speechless when they saw the situation that was beyond redemption. How did it become like this? They were the ones who restrained the other camp. How did they become restrained? Ding! The first round is over. Please arrange the order of battle for the elephant. The desert camp has one more chess piece. If a chess piece of the desert camp is occupied in the second round, the remaining chess piece can continue to fight. Looking at the huge advantage on the scene, the hyena smiled so hard that his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Qingqiu boss, you are awesome. If the rat had not eaten the opponent's lion, the situation would have been reversed. After making arrangements, the second round begins. Hoo-hoo, the whistling of the air came to my ears. Richard looked at the elephant approaching quickly, and a smile appeared on his face. The elephant of the sect camp looked at the rat on the opposite side coming towards him. I was about to cry, but had no tears. Your uncle. How could this rat eat his lion? Chapter 376. Bang! With a loud noise, the two floating islands were closely connected. Ding! You have encountered a chess piece, the elephant. The attributes of all the troops you command are increased by 60%, and the attributes of the elephant's troops are reduced by 60%. Richard heard the system prompt. His eyes seemed to be smiling. After this round of enhancement, ordinary rats can already have the upper hand against elephants, not to mention the rats he commands. The players in the sect camp felt the aura of the troops dropping rapidly, and their faces changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said viciously, I don't believe it. This rat can really go against the sky. Kill it! The holy light elephants rushed forward with heavy steps. But the speed was like an ordinary person carrying hundreds of kilograms of things, which seemed extremely slow. After several enhancements, the half-rat mummy has become extremely flexible. Without a single word of nonsense, the war began directly. The holy light elephant held a heavy hammer in his hand, which could even smash the city wall. But at this moment, after being forced to slow down several times, facing the flexible half-rat man mummy, their attacks were like hitting the air. They could not hit the target at all. On the contrary, the half-rat man mummy, which was strengthened, used its agility to directly jump onto the holy light statue. The sharp teeth began to bite the area not protected by the armor crazily. Ants can kill elephants, let alone crazy rats? With not many casualties, the holy light elephants fell one by one, hitting the sand, splashing dust all over the sky. More than 10 minutes later. On the field, no one stood up, only the crazy half-rat man mummy was left. The players of the sect camp looked pale, as they watched their army being eaten by force. He moved his lips a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. His confident heart collapsed quietly at this moment. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and silently accepted his fate of failure. The moment the lion was eaten by the rat, they couldn't play anymore. They wanted to fight to the death, but now it seems that it was just in vain. When the half-rat mummies rushed forward and sent the players of the sect camp away. On the other side, the hyena elephant also won the battle against the tiger. Ding! The second round is over. You ate the elephant, and got 10 points, and 50 rotten elephant men. The remaining chess pieces in the desert camp are elephants, lions, and rats. The chess pieces of the sect camp are all destroyed. The desert camp enters the second round of games. All the fallen lords will be resurrected. All lords get points, 10 points. Ding! In this round of games, you ate 2 chess pieces in total, and got 20 points plus the current points 60. The first round of games is over, and the camp copy points ranking is open. First place, Qingqiu, Desert Camp Rat 60. Second place, Khorasan, Elf Camp Lion 40. Third place, Madman Zhongsan, Fortress Camp Elephant 40. As the prompt sounded, the chess pieces of the bald man and the third brother, who had just died, were automatically reorganized, and they were resurrected on them. After the two knew the victory, they were overjoyed. Chat version. The hyena flatters. Boss Qingqiu is awesome. Since I followed you, my waist doesn't hurt anymore, my legs don't feel sore anymore, and even my bowel movements are smooth. The bald man, dog licker, I look down on you, Boss Qingqiu, do you still need a younger brother? Look at me, I'm good at running errands, doing housework, and warming the bed. The eldest, shameless, we knew the Qingqiu boss first. The third, you're right. Richard looked at the others with amusement, but didn't pay much attention, waiting for the next round to start. He didn't take the victory seriously, but the players in other camps were furious. Looking at the ID of the first place in the scoreboard, his eyes widened. Am I fucking blind? Qingqiu? Fuck. What sin have I committed? I can meet this pervert in any dungeon. I was wondering why the desert camp could win even though it was restrained by the sect camp. It turns out that the desert camp has Chinchio. Just now I was wondering how the rat ate the lion. Now that the rat is Chinchio, it makes sense. This dead pervert, even if he kills the phantom of the god above our heads, I think I can accept it. With his performance in the dungeon twice, Richard has a special name in the eyes of the players. Dead pervert. Ordinary words can no longer describe him. I can only express my inner feelings with hatred and envy using this extreme word. Ding! The second round of battle begins. The desert camp versus the dungeon camp. Please arrange the battle order. Dungeon? Hearing this familiar word, Richard subconsciously looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the shadow of the god who was extremely hostile to him was causing waves of ripples at this moment. Even though they were far apart, they could still feel the suppressed anger. If it weren't for the rules, I'm afraid the other party would have exploded long ago. Several players felt the surging power of the gods again, and they also noticed something was wrong. Hyena asked hesitantly. Boss Chinchio, why do I feel that the shadow of the god in the sky is not very friendly to us? Is it the god of the sect camp? Boss, no way. Is this god so narrow-minded? Isn't it just to destroy their camp? It's not a big deal. Third brother, I also feel that this guy seems to be very unhappy with us. Boss Chinchio, what do you think? Richard responded directly. That is the god of the dungeon tribe, the god of dog-headed people. Hyena, the god of dog-headed people? Boss Chinchio, how do you know? I once had a grudge against the god of dog-headed people. Hyena, ha ha ha, you are really good at joking. Having a grudge with a god can only be explained by joking. Boss, I didn't expect that you also have a humorous side, but it's just a little too cold. Third brother, laugh, why don't you laugh, cooperate with me. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't say anything else. From the perspective of ordinary players, the gods are indeed far away from them. Besides, if an ordinary person offends the gods, it is highly unlikely that he will still be alive and kicking. Ding, the order of the elephants has been arranged, and the battle is on. He didn't have much time to think. The second round of battle against the dungeon camp started directly. Looking ahead, a chess piece with a dog on it came quickly. Ding, your opponent is the chess piece dog, and the opponent's attributes are increased by 40%. The dungeon player also heard the system prompt at this moment, but when he saw that his opponent was a rat, his face turned green. Although the dog has attribute suppression against the rat, the opponent is Chinchio who can eat the lion, so this attribute is useless. Who designed this matching mechanism? I'm going to you immortal board. Bang, accompanied by a loud noise, the two floating islands were directly connected together. Looking at the vast army of half-rat mummies on the opposite island, and the dozens of rotten elephants and hundreds of rotten lion knights standing behind them, the dungeon players wanted to cry, but had no tears. What a joke. There was no extra episode, and the battle broke out directly. Richard watched the dungeon dog-headed man in front of him being crushed and flattened, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Too weak. Although the opponent had tried his best to resist. But under the leadership of the rotten elephant man and the rotten lion knight, the half-rat mummies still annihilated the opponent at the fastest speed. Seeing the situation collapse, the phantom in the sky became more and more angry, and the waves of divine power like the raging sea waves came to Richard without reservation. Richard frowned, and his eyes became a little colder. This old dog really doesn't know what's good for him, retracted his gaze, and stepped to the floating island in front. He immediately found the huge dog-headed man statue in the central area. There was a hint of sarcasm on his lips. He walked to the bottom of the statue alone, waved his hand, and a large amount of yellow sand floated out from his floating island. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sand condensed into a huge war hammer, suspended above the head of the dog-headed man statue. The phantom of the god in the sky was completely ignited by this action. In the illusory body composed of darkness and dark clouds, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared, like two suns that made people tremble. Humble desert lord, you are seeking your own death. The words of the gods containing endless majesty and coldness exploded. All the players were shocked. They looked up at the phantom in the sky in disbelief. The gods spoke? Desert lord, could it be Chinchio? Yes, only that dead pervert can anger the gods. But what happened over there? The players were shocked and surprised, and their curiosity was raised to the extreme. Richard looked up at the shadow overlooking the world, and a deep cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Endless yellow sand light surged on his body. The indifferent tone resounded throughout the sky under the blessing of magic. God of kobolds, isn't it better to be a dog in your doghouse? Come here and bark. Hearing this floating voice, all the players in the camp copy widened their eyes, and even held their breath subconsciously. He turned his head in shock, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The whole person was directly messed up. What is Qingqiu talking about? God of kobolds? The god who spoke is the god of kobolds? Is this guy trying to defy the heaven? How dare he scold a majestic god so unscrupulously? That's a god barking. You are really a talent. Everyone's scalp is numb, the back is cold, and the heart is trembling. Many people felt dizzy, and even thought they were hallucinating. No words could express the emotion at the moment. Although they knew Qingqiu was fierce, you can't be so fierce as to point at a god's nose and call him a dog, right? It's true that the dungeon has restricted the other party now, but what about when you leave the dungeon? You have to face the revenge of a god. Thinking of that picture, they felt suffocated. Being hated by the gods is hell. No, it's a world of difficulty. Qingqiu. When he murmured the idea again, he didn't know what words to use to describe this audacious and reckless lunatic. Of course, there are also a few lawless players who feel a numbness from their spine to their brains at this moment, and they feel more excited than 10 times orgasm. Pointing at the nose of a god and calling the other party a dog, what kind of operation is this? It's so satisfying. The players of the dungeon camp were surprised and delighted when they saw the scene. When they heard that they were facing the desert camp, they felt that they were going to follow the footsteps of the sect camp. Unexpectedly, their protector, the great god of dog-headed men, actually stood up to stop Qingqiu. What they didn't expect was that Qingqiu, this thug, was so arrogant that he didn't even take the gods seriously. This wave, it was simply God's help for them. If you offend the gods, I don't know what you can do in Qingqiu. Hyena, Baldy, Boss, and the third and fourth brothers all felt numb at this moment. Richard said that the god's phantom that was hostile to him was the god of dog-headed men, and they didn't take it to heart. Now I didn't expect it to be true. The other party really had a grudge with the gods. If there was no grudge, how could he curse the other party like crazy? It was too fucking crazy. That was a god. How did the Qingqiu boss have a grudge with the gods? After coming to his senses, he had to sigh in horror. The Qingqiu boss is worthy of being the Qingqiu boss. Such a fierce man can't be treated with common sense. He offended the gods outside, and it seems that he offended them severely, but he can still live well. If it were them, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. And now he is pointing at the gods and cursing, which is an action they dare not even think of. Qingqiu boss, you are so arrogant. The other gods in the sky also swayed. All eyes looked at Richard. It seems that they didn't expect that a mortal would have such courage to point at the gods and curse. As the dog-headed god involved, the illusory figure seemed to have set off a huge wave at this moment. The violent fluctuations made people wonder if the sky would collapse in the next moment. Blasphemer. I will imprison your soul for 1,000,000 years. Let you, a lowly bastard, live in pain forever. The words of the gods with endless anger seemed to collapse the world. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark? Richard waved his hand suddenly. The warhammer condensed on the statue of the dog-headed man smashed down directly. Crack, the dog's head was smashed. This time, it was equivalent to Richard slapping the face of the dog-headed god in front of other gods. This evil god of the dungeon pantheon could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. A divine power that was 100 times more fierce than before surged out. Crack, above the sky, spider web-like cracks. The other party wanted to break through the rules and restrictions at all costs, and vent his anger. The dog-headed god moved too fast. When the other 9 phantoms wanted to stop it, it was too late to act. And at this moment, all the phantoms of the gods were only supported by a wisp of divine power, and they had not descended in their true bodies. The god of the dog-headed man invested the most divine power, and the other phantoms of the gods were powerless to deal with it even if they wanted to stop it. Boom, the cracks in the sky exploded. Pieces of rule fragments were like glass being smashed and scattered all over the sky. That terrifying phantom landed directly. When the other players saw this scene, they immediately felt that they were going to be in trouble. Is Qingqiu going to wipe them all out? It's just a copy. Why is it necessary to make such a big scene? Who can stop the gods from doing it themselves? Boom, boom. After the rules were broken, the copy began to collapse from the edge. Everyone's heart tightened. This place was about to collapse. The other 9 phantoms of gods collapsed like bubbles and disappeared without a trace when the rules were broken. The last power that could stop the god of the dog-headed man was gone. The terrifying phantom was no longer restricted by the rules, and the divine power it exuded was like a mountain collapsing and pressing down. The players fell to their knees like wheat blown by a hurricane, and no one could stand. At this moment, not to mention standing up, even breathing became extremely difficult. The pressure that penetrated the soul, no one could be exempted. But the phantom was still not satisfied. Sensing these chess pieces that were in the way, The words of the gods rang again. Ants! The moment the voice fell, endless divine power erupted, except for the rat where Richard was in the center. The rest of the chess pieces were like glass being hit by a heavy hammer, and they shattered into dust. The players above had a black screen in front of their eyes, and then they found that they had exited the dungeon. After they opened the system in fear, they saw several prompts that made them speechless. Warning, the faction copy was destroyed by force majeure, and this exploration is over. Warning. Qingqiu, thinking of the culprit who caused all this, my teeth are almost broken. He even dares to despise the gods, this pervert. Hyena, Baldhead, Boss, and Third Brother, for players, also appeared on the empty violet grass at the same time. After falling to the ground, the four people climbed up in fear. Looking at each other, they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Facing the majesty of the gods, that feeling can drive people crazy. At this time, Chris and Wire, who happened to be humming a light song, passed by the grass and talked and laughed. Seeing the four players suddenly appear, they were all a little surprised. What were these godlords doing? Why are they so embarrassed? After Wire looked carefully for a few times and didn't find Richard's figure, her eyes immediately became extremely cold. She knew that Richard left with a few people. She walked quickly to the front of the few people and asked repeatedly, "Why did you come back suddenly? Where is Lord Richard?" The hyena was awakened by the voice, looking at the girl's anxious expression, and said with a bit of fear in his tone, "The god of dog-headed man, the god of dog-headed man attacked us. Lord Richard of Qingqiu has not left the dungeon yet." As the voice fell, Chris's pupils outside the grass shrank sharply. God of dog-headed man? What were these godlords doing? They actually touched the gods? He hurriedly approached, stared at the two people, and said solemnly, "Tell me the information you know in detail." Immediately, the hyena's majestic lion head was like a husky at this moment. Under the other party's majesty, he stuttered and told the situation of the dungeon, and finally said with admiration and amazement, "Sir Richard said that he had a grudge with the god of dog-headed people before, and then the god of dog-headed people kept provoking him. So the Lord scolded the god of dog-headed people in front of the phantoms of other gods." Chris heard everything that happened in the dungeon, and her eyes were full of light. At this moment, she clenched her hands and said with some excitement, "How did you scold?" The boss who had recovered rushed to speak with some admiration at this moment. "God of dog-headed people, isn't it better to be a dog in your doghouse? Come here to bark? A dog with a broken spine dares to bark." Imitating Richard's tone, it is 90% similar. In the end, the god of the dog-headed men was completely furious, tore up the rules of the dungeon, and strangled us all. At this moment, Lord Richard is still in it, but you don't have to worry, we will be resurrected outside if we die in the dungeon. They didn't notice that Chris's face was flushed at this moment, and her eyes were extremely excited. Scolding the gods in person? A dog with a broken spine dared to bark. When she thought of that picture, she couldn't control herself. Is this Lord Richard? Chapter 377. Because the copy was still collapsing, Richard felt that everything around him was blurry. The phantom of the dog-headed god condensed, and exuded divine power wantonly. The space became sluggish, and the energy became solidified. The scarlet eyes attached to the phantom were like a giant beast swallowing the sky in the dark and chaotic environment, which was breathtaking. The phantom shrunk to more than 30 meters high, and was now floating on the floating island. Looking down, the hatred of the dog-headed god for Richard could not be washed away even if all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes was poured out. He was attacked by the other party with the relics left by the old gods, which made him lose his divine power and divinity. Now, in front of the gods of other camps, his statue was smashed alive, and it was after he blocked the exit. Damn blasphemer, despicable bastard, looking at the figure below who was already isolated and helpless. A strong sense of revenge surged in my heart. Lowly, dirty human, are you scared now? Blasphemer, beg for mercy in despair. My wrath will burn everything you have to ashes. Richard looked at the constantly twisting phantom with indifferent eyes. The opponent's surging divine power pressed on him, but he didn't feel much. He had bathed in the blood of the holy dragon in the first copy, and possessed a very special skill, the power of the dragon. Special, your body becomes extremely powerful after being washed by dragon blood, defense increases by 300%, strength increases by 500%, immunity to poison, plague, instant death skills, and immunity to aura pressure. In addition to the blessing of the growth skill Yellow Sand Aura, the influence of divine power on him was reduced to a minimum. What if the opponent is a god? Just a shadow, you want him to bow his head. Have you finished? Richard slowly took out the statue of the old god. His mind moved slightly, and the dark light suddenly burst out, instantly protecting him. He blocked the terrifying divine power by force. After sensing the distorted shadow on the statue, the breath gradually became active. It was like a hunter smelling the stench of prey. The careless tone made the god of dog-headed people pause, and the words of the gods exploded like thunder. "Humble human lord, you will regret your behavior for the rest of your life. Do you think you can still use the power of the ancient gods?" The moment the voice fell, the pair of scarlet eyes that were as scorching as the sun suddenly dimmed. In the breath, endless dark energy bloomed. The last light in the space was wiped out. After the darkness enveloped the world, even the space solidified at this moment. The dim light emitted by the statue of the ancient god was now frozen by the endless darkness, and could not continue to spread. The Aranyabai gem is a remnant of the old days. I prepared it for you, lowly blasphemer. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. This kobold god has been planning how to clear the city of dusk for some time. But just when he was about to release the extraordinary hunter, and start the second plan, a subtle expression suddenly appeared on his face. He sensed it quietly at this moment. Because the copy had collapsed for the most part, the energy that existed before had now gathered near the floating island. What's more, after the kobold god controlled the mysterious old gem, he converted all the energy around it into dark energy. Darkness. While whispering this word, I could feel the darkness flowing around me. A mocking arc appeared at the corner of my mouth. With a thought, the Dark King's crown on my head, and the Dark King's cloak behind me were activated, and endless energy burst out instantly. 2 breaths later, the distorted shadow of the dog-headed god suddenly found that everything around him was out of his control. It was like a fish caught in his hand broke free from its restraints because of the slime, and fell back into the water. A bit of fear suddenly rose in my heart. Blasphemer. What did you do? The Dark King's cloak comes with a skill. Darkness descends, with itself as the center, making the radius of 500 meters fall into absolute darkness. The enemy's sight and perception will be compressed within a range of 10 meters, and the power of darkness can be controlled for unlimited teleportation. Gather 2 legendary equipment to activate skills. Dominate darkness. When in a dark environment, you can control the darkness within a radius of 300 meters with yourself as the center, and turn darkness into substance. The copy collapsed, causing the space to shrink rapidly, and everything was in darkness. The god of dogs used the 2 mysterious old gems to condense the darkness. The combination of various factors instantly improved the skills attached to this legendary equipment by 10 times or 100 times. On the isolated island, the primary and secondary positions were changed. Feeling the power around that was countless times more terrifying than the eruption of magma. A few surprises flashed in Richard's eyes. The horror of the legendary equipment was even beyond his expectations. Retracting his mind, looking at the shadow of the god of dogs isolated by the darkness, a cold arc hung at the corner of his mouth. Now, have you thought about dying like this? As soon as the words fell, the statue of the old god in his hand glowed brightly again, and the aura that had been passed down from ancient times surged again. At the same time, a shadow elf with a bit of illusion condensed out of thin air. Divine Soul. Lenny, dig out the eyeballs of this dog. Hearing the order, this top-level combat force, who was not afraid of death, disappeared instantly. Because of the collapse of the rules, the main body of the dog-headed god could no longer invest more divine power when it was countless distances away from the main plane. After the dense darkness was controlled by him, the energy that had just suppressed the statue of the old god immediately became a cage to imprison the opponent. Controlling the darkness can make the darkness become substantial. The invisible force is now imprisoning the nearly 100-meter-high phantom of the god. The opponent is twisting and struggling wildly, but cannot shake the darkness that he has condensed. Lenny suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the phantom. Reach out and take down the exquisite longbow with intricate patterns carved on the back. Pull it to the full. An arrow emitting a deadly aura condensed out of thin air. Death Hunt, a weak divine art. Select a target within 500 meters, use the power of the soul to condense the arrow of the god of death, and it will hit the opponent's soul. Each casting consumes 20 points of divine power. Swoosh, the arrow cut through the sky and directly pierced into the phantom of the god imprisoned in the darkness. Roar, the horrible pain of tearing the soul made the phantom roar loudly. The god of the dog-headed man could no longer bear it. The phantom of 100 meters in height suddenly shrank to 70 meters, and endless energy burst out of its body. The energy storm that could destroy everything swept around and swallowed it. Crack, Lenny Xiong wanted to use space to move past the energy, but the attack was like a tide that could not be crossed. The moment she emerged from space, her body was shattered and she died on the spot. Richard sensed the danger coming and immediately controlled the dark energy around him to fight back, but the terrifying attack directly penetrated the darkness. Unable to resist. That was the explosion of divine power, the power of rules. Swish, the violent energy storm tore everything apart and directly washed over Richard's body. At this moment, the Dark King's cloak suddenly burst out with dark energy and protected him. The terrifying attack that killed Rene directly dissipated into nothingness. Like a breeze blowing on his face, it did not cause any damage to him. Absolute defense, can condense a dark shield, can resist any skill attack once, cooldown time, 30 minutes. The skills of the Dark King's cloak blocked this terrifying attack that could destroy everything. After briefly defeating the darkness, the Phantom of the God who regained his perception found that Richard was not killed. He was furious, the divine power surged again, and the second attack was about to break out. Richard reacted faster than him. With a wave of his hand, Rene resurrected from the statue of the old god. The longbow in his hand was fully drawn again. Death hunting. Puff, the distorted shadow of the god shook for a while, and became a little fainter again. The horrible pain forced the god of the dog-headed man to temporarily suspend the attack. But before he could recover, Rene had consumed a drop of divinity, and restored 40 points of divine power. The longbow was drawn for the third time. In order to deal with sudden situations, in addition to the weekly input of 1 point of her 4 divinity into the World Tree Seed, the remaining 3 points would be kept for emergency use. Each point of divinity can instantly restore her divine power to full. Now, 3 points of divinity were consumed in tens of seconds. Adding the original 40 points of divine power, a total of 120 points of divine power, the Phantom of the God has endured 6 death hunts. Coupled with the big move just released, the opponent's momentum has changed from invincible to erratic. It seems that it may collapse at any time. The cage condensed by darkness completely imprisoned the Phantom of the God in place. It can never break free again. The god of the dog-headed man did not expect that such a big change would occur when he thought he was fully prepared. Especially Richard's action of controlling the darkness made him unacceptable. He thought that he could control the situation by suppressing the statue of the old god, but he did not expect that this damn blasphemer had such means. Last time, the opponent was still using a broken mechanical puppet to fight him. This time, the opponent was able to restrict him with his own strength. The growth rate of this blasphemer made him terrified. An extremely strong killing intent rose in his heart. No matter what the cost, he must kill this lowly human. Richard looked at the weakened phantom and controlled the statue of the ancient god to move forward, ready to devour the other party completely. But after getting close, seeing the other party unable to break free, a crazy idea suddenly came to his mind. I wonder if this Phantom of the God of dog-headed men can be imprisoned? Isn't the other party a god? How much value would it have to imprison a god as a research object? His heart thumped, and beat faster. Imprisoning gods, thinking of this picture, he breathed quickly. Perhaps, there is nothing in this world that can make people's adrenaline soar more than this. Even though this phantom only has a trace of the soul of the kobold god. But, is that not enough? His mind raced, and he thought of the crimson moon that he was going to use. Since the crimson moon that was nowhere to be found could frighten the gods. Perhaps he could go and give his gift. It was also possible to let them study the kobold god. Since the other party could make the gods fall, what did it matter if the fallen god was the kobold god? Moreover, what kind of benefits could be exchanged for the soul of the god? After this thought arose, it immediately spread like wild grass. The whole person became excited, and the feeling was like doing something with the first love on an ignorant summer night at the age of 18, which made people's blood boil. The most critical point was that he had a cage to imprison the phantom of the gods. There was a special space inside the statue of the ancient god, and Rene had been sleeping and transforming in it before. After absorbing the energy of the rule-broken land, and the power of the dog-headed god, the statue of the old god has become extremely solid, and the internal space is even more unshakable. Moreover, the statue of the old god feeds on the gods, and is a natural enemy of the opponent, so there is no need to worry about being broken free. The right time, right place, and right people are all in place. Richard took a deep breath and looked at the distorted phantom of the god with a burning gaze. Now, he only needs to solve the problem of how to get the opponent's phantom into the statue of the old god to complete this crazy idea. Weaken first, then collect. After making up his mind, his eyes condensed. Directly control the surrounding condensed into substantial darkness, and send the statue of the old god to the sky above the phantom of the god. After the statue of the old god approached the twisted phantom, it was like a hungry shark smelling blood. Endless dim light eroded down, madly devouring the phantom's divine power. Richard could clearly sense that the power of the statue of the old god was growing, while the phantom in the dark prison was getting weaker. Damn bastard. Seeing the situation that descended on the city of dusk last time reappear, the god of the dog-headed man roared and cursed with extreme unwillingness. In the roar, the momentum suddenly surged 100 times. Forcibly broke free from the dark prison, the pair of dim eyes lit up again, and the scarlet light reappeared. The evil spell that could not be described in words resounded through the sky. The scarlet energy in the eyes of the god of the dog-headed man was like an exploding sun. It rushed straight to Richard. Richard wanted to operate, but he could no longer stop it. Every pore in his body sent him a warning of danger at this moment. Death whispered in his ears. The figure disappeared instantly. Controlling darkness, the skill gave him the ability to move without limit in the darkness. However, the breath of death not only did not disappear, but became more intense. Must-hit skill. Richard noticed this, his eyes suddenly regained calmness, and he stopped moving. In an instant, the scarlet blood light attacked, but at the moment of hitting him, Renee suddenly appeared in front of him. Forcibly blocked the fatal damage. Puff, the body with a bit of illusion was broken again. But Renee's idea did not work. After the blood light tore her apart, it still hit Richard. The moment Richard was hit, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you are hit by the divine art death blood curse. Your body and soul will gradually turn into blood, and your soul will be annihilated. This skill cannot be immune to single target blocking skills. Before he could react, the second reminder sounded. Ding, Shattered Sand Rebirth has taken effect. You will be resurrected in 10 minutes. The next second, Richard felt his body and soul lose perception with severe pain. Then, his consciousness entered a dark space without the concept of time. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like 1 second, and it seemed like 100,000 years, before he gradually regained his perception. When he opened his eyes again, and felt the power surging in his body, he was also a little frightened. What a terrifying divine art. This kind of power that constantly erodes the body, if there is no resurrection skill, the absolute defense that can block one skill attack is useless. Fortunately, he has many trump cards. Concentrate your mind, and immediately concentrate on sensing the front. At this moment, the phantom of the god who once again exploded with a big move is less than 10 meters high. The dim light emitted by the statue of the old god completely enveloped it. Now, the dark prison is useless. Renee, who has been resurrected, is cruising nearby. Sensing Richard's recovery, Renee's face immediately relaxed, and her eyes were fixed on the phantom of the god, preventing any accidents from happening again. You lowly human lord, you are still alive? The god of dogs went crazy when he found out that Richard was alive again. Why did this blasphemer have so many magical treasures? How long has he been in the glorious era? The blood curse of death is a divine art that will not disappear unless the soul is completely annihilated. Even if the opponent has many life-saving skills, it is impossible to stop it. This divine art is specifically designed to deal with enemies with a single life-saving skill. Richard ignored the shocked and angry god of dogs. The gods are not easy to deal with. In order to prevent the night from getting too long and too many dreams, he stepped forward and regained control of the statue of the old god. Speed up the devouring. Sensing that he will completely perish, the shadow of the dog-headed god cursed more fiercely. Richard turned a blind eye. The curse of the weak was just a mockery of his own incompetence. This time, after the statue of the old god completely enveloped the other party, the dog-headed god failed to cause any more accidents. Finally, under the endless devouring, the divine power contained in the shadow was weak to a critical point. At this moment, the statue of the old god shone brightly. A moment later, the central area of the statue of the old god, a shadow composed of darkness and thick fog, lay quietly on the ground. Above the shadow, 2 scarlet gems floated slowly. Imprisoning the gods, this bold and crazy idea, at this moment, succeeded. Sensing the weak shadow of the dog-headed god, Richard was extremely excited. This phantom has a trace of the soul of the god of kobolds. He has imprisoned the soul of the god. Although it is only a pitiful trace, this is the god. No need for any extra words. This word is enough to explain everything in Glorious Era. And this is not the end. This wave also got 2 old gems that can compete with the statue of the old god. With a wave of his hand, the gems floating on the phantom fell off and disappeared directly into the statue of the old god. Outside, Richard held 2 egg-sized scarlet gems and felt the surging power inside. The corners of his mouth were raised high. The god of kobolds really looks like a boy who spreads money. Every time they meet, he can bring him good things. The last time in the City of Dusk, he contributed a lot of divinity and divine power to the statue of the old god. This time, in addition to the divine power, even his own soul was sent. And it also came with 2 gems that can compete with the statue of the old god. This bitch who wanted to bite people was already pressed to the ground by him for the second time. Although this battle was not long and even seemed simple, it brought a lot of pressure to Richard. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a thrilling battle. If it were not for the top skills attached to the legendary equipment, the rebirth of the broken sands that she was born with, and the resurrection of Renee, who could be resurrected continuously, it would be really difficult to withstand the battle after being restricted by the god of the kobolds to the statue of the old god. But there is no if in this world. The many trump cards that were obtained before, after going through life and death, finally played their due role. This wave, it is not a loss. Chapter 378. Boom boom, the rules are constantly broken, and the world begins to collapse. Waves of spatial turbulence tear everything around. Even if the shadow of the kobold god is imprisoned, the destruction of the copy cannot be reversed. Richard once again saw the scene of the collapse of the plane. He seemed to see the scene in the first copy when the president of the Scarlet Council, the top boss, broke the plane and took out the plane stone from it. When his thoughts turned to this, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. With a thought, he directly took out the plane stone that had been quietly stored at the bottom of the box from the system space. The rules are broken and the plane collapses, which seems to be related to the plane stone. The function of the plane stone is to stabilize the plane and support the rules. After taking the plane stone in his hand, he looked down. Its appearance is grayish-white, and it doesn't look much different from ordinary rocks. If it is placed on the roadside, I'm afraid no one will pay attention to it. After Richard waited for a while, he didn't see any unusual movement in the plane stone, and he couldn't help but frown. Was his idea wrong? Isn't that how the plane stone is used? He was unwilling to give in, and the yellow sand on his body surged, and he directly input power into the plane stone. At the same time, he also controlled the surrounding dark energy to infuse it into the plane stone. The plane stone can carry a plane, and it is a top treasure in Glorious Era. The surrounding majestic power was infused into it, but it didn't make it react too much. Looking at the space collapsing more and more around him, Richard gritted his teeth and infused it with all his strength. Under his full firepower, the energy reached a certain limit. The situation finally changed. The plane stone quietly emitted a hazy chaotic light, which dissipated in all directions. Wherever the light passed, those distorted spaces and broken rules calmed down in an extraordinary way. The collapse was stopped. Richard was overjoyed as he watched the situation gradually stabilize. It worked, continued to increase the energy input to the plane stone. The special light emitted by the plane stone made everything around it begin to stabilize again. After a dozen breaths, chaos covered all the uncollapsed areas. The plane that was still turbulent and collapsed just now quietly returned to calm. The plane stone made the darkness glow slightly. Richard was quite excited at this moment and looked around. Outside the chaotic light, there was a silent and dark area. The Void Land. That was the eternal end land without the protection of rules. The endless river bank seemed to hide a giant beast that could devour everything, which made people shudder. He was like a child holding a lantern at night. Even if he tried to raise it high, he could only illuminate a small area in the endless darkness. He retracted his gaze and looked inside the chaotic light. At this time, the floating island below had already become countless fragments. Those fragments had lost their gravity and were floating around. None of the soldiers on the chess pieces survived. After Renee returned to the statue of the old god, only his lonely figure remained in this space where the rules collapsed. Silence. There was no sound in his ears, which made Richard feel very subtle at this moment. He seemed to have experienced the feeling of the god of creation when he created the world. A world without living beings would drive people crazy. Take a deep breath and suppress the fluctuating emotions in your heart. His thoughts returned to the current situation. Looking at the rules that had been controlled around him, Richard, who was holding the plane stone tightly, suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. The shattered space had been suppressed by the plane stone. And after so many things before, this place has become a real no man's land. If the plane stone is placed here, will he get a real plane? The moment this idea came up, the whole person immediately became excited. A plane. How exaggerated is the value? Even if the scope is small now, it doesn't matter. The plane can grow. This is the information learned from the old man who lost his heart. With a plane stone, it seems possible to achieve it. Richard has always been a practical man. Thinking of this, he immediately increased the power input to the plane stone. Under his control, the power of the plane stone began to gradually repair the surrounding rules. Richard could clearly sense that everything in this space was returning to normal track. This made his emotions even more excited. If this idea could work, the gains would be greater than imprisoning the soul of the god. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 hours later. The previously collapsed rules have been restored. Even the fragments of the floating island fell below. Everything is back on track. What made Richard even more excited was that during the repair process, the plane stone had a close connection with him. At this moment, he could even use the power of the plane stone to control this space. He took a deep breath, and with some trepidation, he slowly stopped inputting power into the plane stone. After he stopped, nothing around him changed. Richard turned around and looked around. After confirming that there was no accident, an unspeakable surprise emerged in his heart. Success. He really had a plane, but just as a smile appeared on his face. Crack, a crisp glass sound rang out. In the silent environment, this sound was no less than the sound of thunder. Richard had a bad premonition in his heart. He turned his head suddenly, and looked at the place where the sound came from. The space that had just been repaired now had a clear crack. He hadn't had time to make a move. Crack, the crack instantly dissipated like a spider web, covering the entire space. Richard's face changed again, and he clenched the plane stone tightly and input power into it again. Chaotic light surged. Those cracks began to repair quickly under the special power. But before the repair was completed by 1/10, crack, bang, the rules of the entire space burst like glass hit by a heavy hammer. The void also exploded at this moment. The space that had just been repaired collapsed. And the speed of collapse this time was more than 10 times faster than before. In a few breaths, the surrounding space had been swallowed by the void, and only Richard was left. The plane stone barely supported a place for him to stay, so that he was not affected. Seeing this sudden scene, Richard's expression was very complicated. I thought I could use the plane stone to obtain a plane. But I didn't expect that this plane that collapsed to only a tiny piece of land could not last long. Take a deep breath and forcefully suppress the emotions in your heart. Looking at the endless void 100 meters away, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sure enough, controlling the plane is simpler than I imagined. If the plane is so easy to control, it would have been flooded long ago. After the rules were repaired by the plane stone, the overall space power became very weak, and the space barrier could no longer isolate the erosion of the void. This should be the main reason for the collapse of the plane. And because the plane power is so small that it can be ignored, the plane stone can mobilize far less rule power and cannot support the plane. And this special camp copy has imperfect rules itself, and it is more difficult to support an imperfect plane. Another thing is that my current strength is not enough to fully exert the power of the plane stone. For various reasons, this attempt failed. After Richard made a summary, his mood gradually calmed down and his eyes regained clarity. Failure is not terrible, just try again next time. And this attempt is also quite precious. With this experience, he has a clear idea of how to use the plane stone. It was no longer the state of not understanding at all, and even having to rely on blind men to feel the elephant. Retracting his mind, looking at the lonely and endless void in front of him, Richard did not stop, waved his hand, controlled the plane stone, and used the remaining power around to break the space. Disappeared on the spot. When repairing the rules, he controlled the coordinates of returning from the rules, so he did not have to worry about getting lost. The moment he left, the only remaining trace of rules was completely annihilated in the void. The camp copy was completely destroyed. Violet Manor. Chris had been waiting near the grass for several hours. But Richard was still nowhere to be seen. This made the girl look a little serious. She looked at the players next to her, her eyes cold. Are you sure you can be resurrected after dying in that sub-copy? For the so-called copy, in the eyes of the natives, it was just another name for the ancient ruins, and she didn't care. Because of the special rules of the ancient ruins, any situation was not surprising, which was what she was worried about. Several players had no temper with Chris and nodded repeatedly. Yes, we were killed by the god of the dog-headed man and resurrected. Then why hasn't Mr. Richard returned for such a long time? Chris's tone was a little dissatisfied. Her tone was completely different from the past. As the daughter of a legendary strongman, the most distinguished person in Solon City, the little girl in front of Richard was a special case. In front of outsiders, her words could determine the fate of countless people. Born to be the superior. The few people were interrogated, and beads of sweat fell wildly on their faces. They stammered and could not explain anything. When they saw the shadow of the dog-headed man breaking the rules, he was killed in one move. Who knew what happened next? Wire looked at the angry Chris and stepped forward to comfort him. Your Highness Chris, you don't have to worry. Even if the city lord encounters a god in that ruin, his life will not be in danger. Before she left the Dusk City, she had already bound to the hero altar, knowing how extraordinary the magical building that can revive hero units is. Hearing this, Chris's face looked a little better. He stopped looking at the players, who were frightened and stared at the sky in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. He didn't know how long it had been. The space in front of him was rippling like water waves. Then, a heroic figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed on the grass. Seeing the figure of the person coming, several players were so excited that they almost cried. Boss Qingqiu, you finally came out. If they didn't come out, the little princess of Solon City would probably skin them alive. With the other party's status, it would be a matter of a word to kill them. He didn't know how the other party did it, and he could make this noble girl with such an extraordinary status care about him. If they had a thigh of an NPC of Chris's level, they would be able to take off in one wave. When Chris saw Richard, the worry on her face disappeared and she showed a very bright smile. She came forward in a long pure white noble dress, then hugged his arm without any hesitation, and chirped with her head tilted. Sir Richard, did you just meet a god in the ancient ruins? Several players immediately pricked up their ears. They also wanted to hear what happened to Richard in a few hours. It stands to reason that with the strength of the god, the other party could not stay for such a long time. Hyena seemed to have thought of something and whispered. Could it be that the boss of Qingqiu was locked up and tortured by that stupid god for a while? Thinking of the furious attitude of the god of dog-headed men before they were wiped out, he suddenly felt that this idea was very likely to be true. At the moment, he looked at Richard with a subtle expression. The bald man sighed softly. It's not easy for the leader of Qingqiu either. Just think about it, you will know what price you have to pay to become the strongest group. Richard didn't pay much attention to the guys who were muttering. He pulled his arm out of Chris's arms with a smile and tears, and the little lotus just showed its tip, which really made him uninterested. He stretched out his hand and pinched the other's fair face. Little kid, why are you asking so many questions? Chris, who had been waiting for several hours to satisfy her curiosity, was very dissatisfied. She stamped her feet and glared at Richard fiercely. She said hatefully, Sir Richard, I have been worried about you for several hours, she said with a wrong face, as if tears were about to flow out. Anyone who saw her would feel distressed. Richard glanced at Wei Er, and when he saw the girl nodded, his heart was warmed. Although this little girl was a little young in her mental age, her character was really good. He rubbed the other's head and comforted her for a long time before making the girl laugh. Chris was unwilling to be coaxed like this and muttered, You haven't told me what happened in the ruins yet, she said with curiosity. Did you really scold the god of dog-headed man? A dog with a broken spine dared to bark. She shuddered when she thought of the heroic Richard pointing at a god and cursing. Richard's actions, his rebelliousness, his challenge to rules, and his contempt for authority were extremely attractive to this girl who had lived under protection since childhood. The excitement brought by the adventure was completely incomparable to the trivialities of life. Seeing the little girl's eyes light up, Richard said with some amusement, The god of dog-headed man has a feud with the City of Dusk. A few months ago, the other party wanted to descend to the main plane and flatten the Dusk City. We are enemies who will never stop fighting. What's wrong with scolding him? This was said lightly, but Chris's face became serious. A god wanted to flatten a territory. And how long had the Dusk City been established a few months ago? Could it withstand the majesty of the gods? No wonder the other party was so angry. At that time, I'm afraid that the Dusk City suffered heavy losses. Then he slowed down his voice. What happened next? What happened next? Richard smiled and didn't speak. Seeing this, Weir next to him couldn't help it, and said with strong admiration in his eyes, Lady Chris, the avatar of the Kobold God was later hunted down by Lord Richard. The god of the Dungeon Clan failed to harm the City of Dusk, so the Kobold God hated you so much. Richard had hunted down the avatar of the Kobold God a few months ago? This heavy news was like a depth bomb, making Chris, who was not mentally prepared, feel dizzy. The gods represent the supreme majesty and glorious era. They are the controllers of rules that cannot be challenged or desecrated. The absolute master. Having lived in such a background since childhood, it is conceivable what the gods represent to her. Not only Chris, but most of the natives have unimaginable respect for those great beings who control absolute power. But now, in front of her stood a lord of divine grace who had hunted down the avatar of the gods. That feeling was difficult for Chris to describe. What if we meet each other again in the ruins? Chris's eyes were filled with an indescribable heat and anticipation. It felt like I was listening to a heroic story, and heard that I was going to fight the last big devil. Sir Richard, did you destroy the clone of the god of kobolds again? Richard shook his head. That's not the case. The expectation on Chris's face froze, and after a long sigh, she finally regained some calmness. Yes, this kind of act of slaughtering the clone of the gods. Even the extraordinary, or even the legendary strong, may not be able to do it, and it may happen again and again. Presumably, Sir Richard is still like other gods and lords, who died before leaving. Thinking of this, she was about to open her mouth to comfort the other party, but Richard's next sentence made her completely confused. I am just the clone of the god of kobolds, imprisoned. Imprisoned? Imprisoned? Chris's ears buzzed, and she felt a surge of hot blood rushing to her head, and the whole person immediately became extremely excited. Imprisoning the gods. This word made it almost difficult for her to stand. Her heart was beating wildly at this moment. Her face flushed. The other party not only destroyed the clone of the kobold god, but also captured and imprisoned him. That was a god. Although the kobold god was not the most powerful being in the dungeon god system, he was also a ruler with a name in the entire main plane. Now, the god who was high above, invincible, and in control of absolute rules was imprisoned by the Lord of Divine Grace in front of her. A sense of excitement of breaking taboos made her almost unable to control herself. Looking at Richard, it seemed like there were stars twinkling in her eyes. Several players were also stunned when they heard this. After coming to their senses, they suddenly felt dry mouth and tongue. The impact on their hearts was no less than Chris. They had personally experienced the tyranny of the gods. With a wave of the other party's hand, dozens of floating islands collapsed directly, and tens of thousands of troops were destroyed. The extremely terrifying feeling made them almost despair. But now, Richard told them that the existence that they thought was absolutely invincible was enslaved and imprisoned by him. The strong contrast of the two extremes made it impossible for them to describe their emotions at the moment. They were so excited that they wanted to slap their thighs. Chapter 379. After returning to the living room, Chris's face was still flushed, and she looked at Richard with a little admiration. Several players were still in an excited mood, and could not get out of it for a long time. The news of imprisoning gods was too shocking for both the natives and the players. Even if he imprisoned only a clone of a god. But no matter how weak, it is still a god, the ultimate power of this world. Sir Richard, can you let me see the imprisoned clone of the god? Just take a look. Chris looked at Richard with eagerness, blinking her big eyes, and her cute look was full of spirituality. Several players also pricked up their ears. Who doesn't want to see this thing? It will also give you more topics to talk about when you brag about it in the future. Richard shook his head. The sealed object cannot be taken out, and it is easy to cause problems. The power of the gods is elusive, so we must not be careless. The most important thing is that the origin of the old god statue that feeds on the gods is too extraordinary. Just revealing its aura can make the god of the dog-headed man, and the revived god in the Broken Rule land shocked, and even terrified. How exaggerated. He will not reveal it unless it is absolutely necessary. What is the ancient god? After he came to Solon City, he secretly explored it several times, but he did not find the answer. No one has even heard of it, as if such a thing does not exist in this world. This feeling is like someone has erased everything about the ancient god. The more so, the more he feels that there is a huge horror hidden in it. Chris was not disappointed. It would be strange if the treasure that sealed the gods could be taken out at will. Her special identity gave her more knowledge than ordinary people, and made her know the importance of it. Then you must keep it well. The gods must not be underestimated. Richard admired the little girl's ability to know when to advance, and when to retreat. After organizing his words a little, he said slowly, I have formed an irreconcilable hatred with the god of dogs. As long as it lives one day, it will always spy on the city of dusk. Chris, I heard that there is a force called Crimson Moon. The other party has a way to deal with the gods. I need to find that force, and use their power to hunt down the god of dogs. Richard's understated words said something that would make all the natives of Glorious Era tremble in their hearts. Slaughter the gods, drag the great existence that controls the rules, is high above, and even touching the other party is an unforgivable sin into hell. Several players were shocked at this moment. But they were more concerned about one point, the Crimson Covenant. At this moment, there was a feeling of sudden enlightenment. No wonder the Qingqiu boss revealed the secret of imprisoning the gods. It turned out that he wanted to use the power of the little princess of Solon City to explore new expansion packs. Come to think of it, since the Crimson Moon can make the gods afraid, there must be a way to deal with the gods. Finding the Crimson Moon can not only explore new expansion packs, but also solve big problems. killing two birds with one stone. And what's more amazing is that Chris, as the Princess of Solon City, can directly affect all aspects of this terrifying city on the edge of the Death Desert. Once the other party agrees, it will definitely play a huge role. When several people thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Chris, who had a little admiration in her eyes, and their hearts were full of emotion. The boss is worthy of being a boss. Any action of his is full of meaning. Now he not only has a closer relationship with this noble girl who is rebellious and likes excitement, but also has rationalized the exploration of the Crimson Covenant. They can't find anything abrupt. The crazy idea of killing gods made Chris's heart tremble again. Richard's bold actions again and again have been constantly challenging her ideas to the extreme, making her feel unprecedented excitement. His tone was a little unnatural and trembling. "Sir Richard, are you serious?" "Of course." The short and powerful response made Chris take a few deep breaths and couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. "But that's a god." "Yes." Richard smiled. "But so what?" "So what?" Chris's face was flushed like a cooked prawn, breathing rapidly and looking at him closely. "I help you." The god killer's participation in this deviant and extremely crazy event was simply an irresistible temptation for this girl, who looked well behaved but was full of rebellious emotions. Richard stretched out his hand and pinched the other's face. He smiled. "Silly girl, don't be so nervous. I won't put you in danger. You just need to help me get the news. The power of the City of Dusk outside is almost zero. It is too difficult to find out where the Crimson Moon is. What I need most now is to find the Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon is the next expansion pack, which means that the other party will affect every aspect of Glorious Era for a long time in the future. Even if the matter of imprisoning the god of the kobolds had not happened, he would have made in-death arrangements." Chris was a little curious when she heard that he valued this force so much. "Crimson Moon, I have never heard of this force. What is their origin and can threaten the gods?" Richard shook his head. "I also learned about this force from a special channel. Crimson Moon has special means to deal with gods, but I don't know much information, so I asked you for help." He looked at the other party's smart eyes seriously. "Chris, I need your help. The system has restricted the information of Crimson Moon this time, such as when it will come, which players cannot reveal. They can only mention the name and the general impact. Speaking or using magic, paper, and other means to record and transmit will be restricted by the rules and cannot be done directly. Under this special power, the natives did not react much to the Crimson Covenant that caused an uproar among the players. Even though a large number of players were trying to find out about this kind of news, they didn't take it seriously because they were too vague. Anyway, these guys with abnormal brains often talk nonsense. At the beginning, some even shouted that they wanted to kill the gods. If they took every word seriously, they would have been annoyed to death. Looking at Richard's deep eyes, Chris's face became more and more rosy. She avoided his eyes unnaturally and pretended to be calm. I will ask someone to find out about the news of Scarlet Moon when I go back," he said with a worried reminder. "But I will also participate in the subsequent plans." Richard looked at the girl, who was full of yearning and couldn't help but smile. "If it's safe, yes." Chris was happy then. Seeing Chris give a positive response, several players wailed in their hearts, saying that the boss of Qingqiu was too good. After not talking for long, Chris, who was thinking about participating in the great cause of killing gods, turned around and left the manor excitedly. Looking at that posture, she was more concerned than Richard. There were only a few players left in the hall. After the air was quiet for a while, the hyena with a lion's head spoke first. "Boss Qingqiu, do you have any tasks to entrust to us? Although I didn't get to hold the thigh this time and pass this faction dungeon. But I also witnessed the style of the boss, and I was more determined to hold the thigh." Richard pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I need you to help me collect some information." The few people who were originally a little nervous were immediately shocked and said hurriedly, "You say?" Richard didn't waste words and said directly, "First, continue to find out the treasures of the contracted heroes, focusing on the treasures that can be contracted above the extraordinary. Second, use the players' channels to collect and organize the information of the Crimson Covenant, and don't miss any clues. Third, help me find out some information about ancient myths, remember a few key words, the old gods, the plain stone, and the world tree seeds. I never treat my people badly. If you do these things well, I will give you generous rewards. The warehouse of Dusk City still has a lot of strategic treasures seized from the underground world, but he doesn't think much of them. It's perfect to use them as rewards." Several people patted their chests. "I will never let you down. If they can hold on to the other party's thigh, they will really get through." After several players left excitedly, Wire, who was silent at the side, hesitated and said, "Sir Richard, can these God's Grace Lords be trusted?" In the eyes of the natives, the reputation of the God's Grace Lords has always been bad, and treacherous and without bottom line are common adjectives. The player's personality is too jumpy. Although it has not been long since she came to Solon City, Wire was inevitably affected after collecting a lot of information. Richard smiled. "Except you, there are not many people in this world that I can trust." Wire was puzzled. "Then why do you?" Richard shrugged. "Even if they spread the mission I gave them all over the world, it will not affect anything. When using people, you don't have to block certain things, as long as you are sure to control the situation." His attitude towards players has always been that they can be used, but they will not be disclosed. Using them is just a casual layout. If it succeeds, it is an extra gain. If it fails, it will not lose anything. For the truly important things, he would keep a part of his heart for anyone except his heroes. Just like the news of imprisoning the Phantom of the Gods, even if a few people spread it all over the world, I am afraid that few people would believe it, because they don't even know what they used to imprison and how they imprisoned. The natives would only think that these idiots were daydreaming. And there was nothing wrong with the information they collected. Who wouldn't want to have those things? Of course, as long as these guys' IQs were not offline, they would not spread it all over the world. The hustle and bustle for profit. There is no point in doing things that have no benefits. Wire looked at Richard with a calm expression. Her eyes moved slightly, and she said no more. She just mentioned it extra, as long as the other party knew it. And she didn't think that with the other party's skills, he would fail in such a small matter. Richard looked at the slightly thin voice in front of him, and changed the subject. "Wire, do you have any ideas about how the Violet Chamber of Commerce will develop next?" Wire shook her head calmly. "Sir Richard, I have too little information in my hands, and the underground world has not yet integrated the information I need. I need some time." Richard nodded in understanding. "The Chamber of Commerce was just established, and everything needs to be laid out. I don't think it will be so fast. Don't worry, we still have time. You should build the framework of the Violet Chamber of Commerce first, so that the Chamber of Commerce can operate normally." After speaking for a moment, he said slowly, "I will leave 20 million units of resources as the startup funds for the Chamber of Commerce. Although the Silver Goblins and Halfwing people can serve as the backbone, we also need to buy some ordinary slaves and merchants to fill in. I will go back immediately. All the important tasks of the Chamber of Commerce are handed over to you. It has been a while since I came out. The several purposes of coming to Solon City are to establish the Chamber of Commerce and explore the functions of the Plain Stone and the World Tree Seed, which have different degrees of gains. If I stay any longer, I will not see any benefits in a short time." He has to go back and make some additional preparations for the next S-level task of exploring the temple. In addition, there are still branches of the rotten tree in his hand, and he also needs to explore. When he came, he also found the glass mine occupied by the desert dragon. Maybe there will be another hunt. Although the number of skeleton blood dragons has expanded to 12 teams, with the corpses of flying dragons after the orcs were crushed, it is not enough for the situation that is about to change. Strength is the basis for the City of Dust to stand firm. There is no limit to the number of one-star crown troops. The revived god in the Broken Rule land must also be dealt with. If we delay any further, I don't know what changes will happen. Sir, is the news about the Crimson Moon really that important to us? Hearing Wire's slightly cold voice, Richard nodded. It's more important than what I said. There will be drastic changes in the future, and the Crimson Moon is the key. You should also pay attention to these news during this period. If time is not too urgent, establishing our information channels is the most important thing. In his layout, the Violet Chamber of Commerce is not just a Chamber of Commerce. Wire was silent. It has only been a short time. Even if she has great ability, it is impossible to build an intelligence organization. After Wire left, Richard stood up and walked to the open glass window, staring at the violet meadow in front of him. He fell into deep thought. Everything to be done in the next period of time is urgent and important. S-level missions are related to the contract to enslave the vampire Archduke. Crimson Moon is a future expansion pack, and the world will change because of it. At the same time, it is also related to the layout of hunting the god of kobolds. In addition, the rotten tree, the place where rules are broken, and even going to the Krina tribe with Cena cannot be shirked. He took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. These major events are both challenges and opportunities. Seize this wave of opportunities, and the City of Dusk will definitely achieve leapfrog development again. From his recent experience, He vaguely felt that the situation had begun to become turbulent. The future will never be calm. The surging waves are already faintly visible. This made him tighten the string in his heart a little bit. However, he also firmly believed that no matter how many difficulties and challenges there were, they would become stepping stones for Twilight City to reach the top of the mountain. His eyes were as firm as ever. Chapter 380. October 8th, early morning. Chris looked at Wei Air angrily. Sir Richard left? This bad guy didn't say goodbye to me. She went back yesterday and tried so hard to help him find the Crimson Moon. This guy should be severely punished by her father. Wei looked at the unhappy girl and said softly, Sir Richard said that your highness is open-minded by nature, unlike ordinary vulgar nobles, and will not care about these secular etiquette. He also specifically asked me to tell you that the Lord will prepare a special gift for you next time he comes back, which will definitely satisfy you. Special gift? Chris's eyes lit up, and her anger just now disappeared instantly. She raised her head and pretended to be indifferent. Humph, this guy only knows how to coax me, Wei Air. When Sir Richard comes back, tell me the first time, and I will settle accounts with him next time. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, Wei Air couldn't help but smile. She finally understood why the Lord liked to tease him so much. After coming to her senses, she turned her head and looked at the silver goblins and half-winged people who were getting up one after another, and her eyes regained clarity. The next task was very heavy. Lord Richard had sent her from Dusk City to take over the Violet Chamber of Commerce. She knew exactly what he expected of her, especially since the Violet Chamber of Commerce was the only window for Dusk City to the outside world. This responsibility had risen to a significant level. However, no matter how great the difficulties were, she would not give up. She would not let the Lord down, and the Violet Chamber of Commerce would definitely become the most important helper for Dusk City. She firmly believed in this. The carriage stopped in front of the half-plane where the soldiers were stored. After using the token to lead the sleeping soldiers and Alvis out, Richard did not stay for too long. He rode Alvis directly and flew into the depths of the desert. The guarding army did not care about this. The edge of the Death Desert can still tolerate flying soldiers. Only when they go hundreds of kilometers deep will they trigger the characteristics of being lost. After flying away, Richard seemed to think of something and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. That extremely powerful city was like an ancient beast entrenched on the earth. It made people feel awe. His eyes were a little subtle. When he came again next time, he might be in a different state. His face flushed, wondering if the city would change. He turned his head and stopped thinking about it. Beside him, Sina and the Dark Valkyrie rode with him. For some reason, Richard always felt that the two heroes seemed to be in a bad mood. After Solon City completely disappeared from his sight, he said slowly, Xena, Fui, are you hiding something from me? Xena was in a trance, watching the yellow sand land passing by quickly in front of her eyes, and was awakened. She turned her head and saw Richard's inquiring eyes, and her face showed a depressed mood that he had never seen before. Sir Richard, am I useless? Richard was stunned when he heard the girl's words that didn't sound like a joke. Useless? What a joke. This super A-level hero, who always charges to the front line and tears the enemy's defense line with the most domineering attitude once fighting, is useless? Even if a god came, he couldn't say such a thing. Just when she was about to speak, Xena continued in a low voice. It's because of my low strength that you didn't let me follow you when you entered the ruins. And even if I go with you, I can hardly help you in the battle with the god of kobolds. There was a little confusion in his eyes. The god of kobolds is the sinner who sealed the power of the Krina people, and is my biggest enemy. But I can't face him directly. The voice was full of self-blame, which made people feel inexplicably distressed. Richard finally found the crux of the problem. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good guy, you, a level 14 hero, want to fight against the gods? You are so frustrated when you can't beat the opponent. Is it necessary? Even if a legendary strongman comes, he will have to bear great pressure when facing the gods, let alone you? Reached out and rubbed the other party's little head, and said softly, Xena, the god of the kobolds, is a rule controller above level 30, and one of the most powerful beings in the world. You are only level 14, and the opponent is not an enemy you should deal with at your level. Your achievements for the City of Dusk are enough to be called brilliant. No one is qualified to underestimate you. Your future is full of hope. It is normal that you cannot fight the god of the kobolds now. The opponent has survived for millions of years. How old are you? But I firmly believe that one day you will be able to cut off the opponent's dog head with the sword in your hand. Don't be discouraged. You are Xena, a descendant of the Krina tribe, a hero of the City of Dusk, my most trusted subordinate, and the strongest warrior who will amaze the whole world in the future. I believe in you." Hearing these powerful words of encouragement, a warm current surged into my heart. Xena's eyes flushed a little, and she took a few deep breaths to barely suppress her emotions. The confusion in her eyes faded away, and she became tough again. Yes, she is a descendant of the Krina tribe, a hero of the City of Dusk, and a subordinate of Lord Richard. How could she be afraid and retreat? The City of Dusk needs her, Lord Richard trusts her, and she is not afraid of anything, even if the other party is a god. Her eyes are blazing and eye-catching. One day, she will step up to the supreme altar step by step, as the Lord expects, and personally cut off the head of the god of dog-headed people. She swears with her soul that she will not let the Lord down. After a long time, Hina, who had adjusted herself, said solemnly, "Lord Richard, after returning to the City of Dusk, I hope to go back to the Krina tribe alone." Richard saw that the girl had returned to her former demeanor, and nodded in appreciation. But after hearing what the other party said, he frowned slightly. "Go back alone?" Hina nodded. "Yes, I need to know why my tribe didn't reply to my message. I need to know what happened. In addition, this trip to Solon City made me feel that my strength is far from enough. I hope to reach level 15 as soon as possible, or even enter the extraordinary level." The tone was firm and unwavering. Only if he became stronger, he would not let her wait behind him next time. She hated that feeling very much. The dark Valkyrie heard the words, and her pale golden eyes flashed with a sharp look. Her unique high-level language sounded, "My lord, I hope you can also agree to let me go to experience combat, which is my destination. My level has been stagnant at level 15 for too long." Richard felt the firm attitude of the two top heroes, and his heart was also a little subtle. This time he left the two of them alone to go to the dungeon, but he didn't expect that it would have such a big impact. It's a good thing to say that it's better for subordinates to be motivated than to lie down and do nothing. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. "Xena, this time, we will go back to the Krina tribe with you, and I won't accompany you. With the hero altar, there is no need to worry about any accidents happening to the two of them. Moreover, with their abilities, as long as they don't encounter extraordinary power, or a large army, ordinary opponents will hardly pose any threat to them." After getting their consent, Xena and the Dark Valkyrie looked at each other, and were in a good mood. Albus, who was sitting down, heard the conversation between the few people and muttered, "Master, I also need to upgrade my level. The Great Dragon Clan cannot be trampled underfoot all the time." Richard laughed dumbly. Why is this guy joining in the fun? But after thinking about it, his heart moved. The strategy of the City of Dusk has always been to upgrade the nests of soldiers, but it has neglected the cultivation of top combat power. It seems that it is time to change the direction and cultivate top combat power. Especially the Dark Valkyrie. The combat power of this boss is well deserved to be the best in the field. If she can be upgraded to level 18 or 19, and then activate the ultimate move, the final form, the level will be increased by 3 levels. She may be able to directly have extraordinary combat power. At that time, with this trump card, it will be a little more likely to complete the S-level task. He made a decision in his heart. After returning, not only Cena, Gunter, Gray, Amirida, but even the ancient tree of the evil god, their levels must be upgraded. Not to mention extraordinary, at least level 15 or above. After regaining his mind, he opened the system map and looked at it carefully. There are 3 eye-catching marks on it, all of which are the harvest from coming to Solon City. The glass vein is located in the west. There is a group of desert dragons here. When he came, Rebecca specifically asked him to avoid it. You can hunt dragons in this map to expand the number of skeleton blood dragons. To the north, the rotten tree, he accidentally found a branch with a special breath from the player's hand, and knew the existence of the rotten tree. And consuming 100 points of divine power can make the branches of the rotten tree revived, which made him more certain that the evil tree that the player said had died still had treasures waiting for him to dig. To the south, the S-level mission, the place where the temple that sealed the heart of the gods was located. After a few glances, his eyes focused on the glass vein. He originally planned to explore the rotten tree first, but after getting the news about the desert dragon in Solon City, he set his sights on these top predators in the desert. Every year in late October is the breeding season for desert dragons. At this time, they will return to the dragon nest, and will not stay outside for a long time. If you delay, you don't know when you will meet them next time. After having a goal, he no longer hesitated and immediately asked Alves to speed up. He galloped away with the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead behind him. There was no drag from Rebecca's subordinates when he came. The flying speed increased significantly. Richard estimated that it exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. For the skeleton blood dragon, which is not known for its fast flying speed, it is already considered high speed. If it was Alves, the dragon hero, he could reach 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. From early morning to dusk, the sun sets on the earth. The colorful clouds in the sky are red, like a girl seeing her lover's face, a hot face. On the undulating yellow sand land, layers of gravel are piled up, and a piece of crystal clear glass is spread all over the sand dunes. The glass reflects the glow, making the sky full of rainbow colors. The colorful area stretching for dozens of kilometers gives people a strong visual impact. Richard looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, and he was quite moved. No wonder the dragon likes glittering objects. Master, I smell the breath of the dragon, they are just ahead. Alves's empty tone was full of strong fighting spirit. Richard's eyes condensed. He immediately raised his vigilance. Rebecca mentioned it before. There were more than 2 squadrons of desert dragons, ranging from level 15 to 17, led by a level 17 dragon hero. She led 3 squadrons of level 15 soldiers, and 1 squadron was directly killed by the opponent. Of course, the desert dragons had air superiority, but it also showed their ferocity. Master, I request a fight. The Dark Valkyrie spoke first, with high fighting spirit. The battle in her hands had not drunk blood for half a month. Hina's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Then she spoke. Please give the order. Richard looked at the determined eyes of the two and smiled. Be careful. After receiving the order, the Dark Valkyrie holding a 3-meter-long sword suddenly floated up. The momentum surged like a tsunami. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. Holding the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Hina wore bloodthirsty armor, full of blood, and stood in the air. The killing intent was terrifying. Fearless warriors, never afraid of fighting. At this moment, a low roar came from the front. The accompanying breath can make ordinary life tremble. Aura skills dragon power, one of the most ferocious pressures in Glorious Era. Roar, in the blink of an eye. A terrifying giant, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters rose from the ground. The body was covered with solid gray-black scales, which might not be pierced by siege crossbows, and the defense was amazing. There was a row of razor-like bone spurs growing on the back, extending from the back of the neck to the tail, making it full of ferocious breath. The dragon wings flapped, raising a strong airflow and raising sand all over the sky. The strong limbs had sharp claws that flashed cold light, and they could destroy a wall with brute force. Desert Dragon, level 15, potential, crowned 3 stars. Looking around, the previous color level is 15 to 17. With its ferocious appearance, it gives people an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Dragon. The existence at the top of the food chain in this world. Even if it only has a part of the dragon blood, its combat power will be more fierce than that of the same level. If the other party attacks, the skeleton blood dragon and the dead stone statue will suffer heavy losses. There is a significant gap in the level and potential of both sides. Richard looked indifferent, without commanding the army to evade or perform other operations, just watching hundreds of desert dragons rushing over. The desert dragons have a strong hostility towards the skeleton blood dragons, and these undead spirits make them feel humiliated. They immediately wanted to bypass the Dark Valkyrie and Cena and attack them directly. But the next moment, the desert dragon's thoughts were suppressed. The 2 top heroes, who had looked down upon, launched fatal attacks. The Dark Valkyrie held a 3-meter-long sword and slashed through the air. In an instant, thousands of brilliant sword auras burst out around her. The void exploded directly. It was as if someone had used thousands of long swords to draw across the sand, densely packed with knife marks. All directions were destroyed. Super A level, with itself as the center, burst out thousands of sword auras, slashing in all directions, causing indiscriminate damage to a radius of 100 meters, consuming a minimum of 1,000 points of chi and blood, and increasing chi and blood consumption can increase the power and range of the attack. Wherever the sword light passed, those desert dragons that bypassed the Dark Valkyrie were directly slashed into the body that was poured like steel, like tofu. Blood splattered, and flowers of death exploded in the air. Some desert dragons were even pierced through the bones and fell on the spot. The scene became bloody and terrifying. The desert dragon, which had just looked down on the Dark Valkyrie and locked its target on the skeleton blood dragon behind, was startled. They all turned their heads to look at the domineering figure holding a knife. Their anger suddenly surged. They no longer thought about bypassing them. The top soldiers attacked with the most crazy attitude. Roar, their throats suddenly lit up with a scorching light. The dragon's breath was hot enough to melt steel. and it pulled out a tongue of fire dozens of meters long, devouring everything. The light was distorted by the high temperature. The Dark Valkyrie did not retreat a single step, and swung the long knife in her hand. Endless sword light burst out, and slashed directly at the dragon's breath. A scene that shocked the desert dragon appeared. The dragon's breath that could destroy everything was actually directly annihilated by the opponent's sword light. Dragon breath, invalid, the long sword broke through the void, and the dark blood attached to the weapon. When attacking, it could destroy all the enemy's skills and attacks. The Dark Valkyrie rushed up with the dragon's breath, and in an instant, she came to the front of the nearest desert dragon. In the pupils of the desert dragon, a figure wearing black armor was already reflected. A bit of fear emerged in my heart. When I wanted to dodge, I suddenly felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness. The 3-meter-long sword slashed through the void with a sharp blade. Puff, a huge dragon head flew out. The headless corpse fell down quickly, and hit the sand hard, splashing gravel more than 10 meters high. The fighting style of the Dark Valkyrie was still as strong and domineering as ever. Wherever she passed, no opponent could resist the sword in her hand. On the other side, although Hina was not as rampant as the Dark Valkyrie in battle, this super A-level hero did not lose color either. Master-level combat skills, plus the floating ability brought by blood, plus the dragon-slaying sword in her hand that has special damage to dragons. The burst of attacks is more fierce than the last wave. After being stained with dragon blood, the 5-star bloodthirsty armor on her body can provide her with endless power. This fearless warrior slaughters dragons like killing dogs. It seems that he wants to pour out his pent-up emotions in Solon City on the desert dragon. Richard watched hundreds of high-level soldiers above level 15 being sniped by 2 heroes. The emotions are also a bit subtle. He seemed to have heard correctly just now that these 2 guys said that they were not strong enough and their levels were too low. Hunting a group of soldiers with higher levels than themselves like chickens, is this called insufficient strength? If others saw him, wouldn't he be autistic? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt a little emotional. I wonder what kind of shocking power these 2 top beings will burst out after they are promoted to extraordinary, or even legendary. It's worth looking forward to. And if these 2 can be promoted to extraordinary, then what's the point of bicycles? And he doesn't have to look for the contract scroll so hard. The vampire archduke in the blood coffin? What kind of thing is that? Is he worthy of comparing with his Cena? Is he worthy of comparing with his Dark Valkyrie? Under the violent attack of the 2 top heroes, more than 1/3 of the desert dragons were killed in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. A fierce dragon might surge from the rear. Everyone on the field felt this momentum. Richard looked into the distance. In his sight, a terrifying creature with a body size of more than 30 meters appeared. The desert dragon hero appeared. The battle was entering its climax. Richard didn't notice that on a small hill 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, several players, who had merged with the sand and had no breath at all, were staring at the battle between the 2 sides with wide eyes. Fuck, what level of NPC is that? He actually killed the desert dragon like a dog. How terrifying. Should we still complete the mission? Why do I feel so weak? Whether it's the desert dragon or the 2 terrifying NPCs, they can kill us with one hand. Fuck, what's there to be afraid of? Didn't you see that the desert dragon was attracted away? Now is the best time. After this, we brothers will be rich. No matter how big the risk is, it's worth it. Let's go. Before they find out what's in this glass mine, let's take it and run away immediately. Taking advantage of the gap when the desert dragon was led away, the few people who merged with the desert quietly moved into the glass mine. Neither of the 2 warring parties noticed this scene at this time. Chapter 381. Roar, with the appearance of the dragon hero. The desert dragon, that was originally slaughtered, suddenly became more powerful. Mysterious earthy yellow lines appeared on the gray-black scales on its body. A heavy breath like a mountain escaped, and its defense increased greatly. When Hina, holding the dragon-slaying sword, chopped again, she immediately felt obvious resistance. It was like cutting cowhide with a blunt knife. At the same time, the dragon breath of the desert dragon became more violent. The incidental damage increased significantly. Desert Dragon, Hero Unit, Potential, A-Level, Level, 17. The moment Richard saw the Dragon Hero, with a wingspan of 30 meters, his eyes became more interested. Good guy, A-Level Hero. And it's a dragon. This is the first wild dragon hero he has encountered. He couldn't help but be moved. This is a dragon. One of the top lives in the food chain of Glorious Era. Although he had Alvis in his hand, he was still very jealous of this level of combat power. But he quickly suppressed the idea in his mind. He wanted to tame a dragon hero in the wild, but there was no hope. Hero units are difficult to recruit, and unruly dragons have no chance without contract scrolls. Otherwise, hero units would not be so scarce. This is also the limitation of the rules of Glorious Era. After Richard gave up this idea, he suddenly thought of a treasure, a high-level artifact, the Wishing Balance. This artifact can be exchanged for the items you want with equivalent items. What can you exchange for a level 17, potential A-level dragon hero? This instantly made him excited. Fui, while ensuring your own safety, try to capture the dragon hero alive, no matter how injured or disabled it is. He was really afraid that the Dark Valkyrie would kill the other party with one sword. Although the Dark Valkyrie was 2 levels lower than the other party. But as a boss template, her potential was 2 levels higher than the other party. They were completely different lives. Upon hearing this, the Dark Valkyrie immediately retracted the blade that was as bright as the moon. Deliberately avoiding the dragon hero, the long sword swept across the 4 directions again. Although the ordinary desert dragon had been greatly strengthened, it still could not hinder her. When Xena saw the heroic figure of the Dark Valkyrie, her fighting spirit was also high. Although Fui was stronger than her, she would not fall behind. Kill, when the battlefield situation was tense, inside the glass vein. Several players who had merged with the desert sneaked into the central area at this time. They stopped at a spot where only a few pieces of glass were left. After comparing the map with the photos, one of the tall and thin players whispered, "This is it." Hearing the leader's words, the other players immediately became excited. "President, what should we do?" The tall and thin player subconsciously looked back and heard the fierce fighting sound coming from the periphery of the glass vein, and said decisively, "Make arrangements immediately, and take out the treasures inside as quickly as possible. A 3-star treasure map, the treasures hidden in it will definitely not disappoint us." All the players' eyes became hot. They have obtained the treasure map for more than a month. But in the past month, the desert dragon has been entrenched in the glass vein. They tried every possible way, but couldn't find a way to start. But the heavens will not let down those who work hard. As the snipe and the clam fight, they, the fishermen, will finally benefit. The speed of several people is very fast. They quickly took out buckets of blood emitting strong magic fluctuations from the system space, and under the command of the tall and thin player, they slowly poured them down according to the special distribution rules. Gurgle, gurgle, the blood seeped into the ground, and the dry gravel gradually condensed into scarlet hard blocks. As more and more points were poured in, a special pattern appeared. The magic began to surge gradually. When the last bucket of blood was poured, these points suddenly burst out with a strong energy fluctuation, and then the points were directly connected together. The next second, it was like a key was inserted into the right hole. Rumble, the ground shook violently, cracked to both sides, and sand splashed up. The sound was heard from a very long distance. Several players turned green when they saw the scene. "Fuck, is this thing so noisy?" I turned my head to look to the side, not even daring to breathe, fearing that the enemy would come. When the cracks on the ground completely stopped and the steps were exposed, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one outside noticed. The tall and thin player looked at the crack in the ground and spoke faster. "Everyone has a resurrection scroll, and you will lose at most 3 levels if you die. This treasure can be guarded by a desert dragon, and there must be good things hidden inside. Everyone go in. As long as you can get the treasure inside, it's worth dying." Other players have already prepared themselves mentally. After hearing this, they rushed in without hesitation. Richard heard the sound of the earth and subconsciously looked in that direction. Because of the undulating sand dunes, he didn't see anything unusual, only saw a cloud of dust floating in the sky. But this scene made him frown slightly, and he keenly felt that something was wrong. This movement didn't seem like something a desert dragon could make. Is there any change inside? Turning his head to look at the unclear situation, he had to speed up the progress. As his mind turned, the endless power of yellow sand on his body surged up. On the ground, the gravel suddenly lost its gravity and flew upside down. Although the desert dragon found something unusual, the gravel covered the entire space and couldn't avoid it at all. In a moment, the yellow sand suddenly condensed on them and forcibly wrapped the joints, directly carrying the shackles. The flexibility immediately dropped sharply. The desert dragon was suppressed by the Dark Valkyrie and Cena, and after this battle, it was even more unable to fight them. The Dark Valkyrie seized the opportunity and swung the long sword in her hand intensively. Every swing would definitely take the life of a dragon. The level 17 dragon hero has been trying to forcefully snipe the Dark Valkyrie. But the Dark Valkyrie did not entangle with her, and she ran away at the first touch. With her powerful strength and extraordinary fighting skills, the dragon hero could not do anything to her. The dragon breath and the sword light collided in the sky, and the space was distorted. Richard did not go down to hunt, but continued to control the yellow sand to create opportunities for the two heroes. With his assistance, the offensive efficiency was greatly improved. Looking at the one-sided situation, I was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, his auxiliary effect was no worse than his own. The more he used the super A-level skill of controlling yellow sand, the more he felt its potential was endless. Soon, with the assistance of Richard, the Dark Valkyrie and Hina forcefully cleared the desert dragons of the two squadrons. In the end, only the 17th level dragon hero was left on the field. This fierce desert dragon almost went crazy when he saw his subordinates being slaughtered. He launched wave after wave of attacks on the Dark Valkyrie, his eyes filled with violence and anger. But under the blade that could destroy everything, these attacks were strongly blocked. The Dark Valkyrie did not retreat and evade. Richard saw that the situation had been settled, and his mind moved slightly. He raised his hands up. With a clatter, countless grains of sand suddenly surged into the sky, forcibly covering the dragon hero. With his powerful body, the dragon hero ignored the shackles formed by the gravel and forcibly broke everything. But Richard's intention was not to do so. The gravel, under the blessing of magic, greatly weakened his perception. Clang, the long sword slashed. The sword light shone in the sky. The perception was blurred. As soon as the dragon hero realized the danger, he felt a terrible pain in his right wing. His body suddenly lost balance and fell directly down. At this moment, several sharp gravel spikes condensed on the ground in an instant. Puff, the desert dragon's powerful body smashed the spikes down, but its abdomen was also greatly damaged. The sandstorm was still covering his perception. He wanted to get up and struggle. Puff, pain came from the root of the other wing, and the wings could no longer flicker. But even though he lost his perception and his wings were disabled, the desert dragon hero was still fierce. The four limbs propped up the body on the ground, and the dragon's furious breath surged out. The surrounding gravel was directly melted into magma. After punching a big hole, it wanted to break through the gravel's obstruction. But no matter where it moved, the gravel would follow it closely. After a moment, this top life of level 17 could no longer bear it. It roared to the sky. The body suddenly swelled. The scars on the body recovered instantly. At this moment, the aura emitted by the opponent was several times more ferocious than before, full of heart-shaking power. Explosion. The desert dragon's eyes swept all around, and the next moment, a powerful energy shock wave attacked all around. It forcibly blocked the gravel outside. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. This time, its target was no longer the Dark Valkyrie, but Richard. The speed of the dragon's wings flapping was extremely fast. The dragon hero sensed the key point. If Richard was not killed, the gravel that could weaken his perception would become the soil on his grave. But before it flew halfway, suddenly, the sky and the earth lost their color. The dragon hero subconsciously turned his head and saw a long sword that could cut through everything swinging down. His pupils suddenly widened and he wanted to escape, but no matter how he flapped his wings, he could not avoid it. Puff, the sword light was the result of the battle. From the tail directly to the back of the neck, a horrible wound exploded, and the rolling flesh and blood looked terrifying. The dragon hero, who was so fierce just now, fell directly from the sky, smashed on the gravel, and splashed dust all over the sky. The Dark Valkyrie slowly floated over, looking at the dying dragon below indifferently. "I've been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. I didn't use it before because I was afraid that the other party couldn't stop her god-killing." The master's order to her was to capture him alive. Richard looked at the desert dragon hero, whose momentum receded like a tide, and who was lying on the ground and unable to get up, and felt a little subtle in his heart. A few months ago, when he saw a desert dragon, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now, this potential A-level desert dragon hero can only crawl at his feet and survive. Life and death in his mind. All kinds of things in it make people sigh. Drive Alvis to land, and step in front of the desert dragon hero. Richard looked at him intently, and immediately found that the other party looked at him with extremely crazy hatred. This made him instantly give up the idea of subduing the other party. We seal its power. The Dark Valkyrie stepped forward, swung the long sword, and slashed at several fatal points, depriving the other party of the power to move. After confirming that the other party could not recover in a short time, Richard looked to his side. "Alvis, take it back to the City of Dusk, and hand it over to the godly ancient tree for custody. In addition, bring 6 teams of skeleton blood dragons to escort it. After returning, Bring Gray with you. It would be more efficient to let the other party come to recruit skeleton blood dragons instead of taking the body of the desert dragon back. Albus immediately stepped forward, grabbed the dying dragon hero with his powerful limbs, and flew directly into the sky. The dead stone statues gathered all these bodies together. After arranging these trivial matters, Richard suddenly remembered the vibration that occurred in the central area of the glass mine before. That was not the movement that a desert dragon could make. He then controlled the sand to float up, and took the Dark Valkyrie and Cena to the central area. A moment later, the cracked desert and the pattern watered by blood appeared in front of him. Judging from the smell of blood, it was obviously just watered. Richard frowned slightly. Is this a player's masterpiece? Only those daring guys dare to do such a thing of taking advantage of the situation, right? He looked down at the deep and bottomless crack. What is hidden inside that can make these guys want to come in at the cost of their lives? Just when he was confused and curious, there was a burst of movement from below. Several dusty guys frantically climbed up the steps under the crack. Hurry up, wait until those NPCs can't hold back the desert dragon, we will. Suddenly, the voice of the tall and thin player, who had just shown his head, stopped abruptly. Standing on the stairs, it was as if his feet had taken root, and he didn't move. The players behind him grumbled in dissatisfaction. President, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Go, didn't you say the desert dragon would come back soon? The tall and thin player shuddered and turned his head to roar at the people behind him. Shut up. The players realized something was wrong and quickly stood on tiptoe to look outside. Due to the perspective, they could only vaguely see the hair of a stranger. The tall and thin player looked at the Dark Valkyrie and Hina, who were looking at them coldly in front of him, and he was about to cry. Damn it, aren't these two NPCs who slaughtered the desert dragon like killing dogs? Fuck, the desert dragon is too useless. How long has it been defeated by the opponent? Where did these big guys come from? Why are they so fierce? Hina, let them come out. Yes, sir. Hina stepped aside. At this moment, the tall and thin player finally saw Richard behind him. I thought the other party was also an NPC, but after seeing his player panel, I took a few breaths of cold air and was extremely shocked. This is actually a player? What a joke. Can a player so casually drive and kill a top-level existence of a level 15 desert dragon? Looking at the respectful expressions of Hina and the Dark Valkyrie, I suddenly felt bad. Fuck, I want to report this bitch for a foul. Chapter 382. After the players came out of the crack, their faces froze. Especially after seeing the floating Dark Valkyrie, their emotions were even more difficult to describe. In his heart, he cursed the desert dragon. Hello, big brother. The tall and thin player, who led the team, spoke with a stiff face. Richard looked at them with interest. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters? Or are you the fisherman who gets the benefit? The tall and thin player laughed uglier than crying. Although they were not afraid of death, they spent a lot of effort to get the resurrection scroll. If it wasn't for the last resort, who would want to waste it in vain, not to mention that the level would drop by 3 levels. The punishment was too severe. Big brother, we have been preparing for this for more than a month, and we didn't expect you to come. We have no intention of offending you. Richard did not comment. What are you looking for? Nothing, just. The tall and thin player really didn't know how to start talking halfway through. Being caught in the act, he wanted to ask for compensation, but he didn't know where to start. Fui, go down and take a look. Richard didn't bother to talk nonsense. The Dark Valkyrie didn't look at these ants anymore. The blade light on her body surged, and she descended from the crack of the earth with explosive momentum. Several people didn't even dare to look at them. The tall and thin player raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. The other party's figure seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. After having no thoughts, he didn't think about it anymore. He made a decision in his heart and took the initiative to speak. Brother, we are actually here to find treasure, and the treasure is hidden below. The other players were immediately anxious. President. Richard was a little surprised. Treasure? So, the desert dragons appeared on the glass vein, not just because they like glass. It is more likely that the desert dragons are the guardians of this treasure? He keenly sensed the connection. What level of treasure can be guarded by a top-level soldier like the desert dragon? Immediately aroused interest. What good things did you find in it? The original plan this time was to expand the hunting of desert dragons to expand the skeleton blood dragon. But I didn't expect to capture an A-level dragon hero in the middle of the way. Now, what's more surprising is that I found that these dragons are here to guard a treasure. Sure enough, in this magical world, no one can be sure what will happen in the next second. The tall and thin player said with a wry smile. You don't need much. I know it in my heart. That door can't be opened anyway. After comforting his teammates, he looked at Richard seriously. Brother, we got a 3-star treasure map before, and the treasure is here. However, we only got the treasures on the periphery, and the core area is blocked. We don't have the key to open that door, he said, and took out a tattered map full of traces of time from the system space. He handed it over directly. Xena, who was highly alert, took it and carefully sensed it. After confirming that there was no danger such as poison and curse, she handed it to Richard. Several players looked at such a meticulous Xena and were immediately envious. It's amazing that she can train such a high-level hero so well. Golden Dragon's treasure map, incomplete, level, 3 stars. Features: you can find the Golden Dragon's treasure by following the treasure map. Introduction: a treasure map made by the Golden Dragon, but because it is too old, it has become incomplete. It is unknown whether some key information is missing. The Golden Dragon is a top-ranked race among countless dragon races. It is known for its strong body, and is very powerful. After Richard read the properties, his eyes were a little slow. The Golden Dragon's treasure map. This name looks very tempting. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, the Dark Valkyrie floated out of the dark cracks in the ground. A high-level language with a special rhythm sounded. Master, there is a vast underground space below, and there are no enemies inside. In the central area, there is a golden door with a dragon carved on it. I can't push that door open. Richard nodded, glancing at a few players, who were looking at him eagerly. Xena, take good care of them. I let you go when I come back from underground. I have no interest in you. The tall and thin player swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. Although they are all players, after more than half a year of baptism of life and death, there is no saint. Strange players don't talk about feelings, and some players even hunt other players for property. Even in modern times with advanced education, crimes are endless. Coming to a world without legal constraints, it is a joke to expect players to abide by the law. Once the beast is released from the cage, it will no longer be willing to remain docile when it was domesticated. Richard took the Dark Valkyrie and disappeared on the ground along the stairs. Several players were honest, and even if they had the desire to escape in their hearts, it would be shattered by Xena, who was looking at them indifferently in front of them. They didn't even dare to make any big moves, for fear that this NPC who hunted dragons like butchering dogs would kill them. In the chat private messages, several people were frantically discussing Richard's identity. There were all kinds of speculations, but there were too many players, and top masters were emerging in an endless stream, so they couldn't come up with a conclusion after talking for a long time. Richard concealed his own breath, Xena changed his weapons and armor, and the Dark Valkyrie's cold and fierce momentum made people dare not look at it too much, and they didn't connect it to Qingqiu for a while. Tap, tap, the leather shoes stepped on the gravel-covered steps, making a dull sound. The further down, the dimmer the light. But Richard controlled the gravel to cover the entire space. Even in the dark, everything was within his perception, and he could even see it more clearly than his eyes. After walking down 300 steps, tap, there was a soft touch under his feet. It was underground. Looking up, at this moment, there was only a well-like light on the steps. Looking around, what I saw was the dried and decayed bones and corpses everywhere, covered by light gravel. Like an ancient tomb. There were dense footprints on the ground, obviously left by the players just now. Walking forward. Crack, accidentally stepped on the bones, and immediately made a crisp cracking sound. Richard's eyes were not as calm as before. Having experienced countless wars with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this scene was already dull to him. The Dark Valkyrie stood in the center area at this time, looking around vigilantly. In front of her was a golden gate with a height of more than 20 meters. The surrounding space was illuminated by the brilliance emitted by this huge gate. Looking closely, there is a ferocious and terrifying dragon embossed on the golden door, which looks lifelike, as if it will come alive in the next second. It also exudes a majestic dragon's might. The closer Richard approaches, the stronger the sense of oppression brought by the dragon's might becomes. When he reaches 10 meters away, the relief on it seems to have come alive, staring at him with angry eyes, and the dragon's might gushed out unscrupulously. Ordinary people may find it difficult to breathe in the face of such oppression. No wonder several players said that they can't open this door, and they may not even be able to get close. Richard didn't rush to push the door. He stretched out his hand and waved, and a 7 or 8 meter high sandman condensed out of thin air. The giant sandman stepped forward and pushed in the center of the door. But the golden door was as motionless as a mountain. After trying for a long time, it was still fruitless. Richard dispersed the Sandman and opened the system panel with some curiosity, but to his disappointment, it only showed a name Golden Gate. There are no other attributes. Without hesitation, he opened the black gold system. A more detailed prompt immediately appeared on it. The Golden Gate holds the dragon soul of a golden dragon. By devouring its dragon soul, you can obtain the inheritance of the golden dragon. The currently selected successor is the desert dragon. Richard's eyes lit up. Wow, dragon soul inheritance? This is something. The 3-star treasure map is so powerful. No wonder the desert dragon has been hovering here. I thought it was because of the glass mine before, but I didn't expect it to be selected. If those players didn't open this treasure, and he didn't come, I'm afraid the desert dragon would find something strange soon and carry the inheritance of the golden dragon. How much benefit can he get if he can get the other party's inheritance? Unfortunately, the desert dragon is difficult to subdue. Thinking of the dragon hero, with crazy hatred in his eyes, he had a headache. Unless he can get the contract scroll. But this thing is not so easy to get. The vampire duke in the blood coffin has not been dealt with yet. After thinking about it, he put his mind on Alvis. They are all dragons. If the other party can choose the desert dragon, he can't ignore the skeleton blood dragon, right? However, before that, he still has to wait for the other party to return. This guy is now sending his competitors back to the City of Dusk. As his thoughts turned, he crossed the 10-meter limit and came to the golden door under the tyrannical dragon's might. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. Just as he was about to try to push it open, a golden dragon suddenly appeared in his mind, roaring wildly at him. The terrifying power made people tremble. Richard subconsciously pulled his hand away, and the phantom disappeared at the same time. It is indeed a legacy, and it is extremely resistant to other people. After trying to no avail, he did not hesitate, and turned to search in the empty underground space. After a while, he found a series of modeled murals behind the Golden Gate. It recorded the process of a golden dragon killing one powerful enemy after another, and then ascending the golden throne. Although it was shabby, he was very interested in reading it. From the murals, the legacy of this golden dragon is definitely extraordinary. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of expectation in his heart. If Alvis can obtain the legacy, I wonder how much improvement he can get. After confirming that there were no other treasures in this area, he asked the Dark Valkyrie to continue to guard it, and he left the underground space. On the surface, several players saw Richard appear again, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, I'm not lying, can you let us go?" The tone was indescribably humble. Richard was a little amused. These guys were indeed famous for their flexibility. "Don't be nervous. I said I'm not interested in you. Do you know what's hidden in that golden door?" "I don't know. We can't even get close to it." Richard carefully sensed the other party's emotional fluctuations, and suddenly said, "Have you ever gotten any treasures about the golden dragon in it?" "No." The tall and thin player answered firmly. "I only got a few 3-star treasures." No lie, Richard sensed the heartbeats of several players, their facial expressions, and even their breathing were normal, and he had an idea in his mind. As his level got higher and higher, his mental power became more and more turbulent. There was no room for lying for those who were lower than him. I immediately lost interest in them. "Wait for me. I let you go once I get the stuff inside." He waved his hand in the distance. A team of skeleton blood dragons came flying quickly, patrolling the sky with a domineering attitude. "Take good care of them." The expert player felt a sense of horror when he saw the skeleton blood dragons. A familiar ID Qingqiu appeared in his mind. He had seen the last battle in the last dungeon, and the fierce troops led by the opponent left a deep impression on him. He turned his head to look at his companions, and wanted to say something excitedly, but others spoke before him. "Fuck, we met Qingqiu. This undead army is the symbol of Qingqiu? Those two heroes are the heroes in the final battle? I wonder why they look familiar. President, let's stay here honestly. A big man like Qingqiu should not break his promise." The tall and thin player sighed, and could only smile bitterly and nodded. Qingqiu, he was unlucky or lucky to meet such a top big man. Richard ignored those players. If it weren't for the existence of the Golden Gate, he would not even bother to stay. Now the gap between ordinary players and him is so big that few people can catch his eye. It was not until the next morning that Alvis returned. Gray also arrived. "Good day, master." Richard looked at the mummy hero, who saluted, nodded slightly, and pointed to the skeleton blood dragon corpse that had been gathered on the side. "Convert all these corpses into skeleton blood dragons. Currently, only Gray can recruit skeleton blood dragons. No one else can do it except him. Gunter can recruit skeleton demons of the same level as skeleton blood dragons, but based on the current situation, Demons in the main plane are harder to find than dragons. So the skeleton demon has been vacant for a long time. As you wish. Richard has seen Gunter recruit too many times, and he is too lazy to watch it again. After confirming with Alvis that the level 17 dragon hero has been placed, he took him to the underground space. This unexpected golden dragon inheritance is the top priority. The moment Alvis entered the underground space, he immediately sensed the obvious dragon power, and the blood-colored power emanating from his body immediately began to surge. The dark underground space was immediately covered with a blood-red blanket. His hollow eyes stared at the golden door, his voice low. "Master, I feel the soul of a dragon behind that door, it is roaring at me." Richard frowned slightly. "That soul didn't accept you?" Alvis stared at the front, his eyes did not shift a bit. "It is expressing anger and hostility to me." The dragon soul chose the successor desert dragon, and Alvis appeared in the form of a dead spirit, which was obviously very different from the other party's choice. Richard thought about this and felt a little tricky. How to resolve the other party's hostility? Let Alvis successfully swallow it. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help shaking his head. He had too few means to deal with the dragon soul, and he couldn't let the other party damage it. After not finding the answer, he subconsciously opened the black gold system. Originally just wanted to take another look at the properties of the golden door, but unexpectedly, new information appeared at this time. The golden gate holds the soul of a golden dragon. Devouring its soul will allow you to inherit the golden dragon. The currently selected successor is the desert dragon. It has been detected that the new dragon hero, Alvis, meets the inheritance requirements. Alvis can replace the desert dragon's successor and obtain the inheritance. Note, however, the golden dragon is incompatible with the life of the dead and requires a higher potential to bear the inheritance. You can consume treasures that increase potential to stabilize Alvis' soul and prevent it from collapsing. Looking at the detailed information above, Richard was pleasantly surprised. The black gold system is indeed the eternal god. This reminded him of the prompts given by the black gold system when Gray, the A-level hero, was born. Now they are exactly the same. Treasures that increase potential. Richard instantly thought of the dark crystals obtained in the previous copy when attacking the Void Hunter's gathering place. The only function of these crystals is to increase life potential. For various considerations, he has not used the dark crystals. Now this trick just works, it's completely in the right place. His tone was a little excited. "Alvis, push open this golden door, there is the inheritance of the golden dragon inside." Alvis was immediately shocked, stepped forward, and with a light push of his white bone claws, he pushed open the golden door that even the Dark Valkyrie could not open. Chapter 383. The moment the golden gate opened, a golden dragon soul roared to the sky. The terrifying dragon power roared out like a lake from a mountain rock thousands of feet high. It made people tremble. If this dragon soul still had a body, I am afraid even the extraordinary would have to give in. Alvis entered under pressure, and the fire of his soul became more and more intense. The fighting spirit was surging. The ferocious golden dragon soul saw that this undead dragon dared to enter, and immediately pounced on it. Wanted to force Alvis out. Alvis roared in a low voice, and rushed forward without fear. The two sides collided directly. The two dragon powers exploded instantly, and the strong airflow swept around, and the dust covered the already dim light. The golden dragon soul might have easily crushed Alvis when he was alive, but without a body, his strength has shrunk to the freezing point. Under Alvis's strong attack, the dragon soul was torn apart in less than a minute. The moment the body collapsed, it turned into golden light and merged into Alvis' body. Alvis only felt a surge of energy like thousands of rivers and streams pouring into his body, and the soul fire suddenly surged like gasoline. But the energy was too huge, making him feel the pain of being overfed. Richard, who was staring at the golden door, heard Alvis's painful roars and immediately took out a large number of dark crystals from the system space. He manipulated the sand and gravel to send the dark crystals to Alvis. The blood-colored power of the opponent that escaped in the space was like a shark smelling blood, and it directly swallowed up the dark crystals. After a large amount of energy in the crystal was absorbed, Alvis's pain was immediately relieved. His aura began to stabilize and rose at an exaggerated speed. The blue soul fire in his head gradually glowed with golden light. There was a strange beauty in the stars. His huge body was raised little by little with the sound of crisp bones. His already exaggerated body size became even more terrifying. The situation was deadlocked, time was passing by little, and the dark crystal in Richard's hand was consumed like running water. But no matter how much was invested, there was no sign of stopping. An hour later, Alvis's transformation reached a certain limit, and his aura suddenly soared. At this moment, the 20-meter-high golden gate in front suddenly melted like ice and snow in the sun, turning into liquid little by little, flowing in the air. Alvis' body was like a black hole, directly attracting the golden liquid floating in the air. After a moment, the blood-colored skeleton was wrapped in gold, and the blood dragon turned into a pure gold dragon. In less than half an hour, the 20-meter-high golden gate was completely swallowed by Alvi. Deep marks appeared on the ground. Interestingly, the golden liquid did not become the main color. After wrapping the blood-colored skeleton, it gradually seeped into it. The blood-colored appearance was revealed again. In the 10th hour of the transformation, the huge golden gate had been completely integrated into Alvi's body, and the golden liquid disappeared. The blood-colored skeleton that replaced it was shining with golden light. It gave people a sense of indestructibility and heaviness. I'm afraid no one can imagine how much the opponent's defense has improved at this moment. Along with this, Alvis's body grew from a wingspan of 30 meters to an exaggerated degree of 40 meters. Lying on the ground motionless also gave people a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. At the same time, Alvis's soul fire also transformed into dark gold at this moment. It looked like an unspeakable sense of mystery. Richard had already invested 20,000 dark crystals at this time. But there was still no sign of Alvis's absorption slowing down. For this, he was both heartbroken and expectant. When time flowed to the 12th hour, Alvis's originally surging and domineering aura suddenly converged, and he looked like an ordinary skeleton. Richard was awakened by this scene, but before he could move, Alvis had turned his head. "Master, the energy contained in the golden dragon soul is too huge. I need at least 1 month to absorb it. Please take me back to the City of Dusk." As soon as the voice fell, the huge body lay directly on the ground. The soul fire in the head also dimmed at this moment. From the scorching light, it turned into a candle-sized spot. Looking at the body in front of him that looked like a small mountain, Richard's mouth twitched. "Good guy, it will cost me half my life to carry you back. Fortunately, this is a desert." He didn't rush to do it, turned around and looked around, and sensed it fully. After finding no strange breath, and the black gold system was no longer moving, he didn't stay any longer. "The treasure has been taken, Fui, let's leave." After saying that, he waved his hand, and controlled the gravel on the ground to directly lift Alvis. He flew away from the underground space with him. Ground? A few bored players, who were browsing the forum suddenly saw the ground rolling violently, and countless gravel rushed into the sky. The yellow sand directly covered half of the sky. I was shocked and thought something big had happened. When the dust settled, I saw a giant undead dragon wrapped in yellow sand in front of me. Is it the undead dragon hero of Qingqiu boss? No, why is the opponent's skeleton golden? The treasure of the golden dragon, does it need a dragon to discover it? No wonder we can't open the golden door. What a pity. Several people looked at Alves, who was still sleeping but felt completely different, with envy. What made them most helpless was that even if they knew the secret of the treasure in advance, they would be helpless. They don't have a dragon. Richard glanced at a few players, who were not very good, and waved his hand indifferently. Let them go. The stone statues of the dead in the sky only dissipated at this moment. Several players were immediately surprised and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Boss Qingqiu. Boss Qingqiu is indeed trustworthy. You deserve to be so powerful. Boss Qingqiu is awesome. After saying that, he ran away, as if he was afraid that Richard would regret it. Richard ignored these guys. The treasure was in his hands, and these little pawns really didn't interest him. He looked forward. He immediately found that the number of skeleton blood dragons flying in the sky increased a lot. His eyes lit up, and he opened the attribute panel and found the system prompt that he had ignored before. Ding, Gray recruited 4 teams of skeleton blood dragons, initial level 10, potential crown 1 star, from the corpse of the desert dragon. The current total number of skeleton blood dragons is 160. For teams, Richard was quite satisfied. After hunting thousands of flying dragons raised by orcs, only 7 or 8 teams were recruited. Obviously, the level 15 and higher potential of the desert dragon are the key. He was in a very good mood. It can be said that this harvest was completely beyond his expectations. Target skeleton blood dragon directly increased by 4 teams. This is a high-level soldier with 1 crown star and initial level 10. If you use resources to recruit, at least hundreds of thousands of units of rare resources will be spent, and there is no place to recruit. The second harvest is a desert dragon hero with level 17 and potential A. Although at present, unless you can get the contract scroll, the chance of taming the opponent is not great. With Alvis, he has no great interest in conquering this dragon. Instead, he values its own value more. In the later stage, as long as you complete the S-level task, with the help of the advanced artifact, the wishing balance, you may get unexpected gains. The third is the Golden Dragon inheritance obtained by Alvis. He consumed 30,000 dark crystals in the process. Judging from the strength of the dragon's soul, this guy can definitely transform to a surprising level. He is looking forward to Alvis's awakening in a month. He is quite satisfied with the gains he has made in the past 2 or 3 days. After making sure that there is nothing going on around, he gave an order decisively. Everyone returned to the City of Dusk immediately. Send Alvis back first, and after a rest, it won't be too late to explore the collapsed ruins where the rotten tree is hidden. On the way back, Richard did not ride on other skeleton blood dragons, but directly controlled the gravel to take Alvis away quickly from the ground. The skill of controlling yellow sand is a universal skill in the desert. There is no pressure to transport this huge monster, with a wingspan of 40 meters. On October 13th, the sun set. Richard saw the sandstorm that covered the sky at the end of his sight. A kind of emotion rose in his heart. That was the feeling of home. As the bond with the City of Dusk became deeper and deeper, the feelings were also thickening. Now, this territory that belongs entirely to him has become his inner sustenance. That feeling is very wonderful. Let the subordinates speed up and cross the sandstorm directly, and return to the City of Dusk before dark. The residents on the street were immediately excited when they saw Richard, and saluted with their chests in the most respectful way. Lord of the city. Good night, sir. Welcome home. In this land, Richard enjoys absolute prestige. Richard smiled and nodded to everyone. In the midst of admiration and ardent gazes, he returned to the Lord's mansion. First, he put the sleeping Alvis in the spacious backyard. The Lord's mansion is the most strictly guarded area in Twilight City. As long as Twilight City does not fall, Alvis will be safe. After dismissing the soldiers, he sat in his seat in the hall and drank the hot tea made by the maid. Richard was in a particularly good mood. No matter how powerful he was outside, he was not as comfortable as in Twilight City. Not long after, Kalu, who got the news, came in a hurry. This steward of Twilight City was getting older at this time, and the traces of time were very conspicuous on him. However, his mental state was very pleasant, and he did not look old at all. Sir Richard. Looking at the excited Kalu, Richard was also a little touched. This old man who followed him first has definitely made great contributions to the City of Dusk for such a long time. It's a pity that no treasure has been found to restore youth or prolong life. Otherwise, he could continue to shine, and he wouldn't be so worried that he would suddenly fall down one day. He pointed to the seat next to him, and said slowly, Kalu, sit down and talk. Don't be so anxious. Many things can be handed over to the people below to complete. You don't have to do everything yourself. Kalu laughed. Sir Richard, I found the meaning of life in the past 6 months in the City of Dusk. It's my honor to give my life and soul for you, my city. The tone was full of pride and pride. He believed that there was more than one person in the City of Dusk who had the same idea as him. This city was worth everything he had to give. Richard was in a complicated mood. Looking at the other party's eyes that were as bright as stars, he didn't know how to start. Kalu came back to his senses and smiled. Lord Richard, let me report to you the recent situation of the territory. Richard regained his mind and nodded. Let's start from the underground world. Yes. Kalu's tone became serious. The unification plan of the underground world is being implemented step by Bloodhouse City, but because of the need to integrate those small forces that have been annexed, the progress is not fast. It is estimated that it will take another 3 months to completely tame those small forces that have jumped out. Second, the weapons factory plan has been launched. The project of exchanging food and other surface items for weapons in the underground world has begun to spread in the underground world. The intelligent races in the underground world have responded well, and many forces have taken the initiative to contact Bloodhouse City to establish cooperative relations. It won't be long before weapons will be produced continuously. Third, the development of alchemical technology in the main city of the Grey Dwarves has been put on the right track. Currently, the work is presided over by the Master Alchemist, and it has entered the stage of full resumption of work. We are now integrating the alchemical technology left by the Grey Dwarves. It is expected that the integration will be completed in early November, and the level of alchemical technology will be further improved by then. Fourth, we have recruited many dungeon heroes in the underground world. Although most of them have the potential of D-level, E-level, and even F-level, there are also a small number of B-level heroes. In addition, there is a dwarf tribe that is said to have the blood of gods to come and join us. Hearing this, Richard's eyes lit up. Recruiting heroes from the underground world is what he did before, but later they were all sent away by the Grey Dwarf's alchemical bombs. After conquering the underground world, he restarted this plan. Hero units were fine, he had expected it, but what about this dwarf with divine blood? Karu seemed to know that Richard would be interested in dwarves, and continued to add. It is said that those divine blood dwarves have a very huge power in their bodies, but because of the war thousands of years ago, they lost the way to develop their own power, so the divine blood they possessed has been unable to be used. This time, I came to seek refuge, and I also want to solve this problem. Where are those divine blood dwarves? In the Crucible City, they are under strict supervision. Richard wrote this down. Anything involving gods is not a trivial matter. I will go to the underground world later, and see then. After this matter was revealed, Karu continued to report. In the Dusk City, the one-armed blacksmith Sam, who was studying attack technology, had some insights while researching attack technology. He has developed advanced attack technology, and is currently conquering special attack technology. It is expected that there will be results in a week. Another surprise. Richard's mind flashed with the blacksmith, who only had one arm left, but had a determined look. He admired his self-improvement character very much. Therefore, he later used the strengthening crystal to grant him super A-level skills. He didn't expect that the other party's progress was so fast that the special attack technology was about to be researched. He was quite satisfied in his heart. It seemed that the policy of cultivating talents could not be shaken. Chapter 384. Lord Richard, the literacy class is going smoothly. Most residents now know more than 300 characters and can read simple notices. We will gradually adjust the knowledge depth of the literacy class in the next step. After many adjustments, the seminars of various departments have been very consistent with the current situation of Twilight City. Our previous idea of integrating the knowledge of each industry and revising it into books is already being done. With the improvement of literacy rate, this project is speeding up. It is expected that the first batch of books will be revised in 2 months. These professional books are the experience summarized by the old people in related industries over a long period of time, and there are also a lot of exclusive secrets, which will be of great help to novice apprentices. In addition, the government department you asked me to set up before has built a framework. It is currently divided into 5 departments, namely the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Weapons, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Commerce. Everyone in Twilight City works in these 5 departments. The list of managers of the 5 departments has been sorted out and needs to be appointed by you personally. Karu described the current situation of Twilight City in detail, bit by bit. Richard listened very carefully and asked questions directly when he had doubts. Although he had only been away for half a month, Twilight City had changed a lot. It took a while to consume all the information. You have done a good job on these tasks. Thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow I will organize an appointment ceremony, and I will appoint managers of several departments at once. For other government affairs, just follow the established plan. If you are undecided, report to me again. Then he changed the subject. Weir is already in charge of our newly established Violet Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. You need to speed up the statistics of the special products of the underground world and report the final news to her. The Chamber of Commerce is currently the only external window of Twilight City, and it will bear greater responsibilities in the future. Whatever Weir needs, you must help her as soon as possible. Karu looked solemn. Yes, sir. He had a thorough understanding of the Chamber of Commerce's plan and knew how powerful it was, so he sent Weir, who was as close as a disciple, out. Richard didn't say much when he saw this, and his trust in Karu was almost full. Although the old man was old and weak, he had not made any mistakes since he was appointed by him to manage government affairs. You go down first, I go to the blacksmith shop. After Karu left, Richard finished the tea in his cup, got up and walked out of the Lord's mansion, and went straight to the blacksmith's shop. The mummy guardian guarding the door saw Richard coming, and immediately saluted with a humble attitude. All the soldiers recruited from the army nest will be absolutely loyal to the Lord, who recruited them, while the Lord is still alive. This is especially true for undead spirits, such as mummies. As the Dusk City grows stronger and has sufficient troops, in order to prevent accidents, Richard has arranged troops to garrison in some key departments. Entering the blacksmith's shop, the hurried apprentice immediately saluted in surprise. The house immediately became lively. Richard smiled and nodded, and went up to the 2nd floor. As soon as he stepped out of the stairs, he saw Andal, who had a few black marks on her face, holding a long-handled copper hammer taller than herself and preparing to forge. The girl turned her head subconsciously, and when she saw that the person coming was Richard, Her eyes curved into crescents. She was full of joy from head to toe. "Sir Richard, you are back." Richard looked at the treasure of the City of Dusk and chuckled. "Your father's letter has been delivered. This is your father's reply to you." He took out a letter from the system space and handed it to the girl. Knowing that Richard was going to Solon City, Andal had written a letter to him in advance. When he went there this time, he asked Onik to deliver it. Andal took it with joy, tore open the envelope in front of him and read it carefully. After a rough look, she looked at Richard with a smile. "Sir, my father asked me to work hard for the City of Dusk." Richard couldn't help but smile when he thought of the scene when Andal's father was hung up and beaten by him, and the girl asked him to punish him more. That guy still knows what is good and what is bad. After chatting about family matters for a while, Richard got to the point. "Andal, have you made any progress in your research on improving the potential of the troops?" He got several top treasures from the dungeon last time. Dark crystals that can improve life potential. Reinforcement crystals that can improve subordinate skills to Super A level. Fusion gems that can fuse two troops into one. Psychic gems that can improve the potential of troops. Most of the dark crystals were consumed on Aldous, and one of the reinforcement crystals was used on Sam, the one-armed blacksmith. There are currently 2 left. The fusion gem fused the axe of the dead, and the dark gargoyle to give birth to the statue of the dead. There are also 2 left. There are a total of 14 psychic gems, 5 of which were given to Andal, but the girl has not yet seen any results from her research. And Deer's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. She said with great interest, "Sir Richard, when Sam was researching attack technology before, I got a new inspiration from it, so I'm trying another way to improve it recently. The dead statue has great potential. It's a waste to simply use psychic gems to strengthen it. Using this new method, the dead statue can become more powerful. If the attempt is successful, the benefits we can reap will be amazing. Specifically, I plan to." Richard was quite interested at first, but when he heard this, he quickly waved his hand to stop the girl, who was getting more and more excited. This girl has a kind of exclusive stubbornness for scientific research, and she is simply crazy about the research she likes. No need to explain it in such detail, just do it. I have absolute trust in you. If you need any resources, you can ask Kalu for them. We have conquered the underground world now, and we are no longer as short of supplies as before. And Deer smiled even more. Richard has never blamed her from the beginning to now. No matter what wild, and even unrealistic ideas she had, he supported her unconditionally. This was also the important reason why she worked so hard for Twilight City. It was worth it. After Andal, who was very enthusiastic, returned to work, Richard went to see Sam. This one-armed blacksmith, who already had his own workshop in the blacksmith's shop, was also very excited to see him. It was the master of Twilight City who gave him a new life. After asking about the progress of the special attack technology, Richard encouraged him. This guy lived up to his investment. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Richard suddenly thought of the upgrade requirements of Dusk City. The current Dusk City is still a small city, and to upgrade to a medium city, it needs to meet 3 requirements: population, building level, and technology. The first 2 have been met, and it was stuck on the advanced technology before. Now, Sam has researched the technology of the Scorpion Warrior to an advanced level, and is even preparing to upgrade it to a special level. It fully meets the upgrade requirements. Thinking of this, I felt a little bit of anticipation. It has been half a year since I came to Glorious Era, and I can finally upgrade Dusk City to a medium city. I no longer hesitated, and went directly back to the Lord's mansion, called everyone out, and started to upgrade the territory. In Solon City, dozens of carriages with Lanwihua marked slowly drove into the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city did not check the convoy at all, and let it pass directly. Pedestrians along the streets saw the mark above, and automatically gave way with admiration. In the hearts of most residents of Solon City, the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce has a special status. Not only is it the largest chamber of commerce on the edge of the Death Desert, but it has also protected Solon City several times. If it weren't for the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce, Solon City might have ceased to exist. The controller of this behemoth is now looking at the street retreating through the car window. His exquisite and flawless face is full of solemnity, and his elegant temperament in the past is now as cold as a blade. His deep eyes can bring a terrifying pressure to people at any glance. No matter how peerless the face is, no one would dare to blaspheme in front of this superior aura. Little girl, there are still many good things in the Red Dragon grocery store. Take them all away later. The future of Crimson Moon is in your hands. Pim, the old man who hunted ancient red dragons, possessed the advanced artifact, the wishing balance, and lived for 10 years without a heart. At this moment, He was half lying on the soft blanket in the carriage, looking at Windsor with heartache. Before, your father and I hoped that you could be a happy girl like Chris. Later, you were forced to control the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce and spent countless efforts, step by step, to become the president of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce that ordinary people fear. Now, you have to shoulder the responsibility of the Crimson Moon. Things are unpredictable, and no one expected that your life trajectory would be so different from what we expected. If we could go back to the beginning, all this should not have happened. Windsor, you should have been carefree. Windsor's heart trembled, and he turned his head to look at the old man, who was like a candle in the wind, as if the fire of life would be extinguished at any time. His eyes suddenly glowed. He suppressed his inner emotions, and said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, I don't regret it. It was my father's expectation that I would take charge of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. I didn't let him down. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has now grown to a height that no one dares to underestimate. It is your wish to master the Crimson Moon, and I will not let you down." Pym looked at Windsor, who was as stubborn as a child, and felt more distressed. He wanted to say something, but the other party's stubborn character made it impossible for him to speak. In the end, all he could say could only turn into a long sigh. Windsor suppressed his emotions, and spoke again, with a firm tone. "Teacher, those false gods will eventually tremble and fear under the scarlet moon. They are not worthy of ruling this world." Pym smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "I never doubt our faith, but I am still worried that you would like to see you get married, give birth to a lovely child, and hold him in my arms, and make him babble. Now, I may not be able to wait." Windsor's nose was sour. The voice became hoarse for no reason. "Teacher, we still have time. When I come back this time, I will issue tasks to all the Lords of God's Grace. There will always be someone who can complete it." Pym smiled calmly. "I know better than you what those Lords of God's Grace are capable of. Now, the only one who has a little hope of success may be that bastard named Richard. In the 10 years since he lost his heart, he has already looked down on death. If it weren't for the Scarlet Moon and Windsor that made him worry, perhaps he would have chosen to sleep forever." Richard. Hearing this name, Windsor's mind flashed with the figure whose temperament, appearance, and conversation were amazing. Can the other party do it? Thinking of the ancient ruins that only Lord Shannon could enter, she felt subtle. Even if the other party was Qingqiu, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. No matter what the situation is, Lord Shannon, those lawless beings are the ones we want to win over. If Crimson Moon wants to expand, it must not be limited to a certain group, and must be recognized by all classes and all races. Even if Richard fails to complete the task, you should not be resentful. The other party is worth winning over." Windsor was silent, and did not speak again. After passing a long street, the convoy drove into the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Windsor had just gotten off the car when he saw a smart figure waiting in front of him. "Sister Windsor." Chris came trotting over with a smile in her eyes. "How was it? I was quick this time, right? I knew it when you entered the city, so I came here specially to wait for you." As soon as the voice fell, he saw Pym slowly getting off the carriage, and his excited expression froze, and he said with a bit of fear in his eyes, "Teacher Pym." Pym's eyes glared. "You are so free. Have you finished the Magic Circle research homework assigned to you last month?" Chris had a bitter face, and hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Windsor rubbed the girl's hair and smiled. "Let's go in." The girl who was rescued was relieved. "Teacher Pym, I help you." Pym ignored the little girl, waved his hand, and a mechanical wheelchair appeared in front of him, and then he sat on it comfortably. Chris scratched her head awkwardly. Windsor smiled at this, and her previous depressed mood felt much better. The two walked behind, with Pym in front. After pulling away a little, Chris, who was always chattering, couldn't help but talk about everything that happened in Solon City during this period. Of course, the one she mentioned the most was Richard, and she kept talking about how Sir Richard made her angry. Windsor keenly noticed the kindness in her words, and couldn't help but laugh. That God Lord really has an extraordinary charm. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, gave the manor directly to him. Chris, a little girl, has been respecting him for a short time. Is Sir Richard so charming? Can he make the little princess of Solon City always talk about him? Chris said indifferently. Sir Richard and I are good friends. He even entrusted me with the care of the newly built Violet Chamber of Commerce. Windsor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're still so proud even though you've been sold out? The other party entrusted you to take care of the Chamber of Commerce. Isn't it a big profit for him? After Chris finished speaking, she seemed to feel that it was not convincing enough. She suddenly lowered her voice, and whispered with a mysterious expression. Sister Windsor, You don't know that Sir Richard captured the avatar of the god of dogs in an ancient ruins a few days ago. That avatar is not an empty shell. There is a trace of the soul of the god of dogs in it. And Sir Richard also asked me for help, and asked me to help find an organization called Crimson Moon. He said that this organization has a way to kill the god of dogs. Pym in front of him turned back suddenly, and Windsor was shocked. Chapter 385. October 15th, noon. Standing in front of the Lord's mansion, Richard watched the yellow sand in front of him gradually dissipate, revealing a magnificent building. He felt particularly comfortable. Finally upgraded. Ding! Dusk City has been upgraded to a third-level middle city. The Lord's mansion has expanded 50 squares of open space. The territory has expanded 500 squares of open space, and the current open space of the territory is 1,098 squares. Dusk City. Level: third level middle city. To upgrade to a first level large city, it requires 10 million units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore, 100,000 units of crystal, gemstone, mercury, and sulfur, 50,000 population, 5 special technologies, and 20 hero units. From the evening of the 13th to the noon of the 15th, in dozens of hours, Dusk City was upgraded from a third-level small city to a third-level middle city. Looking down from the sky, the area of Dusk City has expanded several times more than before. The original buildings were a bit crowded, but now, outside these buildings, there are large tracts of open space. It is especially worth mentioning that when the City of Dusk was upgraded, the city wall also expanded along with the City of Dusk. At this moment, it is still firmly guarding the territory. City wall. Level: intermediate, can be upgraded at the same time as the territory level, and the next level requires 10 million units of stone. Features: 25 meters high, 12 meters wide, and 50 solidity. Skills: toughness, increases the strength of the defending army by 30% and defense by 30%. Introduction: a city wall with good defense. Obviously, the city wall is firmly tied to the territory. There will be no embarrassing situation where the territory area exceeds the city wall. The only thing that gave Richard a headache was that the conditions for upgrading a level 3 middle city to a level 1 large city were too harsh. Let alone resources. With the current capabilities of Twilight City, it was not a big problem. 20 heroes were not difficult either, but the last two were different. 5 special technologies, 50,000 people. He had a personal experience of how difficult it was to upgrade technology. The resources consumed were secondary. The key point was the time required for research. The primary and intermediate levels were okay, but it would take a month or even longer to upgrade technology from advanced to special. And there was also a probability of failure. 5 special technologies, even for Twilight City, would take at least 4 or 5 months to succeed. This was the result of him arranging Sam, the one-armed blacksmith, to conduct research full-time. If there were any unexpected situations in the middle, such as a more urgent task that needed to be queued up, then this time would be delayed. The 50,000 population also made him speechless. Where do so many people come from in the desert? Half a year has passed since he came to Glorious Era, and Twilight City has only found more than 2,000 people in the desert. It is simply too much for him to complain. Those lords living in rich lands have 30,000 to 50,000 people. The desert's poor resources make this condition, which is not a problem for other lords, very demanding for Twilight City. Take a deep breath, calm your mind, and start thinking about solutions. The population problem will never be enough to rely on the desert's own production. Who has nothing to do but cross the desert all day? The best solution at present is to introduce people from the outside world. What this world lacks the least is the poor who are displaced by war. The Violet Chamber of Commerce should play its role. But there should be a limit. We cannot introduce too many residents at one time. High public opinion has a huge promoting effect on the development of the territory. If there are too many people, public opinion will easily disperse. Now that the population is solved, Sam can only work hard on technology. We must continue to tap talents in this area in the future. According to such conditions, if a big city wants to upgrade in the future, it may still be blocked by technology. Richard's thoughts gradually became clear, and he soon found the key to the problem. However, this cannot be solved in a day or two, and it can only be done step by step. The development of Dusk City will inevitably encounter various difficulties. He is mentally prepared for this. After retracting his thoughts, he looked around. Other buildings should also be upgraded. Now he has enough resources. He left 20 million to weigh air before, and still has 80 million in hand. At the moment, he did not hesitate to upgrade all 5 buildings: the blacksmith shop, the food workshop, the brewing workshop, the tailor shop, and the barracks. 3 hours later, 5 special buildings appeared in front of him. Except for the barracks, all of them were turned into 4-storied buildings. They looked quite majestic. Only the barracks remained the same. The only difference was that the railings outside had become 3-meter-high walls. The barracks could train ordinary residents into soldiers to participate in wars. They could even get special treasures and train special troops. But this building, which was very useful to other lords, seemed useless in Twilight City. Richard did not need ordinary residents to be transferred to troops, because there were few residents and they were more valuable than soldiers. Secondly, the army of undead in hand is more suitable for desert warfare. As a result, the only function of this building is to meet the upgrading needs of the territory. After a tour, Richard was quite satisfied. In any case, the City of Dusk is getting stronger and stronger now. But seeing that there are more than 70 million ordinary resources left on the attribute panel, he immediately looked at the residential buildings. If he wants to upgrade a large city, he needs to have a population of 50,000. The current residential buildings are far from enough. After thinking about it, he simply upgraded 40 residential buildings to special grade together. After such a crazy upgrade, only millions of resources were lost. Looking at the still considerable numbers on the attribute panel, Richard was in a good mood. The profits from the last conquest of the underground world were indeed full of money. There is still a surplus until now. This made him sigh that it was indeed a gold belt for murder and arson. But looking back, it was a bit disgusting. Because of so many resources, only 2 arms nests can be upgraded to the crown level. The two formed a strong contrast. Is this reminding me that military strength is everything? It seems to be correct. No matter how well the city is built, if there is not enough power to protect it, it will only serve others. Others store food and I store guns. His house is my granary. Under Richard's generous hand, all buildings in Dusk City were upgraded to special grade. And the next level requires Dusk City to be upgraded to a large city to be promoted. This made him lose interest. 50,000 people, 5 special technologies. This is stuck at the gate of life. Underground world. An old dwarf stood on the towering wall of the furnace city, looking at the great distance with an inexplicable look. Because this direction is the direction of Blood of City. What he was looking for was not the city of the dungeon barbarians, but the figure who once appeared as a savior. Unfortunately, after half a month, the other party has not appeared. Rand Augustus, what are you doing here again? Damn bastard, if you fall down again this time, I promise you that I will throw your body into the sewer and let those dirty sawtooth rats eat it all. Hearing the cursing voice behind him, the old dwarf turned around. A gray dwarf sitting in a wheelchair with an angry face appeared in front of him. There were 2 mechanical puppets behind him pushing the wheelchair. What was particularly eye-catching was that one of his arms was as short as a bean sprout. Congenital deformity. The old dwarf showed a bitter smile on his face. Lord Brown. The person in front of him was Brown, the first level 12 alchemist who surrendered to Richard. The gray dwarf stared at the old dwarf fiercely at this time. You fell from here last time. How dare you come here again? The old dwarf was helpless. It was just an accident last time. Wasn't I fine? Accident? Listen. Is this something a dwarf can say? Gods above, I promise to the great master that if he allows, I will definitely kick you down myself, so that you can experience what an accident is. Brown was furious. The old dwarf decisively changed the subject when he saw this. Lord Brown, what do you want to do with me? Brown snorted coldly, and was too lazy to entangle with him. Anyway, his life was not his. He said in a stiff tone. The master returned to the City of Dusk 3 days ago, and specifically asked to see you. It is expected to arrive in the underground world in 2 days. He said threateningly. Rand, if you lie and don't have the blood of the gods in your body, believe me, I will throw you all into the furnace without the master getting angry. The old dwarf showed an unconcealable surprise on his face. Lord Richard is back? Praise the dwarf god. Brown curled his lips. Dwarf god. That guy has fallen a long time ago. What's the point of praising him now? We are all small races. Why don't you let the dwarves follow me to believe in the great gray dwarf god? The old dwarf stared at Brown indignantly, and shouted loudly. Stupid gray dwarf. The great gods will never fall. My god is just sleeping. He will definitely return. Brown sneered. Return? Is that the legend of you dwarves? What will be resurrected when the moon rises? Looking at the angry old dwarf, he was too lazy to say anything and waved his hand. Stop arguing, and inform your people immediately. Don't make any mistakes and offend the master. I won't forgive you then. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something, and sat up straight, with a bit of flattering taste. "Sir Rand, I have encountered a few problems in alchemy recently. I wonder if you could ask for your answers." The old dwarf looked at the other party's shameless appearance, and his anger disappeared immediately, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "They are all races of equal stature. Why is there such a big difference?" With a long sigh, he could only ask the other party's questions and explain. He was not familiar with alchemy technology, but for some reason, as long as Brown described the cause and effect in detail, he could always think of a solution. Like the knowledge that was already hidden in his mind. After Brown left with satisfaction, the old dwarf took a deep look outside the gray city wall, and did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the city wall, and walked towards the interior of the furnace city. On the street, mechanical puppets and gray dwarves shuttled back and forth, which seemed very lively. The war that destroyed the furnace city seemed to have passed for decades. No one mentioned it again. Life in the underground world is always so pragmatic. Survival is the first priority. Who rules them is essentially not important, as long as the other party can give them a chance to survive. Coincidentally, the Dusk City is in a free-range management of the underground world, which has instead allowed the underground world to release its potential and find a development method suitable for itself. On the road, except for a few mechanical puppets protecting him, no one paid attention to him. The old dwarf did not care. With expectations in his heart, his pace became much faster. After crossing 2 streets, he turned into a small manor, ignored the mechanical puppets guarding the door, and pushed the door open directly. The moment the gate of the manor opened, dozens of eyes looked over at the same time. "Chief, Lord Rand." The old and young dwarves looked at him expectantly. In the past, facing these eyes, the old dwarf always felt a little ashamed. He knew what his people were waiting for. But he couldn't give a reply. This time is different. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Lord Richard has returned to Dusk City 3 days ago, and said that he will come to Furnace City in a few days. We have been summoned." These words immediately excited all the dwarves. After such a long wait, it finally came. "Praise the god of dwarfs, I know that we will definitely get the recognition of the Surface Lord. Ha! Let those tribesmen who didn't come with us regret it. The lives in the underground world always have a special worship for the strong. And for the great existence, who can turn the situation around with his own strength and finally forcibly wipe out the Grey Dwarf, the underground overlord. Everyone has a strong respect in their hearts. Not many people will have a psychological burden to join such a strong man. The survival rules of the underground world are far more direct, simple and cruel than those on the surface." The old dwarf waited until the heated discussion died down before speaking again. "Everyone else go back and rest. You have to keep your spirits up these days. Lord Richard may come at any time." After speaking, he looked at 2 middle-aged dwarves. "You follow me?" "Yes." Entering the side hall, the old dwarf looked at the 2 middle-aged dwarves and said slowly, "Is that thing ready?" The 2 people's eyes suddenly became complicated. "Chief, once we hand over that thing, we will have no way out. That is the only treasure left by our ancestors, and it is the key to unlocking our bloodline power." The old dwarf fell silent for a long time. The air suddenly fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the old dwarf raised his head. He said in a hoarse voice, "Do we still have a choice? Since the great dwarf god fell into eternal sleep, we have lost our power for too long. Who can still activate the key?" He said with a complex look that no one could understand. "With our current strength, we can't accumulate the resources needed to activate the key in 10,000 years. And Bloodhoof City has already started the siege of other forces in the underground world. If we don't seize this opportunity, extermination is obvious. Either show your value and survive, or be treated like garbage. We have no choice." The 2 middle-aged dwarfs looked helpless and painful. "Weak people have always been like this. Then why don't we surrender to Bloodhoof City?" The old dwarf sneered. "Bloodhoof City? It's just a dog raised by Lord Richard. Although Bloodhoof City is now in charge of the underground world, and even has the same reputation. But smart people understand who is the real master of the underground world." The old dwarf sighed lightly. "Now, only Lord Richard can help us. We really need to regain our strength. And from Lord Richard's attitude towards the underground world, we can see that the other party is not a bloodthirsty person. We will get what we deserve." He slowly stretched out his hand to the 2 middle-aged dwarfs. "Take it out." The 2 looked at the old dwarf with a determined look, sighed lightly, and said no more. Dwarfs, since their gods fell asleep, they have lost the power to decide their own destiny. Each of the 2 took out a short knife and slashed it directly on their palms. Blood flowed instantly, and the fishy smell was pungent. But the next second, a surprising picture appeared. The blood that flowed out seemed to have lost gravity and floated in the sky, and the blood of the two gradually merged together. After a dozen breaths, a dwarf statue 1/3 the size of a fist condensed in the sky. The old dwarf looked at the statue that exuded a familiar breath and burst into tears. Before falling asleep, my god predicted that he would return when the crimson moon rises into the sky. But now, we may never see that day again. Chapter 386. After finishing the work of upgrading the territory, Richard inspected it carefully. Looking at the spacious city, he was in a good mood. From the shabby territory with only a few big and small fish at the beginning, to the powerful Dusk City now. His efforts in the past 6 months have not been in vain. All are now reflected in this brick and tile. And it won't be long before more buildings will be built on these widened open spaces. He has never forgotten his original goal to make Dusk City the most dazzling pearl in the desert. He is determined to achieve this goal. After walking around, Richard came to the north wall and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not had time to go to the quicksand land in the past few days since he came back. When he left, the dark energy obtained by the godly ancient tree was almost enough for the transformation. For more than half a month, the void sandworm has been constantly opening the space gate to let the godly ancient tree hunt the void hunter. It should have met the needs of transformation. Without any hesitation, he flew directly towards the quicksand. The moment the ancient godly tree appeared in front of him, Richard immediately found that this boss exuding endless evil aura was a little different. First, the dry branches, originally black and gray, now turned pure black and faintly shiny, as if they were covered with a layer of oil. It gave people a charming feeling. Its aura was also different from the previous majestic, becoming like a volcano about to erupt, turbulent. It was high and low, extremely unstable. Even at a very long distance, one could feel the pressure coming from it. Opening the attribute panel, there were indeed new changes in the status bar of the ancient godly tree. The ancient godly tree. Boss unit. Level 14. Status: transforming 120%. The opponent has already consumed the dark energy to the full amount, even beyond the limit of transformation. Richard frowned. In theory, when accumulating transformation energy, the more the better. But now the state of the ancient godly tree is a little unstable, and he is not sure that it will be beneficial at this moment. Approach immediately. Master. A distorted face appeared on the huge trunk of the ancient godly tree. The opponent's slow and distinctive tone is as if the video is set to 0.5 times the playback speed. Richard nodded and said directly, "Treebeard, why don't you transform? The dark blood, a mythical treasure that can make the ancient godly tree undergo a qualitative change, cost 8 million points to exchange. He has already given it to the opponent in advance. It should not be delayed until now." The ancient godly tree said in a muffled voice. "Master, you don't have to worry. I can still control the power in my body. This transformation is expected to take a long time. I need to wait for your order. As the most powerful fighting force in Twilight City, once he falls into a deep sleep, it will have an impact on the strategy of the entire Twilight City. The godly ancient tree is not a fool. As a boss unit, its wisdom can be called outstanding. It's just that his exaggerated fighting power makes people ignore this point." Richard felt relieved and nodded. "Do those items stored under your roots need to be moved?" Under the roots of the godly ancient tree, there is a huge underground space, where the magic plants he plundered from the underground world are planted. The corpses of the hero units that were hunted before were also stored inside. With this boss guarding, it is safer than being in Twilight City. "No need, my transformation will not affect the items below." Richard's tone relaxed. "What about the desert dragon hero? I have controlled its body with my roots. When it is weak, I will directly inject energy, and will not let it die." Richard was very satisfied. The role of the godly ancient tree is simply amazing. It can do anything. Treebeard added at this time, "Master, when I transform, please do not let the residents of Twilight City enter the quicksand. I will not be able to control the quicksand at that time." Richard agreed. "Besides this, is there anything else I need to do? Do we need to send troops to guard the surroundings?" The godly ancient tree shook its branches. "No need. If there is an irresistible danger, I will sink into the quicksand and you can come to help me then." Richard smiled. This guy is more thoughtful than he thought. Then he seemed to think of something and took out a branch of the rotten tree. "Treebeard, do you know the origin of this branch?" The twisted face of the godly ancient tree showed a bit of surprise. "Master, the evil breath exuded by this tree is very familiar to me, like the breath of the abyss." Richard's eyes condensed. "The breath of the abyss? He looked down at the branch and thought about it. Could it be another evil tree that came from the abyss to the main plane like the godly ancient tree? It seems that I have to hurry up and go there after finishing my chores. It is necessary to confirm whether the rotten tree is dead and whether it can be saved. With the godly ancient tree as a sample, he is very interested in trees. After communicating with the godly evil ancient tree for a long time, Richard was sure that the other party had no needs, so he stopped talking and withdrew from the quicksand land with the surrounding sandworms. Standing on the edge and looking out, you can see the poisonous wasps flying freely in the air, gradually falling on the trunk of the godly evil ancient tree. Then, the godly evil ancient tree, whose breath fluctuated, gradually converged and became like an ordinary dead tree. Inconspicuous. Richard looked at the system panel, and the godly evil ancient tree only had one attribute left, which was in transformation. He took a deep breath, his eyes were burning. Starting from hunting the void hunter in the dungeon, to desperately earning points to exchange for the dark god blood, and then leaving the dungeon to use the void sandworm to open the dark plane and make up for the energy gap. After several months, it has finally come to this step. It's not easy. Albus is transforming, and the godly evil ancient tree is also transforming. The power of the City of Dusk is about to usher in a new round of explosion. And unlike Albus, once the godly evil ancient tree successfully transforms, it will gain the power of the godly evil, one of the most terrifying existences in the world. The godly evil is an extremely evil existence that can kill gods. It is so powerful that it exists as the ultimate villain in all the myths and legends of Glorious Era. No one can estimate how high the godly evil ancient tree, which is already powerful, can reach. He is full of expectations. After coming to his senses, he thought of another thing. If the godly evil ancient tree can transform successfully within 2 months, then he can take the super boss into the temple that seals the heart of the gods to complete the S-level mission. Now half a month has passed since the deadline given to him by the old man who lost his heart, Pim. There are still 2.5 months left, and the mission will fail. Now, we can only hope that the ancient tree of the evil spirit will wake up soon. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore. When he was about to turn around and leave, he saw a void sandworm with dark golden skin and countless mysterious runes engraved on it. This guy, who was still a baby worm 2 months ago, has now grown to 50 meters in size. The trunk diameter is more than 20 meters. Ordinary people standing nearby seem to be facing a wall, giving people a strong sense of oppression. At this time, the gap between ordinary sandworms and void sandworms is also reflected. Although the size of ordinary sandworms has grown a lot, it is still less than 40 meters. Those little guys didn't dare to get close to the void sandworms at all, and could only whimper and show goodwill to Richard from a distance. As a void bloodline, for ordinary sandworms, it is simply a terrifying big boss. Richard saw this big guy and smiled. He stepped forward and put his hand on the other's skin. His spirit emanated and entered the spiritual sea of the void sandworm. Sensing Richard's breath, the void sandworm was immediately excited. A somewhat immature spiritual power was transmitted. Master. After this period of development, the void sandworm has gradually mastered the ability to communicate, and its wisdom has gradually been opened. Richard looked at this big guy, who wanted to rub his head against him, and his face turned black. If he was rubbed, the city wall would not be able to bear it. He quickly stopped the other party's coquettish behavior. Then he immediately got to the point, and used his spirit to ask the other party whether the time it could open the space door had been improved. Master, I can now open the space for 6 hours, but if the distance is too far, the time will be shortened. Before he went to Solon City, it was still 4 hours. In half a month, it increased by 2 hours, which was a great progress. The all-weather opening of the space gate that he expected might not be far away. The ability of the Void Sandworm is a completely strategic force for the City of Dusk. The effect is so great that it cannot be described. Even the later the time, the higher the value. It is not a dream to conduct cross-plane transactions in the future. He encouraged the Void Sandworm and repeatedly reminded it that it can only devour void energy and cannot eat food from the main plane before returning to the City of Dusk. The quicksand land will be temporarily left to these big guys to guard. With the current military strength of the City of Dusk, the surrounding area within dozens of kilometers has been cleared over and over again. It is impossible for a large number of enemies to touch the quicksand land without being discovered. Moreover, the ancient tree of the evil god may not need to be guarded. Back to the Lord's mansion, just sat down to drink a cup of hot tea. The dark Valkyrie, Sina, and the innocent little centaur Mirida came together. Master. My lord. Father. 3 completely different names sounded at the same time. Richard looked at them with some amusement. What's going on? Sina took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, My Lord Richard, I hope to return to the Krina tribe's base and gain some experience at the same time, at least break through level 15. The stimulation she received in Solon City was too great. The girl was strong-willed and unwilling to be weak. Although to most enemies, Sina was simply a demon. Richard raised his eyebrows. This was what he had promised before returning. But he didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. But after a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Go early and come back early, be careful. He wanted to go to the Krina tribe in person, but now he has too many things to do and can't get away. And with these two top heroes, there is nothing to worry about. Heroes are the arms of the lords, and the abilities of top heroes are even stronger than most lords. After giving a warning, he turned his head to look at Amirida, whose eyes were rolling. What about you? What do you want to do? Amirida stepped forward and hugged Richard's shoulders and said coquettishly, Father, I also want to go out and play with Sister Zina, no, to train myself. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are only level 9, and the surrounding field soldiers are enough for you to improve. You are not allowed to leave the City of Dusk before you reach level 15. Amirida was immediately depressed, pouting and looking at Richard pitifully. Father, please. Father. Richard ignored her. The little guy acted cute for a long time, but got no response, so he ran out of the door angrily muttering that his father was a bad guy. The former demigod-level boss, his first plan to go out and play was ruthlessly shattered. Hina was also a little amused. If one day, Amirida's memory is restored, I wonder what her expression will be when she knows about her experience. Thinking of this, I can't help but look forward to the other party's memory being restored. After coming to his senses, he said slowly, Master, if possible, I will try my best to persuade the tribe to join the City of Dusk. Hina has always known Richard's thoughts. At the beginning, she didn't have any big ideas, but now, this miracle city has explained everything. It is not shameful for the Krina tribe to become a member of the Twilight City, and it is even an honor. More importantly, it was the god of dog-headed man that cursed the Krina tribe. An evil god of the dungeon tribe, with extremely terrifying power. Although the opponent has suffered setbacks in the Twilight City many times, who can ignore a god? If the opponent cannot take the Twilight City, the opponent must hate the Krina tribe. The Twilight City can stop the god of dog-headed man, but what can the Krina tribe do? Richard took a deep look at Hina. Just do your best, no need to entangle. The current Twilight City can be described as strong and powerful, no longer the weak territory that could be destroyed at any time. It is good for the Krina tribe to join, but without them, it will not affect anything. After a trip to Solon City, I have a broader understanding of this world. It is impossible for top heroes, like Hina, to be everywhere on the street. Especially since the ancient godly tree and Alvis were still transforming, he was even more confident. Yes, sir. Zina didn't say much, and the specific situation would only be known after returning to the Krina tribe. After Richard finished speaking, he looked at the Dark Valkyrie, nodded slightly to this top boss, and said nothing. The Dark Valkyrie slowly stroked her chest, and did not speak. Everything was self-evident. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Richard's emotions were also a little subtle. The ancient godly tree and Alvis were transforming, and Zina and the Dark Valkyrie were stimulated to go out to train and upgrade alone. Several top combat forces in the City of Dusk were gone in an instant. Now it seems to be the eve of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. When they return successfully, the power of Dusk City will definitely reach a new level. It seems that I have to go alone to explore the rotten tree, but before that, I still have to go to the underground world first. I don't know to what extent the alchemy technology of the Crucible City has been restored. And what about the dwarf with the blood of the gods? Chapter 387. October 16th. Before going to the underground world, Richard recruited the newly refreshed troops. In addition to the troops recruited on September 22nd before going to Solon City, he recruited 2 batches accumulated on October 1st and 8th when upgrading the territory. During this period, he recruited a total of 4 times the output of the troops' nest. The current total force is Mummy Guardian 630, Axe of the Dead 515, Bandaged Mummy 273, Scorpion Warrior 141, Giant Axe Death Knight 387, Condensed Sand Archer 850, Crazy Sand Mage 445, Cursed Pharaoh 90, Glorious Troops Dark Gargoyle 240, Axe of the Dead 70, 110 Dead Stone Statue 720, Heavy Sword Warrior 20, Crown Troops Skeleton Blood Dragon 160, Skeleton Demon 0. Total force 4536, more than 4 battalions. What he particularly values is the fusion soldier, the dead stone statue, whose number has reached an exaggerated 7 squadrons. All of them are launched into the air, and can directly cover the entire Twilight City. The power in his hands has surged again. But the price is that the resources on the panel have dropped madly. The rare resources accumulated before have all been consumed in Solon City. This time, in order to recruit the dead stone statue, he had to exchange a large number of rare resources with ordinary resources. After this round of consumption, there are still 50 million units of ordinary resources left. This made Richard feel that the resources earned from conquering the underground world last time were abundant, but he also felt a headache for the exaggerated expenditure. He wanted to accumulate some resources and upgrade all the army nests to the glorious level. But after this month, the resources in his hands have become less and less. This made him a little helpless. With a gold-eating troop nest like the army nest, no matter how much you earn, it feels insufficient. You can still earn more by conquering high-level maps. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to find a force as rich and easy to control as the Grey Dwarfs. If you want to find it, you can only leave the Death Desert. But at this stage, the City of Dust does not have the spare energy to frequently go on long-distance expeditions. The Crimson Moon is coming, and great changes are about to take place. Before the spatial ability of the Void Sandworm is unstable, plans to go out hunting need to be carefully considered. Granting the recruited troops after the desertification, Richard did not hesitate and entered the underground world through the two-way portal erected in the quicksand. When he passed the ancient tree of the evil god, the boss still had no vitality, and he could hardly even sense the other party's vitality. As if it was really dead. The poisonous wasps that stayed on the branches also turned gray and black, as if they had become fossils. This scene looked quite strange. Richard did not observe much, as it was still early for the other party to wake up. After passing through the space gate and entering the underground passage, the dark environment of the underground world appeared in front of him again. He smelled the stench of mud in the air, and his brows wrinkled subconsciously. No matter how many times he came, this world without sunlight would still make him feel uncomfortable. He opened the system map, determined the target, and directly controlled the sand and gravel to fly out. Bloodhoof City. Since the Grey Dwarves were wiped out, this city has become the actual center of the underground world. And the owner of this city, the Dungeon Barbarian, finally got what he wanted and became the overlord of the underground world, although this overlord should be put in quotation marks in the eyes of many people. But no matter what, before the Surface Lord spoke, Bloodhoof City was the most powerful ruler of the underground world, and no force could compare with it. At this moment, the streets of Bloodhoof City were very lively. Looking around, you can see all kinds of strange dungeon races coming and going. Most of these lives came to trade weapons. The news that Bloodhoof City used food to purchase high-level equipment from all forces had spread throughout the underground world before the Grey Dwarves were wiped out. And food is a hard currency that is more valuable than anything else for the underground world. 9 out of 10 fights are for food. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand flew into the city from the sky. Many people on the street subconsciously looked up. Dare to break into Bloodhoof City? Really looking for death, huh? That is, the Surface Lord? The streets suddenly became noisy. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see what the legendary Surface Lord looked like. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast. When they reacted, they only saw a blurry shadow. This made many people sigh. Controlling the yellow sand was Richard's signature ability in the underground world. In addition, his legendary level had exceeded 10 points. His fame and reputation in the underground world could be described as terrifying. Richard ignored the restless streets and flew directly into the city lord's mansion. As soon as he landed, Cell Bloodhoof, the owner of Bloodhoof City, came out to greet him. The other party seemed to know his arrival one step ahead every time. Cell strode closer and saluted first. Lord Richard. Welcome to your arrival. The attitude is respectful and humble. This is what Richard admires most about the life in the dungeon. He can take it and let it go. When it is time to admit defeat, he will never force himself. A little smile appeared on his face. No need to be polite, Cell. I promise you that in the future, the Dungeon Barbarians will follow the City of Dust to fight on the surface. Keep a good attitude. We were friends before, and will be friends in the future. He stepped forward and patted the other party's shoulder, with a somewhat intimate tone. After Cell stood up, he felt complicated. Friend. He looked at Richard deeply, and nodded vigorously. The high-level Dungeon Barbarians behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. There has been a proverb circulating in the underground world that when the rabbits in the forest are captured, it is the time for the hunting dogs to die. Judging from Richard's attitude, The other party obviously does not have this idea. In the future, the City of Dusk will attack the surface forces together with the Blood of City. This is the promise Richard gave to Cell last time. At this moment, it is mentioned again, which also gives them great confidence. My heart immediately calmed down. Please. Cell led Richard into the hall, and let him sit in the main seat. Richard was not polite, and sat down. A few months ago, when he just came to the underground world, he could control Blood of City with the broken Super Hunter. After a few months of development, Dusk City is no longer the same, and his status will naturally be higher. Strength is the only pass. This sentence is never false. After 3 rounds of tea and more than 10 minutes of chatting, Richard got to the point. Cell, how is the Blood of City completing the plan we agreed on before? Cell's face immediately became serious. Sir Richard, everything is going according to plan. 1/3 of the progress of unifying the underground world has been completed. All the small forces around Blood of City have been brought under our jurisdiction. Those who do not submit have been eliminated. And the plan of exchanging food for weapons is also being steadily implemented. At present, more than 20,000 weapons have been exchanged, and more new weapons will be delivered later. It was planned early on to make the underground world a weapons factory for Twilight City. Twilight City does not have so much energy to invest in the underground world now. The best way is to set a goal and guide the underground world in the direction he wants. Blood of City is his agent. Richard nodded. Not bad, you did a good job and did not disappoint me. I have some new ideas here. You will gradually promote them later. Searle immediately became solemn. Please speak. Richard organized his words and told the ideas he had just thought of when he came. In order to maintain the leading position of weapon forging in the underground world, I need Blood of City to open up forging technology to everyone and share forging information. The first sentence shocked Cell, and he found it difficult to understand. Lord Richard, are you talking about opening up forging technology? Richard nodded. Yes, Blood of City will establish a forger association in the future, and select the top forgers to teach forging technology to other forces. Those forces that surrender to Blood of City can send forgers to learn from them every once in a while. At the same time, those small forces, as long as they have forgers above the advanced level, will also come to Blood of City for lessons every once in a while. In addition, as long as you contribute your forging skills to the Forgers Association, you can get rich rewards. You will never make progress if you work in isolation. Knowledge can only be promoted through mutual communication. Of course, this is just a rough outline, and the specific details still need you to supplement. His weapons business is mainly for players. If he wants to continue, he must be one step ahead of the players. With the rapid development of players, the desire for low-level weapons and equipment has gradually decreased, and the demand for high-level weapons is rising. The underground world must keep up with the pace of players' development in order to continue to use the huge productivity to make money. And to stay ahead, in his opinion, the best way to improve is to promote communication. In this closed world, knowledge is an extremely precious wealth. This is especially true for forging, a craft that can make a living. If it is not enforced by order, no one will share their craft. He has already tried it in Twilight City to see how effective it is. It is definitely worth a try. After listening to it, Cell couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This idea that completely broke the conventional thinking made him feel a kind of visible crushing. While he was still complacent about mastering the underground world, the other party was already thinking about the longer-term future. And what he did was so bold that he dared not even think about it. Knowledge is such a precious wealth. Can you share it just by saying it? But from the other party's simple words, he heard a strong feasibility. If he firmly implemented and promoted it, he was 70% sure that everyone would accept it. No one can refuse to learn the skills that others have kept. Other high-level officials in Blood of City were also speechless. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Richard, who was equal to them a few months ago, and even slightly inferior to them, could make them respect him a few months later. The gap in the pattern is too big. Sir Richard, your mind is amazing. Richard smiled. In the modern era of knowledge explosion, as long as you are willing, ordinary people can even learn the driving skills of fighter jets and the manufacture of nuclear weapons. There are almost no obvious barriers. It is precisely because of the openness of knowledge that the whole world will develop so rapidly. Twilight City has achieved certain results in knowledge sharing. The scale of the underground world is countless times larger than that of Twilight City, and there are countless times more intelligent life. If it can really be promoted. For a long time in the future, it will remain ahead of players in forging weapons. As long as the underground world can do this, it is enough. You must make good arrangements for this matter. Don't be too tough in the early stage. Use gentle means first, let other forces taste the sweetness, and then promote it forcefully. You are free to handle the specific details. Searle came back to his senses, and bowed with his hands on his chest. As you wish. After Richard finished his instructions, he continued. There is another important thing you need to do. Register the hero units of all forces, and count all the information such as level, profession, ability, etc. And the detailed information of their arms, nests, must also be recorded. Searle was startled, and then nodded with a serious face. Yes. Richard waved his hand. As for these 2 points, you can do it in my name when you push forward, but you must grasp the degree and don't be too aggressive. Don't let others have too much resistance. Our goal is to implement the plan, not other things. Sel's eyes lit up. He knew how terrible Richard's reputation was now. With the other party's endorsement, the difficulty of implementing these 2 plans will be greatly reduced. After chatting about some details, Sel suddenly said a little embarrassed. Lord Richard, can I ask you to go to the surface world with you? As if afraid that he would misunderstand something, he said hurriedly. I just want to. Richard interrupted with a smile. Of course, after the underground world is completely unified, you can go to Dusk City at any time. In the future, Dusk City will still need Bloodhoof City to send troops to defend the city. Sel was overjoyed. The yearning for the surface is almost engraved in the genes of the dungeon tribe. Unfortunately, many dungeon creatures have never left this gray world to see the sun, the stars, and the moon. Richard didn't say anything more. After agreeing with the other party to trade weapons at the end of the month, he left Bloodhoof City and headed for Furnace City. After Richard left, the barbarian leaders looked at Sel. Chief Sel took a deep breath, his eyes were like torches. Quietly restored the momentum of the former overlord. Immediately let someone refine the 2 requirements raised by Lord Richard, and at the same time formulate a complete plan and start implementing it in 3 days. This is a task personally issued by Lord Richard. Anyone who dares to drag his feet will be punished according to the laws of Bloodhoof City. Yes. Several people answered in unison. Searle did not speak again, but turned his head to look at the dim sky outside the window. Conquering the surface, I really look forward to that day. His eyes were particularly bright at this moment. An hour later. Furnace City. The soldiers guarding the city only saw a ball of yellow sand flying in. Several gray dwarf recruits subconsciously wanted to blow the horn, but were stopped by their teammates next to them the next second. Idiot! That's the great master, Lord Richard. The gray dwarf was startled, and then looked at the sky with admiration. That's the great master? Richard ignored the scene. In the underground world he conquered, he naturally had enough privileges. One sentence could determine the fate of countless people. After crossing the city wall, he arrived at the vast central square a moment later, but when he was about to land, his face suddenly turned black. Because a rock statue over 30 meters high appeared in his sight. The statue seemed to be carved by a master, and its appearance was vivid, giving people a strong visual impact. But what made him speechless was that the statue was him. Who the hell did this? Richard fell to the ground speechlessly, and a moment later, 2 teams of gray dwarves controlling mechanical puppets surrounded him. Sensing the familiar breath, the gray dwarves immediately opened the cockpit, came out in unison, and shouted in the most flattering tone. Great Lord, your humble servant greets you and welcomes your return. After Richard captured the Furnace City, he stayed in charge for more than half a month, and only a few soldiers in the city did not recognize him. And with this statue, it is hard not to recognize him. Richard said with a dark face. Where are Brown and Jejelu? Let them come here to see me. Yes, great master. The 2 gray dwarves immediately turned around to communicate, and the other gray dwarves quickly protected the surroundings. They were ready for battle. 10 minutes later, Brown, whose wheelchair was pushed quickly by 2 mechanical puppets, came to the front of the statue. Master. The 12th level alchemist stood up excitedly, and ran over after seeing him. Richard glared at this guy unhappily, and pointed at the statue in front of him. Who asked you to carve this? Brown's excited expression froze on his face, and then he said carefully, This is the common wish of all gray dwarves. Everyone says that it is a glory bestowed by the gods for the Crucible City to welcome a great ruler like you. He added, pointing to the gray dwarf next to him. If you don't believe it, ask them. Richard looked at the gray dwarves, who nodded in unison without any intention of lying, and his mouth twitched. Although he knew that the gray dwarves had no bottom line, you can't be so inhuman. I occupied your city, and you erected a statue for me right after? He didn't know what to say to these bastards for a moment. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Where is that guy Jejelu? Jejelu, a 15th level master alchemist. It can be said that he is the top talent in his hands. His baby Andal, the professional level, is only special, and there is still a long way to go before the master. The only pity is that this guy is a grey dwarf. It's also screwed, Brown said with a bitter face. Georgiou is studying the destroyer in the secret room. He said he must give life to the destroyer before he comes out. Do you need me to call him? Richard then remembered that when the grey dwarves were annihilated, the chieftain of the grey dwarves drove a mechanical puppet wrapped in blood-colored muscles, the destroyer. The grey dwarves were defeated, and Georgiou, a master alchemist, said he could give life to the mechanical puppets, so he gave the destroyer mechanical puppet to the other party for research. I didn't expect that this guy was a bit like Andal's research maniac. Forget it, ignore him. Richard glanced at the statue, and saw that it was a bit disgusting. Push this thing away from me, Brown said weakly. Master, I suggest you keep it. The grey dwarves worship you very much, and your statue can be a great deterrent to them. Because of your statue, the public security has improved a lot during this period. Richard's expression was quite wonderful. Are you kidding me? A statue can improve public security? But looking at Brown's serious face, he felt a little helpless. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these dungeon creatures. Waved his hand. Forget it, keep it if it's useful. Out of sight, out of mind, too lazy to stay any longer. Turned and walked towards the city lord's mansion. Asked as he walked. What's the matter with the dwarf with the blood of the gods? Brown, who was following closely behind, responded immediately. Those god-blood dwarfs took the initiative to come and join us. They claimed that they had the blood of the dwarf god flowing in their bodies. Although I didn't see that they had it, there is one thing that is very suspicious. Those dwarfs have always insisted that they have never learned alchemy, but they are very proficient in alchemy. I often ask them some difficult alchemical questions, and they can answer them easily. I suspect that they may not only have the blood of gods, but also have a high-level inheritance in their bodies. Richard narrowed his eyes. Dwarf god, didn't this god fall? Among the mythological information he collected, there are records about the dwarf god. Brown curled his lips. Those stupid dwarves don't think so. They still firmly believe in their own legends. After the moon rises, the dwarf god will be resurrected. Richard's originally careless expression suddenly condensed. His eyes were like knives, staring coldly at Brown. The voice was full of strong oppression. What legend? Brown was shocked and didn't understand why Richard reacted so strongly, and hurriedly said, It's a legend circulated among the dwarves. I also learned about it by accident. All the dwarves say so. I mean the moon rises? Do you know? Richard stared at him closely, and said word by word. But Crimson Moon? Master, I don't know about this. Brown felt like he was being stared at by an ancient dragon. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Realizing that the other party was not lying, Richard slowly restrained his momentum. But his face was still full of coldness. Bring the dwarfs here immediately, without missing a single one. Yes. Brown responded with a trembling voice, not even bothering to wipe the sweat off his face, and quickly turned around and led the surrounding soldiers to the dwarf station. Richard came to the city lord's mansion in deep thought, and sat directly on the golden throne, motionless like a sculpture. After a long time, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from far away. After a dozen breaths, about 40 dwarves entered the hall, under the escort of mechanical puppets. The average height of this race is between 1.3 meters and 1.4 meters, and they look ugly and scary. The clothes they wear are also very simple, and many of them are even torn. It can be seen at a glance that they are not doing well. Rand Augustus, the old dwarf, saw the figure of the high throne immediately after entering the hall. He immediately raised his spirits. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he stepped forward while other tribesmen were still in panic. Kneel down and salute. Great Lord, the descendant of the dwarf god, Rand Augustus, sends you the highest greetings and thanks for your reception. No need to salute. When the other party's voice came to his ears, the old dwarf stood up tremblingly. But at this moment, he still lowered his head and dared not look any more. That person was a great being who flattened the underground world. The difference between their identities was too great. I heard that you have the blood of gods flowing in your body. If so, why do you want to rely on me? The old dwarf gritted his teeth and raised his head. At this moment, he could see the figure on the golden throne clearly. The other person wore a black and red crown, with an extraordinary handsome face. The dark cloak behind him covered part of the throne, making it more mysterious. What impressed him most was the pair of dark and deep eyes, as if they could see through everything. His temperament was full of the aura of a king that made people tremble, as if the other person was a natural master, and he was only worthy of kneeling. He took a few deep breaths to calm down, and then spoke. Great being, although the blood of the Father God flows in our bodies, the glory of the dwarfs has disappeared in the long river of time. We have lost the ability to open the blood in our bodies. Now, only a huge amount of resources can reactivate our power. In the vast underground world, there is no one more kind than you to turn to. Being loyal to you is the only way out. You can bring us hope. After speaking, he knelt on the ground again. Great Lord, the dwarfs are willing to sacrifice our lives and souls, and be eternally loyal to you. As he spoke, his heart was tense to the extreme, because the other party's next words would determine all their fates. At this moment, he was like a criminal sitting in the dock, waiting for the court's verdict. He was uneasy. After a moment, the words with a strong sense of oppression sounded again. Dwarf, what do you have to prove your identity? The old dwarf took a deep breath, raised his head, looked directly at the Supreme King, and took out a bloody dwarf statue from his arms with trembling hands. Great Lord, this is the last treasure that the Father God left for the dwarfs. The moment Richard saw the statue, his pupils shrank sharply. His breathing became rapid. That was the breath of the gods. It couldn't be fake. Just as he was about to open the system panel to check the properties, the words of the old dwarf below made him stand up directly from the throne. Before the Father God fell asleep, he predicted the future. After the crimson moon rises into the sky, he will return. And this treasure can summon the Father God to come. Crimson Moon? Chapter 388. This heavy news was like a depth charge dropped into Richard's heart, causing a huge wave. He could never have imagined that he could get news related to the Crimson Moon in the underground world. And it was so shocking. When the Crimson Moon rises, the dwarf god will return. This prophecy seems ordinary, but it completely overturns his previous inference about the Crimson Moon. Isn't the Crimson Moon a fear that can make the gods tremble? How come it is suddenly related to this fallen god? What is this new expansion pack about? If this prophecy is true, the Crimson Moon is probably countless times more complicated than he expected. As his thoughts turned, his eyes looked at the blood-colored statue in the old dwarf's hand that exuded the breath of the gods. He forced himself to suppress the waves in his heart, and slowly opened the attribute panel. Statue of the dwarf god level. Special features. It seals part of the soul of the dwarf god, and can activate the power of the descendants of the dwarf god. Introduction. This treasure was forged by the dwarf god himself, and it seals part of his soul in the core. Richard held his breath. The soul of the dwarf god is sealed in this statue? He felt a little unbelievable. When did the gods become cabbages? How come he can meet them everywhere? Are these guys playing such a big game? And this is different from the kobold god's clone that he imprisoned. This was sealed by the other party on his own. Its soul power is definitely countless times more than that clone. From the information just now, we can know that this statue is the key to the resurrection of the dwarf god. The light in his eyes flickered. Rand Augustus, the old dwarf, looked at Richard for a long time without saying anything, his face full of anxiety. It seemed that he was afraid that he would order them to be dragged down and hanged on the city gate in the next second. After a long time, he mustered up the courage and spoke in a trembling voice. Great Lord, do you have any questions? Richard was awakened, looked at the anxious old dwarf, and took a deep breath. How much do you know about the Crimson Moon? The old dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lord, the prophecy of the Father God is too ethereal. We have searched for countless years, and have not found any information about the Crimson Moon. Now that the dwarfs are declining, we no longer have the ability to dig into this legend. He sighed. Our ancestors once inferred that this prophecy might just be a legend made up by one of our sages to unite the dwarfs. Father God, it may be difficult to wake up. When he said this, his eyes were full of bitterness. After countless years of anticipation and searching, the dwarves have not found hope. Under the scouring of time, the once powerful dwarves have become the bottom race. The faith that supports them has long since collapsed. Those who firmly believe in the prophecy left by the dwarf god have become an absolute minority. They can't afford to waste time. Richard looked directly into the other person's eyes, and every word he said was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No, this prophecy is not a fabricated lie. The old dwarf was shocked. He suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief. Master, are you telling the truth? His tone was extremely trembling, and it was even difficult to hear clearly. In the hall, the dwarves who dared not speak also breathed faster at this moment, staring at the unparalleled master sitting on the golden throne. They were waiting for the judge who would pronounce their fate to make a judgment. Richard nodded. You are not worth my deception. I have accurate information that the crimson moon will rise soon. If this sentence was said by someone else, even if it was Cell Bloodhoof of Bloodhoof City, the new overlord of the underground world, the dwarves would not believe it. But now the one who said this is the real ruler of the underground world. The great existence, who wiped out the grey dwarves with his own strength. His reputation is so great that even 10 Bloodhoof cities tied together cannot match it. The dwarf immediately became excited. Woo-woo-woo legend, it's actually true. Praise you, the great master of the City of Dusk. God of the dwarves, I swear, this is the best news I have ever heard in my life. The old dwarf was even more excited. Tears flowed uncontrollably at this moment, because the wrinkles on his face were dense, and the tears flowed horizontally along the wrinkles. It looked inexplicably sad. The legend that the dwarves had been looking forward to for millions of years, and no longer held any hope, turned out to be their protector, and would reappear. The emotions in his heart at this moment were so complicated that they could not be described in words. After a long time, a group of people gradually recovered. The old dwarf seemed to have thought of something, suddenly woke up, stepped onto the golden steps, and respectfully presented the statue in his hand to Richard. Great Lord, please take control of the fate of the dwarfs. We will fight to the death for your glory. Other dwarfs felt unwilling to see the old dwarf act like this. Many people even thought about leaving and waiting for the dwarf god to revive, but they immediately came to their senses after seeing the mechanical puppets around them. Now they have no choice. From the moment they made the decision to join the City of Dusk, their fate was no longer in their hands. No, since the dwarfs were no longer able to activate their blood, they had lost the power to control their fate. Richard looked at the old and weak dwarf with interest. A little appreciation rose in his eyes. He liked to deal with smart people. He didn't refuse and reached out to take it. The statue was like a weight, quite heavy. Just when he put it in front of his eyes and prepared to take a closer look, the situation suddenly changed. The divine aura that he could sense before suddenly disappeared. The statue no longer had any energy fluctuations, as if it had turned into a mortal object. The old dwarf's pupils shrank. He was horrified. What was going on? How could the aura that made people fear on this treasure disappear? Seeing Richard's face as usual, he lowered his head and dared not look at him again. He could even wipe out the aura of the gods. This great existence was really terrifying. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly, without any expression fluctuations. The power of the statue was not disappearing, but fear. The next second, a hideous statue appeared silently in his hand. The statue of the old god. The two statues were placed side by side. The statue of the dwarf god had no aura, but the statue of the old god was emitting a faint dark light, like a shark that smelled blood. He would not rashly take the statue of the dwarf god, as the power of the god is unpredictable. In order to prevent accidents, he always controls the statue of the old god. The statue of the old god, which feeds on the gods, is a powerful weapon to deal with the ruler of the rules of this world. Now it seems that the soul of the dwarf god sealed deep in the statue still has a certain perception. It may not have a clear consciousness, but it still knows how to avoid danger. Richard sensed the breath that was hidden as much as possible and looked at the old dwarf. Rand, how can we use this statue? Do you mean to call the Father God, or activate the blood in our body? Tell me about both. The old dwarf forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, If the Father God has returned, then you only need to input energy into the statue to call. If you want to activate the blood, it's not that simple. His face became a little ugly. The statue is the key to activate the blood. But to maintain this energy, 1 million units of rare resources are consumed every year. Because of the weakness of the dwarfs, we have long been unable to pay such a huge amount of resources. This has also led to the fact that the blood in our bodies has never been activated for hundreds of years. The more he spoke, the more complicated his eyes became. Now at least 1 million units of rare resources are needed to restore the statue's key function. If it is not necessary, who would be willing to give up everything? The declining dwarf has no way out. Richard understood. No wonder the other party is willing to offer the statue. 1 million units of rare resources. This is an exaggerated number for the City of Dusk. He has been in the glorious era for more than half a year, and the rare resources on the books have never reached 500,000 units, let alone 1 million. The few top treasures in his hands may be worth this price, but they can't be sold. Moreover, he has to pay 1 million every year. This thing is simply an unbearable gold-eating beast. No wonder the dwarfs are weak. If they are not a powerful force, they will be dragged down by paying this amount of resources every year. Thinking of this, with a little curiosity, he opened the attribute panel of the old dwarf. Although the other party's words are beautiful, He also wants to see whether this divine bloodline is worth such a high price. Rand Augustus. Hero Unit Level. Level 9 Potential. B-Level Skills. Descendant of God's Blood. Legend. Potential increased by 1 level. Upper limit is Super A level. Can actively activate the blood of God in the body. Open the body of God's descendant. The body grows to 4 meters tall. All attributes increase by 800%. Skill attributes increase by 200%. Level temporarily increased by 2 levels. Immune to death before the energy in the body is exhausted. Duration 20 minutes. Cooldown time 24 hours. Sealed. Inherited knowledge. Super A level. Can inherit the knowledge of ancestors through bloodline. Combat skills. Alchemy. Magic knowledge. Sealed. Strong physique. B level. Stealth. B level. Dwarf archery. C level. Dwarf combat. C level. Forging. C level. Tailoring skills. D level. Identify herbs. D level. Hero talent. Smart brain. When commanding dwarves, intelligence increases by 20%. Racial talent. Super strong comprehension. The learning speed of advanced knowledge such as alchemy and magic is increased by 40%. Bond dwarf. When the number of dwarfs exceeds 20, the intelligence increases by 10%. When the number exceeds 40, the intelligence increases by 15%. And when the number exceeds 60, the intelligence increases by 20%. Introduction. A dwarf with great potential will have surprising talents once the hidden power in his body is activated. After Richard read the other party's attributes, his expression was quite subtle. A word emerged in his mind: ice and fire. The old dwarf's 2 skills, the descendant of divine blood and inherited knowledge, made him jealous. They are among the top skills. But apart from these 2 skills, the rest are all garbage. This seems to explain the current situation of the dwarf from the side. Unlimited potential, poor life. If it is not out of helplessness, how can a combat hero learn a skill like tailoring? Richard sighed slightly. Racial talent and bond are pretty good. If the bloodline is activated again, the seal of the 2 top skills can be broken. I am afraid that this old dwarf will become the top hero in an instant. He looked at the other dwarves. After a quick glance, he found that the skill of the descendant of divine blood on the other dwarves was only Super A level, and the upper limit of the potential upgrade was also reduced to A level. The temporary level upgrade was also reduced to 1 level, and the attributes of various aspects were also reduced to varying degrees. But even so, within 20 minutes, the energy in the body was not exhausted, and the immunity to death was still a bug. However, what made him a little regretful was that the skill of knowledge inheritance was not seen on other dwarves. In the hall, except for the old dwarf, no one else was a hero unit. This was obviously the main reason. After a slight sigh, Richard looked at the old dwarf. What he valued most was not the other party's combat power, but the inheritance of knowledge. Brown had mentioned before that the dwarf had not learned alchemy, but could answer many alchemy problems that he did not know. Obviously, it was also thanks to this skill. The City of Dusk is not short of high-end combat power now, but it lacks scientific researchers. The other party's attributes gave him a new idea. In Solon City, 5-star strategic treasures can be sold for millions of rare resources. Using 1 million rare resources in exchange for a powerful hero unit, this deal is not a loss. Moreover, he still has a lot of dark crystals in his hands, which can completely train ordinary dwarfs into heroes. Thinking of this, he looked at the old dwarf. Apart from you, are there any other dwarfs? The old dwarf said bitterly. When we decided to join you, some of our tribesmen had a huge disagreement with us, so half of them stayed in the base. Richard nodded and looked at Brown, who had not spoken. Brown, have someone take those dwarves back to the Crucible City, and don't let any casualties occur. Brown nodded immediately. Then he asked the 2 dwarves to lead the way, and turned to go down. Richard looked around, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "Are you willing to live on the surface?" This made all the dwarves' eyes light up. In the underground world, the surface is synonymous with richness, safety, and hope. Almost all dungeon life has an obsession with the surface. Great Lord, we are willing. In the end, the old dwarf was the representative. Very good, believe me, you will sincerely feel proud of your choice today. After reaching the surface, I will activate the key function of the statue, and give you power again. This immediately excited the dwarf. Thank you for your kindness. Praise you, great master. Richard nodded, said nothing more, and waved his hand to let everyone go. Although there are still many details that can be asked to these dwarfs, they are not important. Just leave them to the subordinates. After the room was cleared, Richard's eyes were put on the statue of the dwarf god again. Feeling the breath of the statue, his heart moved slightly. The statue is extraordinary, but he didn't know where to start for a while. Needless to say, the soul of the dwarf god is naturally priceless. But the biggest question is, how should this thing be used? Can the soul hidden inside be forced out? Letting the statue of the ancient god swallow it is a bit of a waste of natural resources. It seems that all the top treasures in my hands have this common problem. The plain stone is like this, the world tree seed is like this, and now this dwarf god statue is still like this. Richard smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Others are afraid that there are no good things, but he has too many good things, and doesn't know how to use them at all. After retracting his thoughts, he focused on the key issue. The most critical point now is the Crimson Moon. As long as the Crimson Moon can be found, all problems can be solved. I wonder if Chris, the little girl, has made any progress. Shaked his head, and didn't dwell on it. It's only about 2.5 months. Even if the trace of the Crimson Moon cannot be found during this period, with the strength of the City of Dusk, it can also get a share of the upcoming changes. Hasn't he accumulated power for so long just to deal with these emergencies? Chapter 389. Under Richard's strong will. The next morning, a group of more than 60 god-blood dwarfs were brought back to Twilight City by Brown. When Richard arrived, he found that the old dwarf Rand was already there. Both sides were looking at their companions with complicated eyes. Seeing Richard surrounded by a group of people, the dwarf controlled by the mechanical puppet immediately panicked. He lowered his head in fear, and did not dare to look directly at Richard. Richard nodded to the old dwarf, who saluted him, and did not talk nonsense with the captured dwarfs. He directly opened the attribute panel, and checked the attributes. After a circle, a total of 3 heroes were found, one of which had a potential of C level, and the other 2 were D level. And without exception, these 3 heroes all have the 2 top skills of legendary god blood descendant, and super A level knowledge inheritance. They are not the skills of ordinary dwarfs after being castrated. I must have it in my heart. Sure enough, it was because of whether they were heroes. In this way, investing 1 million rare resources in these dwarves would definitely bring a lot of benefits. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the old dwarf. Rand, all the dwarves are under your management. Take care of your internal affairs. If there are any problems, ask Brown to solve them. Richard gave them a warning and ignored them. He didn't need to do anything to subdue a few dwarves. What are the identities of these dwarves? Are they worthy of him speaking in person? Even if the god of dwarves is still there, it's just like that. Not to mention, now the dwarves even have their own god's souls under his control. Yes, great master. The old dwarf responded respectfully, not daring to say anything more. The other dwarves dared not even fart. In front of the powerful surface lord, what else can they do except wait for the other party to decide their fate? After the dwarf left, Brown came to Richard excitedly and told him a good news. Master, the mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop you ordered to build has been completed. Richard's eyes lit up. How to travel quickly in the desert has always been a big problem in the glorious era with inconvenient transportation. The flying troops have limited carrying capacity and have to serve in important combat positions. It is impossible to devote all of them to transportation. Normal transportation methods must still be available. The sandworms that are up to 100 meters long and can drill into the sand are the best power. For this reason, he built the 4-star rare blueprint transportation machinery manufacturing workshop obtained in the copy in the Furnace City. The purpose is to produce the corresponding tools as quickly as possible. Conquering the underground world is not the end. Ruling this area and enjoying various hidden conveniences are the ultimate goal. Brown led the way, and Richard followed behind. Walking in the dungeon full of mechanical punk style, his mood was also a little subtle. If those fans came to such a place, I am afraid they would have a spiritual climax directly. The mixture of machinery and exotic style is very impressive. What can alchemy do? For the natives of Glorious Era, this question is just like asking the Blue Star people what physical chemistry can do. Alchemy is a different world science that conforms to the rules of Glorious Era and can change the world. To Richard, the Grey Dwarves are a group of people who have studied alchemy very deeply. Although this race is arrogant, greedy, cowardly, timid, selfish, and almost all the negative characteristics of intelligent life are reflected in them. But their talent for alchemy that ordinary people can't reach is enough for them to win a place in the City of Dusk. As for how to use alchemy, Richard has always had his own ideas. However, the biggest problem at present is that the accumulation of alchemy in the Furnace City has not yet achieved the effect he wants. He can only take it step by step. In front of the huge mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop, in a courtyard with an exaggerated area. At this time, 3 machines with extremely special structures are placed. The appearance of the 3 machines is exactly the same, 10 meters high, 20 meters wide, and 30 meters long, divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. It looks like a canoe, streamlined. Interestingly, there is a giant hook in front and behind it, which looks like the connection between the carriages of a train. When Richard was about to ask, Brown pointed at the special machine in front of him and said loudly, "Master, this is the mechanical boat we designed specifically for sandworms. We adopted a special segmented design. If the transportation volume is small, we can separate the mechanical boat. If the transportation volume is large, we can use hooks to connect multiple sections of the mechanical boat to increase the carrying capacity. If the 3-story building is not needed, it can be completely dismantled, leaving only the base of the mechanical boat, which can meet the transportation needs of large materials. And the front is specially designed for the sandworm's body shape. The fixed carrying method can automatically adjust the size, and will not fall off. Not only that, we have also reserved magic space in the mechanical boat, and we can enchant it later." Looking at Brown, who was talking freely, Richard looked quite happy. "Good guy, just looking at the appearance of this thing, you can tell how impressive the transportation capacity is. The loading capacity of a mechanical boat is at least comparable to that of a brigade of skeleton blood dragons. This thing is simply a desert train. It has been several months since I got the 4-star rare blueprint of the transportation machinery manufacturing workshop, and finally there are results. The foundation of the Grey Dwarfs is indeed strong." Yes, he is very satisfied. "Master, although the mechanical boat has been formed, there are still many difficulties that need to be improved, and the sandworms need further cooperation in research." Richard nodded. "I will dispatch a few more sandworms for you to study." As he said, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The birth of the machine suddenly reminded him that the development direction of alchemy in Glorious Era seemed to be born for battle. As for the research on people's livelihood, it can only be described as lackluster. The root cause is that Glorious Era is full of dangers. The field army bases that are refreshed every week, the terrifying monsters in the dimension, demons, endless abyss, 9 layers of purgatory, undead, etc. This world is never safe. According to Maslow's need theory, survival and safety are always the most basic and basic needs. So when your own safety is threatened, whether actively or passively, you must invest resources to improve your own safety and ensure survival. This is the most basic logic of military competition. The same is true for alchemy technology. It's not that other people are stupid, but the environment requires it. If you store food while your neighbor stores guns, then everything you do is meaningless. So basically all forces will focus on developing military power. Even the development of Twilight City has been the same. This mechanical boat, which is somewhat similar to a train, was originally intended to transport troops, but when used for transportation, it can completely reduce the communication costs between the 2 regions. Civilian and military use can be switched seamlessly. This made him think of a question that most people can think of. In this case, why can't alchemy be used to do more? For example, manufacturing special mechanical puppets to mine, or forging weapons, designing special machinery to cultivate farmland, and developing mechanical modules to produce goods. Other forces may be forced to engage in an arms race and have to invest all their resources in improving the strength of the army. But he has an underground world, and Twilight City is in the desert, and the surrounding environment is relatively safe. There is room for him to develop. Richard touched his chin. Although the technology of Glorious Era is completely different from that of Blue Star, and the basic rules are also different. But it doesn't seem to be too difficult to localize some of Blue Star's products that have a significant impact on life, and use alchemy technology to achieve it. Isn't the natural environment of the underground world bad? Then is it feasible to directly change the environment by planting in greenhouses? Following this direction, Richard instantly felt that there was a lot of room for development in this direction. Alchemy is a top discipline that can be as famous as magic. Retracting his thoughts, he looked at Brown. The sandworms have not yet fully grown, and their size will change in the future. Have you considered this in your design? Master, the mechanical boat was finalized after many discussions. Please rest assured. Brown said this with confidence. Being able to become the overlord of the underground world and rule a large area for hundreds of years. The Grey Dwarf's talents and alchemy accumulation can be called strong. After the capture of the Furnace City, although there were many casualties, a large number of Grey Dwarf's talents were gathered from other areas. Richard nodded. After organizing his words, he recounted the idea of developing people's livelihood technology just now, and finally said, "Alchemy has the potential to create miracles, not just in the military. Transforming the natural environment and turning an unsuitable environment into an environment suitable for us should be the ability of alchemy. Brown opened his eyes wide and looked at Richard with surprise. Master, few people pay attention to this aspect now. In fact, when alchemy was first born, it was used to transform the environment and improve production efficiency, he said with some surprise. Your wisdom is really admirable, alchemy greenhouse, alchemy mining, alchemy forging. I have a feeling that if we really develop in this direction, one day, we will be able to achieve results that will amaze everyone. Richard smiled, and was quite pleased with Brown's acceptance of this aspect. There was also some expectation in his heart. Perhaps some smart players have already started similar attempts. However, it is difficult for players to have an entire underground world as a test field. It is also difficult to have a big city like the Crucible City as a base, and it is even more difficult to have a race like the Grey Dwarfs, who have accumulated hundreds of years of technology to work for him. If the statue of the dwarf god is activated again, he will have a group of dwarves with knowledge inheritance to participate in it. Bloodhoof City manufactures weapons, and Furnace City studies alchemy. The two largest cities in the underground world will compete for hegemony again. The prize for this victory will be Richard's praise. This will determine their future status in the City of Dusk. Who dares to ignore the will of the Master? After a tour of the Furnace City, Richard was in a good mood. The Furnace City has been put on the right track, and the regime of the Grey Dwarf seems to have completely fallen into nothingness. The City of Dusk gradually left its mark here. The Grey Dwarf's timely style of doing things has made his best practice here. As long as the City of Dusk controls the underground world for one day, the Grey Dwarves will serve it obediently. October 18th. After Richard arranged the affairs of the underground world, he quietly returned to the surface. Bloodhoof City has Searle in charge, and Furnace City has Brown in command. Both of them have good ability to execute orders, so he doesn't need to keep a close eye on them all the time. When he left the underground world, he did not disturb the sleeping ancient tree. He brought all the god blood dwarves out. The total number was just one squadron. There were many dwarves in this world, but perhaps only the one in his hand had the blood of gods. Although Richard intended to send these dwarves to the Crucible City and let them cooperate with the Grey Dwarves to study alchemy. But before that, he had to activate the blood in their bodies. However, 1 million units of rare resources made him feel troubled. In the player trading market, 1 unit of rare resources can now be exchanged for 500 units of ordinary resources. This is not a small amount. Ordinary resources have a large output, and various mineral veins are refreshed every week. Even if it is a low-level force, it can accumulate a lot by mining alone after a period of development. Rare resources are different. Not only do they refresh less frequently, but they also produce less. In the Lord's Mansion, Richard listened to Kalu's report while thinking about where to earn the 1 million rare resources. After Kalu stopped, he withdrew some of his thoughts. Just arrange those dwarves normally, don't worry too much. After their blood is activated, keep the useful ones, and let the useless ones return to the underground world. Kalu replied yes. After knowing that the dwarves all have the blood of gods flowing in their bodies, Richard was a little unsure about his attitude towards them. After getting the confirmation, he felt relieved. Richard seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and turned his head to look at his side. Looking at the empty ground, his eyes moved slightly. Has Xena said back any news? Kalu shook his head. Not yet, maybe they have just arrived at the Krina tribe. Richard did not comment. I'm used to having Hina and the Dark Valkyrie guarding me, so I'm a little uncomfortable leaving them suddenly. I hope that the two of them can step onto a higher level next time they come back. Seeing that Richard didn't ask any more questions, Kalu continued to speak. Sir, 2 hours ago, Wire sent back a letter. He took out the open letter from his arms and handed it over. As a political official of Twilight City, this letter was originally written to him to communicate with him, so it's normal to open it. Richard didn't take it and waved his hand. Just get to the point. Yes. Kalu's tone became solemn. Most of the matters are about how to develop the Violet Chamber of Commerce. We have already replied to Wire. Only one of the proposals requires you to make a decision. Seeing Kalu's serious tone, Richard also perked up a bit. What new ideas does Wire have? Kalu said in a serious tone. We're suggested that we use the property of Twilight City, that we won't get lost in the desert to develop trade. Richard was a little confused. Wasn't this a plan that had been in place for a long time? Why did he have to tell him specifically? Karu's voice did not pause. Not only ordinary trade, we're suggested that Twilight City be built into the core city of the Death Desert, so that all the goods in the entire Death Desert can be circulated through Twilight City. And Twilight City can form its own transport caravan, using our property of not getting lost to help other forces transport goods out of the Death Desert. In addition, we can also train special guides to guide the chambers of commerce of other forces. The Death Desert has a large number of restricted areas. Those terrifying areas will make all maps and magic items invalid. The characteristic that we will never get lost in the Death Desert is an unparalleled advantage. Richard's expression was a little subtle when he heard this. Isn't this logistics? Moreover, the Furnace City just happened to manufacture a mechanical boat suitable for large-scale transportation. Did we get the news in advance? Chapter 390. After a busy day, Sam left the blacksmith shop. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and his clothes were even more shabby, which made people frown. He looked like a wandering beggar, extremely embarrassed. With only one arm, this appearance did not give people a good feeling. But Sam did not care about these, still holding his chest and shining his eyes. And the residents who passed by him did not show him strange eyes, but were full of envy and respect. Because the gray clothes on his body were the uniforms specially designed for the blacksmith shop by the tailor's shop. In the whole Dusk City, only the staff of the blacksmith shop were qualified to wear them. That was the blacksmith shop, the most prestigious place in the Dusk City, nothing else. The clothes of the blacksmith shop were divided into 3 levels: apprentice, forger and more advanced forging master. What he wore was the exclusive clothes of the top forging master, which was a symbol of status. The entire Twilight City only belonged to him and Andal. Sam's steps were very brisk, and he hummed an unknown light tune. He didn't know what the tune was called, but he occasionally heard it from Shauna. Because the girl liked it, he liked it too. Thinking of the figure waiting for him at home, his steps could not help but be faster. He had been in the blacksmith shop for a week, and wanted to research the special attack technology before going back. But he had to come out at this time, because today was very special. Shauna's birthday. In fact, he didn't know when Shauna's birthday was, and he didn't even know his own birthday. The reason why today was his birthday was because he regarded the day they met as their common birthday. For him, this is even more important than his birthday. Because the day he met Shauna, there was light in his dark life. The appearance of the girl gave him, who was sinking in the darkness, hope and the strength to live. To outsiders, he has been taking care of Shauna, but only he knows. It is the girl who will never see this world again who is supporting him. She is his support. The light in his eyes is getting gentler. Think about how crazy and suffocating it was for a disabled man with only one arm to cross the Death Desert with a blind girl a few months ago. But for her, he is not afraid of any difficulties. Fortunately, he made this choice at the beginning. Thinking of this, Sam's face showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the original decision, he would not be discovered by the City of Dusk, nor would he come to this great city, and he would not become a respected top blacksmith. Sir Richard. He whispered this title in his heart, his eyes showing a scorching light. It was the master of this territory who gave him everything. He will never forget his soul forever. His soul belongs to his girl, but his life has already belonged to this city. If necessary, he will stand on the city wall without hesitation to protect this city, and give everything for Lord Richard. Sam, you come back so early today? A crisp voice with surprise interrupted Sam's thoughts. Subconsciously turning his head, a girl with a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a pure white dress, and her big blue eyes seemed to be carved from gems, which made people tremble. Her face is exquisite and perfect, her temperament is elegant and lively, and even the most demanding people can hardly find any flaws. Sam didn't dare to look at her anymore, and avoided her sight unnaturally, and said with a stiff voice, "Miss Helena, good day. Today is Sanaa's birthday, so I came back a little early." Hearing this, the smile on the girl's face faded slightly, and she smiled reluctantly. "It's great. I didn't expect Miss Sanaa's birthday to be today." Her eyes were slightly dim as she said this. "Then, I go back and won't bother you anymore." Sam said "oh," and nodded blankly. "Okay, Miss Helena, goodbye." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything to stop her, the girl lowered her head and turned away sullenly. Sam didn't think much about it, and regained his happiness, and walked away ready to go home. But before he walked far, a middle-aged man with a big belly and fat body stopped him. The other person was wearing a black robe and looked quite wealthy. Sam smiled when he saw the person coming. "Good day, Uncle Ode." The middle-aged man named Ode smiled. "Good day, Sam." He looked around. "Didn't you meet Helena just now?" Sam pointed in another direction. "Yes, Miss Helena went back." The middle-aged man showed a subtle expression on his face. "You didn't talk?" Sam shook his head. "I've already said hello, and today is Sanaa's birthday. I'm in a hurry to go back." Understandable. He looked Sam up and down. Although the other person's clothes were covered with dust, his high spirits were not to be underestimated. After thinking for a while, he stepped forward, approached Sam, and lowered his voice. Sam, what did you think about what I told you before? Helena is a famous girl in Twilight City. She is a top choice in appearance and upbringing. There are many boys who want to pursue her. Sam shook his head decisively. Thank you for your attention, Uncle Ode. I already have Sanaa. The middle-aged man said disapprovingly. I didn't ask you to give up Sanaa. Sanaa is a good girl. You can still be with her after you marry Helena. He said proudly. Men, what's wrong with marrying several wives? Especially for an excellent man like you. You are the backbone of the blacksmith shop. Even Lord Richard treats you differently. You have unlimited potential in the future. You can't marry only Sanaa in your life. You have to marry other girls, right? In that case, why can't you marry Helena? If you are worried that Sanaa will not agree, it's okay. I will help you to talk. Believe me, she will understand. Sam was slightly stunned by the other party's retort. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head at the middle-aged man. Uncle Ode, I think you may not understand me. There are many good-looking, smart and beautiful girls in this world, but that has nothing to do with me. I only want Sanaa. Her is enough. As he said this, his face was filled with happiness. Sanaa is everything to me. In this world, no girl can compare to her, no. The middle-aged man who vowed finally froze. Some looked at him incomprehensibly. When their eyes met, he saw the other person's unwavering love for a person in his eyes. The mountains and seas collapsed and could not be moved. The middle-aged man who originally did not believe that anyone could resist such temptation fell silent. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. Maybe I underestimated you, Sam. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Sanaa is a good girl. It must be the blessing of the goddess that she can get your favor. Sam smiled and shook his head. No, Uncle Ode, it is my honor to be with Shauna. Without her, perhaps I would have become a rotten corpse. She is my light. After a while, the middle-aged man watched the figure with brisk steps disappear at the end of the street, and there was some envy in his eyes. It must be very happy to love someone so firmly. After the other person's figure disappeared, he lowered his head and pulled up his sleeves a little. A crystal bracelet full of impurities was tied on his wrist. There was a bit of reminiscence in his eyes. Sanaa, Sam will definitely become a big man in the future. He may marry you as his wife, but he may not only have one wife. Who of those big men doesn't have several women? Besides, in your case, being with him will only delay him. Sam is now a top figure in Twilight City. He often doesn't come back for several days during this period. Doesn't this mean anything? The greater the gap in status between you, the more difficult it is to maintain this relationship. Sanaa, maybe you haven't realized that Sam has gradually forgotten you. He has a better life, and will no longer put you first. You are no longer that important to him. And you know, he met a girl named Helena some time ago, and that girl likes him very much. She has bright eyes, can play a musical instrument called Kronken, her singing voice is particularly beautiful, and her father is a big shot in the logistics department. They are the most suitable couple. In the bright house, a young man in his early 20s was looking at the girl sitting on the stool with unfocused pupils. The young man was tall, and had a shiny golden hair. His eyes were full of intoxication. He emphasized his tone a little, trying to increase his persuasiveness. I'm different, Shauna. I only want you in my life. I swear to the goddess, your appearance has been engraved in my soul since the day I saw you. You are the only love of my life. I have become an employee of the food workshop. I will work hard and make a lot of money to help you treat your eyes. I will accompany you after get off work every day. I will never let you be ignored for many days. Shauna. Listening to the boy's words, Shauna, who had been silent for a long time, slowly raised her head and looked at the figure in front of her seriously. Her tone was firm. Daniel, I'm sorry. Please forgive my directness. Sam is not the kind of person you said. In the future, please don't say bad things about Sam in front of me. I don't like it. Sam is my lover, and my only one. Besides him, I will never fall in love with anyone else in this life, no, in the next life. Daniel, considering that we have known each other for a few years, and you have helped me and Sam a lot, today I will pretend that nothing happened. You can go. The boy raised his voice unwillingly. Shauna, don't you understand? Love is mutual. Sam might be holding hands with Helena and watching the sunrise and sunset outside the city. Why didn't he come back for a week? Although the work in the blacksmith shop is busy, it is impossible that I can't spare a little time. Today is your birthday. I can always be with you. The girl's face became a little cold. Daniel, I warn you for the last time, don't say anything bad about Sam. You don't need to worry about how Sam does things. Even if it's a month, a year, or even never coming back, I can't accept you. I love Sam more than my life and soul. Looking at the unshakable face, the boy's heart was like a knife. He opened and closed his lips several times, but he couldn't speak anymore. In the end, the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. He sighed, staggered, and left with a look of disappointment. The girl ignored the other's departure, and was still thinking about her boy in her mind. Sam must be very busy these days. I made his favorite honey bread today. I asked Aunt Sana to take me to the blacksmith shop later. Thinking that she would see him later, the girl immediately showed a bright smile on her face. Just groping to get up. Yeah, the sound of the door being pushed open sounded, and a familiar sound of footsteps came into her ears. The girl showed a little surprise on her face, and subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Sam, you're back. The tone was indescribable joy. The girl, who was not too angry just now, was like a statue that was given life at this moment, full of spiritual breath. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of spring flowers. It was fascinating. Sam looked at his beloved girl with a bright smile on his face. He stepped forward, and when he got close, he took out a bouquet of white flowers from his back with one hand. He led the other to take it with one hand. Happy birthday, Sana. The girl held the flowers in her hand, and sniffed them lightly at the tip of her nose. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers, she smiled and said with surprise, White moon flower. Sam, where did you get the white moon flower? This is a desert. Sam smiled. Do you like it? The girl nodded vigorously, holding it in her arms happily, and was reluctant to let go. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, the girl felt that the figure in front of her seemed to squat on the ground, and one of her hands was held by the other. While she was wondering, a mellow and gentle voice sounded. Sana, today is our birthday, and it is also the day we met. This day is like a rebirth for me. It is because of your appearance that my life has been given new meaning. I hope to be by your side forever in the days to come, to protect you, to care for you, and to love you. I hope to be your husband, and the father of our children. I hope to be able to hold your hand when I am 80 years old and have gray hair. Sana, my love, I hope you can marry me. After the words fell, the girl only felt the coldness of the ring on her ring finger. At this moment, an unspeakable sense of happiness surged from the bottom of her heart. Tears could not be suppressed and slid down. The voice was trembling uncontrollably. Sam, are you serious? Sam's tone was solemn and passionate. I have never been so serious in my life. Are you willing to be my bride? Oh, I do. The girl could no longer hold back her excitement. She choked up and pulled the boy up and hugged him tightly. Smelling the breath of the other person, at this moment, she felt that it was worth it even if she died. Sam whispered in the girl's ear with a trembling voice. Sana, when we were trapped in the death desert, I was very scared. I wasn't afraid of death, but I was afraid that I would die without you becoming my wife. At that time, I was thinking that if we could leave the death desert alive, I would definitely propose to you immediately. Fortunately, the goddess favored us, and Lord Richard pulled us back from the hands of the god of death, and brought us to the city of twilight. Later, the Lord gave me powerful power, and gave me everything. Now, I finally have the ability to take care of you. I have been thinking about this moment, since the day I came to the city of twilight. The wish has finally come true. I am willing to die at this moment. Sana, I love you. The girl was intoxicated by the most straightforward and passionate words in her heart. She was choking with sobs and excitement, and could no longer speak complete words. The only way to respond was to hold the boy in her arms more tightly, as if to rub him into her body. After a long time, she sobbed and whispered, Sam, we will have a future. You will still serve Twilight City, and make greater achievements to repay Lord Richard. We must live well together. Live until the day when Twilight City becomes the pearl of the desert. Live until the day when we can no longer walk. Sam hugged the girl tightly. Well, we must live well. Twilight City has not yet become the immortal city, and Lord Richard has not yet become the master of the desert of death. The favor we owe has not yet been repaid. Chapter 391. After careful consideration, Richard still felt that Wire's proposal to build a core logistics city in Dusk City was feasible. However, this plan cannot be carried out at present, and Dusk City is not suitable to be exposed to outsiders. In the later stage, it may be possible to develop by taking advantage of the characteristic of not getting lost, but this core logistics city cannot be Dusk City. The current Dusk City is not yet able to cope with external pressure. And the characteristic of not being afraid of getting lost is simply irresistible to the forces around the Death Desert. Before there is sufficient strength, rashly exposing this characteristic is like a child carrying gold through a busy city, and there is a high probability that there will be no good results. It is not too late to develop this idea when the strength is sufficient in the later stage. Now, Dusk City has the power to travel freely in the Death Desert. If it digs deeper, it will definitely be able to gain considerable benefits from it. Thinking of this, Richard rubbed his forehead. Originally, the Death Desert was impassable, and there was a lot of business to be done in it, but because of the appearance of players, the price difference in most areas has been eliminated. It is unlikely that the price difference in some areas is 100 times. The market that can be traded freely has changed many rules. The arrival of players can be said to have fundamentally changed the way of business in Glorious Era. Even if there is a handling fee of up to 30%, a lot of costs can be saved by relying on timely and direct trading methods. Previously, due to inconvenient transportation, the price difference of items in a far-flung area could reach dozens or hundreds of times. But after the appearance of players, this situation was directly killed. Even some players who lost their territory went to explore unfamiliar maps to find the price difference of goods. Retracting his thoughts, he said slowly, "We will make plans for this matter when we have the chance." Kalu nodded and stopped worrying about it. The reason he hesitated was that although this plan was good, it was obviously not the right time now. After thinking about it, he changed the subject. "Sir, the food workshop has recently developed a special food using a magical plant in the underground world. After eating it, it can make people feel very cool. I think it has great potential." Richard became interested. As the earliest architectural drawing he got, the food workshop has been established for more than half a year. The resources invested during this period are too numerous to count. Last time I heard that the food workshop had made progress. Now, it finally has a product that can be presented. However, considering the poor performance of the food workshop before, he decided to see the finished product before making an evaluation. "Have someone bring that food here." "Yes." Kalu immediately turned around and left, and soon he entered the hall with a young man who looked excited and nervous. Richard saw the 3 porcelain bowls on the tray held by the other party at first sight. The bowl contained a black jelly-like object. It looked ordinary and unappetizing. "Sir, this is the product developed by the food workshop, the black condensed ice cream. Would you like to try it?" Kalu was a little nervous when he saw that Richard had no expression. Whether it would succeed or not, he would have to judge it. "Bring it here." Although Richard was a little reluctant, the food workshop had been scolded once before, so it couldn't cheat him again this time, right? The young man came to him respectfully holding the tray, his eyes full of expectation. Richard didn't rush to taste it, but opened the attribute panel to look at it. Black condensed ice cream. Level, 1 star. Features, after eating, it can restore 20% of physical strength within 10 minutes. Introduction, magic food made from special plants. 1-star item, Richard put down his worries. Although the level is not high, it can't be too bad, right? Picked up a bowl casually and looked at it slightly. There is no difference between black condensed ice cream and black jelly. Both are very chewy. He put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. There was no special strange smell, but a faint sweetness. This made him feel relieved. If it was not sour, he would never fall for this kind of evil again. Picked up the spoon next to him and scooped half a spoonful. Slowly put it into his mouth. Kalu and the 2 young men were worried at this moment, afraid that Richard would put down the bowl and curse in the next second. Richard thought that the black condensed ice cream tasted like jelly. But in the next second, a sweet and refreshing taste burst out, and the taste was extremely wonderful. At the same time, a strong cold breath escaped as he chewed. Swept over the whole body. The coolness instantly dispelled the heat in the body, and unlike the coldness of ice cubes, this kind of coldness was more like blowing an air conditioner at 20 degrees. Just right. The whole person suddenly became energetic. Richard's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This thing is simply 100 times more cooling than any ice cream popsicle. I couldn't help but scoop another spoonful and experience the cool feeling again. In 2 or 3 bites, a bowl of black condensed ice cream was directly finished. Richard put down the porcelain bowl with an unsatisfied look and looked at the 2 people with burning eyes. Kalu was in a good mood. He knew that the other party must be very satisfied with his actions just now. "Mr. Richard, what do you think?" Richard reached out and patted the shoulder of the young man holding the tray. He laughed. "Good stuff. The food workshop didn't disappoint me. The black condensed ice cream has a bright future. This is the hot Death Desert. This kind of food that can make people feel refreshed is definitely a top killer for people in hot areas. When it's hot as hell, a bowl of black condensed ice cream can instantly relieve the heat. Just think about it, and you will know that this thing will definitely have a market. Compared with this heat relief feature, the 1-star level and the effect of restoring 20% of physical strength are secondary. Hearing Richard's praise, the young man's face flushed with excitement. Kalu also smiled brightly. Sir, do we need to increase the production of black condensed ice cream? Increase, as much as possible. Richard's smile did not diminish. After he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, what is the production cost of each bowl of black condensed ice cream? Kalu looked at the young man. Sir, the black condensed ice cream was developed by Beaky. Let Beaky report to you. When the young man saw Richard nod, he suppressed his excitement and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the lord of the city, the main raw material of the black condensed ice cream is the magical plant frost grass that you brought back from the underground before. This magical plant has very strange magical properties. From the outside, it doesn't look strange, but it contains a hidden ice magic power in the body. After touching it, it will freeze people to death. And as long as it is handled properly, the icy magic can be preserved. With this frost grass as the core, and combined with other 30 kinds of ordinary plants, it can be made into black condensed ice cream after 12 procedures such as grinding, filtering, and steaming. At this point, the other party paused for a while before continuing. Frost grass is the main cost of black condensed ice cream, but we don't know the value of this magical plant. Richard had an idea after hearing this. It seems that the wealth of the underground world is far more than the surface. We still have to increase the development efforts. Not only should we get the benefits on the surface, but we should also collect rare plants and special animals, which may not be useless. Recovering from his senses, he gave an order directly. Call Rand Augustus, and go to the food workshop to get the frost grass at the same time. Yes. Not long after Rand, the old dwarf, entered the hall with a nervous mood. Seeing that the other party didn't waste words, Richard handed him the frost grass he had just got. Rand, do you know this magical plant? The old dwarf took it and looked up after a quick glance. He was a little puzzled. Lord, this is frost grass. It grows near swamps and water sources. It contains a special magical energy. It makes you feel cold when you touch it. Other than that, it seems to have no other use. Richard became more interested. Is this magical plant rare underground? The old dwarf looked a little strange. Rare. It can't be said to be everywhere in the underground world, but it can be found wherever there is water. Great Lord, what do you need frost grass for? Wherever there is water? Richard's expression was a little subtle. He shook his head, collected his thoughts, and pointed to the bowl on the tray. Try the latest top-grade food developed by the food workshop, the black condensed ice cream. The old dwarf looked at the black gelatinous substance, although he was a little confused in his heart, but he still took a quick bite. After the black condensed ice cream entered his mouth, his body trembled and he shivered directly. The whole person showed an extremely happy expression. It was so cool. I couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Finally, after the bottom of the bowl was scooped out, I was reluctant to put the spoon down. Looking at Richard with surprise. Master, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious. That kind of icy breath is simply fascinating. Although there is an ice elf statue, the temperature of Dusk City has been kept constant, but the desert is a desert after all. It is still hot and unbearable when you leave the city. The feeling of icy whole body is simply irresistible in the hot environment. The old dwarf was halfway through his words when he looked at the frost grass in his hand and immediately came to his senses. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous magical plant could be made into such a delicacy. Richard looked at the other party's amazed expression and suddenly had an idea. Rand, all dwarves will temporarily join the food workshop and find special magical plants in the underground world for the food workshop to try to develop new food. Before the divine blood in their bodies was unsealed, the power of these dwarves was not strong enough. In this case, it is better to make the best use of it. Even if the other party has no knowledge inheritance, he has lived in the underground world for so long, and he still has experience in this area. After saying that, he looked at the young man holding the tray. Beachy, you did a great job this time. Black condensed ice cream has a great significance for the City of Dusk. This time, the research and development work will continue to be entrusted to you. He just took a look and found that this young man named Beachy was actually a B-level life hero. After asking Kalu, he learned that the other party automatically became a hero unit a week ago. This is a rare talent. In addition, you have to collect recipes from the underground world and foods with special effects and flavors. Find valuable ones for improvement and research and development. Glorious Era is a world with magic. Many plants have special effects, which makes the taste of food more creative. For example, black condensed ice cream is a unique specialty in this world. On Blue Star, even if you suck on 10 ice creams, it is impossible for your soles to be covered with cold air. After thinking in this direction, Richard felt that his mind was opened. Since there are magical plants that are extremely cold, are there any that are warm? They can be sold in hot areas, but we can't look at them with tinted glasses in cold areas. The old dwarf is obviously a smart man, and he immediately realized the deep meaning of Richard's order. He answered very firmly, "Yes, great master. We will do our best for Twilight City." The last slogan sounds a bit abrupt, but for the old dwarf, it comes from the heart. Although he has not been in Twilight City for a long time, this city gives him an unprecedented feeling. Vibrant and full of hope, it seems that all the adjectives for beauty are appropriate here. In the dark and disordered underground world, the strong prey on the weak, and people fight each other for a piece of bread. The difference between the two is so clear that it is difficult to describe in words. If the underground world is a chaotic jungle of flesh and blood, then this is an orderly paradise. Maybe he came to the surface out of helplessness before, but after feeling this completely different environment, he really wanted to integrate into this territory with the dwarf. Just as Richard was about to speak, he suddenly heard a private message prompt. Open the chat panel. A new message popped up on it immediately. It was sent by a lion player with the ID of Hyena among the players he met in Solon City this time. Hyena, Boss Chincho, are you still in Solon City? A large number of abyss demons suddenly appeared in a collapsed ruin in the southern area. A large number of players have gathered there. We are preparing to form a team to take a look. Do you want to join us? Rotten tree and collapsed ruins? Richard frowned. A bad feeling rose in his heart. After asking in detail, it turned out to be the location of the rotten tree. There have been too many things happening recently, and with the departure of Sina and the Dark Valkyrie, the ancient tree of the evil god, and Aldous sleeping, his power has been greatly reduced, so he has not had time to go to investigate. Why did it suddenly change? What is the specific situation? Hyena, I don't know. Now I only heard that a large number of demons have poured out, and those demons have 5 times the experience of ordinary field soldiers, so many people have been attracted to go there. You go first, I will be there soon. If there is any situation, report to me as soon as possible. Hyena, okay, don't worry. After closing the chat, Richard suppressed his doubts, looked at Kalu, and briefly told the story of the rotten tree and the collapsed ruins. Finally he said, I'm going there right away. You supervise the implementation of our plan. The value of the black condensed ice cream may not be high, but this thing is a consumable. There is a huge market in the hot world, and it can definitely generate huge wealth. Send someone to investigate the distribution, quantity, production cycle, and growth requirements of the frost grass. After the cost is calculated, send the finished black condensed ice cream to Solon City and give it to Wire, so that she can determine the price of the black condensed ice cream. In addition, the knowledge-sharing system that Bloodhoof City is building, Dusk City must also participate in it. The underground world has accumulated hundreds of years, and the knowledge reserves must be richer than ours. Thick. In addition, you must also follow up and find out the situation of the heroes and arms nests in the underground world, which is very important for controlling the underground world. The alchemy technology of the Furnace City is full of infinite possibilities. Brown has already begun to explore the application of alchemy technology in people's livelihood. You must cooperate with him. In the future, agriculture, mining, forging, and transportation can all be assisted by alchemy technology. Now, the food workshop can also benefit from the underground world, and we must strengthen exploration in this regard. Developing the underground world requires long-term and stable resource investment and huge energy. In a short period of time, the output that can be obtained is probably limited. But as long as you persist, there will be a day when you can produce considerable results. Chapter 392. Whoosh! Hundreds of skeleton blood dragons with wingspans of more than 20 meters flapped their broken dragon wings and flew away from the City of Dusk. Behind them were 6 squadrons of stone statues of the dead. The residents below had no extra expressions when they saw this scene. No matter what happened, they firmly believed that the Great Master would return victoriously. This was the confidence that the City of Dusk had established for them after victory in the past 6 months. No one could break it. Because the heroes had their own tasks, Richard did not bring any heroes with him except the statue of the ancient god. Gray and Gaunt were left in the city to guard. Now he is no longer the weak lord, who could only command from behind, when he first entered the glorious era. With the increase of his personal combat power, his confidence is no longer the same as before. The army galloped in the direction of the collapsed ruins. Richard saw that the army's speed did not reach the posture he wanted, so he simply mobilized the power of the yellow sand and attached it to the surface of the soldiers to provide them with additional thrust. This subtle movement greatly accelerated the flight speed of the army. The overall speed exceeded 400 kilometers per hour. Looking at the army behind him flying in a line, Richard felt a sense of accomplishment. This is all the wealth he has accumulated bit by bit. Especially the stone statue of the dead, this fusion soldier is really powerful. The stone statue of the dead is born at level 9, with a brilliant potential of 3 stars. But its combat effectiveness is much stronger than the skeleton blood dragon, with a crown of 1 star, and a born level of 10. He even has the confidence to rely on this army to overwhelm most of the players without personally participating in the game. The process of rushing was always a bit dull and boring, so Richard had to communicate with the hyena players about the collapsed ruins while flying. It must be said that these guys really have something. With their connections, they can accurately give him the real-time situation of the collapsed ruins. As time went on, the situation of the collapsed ruins gradually became worse. Although the number of players gathering was increasing, the pressure brought by the demons was greater, and the players were forced to evacuate. On the morning of October 19th, Richard, who had been flying all night, finally approached within 100 kilometers of the destination. Looking at the mark getting closer and closer on the system map, Richard also raised his spirits. The news last night has never stopped. The ruins seemed to be connected to the bottomless abyss. A large number of high-level demon players appeared in it, and were even forced to retreat to the desert and were about to exit the collapsed ruins. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly in my ears. Ding, you have triggered the regional mission. The 333rd layer of the endless abyss has opened up a passage to the Death Desert. A large number of demons have appeared in the main plain, seriously endangering the safety of Solon City. The legendary strongman Grand Duke Solon has issued an order that all the Lords of Divine Grace immediately send troops to eliminate the demons. Within 1,000 kilometers around Solon City, all lords will be forced to accept the mission. Those who refuse to fulfill it will be regarded as indifferent by Solon City, and all contributions will be reset to 0. In the next 6 months, entering Solon City for transactions will be charged 5 times the tax. During the mission period, the experience gained from hunting demons will be increased by 5 times. Every time a demon is killed, a certain number of Solon City contribution points can be obtained, and the contribution points can be exchanged for high-level treasures in Solon City. The Lord who finally seals the Abyss Channel can be personally rewarded by the Lord of Solon City. The duration of this regional mission, 3 days. Regional mission? Richard's eyes lit up. This is the first time he has encountered this type of mission. It looks quite interesting. But this mission only lasts for 3 days? Does this mean that if the demon problem is not solved after 3 days, Grand Duke Solon, the legendary ascetic, will personally take action? He has not seen the legendary strongman take action yet, and he wonders if he can see it this time. He immediately increased the flight speed. At this time, the private message sounded again. Hyena, Boss Chinchio, we triggered a regional mission. Did you receive it? I received it. I will be there in 20 minutes. Hyena was very excited. He could finally hug his thigh again. Okay, we wait for you. Quick retreat. Fuck, there are so many angry demons, we can't stop them. Be careful of the fire demons. These demons have reached level 14. In a building ruin covering an area of dozens of kilometers. A large number of players led their armies to fight the demons pouring out from the central area in the dilapidated ruins. Looking down from the sky, the demons were like a black tide, with hideous faces that made people's backs cold. A low roar like a dying beast resounded through the world. High-level demons even carried the words of sinking that made people terrified. Representing the extremely evil breath of the abyss, it was like a giant hand grabbing the neck, making it difficult for people to breathe. There were too many demons. Low-level inferior demons and sinking demons were countless, and high-level angry demons and fire demons were everywhere. In the outer area, players led the army, like Reese, resisting the demons that were surging like waves. The priests of the sect camp continued to cast light magic, human archers pulled bows and arrows, the gunners of the fortress tribe pulled the trigger, and the flying axe warriors of the orcs were dazzling. However, there were too many demons. Although the players were also very tenacious, they were still forced to retreat step by step. Moreover, They came to hunt, earn contribution points and experience, and would not fight head-on, so they fought and retreated, and had no intention of fighting the demons to death. Richard saw this grand war scene that stretched for dozens of kilometers from thousands of meters away. Dozens of races, thousands of players, and hundreds of thousands of troops confronted the demon army. This scene was still relatively rare. But he was not interested in getting involved at this time. Contribution points were useful to him, but not so useful. Chris, the little girl, was still helping him take care of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Richard retracted his gaze and flew in another direction, according to the coordinates given by the hyenas. A few minutes later, he sensed the hyenas hiding in a collapsed building. He drove the skeleton blood dragon under his seat to the front of the ruins. When the hyena, the bald man, the boss, and the third brother saw Richard coming, they immediately came out of the bunker excitedly. "Chinchio boss." Richard looked down at the few people and said softly, "Do you know why the demons suddenly appeared?" The bald man said, "No, it's just that 2 days ago, a player suddenly sent a message saying that a large number of demons appeared here, and the experience was very high, so I paid extra attention to it. At first, the number of demons was still within the controllable range, but then it gradually became uncontrollable. After I noticed the abnormality, I asked the hyena to send you a message. Until the regional mission was triggered just now." Richard frowned slightly. The news he learned from the player who discovered the rotten tree before was that this collapsed ruins had existed for a long time. Now it has suddenly changed. Could it be related to the Crimson Moon? Although there is no necessary connection, it always gives him a very subtle feeling. Too many things have happened recently, making him a little sensitive. Don't get close to the central area. There may be extremely powerful demon heroes hiding in it. It is very dangerous. Try to help me find out the reason for the appearance of the demons from the periphery. I have something important to deal with now, and I can't get out. The combat effectiveness of these guys can only be described as mediocre. A team of dead stone statues can easily kill them. They are useless in combat, but they are just right for gathering information. After a period of contact, although these guys are not people with high IQs, they are not stupid, and they are still easy to use. Okay, you go about your business. If you need help, just ask me anytime." The hyenas were very self-aware, and didn't say anything nonsense. The gap between them was too big. They definitely couldn't help in the battle. It was better to follow the arrangements. After Richard gave a simple instruction, he didn't stay for long and rushed to another direction with the army. Looking at the skeleton blood dragon, and the stone statue of the dead that disappeared from sight. Several players showed envious eyes. This is the real top-level troops. I don't know when they can have it. Chinchio boss is worthy of being Chinchio boss. Hoo-hoo, Richard passed by without any scruples. The heroic and domineering postures of the two troops caused many players to exclaim. But he ignored the guys who were fighting with the demons, and quickly flew to the north of the collapsed ruins. Rotten tree. The goal of this trip. Although he was very curious about why the demons suddenly appeared, it was more important to find the rotten tree. Confirm whether the other party still had life. Can it be revived? Other things were secondary. The flight speed was very fast. No matter how wide this collapsed ruins covering dozens of kilometers was, it could not withstand the flying troops. 10 minutes later, Richard looked at himself and the mark on the map, and subconsciously looked up and looked ahead. The next second, his eyes opened. He was in doubt. I saw a dry giant tree over 50 meters high standing on the ruins, and building ruins 1,000 meters away. It seemed like a scene left after a natural disaster, vicissitudes, ancient, dilapidated, and exuding an indescribable breath. The abyss demons that forced the players to retreat were now stationed 100 meters away from the dry giant tree, as dense as locusts. But these synonyms of evil and chaos seemed to be frightened at this moment, and dared not step within 100 meters of the giant tree, forming a striking hollow circle around it. Looking closely, you can find that dozens of branches of the dry giant tree are weird, not only extremely twisted, but also more like shriveled human arms, giving people a creepy feeling. The most frightening thing is that there are densely packed human skulls growing on the main trunk of the giant tree, and their shape is like the protruding tree knots of ordinary trees. Ordinary people will have nightmares for half a year just by looking at it. This is not the end. There are countless pale skeletons on the ruins of the dry giant tree 100 meters away, and there are all kinds of life. It was like a corpse in a mass grave was turned over on the ground. It added countless horrors to the already horrifying scene around. In addition to the demons wandering around, evil, darkness, brutality, it seems that all negative adjectives can be used to describe this strange and twisted tree. This scene has a great psychological impact. Even veterans who are used to seeing life and death will breathe rapidly when seeing this scene. Richard forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart and continued to approach. The demon on the ground sensed the strange breath and immediately raised his head, staring at him coldly with scarlet eyes. The throat made a sharp roar that made people tremble. Although Richard was not affected by the demon, as he gradually approached the rotten tree, he gradually felt a terrifying pressure. It was the pressure from the depths of the soul. It was as if he was being watched by a giant beast in the abyss that could devour the devil. This feeling reached its peak when he approached the boundary point of 100 meters from the rotten tree. If he took another step, it seemed that the abyss beast would open its huge mouth and swallow him. Richard's eyes condensed, and he waved his hand to stop the army, without stepping into the sky above the skeleton. His eyes were fixed on the rotten tree that seemed to still have no vitality. After calming down, he opened the attribute panel. Rotten tree. Status: dead, reviving, introduction. An evil tree with a mysterious origin. Simple attributes make it impossible to know the specific situation. But the reminder of reviving behind the status bar made him happy at first, and then he had a bad premonition. Could it be that after the abyss was connected to the main plane, it gave it energy replenishment? This is not a good thing. Richard frowned. Whether it revives or not is not the key. The biggest problem is, how can we benefit from it? He does not have a treasure like the dark contract in his hand now. Richard rubbed his forehead and subconsciously opened the black gold system. But the next moment, when he saw the prompt on it, his breath froze. There was disbelief in his eyes. The Tree of Decay, the Lord of Decay on the 333rd floor of the abyss, Labrise, planted the seed for some kind of plot, which contains a wisp of Labrise's power of decay. 1. Can irrigate the power of the abyss to restore the power of the Tree of Decay. At that time, Labrise can use the power of decay to regain control of the Tree of Decay. 2. Can use holy water to irrigate the Tree of Decay, destroy its vitality, and smash the power of decay. Labrise will permanently lose part of the power of decay, and his power will decline. 3. Can consume divine power to snatch the power of decay hidden in the Tree of Decay. Richard felt dry mouth and tongue. There was a sense of unreality and dream. This rotten tree was set up by the Abyss Overlord, who ruled a plane. It also contained a trace of the other party's authority. What is authority? That is the power unique to the Abyss, the same as the priesthood of the gods, the power of rules. Is the world really going to change recently? He imprisoned part of the soul of the god of dogs, and the statue of the god of dwarfs is in his hands. Now, he has found a backup plan of the Abyss Overlord buried in the main plane. Is it because the new expansion is coming, so some top-level beings are gradually surfacing? But can the current players deal with this level of existence? Even he feels numb at this moment. If a master who can rule a plane in such a terrifying place as the bottomless abyss fights against a god like the god of dogs, I'm afraid he can be slaughtered, right? Chapter 393. Richard collected his scattered thoughts and put his attention back on the rotten tree. The first and second points of the black gold system's prompts are completely unacceptable. Once the rotten tree regains its power, the King of Rot, who dominates the 333rd floor of the abyss, will gain powerful power in the main plane. Especially when the other party has buried a part of the power of Rot. Once the other party's layout is successful, no one can imagine how big a storm it will set off. I am afraid that the entire Death Desert will be affected, and it is unknown whether the Dusk City can avoid it. By then, even the legendary Grand Duke Solon will probably have a headache. That is the master who rules an abyss plane. And he has never even heard of the holy water mentioned in the second prompt, and there is no chance, not to mention that destroying the rotten tree will not benefit him at all. The last third one made his heart beat faster. This is the most valuable choice for him, but it is definitely the craziest choice for the natives of Glorious Era. Because he has to seize power from the Lord of the Abyss, the power of decay. This is the power held by the Lord who rules a layer of the Abyss plane, the terrifying existence above level 30. It is the most original rule power in this world. Even if there is only a trace, it is not something that ordinary people can peek into. But at this moment, with the existence of the black gold system, he got this opportunity. Once the choice is made, he will have to play a game with the Lord of the Abyss. Even Richard, who has experienced countless big scenes, can't help but feel his heartbeat speed up at this moment. Take a few deep breaths and forcefully suppress the throbbing in your heart. His eyes gradually became wild and arrogant. I can imprison his soul in front of the god of the dog-headed man, so why can't I take your authority? The Lord of the Abyss? The ultimate villain in myths and legends? So what? On the edge of madness, his thoughts began to turn. The rotten tree has not yet revived, and the Lord of the Abyss, subject to the rules of the main plane, cannot come down. The other party can't do anything to him. And at this time, Solon City did not know that there were treasures of this level hidden in the collapsed ruins. This is a rare gap. Thinking to this point, he gradually came up with a plan in his mind. His eyes regained calmness and glanced around. All troops, listen to the order, clear the surrounding demons, and no one is allowed to approach within a kilometer. Clear the field first. At this time, the surface is full of demon armies that cannot fly. The skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead have absolute air superiority. Moreover, this is the death desert. Even if the demons' flying troops appeared, the terrifying lost characteristics would make them feel what home advantage is. The moment the order was issued, 1 squadron of skeleton blood dragons and 6 squadrons of stone statues of the dead immediately swooped down. At the moment, when they were about 30 or 40 meters above the ground, roar, scarlet energy surged in the throat of the skeleton blood dragon. Puff, tens of meters long flames were drawn in the air. Although the demons sensed the danger, their dense numbers made it impossible for them to dodge. They were directly covered by the dragon's breath. Even though the demons were known for their thick skin and flesh, at this moment, they were corroded into bloody remains. Looking around, they looked like ice and snow melted after being sprayed by high-temperature muskets. Large areas of open space immediately appeared on the ground. The stone statues of the dead on the flanks were not to be outdone. After descending to a low altitude of 50 meters, the battle axe in his hand whistled out. Crack, the battle axe hit the ground with the force of thunder, and then shattered in the center of the most densely packed demons. The sharp fragments blew up a metal storm, directly covering the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The thick skin of those demons was as fragile as paper, and was penetrated without any effort. The next second, the fragments burst out with terrifying heat, exploded a second time in the body, and directly turned them into groups of death fires. The lethality was so terrifying that it made people tremble. After being strengthened by the legendary treasure Origin Fire, the battle axe of the dead stone statue came with extremely terrifying flame damage. The already terrifying battle axe throw, the denser the enemy, the better the effect. Lesser demons, fallen demons, seduced demons, angry demons, and other demons that are fierce and powerful and difficult for players to deal with are being slaughtered one-sidedly at this moment. Thousands of meters away, on a ruin with higher terrain, more than a dozen players from a small guild looked at the scene of the battle between the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead, dumbfounded. Then, is that really the player's army? The demon army that made their scalps tingle was slaughtered like chickens? And why can the opponent's army fly in the death desert? Just now I took a special look at the owner of this army. It is the players panel. Fuck him. Who is this big guy? Why is he so fierce? Don't worry about the other side. Start the army battle immediately. That big guy attracted most of the firepower. We just need to drink some soup here. After recovering from the shock, the group of players immediately responded. They couldn't compete with the big guys, but they still had the ability to eat some leftovers. Richard didn't pay much attention to the battle of the army at this moment. The strongest level of these demons guarding the rotten tree was only level 14. The fire demons burning with blazing flames. Without air defense means, facing the siege of the dead stone statues with an attack distance of 80 meters, no matter how fierce they are, they can't hold on for a few rounds and will fall down. Even the most powerful demons are like this, let alone other demons. The one-sided battle made him lose interest. Richard stared at the lifeless, rotten tree in front of him. After observing for a while, he saw the bones covering the ground with his peripheral vision, and his mind moved. The power of yellow sand surged out of his body. The next second, yellow sand surged from all sides, directly submerging the ruins of the building where the rotten tree was located, and conveniently transferred the bones on the ruins to the yellow sand a few hundred meters away. The ruins of the buildings around him completely turned into a land of yellow sand. The desert is his home. After the preliminary work was completed, the statue of the old god in his hand was emitting a dark light. The light flowed and gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the body was condensed with a somewhat illusory divine soul. Renee. In the form of a night elf, she has a powerful fighting power with the resurrection characteristic. The opponent even relied on the resurrection ability to drag down the dark Valkyrie. Master, I feel an extremely evil force. The tree is not dead. The moment Renee appeared, she was immediately highly alert. Her eyes were fixed on the rotten tree. Her words were full of solemnity. Richard simply told the other party the reason, and finally said in a serious tone, "The original power of the Lord of the Abyss, the power of decay, is hidden in his body. But the Lord of the Abyss cannot control this power now. Before the rotten tree is revived, we can suppress it with divine power and deprive it of the hidden power of decay. Renee was very excited. The power of the Lord of the Abyss? No wonder it is so terrifying. He replied proudly. As you wish, my lord. Renee will not die if the statue of the ancient god is not destroyed. As a life living in the statue, this divine soul does not even have the concept of death. Renee clenched the elven sword in her hand, and her momentum was full. Suddenly disappeared in front of her eyes. The next second, in front of the tall, twisted, lifeless rotten tree, Renee's voice appeared out of thin air. Then, without any hesitation, the divine soul placed his somewhat transparent palm on the tree trunk with human skulls growing on it. Divine power surged out. Sensing the influx of external power, the rotten tree, which had been motionless, suddenly changed. Boom, the mountain collapsed, and the river roared. An extremely terrifying pressure erupted from the rotten tree. At this moment, the world suddenly dimmed. In Richard's pupils, there seemed to be only the twisted and evil giant tree. It seemed that the other party could directly support the world and tear the earth apart in the next moment. The dozen or so players who were picking up the leaks in the back suddenly felt a suffocating pressure coming. They turned their heads subconsciously. The moment they saw the giant tree, they were all terrified. What is this? Did that player do it? How did that tree come alive? And it emits such a terrifying breath. The leading player didn't dare to look at it anymore, and turned to his companions and roared hysterically. Go! Get out of this area. He was shocked and scared. I wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but now it seems that this is not an advantage at all. It's simply the death of the soul. The player who can have such a powerful army is really not easy to mess with. Fortunately, the other party has not really started the war. If you don't want to die, run. Fuck. Richard didn't know what was happening outside at all, and his eyes were extremely solemn at this moment, because the dry rotten tree moved. Those twisted branches, like human arms that have been weathered for decades, slowly waved. Although it was very slow and even couldn't cause any damage, the stiff movements plus the human skulls growing on the trunk. This scene is so chilling. As the rotten tree's movements gradually increased, Richard, who was waiting for Renee to achieve results, suddenly felt an unspeakable sense of danger in his heart. Danger, extremely dangerous. It was as if the god of death had put his sickle on his neck, and with a slight swing, he could harvest his soul. Every cell in his body was warning him. Richard did not hesitate at all, and his figure was as fast as lightning, retreating dozens of meters, and he stopped only when the terrifying danger was gone. He suppressed his inner doubts, and looked carefully. I saw a faint hazy light on the rotten tree, like the mist in the morning. The mist dissipated in all directions, and wherever it passed, there was a special breath between heaven and earth. Renee, who had her palm on the tree trunk, was immediately enveloped by the mist. The transparent body began to rot in large areas, which looked inexplicably frightening. A moment later, the mist spread to 100 meters away. The demon corpses covering the ground. The demon corpses that had just died began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment they were stained with the mist. In a few breaths, they became like pork stored in a trash can for more than 10 days, with a foul odor. In less than a minute, the corpses turned into blood and were swallowed by the dry desert, leaving only skeletons. The stench left in the air even made people feel uncomfortable. What made Richard even more terrified was that countless yellow sands on the ground began to decay and break at this moment, gradually turning into powder that would dissipate with a breeze. Not long after, the yellow sand that had just covered the ground kept sliding down, revealing the ruins of the submerged buildings. The ruins of the buildings did not last long either, and were also corrupted into powder. Richard felt his scalp tingling as he watched everything around him decay and break silently. The power of decay is simply terrifying. Is this the power controlled by the Lord of the Abyss? In the myths and legends of Glorious Era, the closer to the abyss and the lower the depths, the stronger the demons inside. How terrifying would it be if the Lord of the Abyss, who ruled the 333rd floor, appeared in his prime? Everything would decay and collapse wherever he passed. After coming to his senses, he looked at Renee, who was standing in front of the rotten tree. At this moment, a faint glow appeared on Renee's body. She was using her divine power to forcibly block the erosion of the power of decay. Although the body was no longer rotten, Richard could see that the pressure on him was extremely terrifying. Perhaps he would be swallowed up directly in the next second. A level 14 divine soul, facing the power of decay, even if there was only a trace, even if the opponent had no conscious control, it would be difficult to resist. This was also the first time Richard had seen the power of rules. Although there was no gorgeous picture brought by ordinary skills, The pressure it brought to him was much more terrifying than facing any super A-level skills. This was the power of rules. Without divine power to protect himself, stepping into this range would only be a delivery. Moreover, this was when the rotten tree had not recovered. The opponent was not even conscious at the moment, and the power of the defensive nature of the explosion made him feel a little overwhelmed. The dim light emanating from Renee became more and more eye-catching. However, there was still a huge gap from controlling the rotten tree. Richard's face became solemn. He could feel that after the rotten tree was activated, the speed of swallowing the surrounding power was getting faster. Although the black gold system gave away to seize the authority, Renee's divine power seemed insufficient to support this consumption. We can't wait any longer. If the rotten tree continues to recover like this, it won't be long before the King of Rot will regain the authority of Rot. By then, let alone seizing the authority of Rot, even leaving alive will be a luxury. He looked at the cold statue in his hand. This is his greatest confidence in facing the existence above level 30. The statue of the old god feeds on the gods. Hold it tightly. Step closer to the area covered by the authority of Rot. The moment he approached the mist, the statue of the old god was stimulated and shone brightly. It was like a light was turned on, and the unique dark light directly enveloped him. At the same time, the power of decay that could corrode everything and turn rocks and gravel into ashes was blocked outside. The faint dark light was as thick as the barrier of the plane. Richard could clearly feel that the statue of the ancient god was excited, and its energy became unusually active. The hunter smelled his prey. He felt relieved. He looked at the rotten tree that was still waving its twisted branches. Chapter 394. Richard held the statue of the ancient god tightly, and approached the rotten tree steadily. Although the evil giant tree was already waving its branches, its stiff posture showed that it was far from regaining consciousness. The master of the bottomless abyss had not yet controlled the rotten tree. The dim light of the statue of the ancient god domineeringly resisted the power of decay. The power that could corrode everything seemed to be invalid in front of the dim light. Not only did its own power not dissipate, but it became even hotter. Desire, hunger, the statue of the ancient god was like a shark smelling the scent of blood. It was ready to move. The gravel lingering around Richard would quickly decay, and collapse once it left the range of the dim light. It seemed that nothing could survive in the power of decay. This was the power of the rule that deprived time. The closer he got to the rotten tree, the more he could sense how terrifying the pressure from the other party was. The twisted branches that looked like the arms of a dead corpse, the trunks with countless heads, all of which were filled with extreme evil and darkness. Ordinary people standing under the tree were as small as ants standing in front of an elephant. Richard approached Renee, who was trying her best to suppress the rotten tree with divine power. The other party's body had become transparent at this moment, and the breath emanating from her body was even weaker. It seemed that she might be swallowed by the power of decay at any time. Level 14, facing the power above level 30, was still too weak. He stretched out his hand, and gently pressed on the other party's shoulder. The next moment, the dim light of the statue of the old god spread out, and protected Renee. The shaky feeling immediately disappeared, and Renee slowly returned to normal. After catching her breath, she immediately reported, "Master, the power contained in the rotten tree is too surging. My current power is still unable to control the other party." Renee's eyes were filled with shame and unwillingness. She didn't expect that the power of this dry giant tree was so terrifying. Without regaining consciousness, she felt powerless. What made her even more depressed was that there was a majestic power hidden in the other party's body, like the abyss and the sea, endless. Compared with the other party, her power was like the difference between a child and a dragon. This made her feel quite frustrated. At this moment, she finally understood why Xena and the Dark Valkyrie left alone to train themselves. Strength is everything. Richard nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I take care of it. The source of the rotten tree is the master who controls an entire plane of the abyss. Even if it is far from revived now, it is not something that ordinary people can shake. Renee is afraid that she will have to break through the extraordinary before she has a chance to suppress the other party. Go outside and guard the surroundings. Don't let the demons get close." Lenny immediately adjusted herself and held her chest. "I will follow your orders." After the words fell, she suddenly disappeared and appeared directly outside the area covered by the rotten power. Seeing this, Richard stopped distracting and his eyes became serious. Feeling carefully, the rotten tree in front of him was like a volcano about to erupt magma. The energy and pressure contained in it made his skin sting. It was too violent. No one could imagine how exaggerated the scene would be if this giant tree revived. The stronger and more fierce the enemy, the hotter his eyes. This is what he wants. Weak people are not worthy of being taken seriously by him. Rotten authority, the power of rules. This is the closest I've ever been to the ultimate power of this world. If I can get the power of rules that only gods can control now, it will definitely be a great benefit in the future, whether I become extraordinary or legendary, or even plan to become a god. There are so many demons guarding the rotten tree. With the cunning of these evil lives, the master may have already planned other things. There is no time to delay. The eyes became more and more wanton, holding the statue in his hand tightly, and pressed it hard on the tree trunk. Bang! A dull sound sounded. In an instant, the dark light of the old god statue was shining, like a torch being poured with gasoline. It burst into flames. The dark light spread rapidly along the trunk of the rotten tree, and in a few breaths, it covered most of the trunk. Gugugugu, the old god statue was like a dried sponge thrown into the water, and began to frantically devour the power in the rotten tree. The mist-like decaying power around him gradually became thinner under his unbridled devouring. The foundation of the decaying power was shaken. As if sensing the danger, the twisted trunk of the decaying tree swung more and more vigorously. Several nearby tree trunks began to smash towards Richard. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking through the air sounded. Any one of them was 3 times thicker than a millstone and more ferocious than a battering ram. He had to control the statue of the ancient god, and could not leave the trunk. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Compared with the master of the abyss, a few branches were not worth mentioning. His eyes condensed, and his flesh and bones turned directly into gravel. Desertification. Bang! The tree trunk with an exaggerated size crashed down. The body exploded directly, countless gravel splashed, and part of it flew directly out of the range of the dim light, and was corroded and collapsed. After controlling the remaining yellow sand to condense into shape, Richard frowned, and his body was already half broken at this time. It looked like a statue broken by a child. Quite miserable. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the ground that was corroded into an exaggerated hole, and the yellow sand on his body surged. The next second, the gravel outside the coverage of the rotten power surged up. It directly formed a river of yellow sand and flew backwards. The huge number delayed the time of decay and collapse. The gravel washed directly from bottom to top, and in an instant, Richard's broken body was restored to its original state. After doing all this, Richard calmed down. It is true that the rotten power is the power of rules, but there is only a wisp at present, and no one has actively controlled it. Therefore, there is a conspicuous flaw. The energy of rotten objects has an upper limit. With a wave of his hand, he continued to control the sand and gravel on the ground to rise. Thick yellow sand shields, with a thickness of several meters, were formed around him. It forcibly blocked the bombardment of the dry and twisted giant tree trunk. Sand and gravel splashed in the sky. At the same time, the breath of the unobstructed old god statue became more and more violent. The speed of swallowing was exaggerated. The area covered by the rotten power became smaller and smaller. Richard could clearly sense that after the old god statue swallowed a large amount of the power of the rotten tree, a special power was added inside. It carried a unique sense of vicissitudes, as if it had been washed away by tens of millions of years, and at the same time it was accompanied by loneliness, darkness, and decay. It made people feel inexplicably palpitating. The rotten authority is being devoured by the statue of the ancient god. Richard's mood became particularly high. The ultimate power of this world, I didn't expect to be captured by him in such an attitude. At this moment, a shrill roar came from a distance. Richard frowned, and turned his head subconsciously. In the direction of the center of the collapsed ruins, the sky was covered by countless demons. Dark clouds pressed down on the city. The flying soldiers of the demons arrived. These flying demons are covered with half-meter-long sharp bone spurs all over their bodies, looking like hedgehogs. The strong and powerful arms tightly grasped the trident with blood grooves. Flapping the wings again and again, the air made a whirring sound, and the ferocious eyes stared at his position and flew quickly. Spike Demon, level 12, brilliant 3 stars. At a glance, its number is probably more than a battalion, and it is unknown how many will follow. Skeleton Blood Dragon, Dead Stone Statue, protect the master. A cold roar sounded, and Renee held a sword and rushed forward. Without the slightest hesitation, the Dusk City army, which was expelling and hunting the ground demons, immediately turned around and rushed towards the spiked demons in front. Under the dim sky, the soldiers of both sides, who belonged to the evil camp, confronted each other under the thick dark clouds. The speed of the flying soldiers determined that the battle between them was often more intense and more crazy than that of the ground army. In just a few breaths, the two sides were close and about to collide. The first to launch the attack was still the dead stone statue. With an attack range of 80 meters, as long as the opponent is not a long-range soldier such as an archer, they have enough range advantage. Whoosh, the battle axes tore through the sky, and the whistling sound was like the whisper of the god of death. The spiked demon felt the crisis surge, and immediately let out a series of shrieks, and then flexibly dodged the battle axes flying straight at him. In one round of attacks, most of them missed. But before these demons had time to get excited, they saw the battle axes that didn't hit them cracked and shattered like glass. A terrifying metal storm broke out in midair. And unlike the ground, the battle axes that broke on the ground can easily be offset by the earth. The battle axes that broke in the air had no cover, and directly caused full damage. Although only the front half of the 600 dead stone statues launched an attack, the first round of axe breaking still caused hundreds of meters in front to be swallowed by the metal storm. What's more ferocious is that the broken battle axe fragments also come with 30% instant death characteristics, and fire damage granted by the origin fire. If the thorn demons were not hit in the vitals, they would also be detected by the instant death feature. If they survived by chance, the flame energy contained in the fragments would explode again. From a distance, you can see balls of flames rising in the air. The thorn demons never thought that their enemies could cause so many waves of damage in one round of attack. Each wave could be fatal. The stone statue of the dead, which has the powerful feature of magic immunity, did not hesitate and rushed directly through the blazing flames that had just risen in the sky, brazenly fighting the thorn demons in close combat. The thorn demons, who had suffered heavy losses, were already furious. Seeing that the enemy dared to approach, they immediately took on a violent killing intent and vowed to crush the soldiers in front of them, most of whom were only level 9. The trident in his hand tore through the void and swung it out with endless anger. But the next second, their anger was extinguished by a basin of cold water. In close combat, the dead stone statue was not afraid at all. Every time the heavy battle axe in his hand shocked, the thorn demon felt trembling. The opponent's strength can be described as terrifying. Even if the level is lower than them, it is useless, and they are still suppressed. The thorn demon, who was full of confidence, did not expect that he would be defeated by the opponent's frontal charge. When the dead stone statue passed by, the number of a thorn demon brigade was less than a squadron. Those players who ran a distance sensed that the danger disappeared and stopped to see what happened. At this moment, they were watching the rotten tree with a telescope-type strategic treasure, and happened to see this air battle from beginning to end. When they first saw the thorn demon with such excellent attributes, they thought that the mysterious player who provoked the big boss would suffer heavy losses this time. But in a blink of an eye, those high-level demons of level 12 were slaughtered. Half a year has passed, and the undead dragon is no longer exclusive to the City of Dusk. It is not so easy to distinguish the skeleton blood dragon without special talents or special attention. A group of people looked at each other in silence, feeling that they were not feeling well. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. The leader of the team came to his senses after a long time, and said with trembling, "Who is that player? Damn it, how could a level 12 spiked demon be slaughtered like a chicken? Why haven't I heard of such a big guy near our Solon city?" They were curious like a cat scratching. They really couldn't figure out how the current players could have such fierce power. Richard watched the spiked demons that attacked the defense line being hunted down almost one-sidedly, and a strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. These were all the troops he had personally trained from the lowest level. The absolute trump card of the City of Dusk. The price he paid to train this army was expensive. Most of the accumulation of the City of Dusk in half a year was spent on this. But the effort will eventually pay off, and now the sweet fruit is worthy of his investment. After the danger from the outside world was quelled, Richard immediately withdrew his mind and focused his attention on the rotten tree again. At this moment, the range covered by the rotten power has shrunk to 50 meters. The mist became increasingly faint, and it seemed that it could dissipate at any time. As one thing grew, the other fell, and the extra power of the old statue of the ancient god was gradually becoming stronger. The breath it exuded was more and more frightening. Its horror even touched the soul of the sealed dog-headed god. The other party was struggling unconsciously, and seemed to sense something extremely terrifying. This also made Richard's eyes more and more fiery. Rotten power. He was determined to take the ultimate power of this world. After the coverage of the rotten power was reduced to 50 meters, the light emitted by the statue of the ancient god became as turbulent as a huge wave. The hunt had entered the most critical moment. While Richard was waiting to harvest the spoils, he heard a low roar with endless anger. Ancient god. It was a high-level language filled with darkness and loneliness. There was unspeakable evil, as if it came from the extremely evil life that had sunk into the abyss purgatory for millions of years. Ordinary people would fall into madness even if they just heard a note. That was not a blasphemous word that could exist in the mortal world. Richard's heart jumped violently, and all the pores on his body were bulging at this moment. An indescribable danger poured down from the top of his head, and the top of his head seemed to be opened. Before he could react, a scene that could make even the most determined person feel heartbroken suddenly appeared in his mind. In a lonely, dark, and decaying world, the sky was filled with blood-red clouds, and lightning was tearing the sky apart. A dead body that looked like it had been soaked in water for more than 10 days, with a white and swollen body and an extremely distorted face, was covered with a black shroud stained with blood, sitting high on a throne made of countless rotten corpses. The other party was staring at him with pale pupils. A name that could make people's hearts stop suddenly appeared in Richard's mind. The ruler of the 333rd floor of the abyss, the ultimate existence that holds the power of decay, the king of decay, Labrise. The other party found him. Chapter 395. The pale eyes spanned the void. It seemed as if the whole world was sinking under the other's throne. The pressure that made people's heart and liver split swept across the sky and the earth. The decay, darkness, and evil breath that could not be described in words was like a poisonous snake wrapped around the neck. It made it difficult to breathe. Richard couldn't help holding his breath, his heart pounding, and it seemed to jump out of his throat at this moment. Ancient God. On the throne built of countless rotten corpses, the gray and swollen body covered with a black shroud squirmed. Reptile. Whose believer are you? How dare you associate with the ancient gods? The blasphemous words, with an extremely evil breath, resounded through the soul. Richard's mind was buzzing, and he even had the urge to kneel down immediately and offer his soul to the other party to obtain salvation. That was the instinctive reaction of life, and it could not be changed by his own will. Life above level 30 has long been another dimension. They control the ultimate power of this world. And the power of this master of the abyss is countless times stronger than the god of the dog-headed man he once faced. Richard groaned, and his tenacious will forced his body to bite hard on the tip of his tongue. Puff! The smell of blood escaped in his mouth, and the severe pain made him regain some sanity. With a thought, the 5-star treasure, the starry sky necklace, hidden under the robe, suddenly dimmed. The stored 100,000 points of magic power were directly consumed by 50,000 points. The yellow sand on his body surged, and the powerful magic power suppressed the pressure and fear that penetrated into his soul. After the impact was minimized, Richard's eyes were extremely solemn. What a terrifying existence. I almost found a way. If this terrifying boss really came, I'm afraid that only the words destroying the world can describe its power. This thing is not an opponent that can be challenged now. It is definitely an ultimate boss that can only be challenged in the late stage. However, no matter what boss you are, even if it is a tiger, I have to touch its butt to see how much meat it has. After stabilizing my mind, I decisively diverted my attention and stopped staring at the illusory picture in my mind. Without saying a word, I silently input power to speed up the swallowing speed of the statue of the ancient god. This scene appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Decay outside the endless plain. Feeling that the power emitted by the statue of the ancient god is still increasing, some doubts and fears inexplicably rose in my heart. The ancient gods have returned? That reptile is a believer of the other party? No, absolutely impossible. Those beings have long disappeared, and there is no way they are still alive. The pale eyes of the Lord of Decay became more and more creepy. If it is not the ancient gods, then it must be a conspiracy against me by a bastard from the abyss? Thinking of this, his heart immediately became heavy. He has been laying out the main plane for more than 10,000 years, and this seed is buried very deep. A weak human being can never find the rotten tree where he hides his authority, and it is even more impossible to know the power of authority, and it is even more impossible to be so bold as to rob it. This is absolutely not in line with common sense. Compared to the sudden appearance of those ancient gods, who have long disappeared, he is more willing to believe that someone is calculating him. A certain existence in the bottomless abyss is spying on his rotten authority. The abyss is not a peaceful and tranquil paradise. It is the birthplace of chaos and evil, and the end of all evil. The only rule here is that there are no rules. Although he is the master of the 333rd floor of the abyss, and has infinite power, his enemies are equally terrifying, and there are even masters living below the 6,000th floor. Thinking of this, the breath emanating from the Lord of Decay became more violent. No one can create a conspiracy under my watch. Low blasphemous words resounded through the sky, rumbling, and the heavy blood-red clouds streaked with countless lightning, lighting up the world. Around the throne, the rotten corpses began to wriggle. as if they were about to revive at any time. Looking closely, you can vaguely distinguish the origins of those severely rotten corpses. The great demons, fallen angels, devils, and titans are all top creatures. Lightning exploded again, and the horror in Richard's mind shattered like glass and disappeared. At the same time, a stream of energy escaped from the rotten tree, and in the air not far from him, the terrifying picture was condensed again. The Lord of Rot, Labrise, stared at him with pale eyes. Outside the endless plain, the Lord of Rot, who had not been plotted against in many years, felt the rage from his soul. That was the anger of being regarded as prey. Dare to provoke him. He will let those lowly bastards know what the power of decay is. Damn it, damn it. But the two sides are too far apart. The rules of the main plane do not allow existences above level 30 to descend. The more powerful it is, the more fierce the constraints of this rule. Unless it can break through the rules of the main plane. But this level of power cannot be achieved even by the master of the deepest part of the abyss. This feeling is very much like cursing across the screen and the network cable. The rage is surging, but the person on the other end can't be helped. The Lord of Decay in anger, the pressure surged dozens of times, and pressed hard on Richard's heart. Richard's soul seemed to be squeezed at this moment, as if it would collapse at any time. He was not immune to the pressure of the gods, and the power of this level was beyond the limit. Destroy this reptile. Blasphemous words suddenly sounded. The rotten tree, which was madly devouring the power of the old god statue, suddenly burst out a tide of evil energy, which directly surged towards the surroundings, covering the surrounding area of several thousand meters. The moment the energy tide swept past, the body of the level 12 spike demon suddenly swelled up. The spikes on the body became dark, and the strong corrosive venom leaked from it. Spike demon, level 14, temporary, enhanced state. The demon on the ground also began to rise at the same time, and the muscles bulged inch by inch, which was extremely terrifying. Almost all demons' levels were raised by 2 levels in this instant. An existence of the level of the Lord of Decay has the power to change the situation even across countless planes. The ultimate boss. Not only that, the demons of the entire collapsed ruins also turned around at the same time and attacked the rotten tree. Those players who were fighting with the demons were shocked to see that the opponent they had just fought to the death just left them behind. They looked at the ruins of the ruins that became empty in the blink of an eye with a confused look on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. The dozen or so players who witnessed the Dusk City army sweeping across the world suddenly saw that the demons of the whole world were rushing in this direction. Suddenly, I was in doubt. What did that player do again? President, should we go and see? Go away. If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me down with you. Don't you see what kind of enemy that player just faced? Back off 500, no 1,000 meters. The other party must be fighting a boss. The battle is so exaggerated, he doesn't want to die young. Seeing the situation change, Renee, who was leading the army at the front, had a sharp look. Protect the master well, and never allow any enemy to cross our defense line. As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared suddenly. After the level was raised by 2 levels, the spike demon felt that his power was enough to crush the enemies blocking them in front. When he was excited to rush forward and crush the opponent, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes. But before he could see clearly what it was, the phantom disappeared without a trace. Turning his head subconsciously, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness disappeared directly. Space movement. Every 0.3 seconds, Renee can teleport without consumption. This ability has a very obvious effect on Renee, whose single combat power is already strong. Even if the level of the spike demon is increased by 2 levels, it is still slaughtered wantonly. From a distance, you can see the surging spike demons falling like raindrops. The defense line formed by the stone statues of the dead, and the skeleton blood dragons in the back is also indestructible. Dragon breath, battle axes, and demon roars have become the main theme on this battlefield. Life and death are harvesting souls wantonly. Not long after, more demons came like a tide. On the ground, it seemed as if thousands of horses were galloping. Some small stones bounced up on the ground in the distance. The scene became extremely exaggerated. But even so, it still couldn't shake the defense line of the City of Dusk. 2 powerful arms showed outsiders what a trump card is. More than a dozen players who watched the battle from a distance were stunned at this moment. Although they knew that the opponent was very strong, the scene that thousands of troops could not break through the defense line still made them feel that their 3 views were overturned. This great god was simply going against the sky. Is this still the weak player in their impression? This NPC's army is just like this, right? Who is the great god on the other side? players in other directions of the collapsed ruins also followed with strong curiosity after seeing the demons gathering in one direction. Could it be that a boss appeared here? Players with bold hearts and black hearts have always been experts in courting death. Gradually, the area of the rotten tree became the center of everyone's attention, and everyone was moving in this direction. The King of Decay was extremely depressed as he watched the demon army being blocked outside by the soldiers of the City of Dusk. He had the power to destroy the plane at this moment, but he couldn't use it. If the opponent was in the abyss, no, even as long as it was not in the main plane, the rules would not restrict him so much. He could easily kill that damned false god believer. As the controller of the abyss plane, in its eyes, those who did not reach the extraordinary level were just the most rubbish low-level creatures. But now, he had to rely on these low-level demons to achieve his goals, and his anger was accumulating. Richard was relieved when he saw the surging scene of the demons. The more so, the more it shows that the Abyss Overlord is in a dilemma at the moment. Compared to the extremely terrifying Lord of Decay, these demons are as cute as angels. The longer he delays, the greater his chance of grabbing this ray of decay authority. What makes Richard's heart beat faster is that he is now in front of an Abyss Overlord, who is above level 30 and rules a plane, forcibly snatching the other party's power, foundation, and authority. This feeling is like touching the side of the god of death, dancing on the edge of death. Crazy and deadly, but so emotional. A natural adventurer. After the anger in the Lord of Decay's chest accumulated to the extreme, he could no longer hold it back. Blasphemous words roared. Humble reptile, whose believer are you? Son of darkness? Lord of mud? Lord of blood? Lord of dread? The tone was filled with deep anger and imperceptible fear. Obviously, the origins of each being here are very exaggerated. The power emitted by the statue of the ancient god blocked the power of decay, and also prevented the Lord of Decay from spying. It could not find out more information about Richard, and could only sense its approximate level. The other party's series of titles also made Richard's heart move slightly. This guy seems to have a lot of enemies. However, these have nothing to do with him. Only those evil god believers with abnormal brains will believe in the demons of the chaotic evil camp. Take a deep breath and feel the statue in your hand again. There are about 20 minutes before the statue of the ancient god can completely devour the power of decay. It must be dragged through this period. It has come to this step, and there is no such thing as retreating. The creatures of the bottomless abyss will not be fine just because he gives in. Chaotic and bloodthirsty, evil and dark, as the antonym of the light of this world, the creatures of the abyss possess all the evil. While Richard's thoughts were racing, the dog-headed man clone sealed in the statue felt the increasing power of decay. Unconsciously, he sensed a bit of crisis and struggled again. Richard, who had no time to pay attention to this clone, suddenly had an idea. Just now, the King of Decay asked me, whose believer am I? I have someone to protect me. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the illusory picture condensed in the void, looking directly into the pale eyes. You lowly bastard from the abyss, go back to your filthy garbage dump that never sees the light of day. Are you a scum from the abyss worthy of my faith? My God is the real God, the eternal existence. Lord of Decay, you are a demon. How dare you spy on my God? Who do you think you are? On the terrifying land where countless rotten bodies gathered, the King of Decay suddenly stood up. The gray and swollen body was extremely terrifying. The black shroud seemed to be alive, rustling, and the mottled blood on it even emitted energy that shattered the void. The rotten corpses around the throne began to twist and wriggle, gradually reviving. The scene was extremely visually impactful. The pale eyes stared at Richard, and the blasphemous words were filled with endless coldness. Reptile! You are courting death. No matter who you are loyal to, you will pay the price. How dare a lowly being challenge him? Richard, whose face could not be seen clearly due to the dark light, said in an extremely fanatical tone. What is the abyss? My God has a pantheon to support him. How can a lowly demon like you challenge him? When I get your authority, the great Lord, my God, the ultimate faith of the dog-headed people, will come and kill you with his own hands. Chapter 396. Dead Desert, Collapsed Ruins. After Richard called out the name of the god of dogs in a fanatical tone, he immediately controlled the statue of the ancient god to loosen the seal of the god of dogs clone. The god of dogs clone had already felt a fatal threat from the power of decay. Now that he had a chance to regain his freedom, he immediately mobilized all his strength to struggle. Therefore, the pure divine power inevitably escaped. Richard naturally let it flow outside the light of the statue of the ancient god. The King of Decay didn't really believe his words. Although the dungeon god system was not weak, it was not strong enough to plan the abyss unscrupulously. Richard's actions were more like diverting trouble. This must be the work of the Abyss Demon, but when the power of the God of Dogs was revealed, all the doubts in his heart disappeared instantly. Everything can be fake, but the divine power emitted by the other party cannot be fake. The dissipated soul power, and the power of rules mastered cannot be fake. It is really the damned bastard of the God of Dog-headed Man who is using the relics of the ancient gods to devour his authority. Bastard. Bastard. At this moment, he hated the dungeon god system very much. At this moment, he wanted to cut the God of Dog-headed Man into pieces. At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. Who is he? The great Lord of Decay, the master of the 333rd floor of the Abyss, the master of the Abyss, who has lived for millions of years. Now, he is being peeped by a middle-level god in the god system, who is not even at the top. And, the other party really dared to do it in front of him. This is no longer a provocation to it, but rubbing its face on the ground with his feet. The other party is humiliating him in an unprecedented manner. Is this bullying it for not being able to leave the Abyss? Even if he stripped his soul and burned it with the fire of the Abyss for 10 million years, it would not be possible to wash away the humiliation he felt at this moment. God of the Dog-headed Man. How dare you? I can't do anything to your chess pieces in the main plane. Can't I deal with you, a lowly reptile? The dark blasphemous words made the space collapse. At the same time, the rotting corpses that were wriggling around suddenly increased their movements, and one after another, the horrible creatures with severely corrupted bodies climbed up. Fallen angels, titans, big demons, looking around, these severely corrupted troops are horrifying. The rotten corpses almost covered the ground. No one could imagine what a terrifying army these corpses would form if they were all revived. Their masters were angry. Richard let the seal loosen for a moment, and immediately tightened the seal, not letting its power flow out. Looking at the furious King of Decay, his face hidden under the dim light showed a bit of amusement. After several collisions, the City of Dusk and the God of Dogs have become mortal enemies, and there is no possibility of easing. Either the other party dies or the City of Dusk is destroyed. There is no third time. This time, maybe the other party will suffer a big loss. The most ingenious point of this sudden idea is that the soul breath and divine power of the God of Dogs cannot be faked. Even if someone comes, they must be sure that this is the God of Dogs. It is impossible for anyone to suspect that he, an ordinary human, imprisoned the other party's soul, right? No one would believe this kind of thing if it was told to others. The smile in his eyes became more and more intense. Yellow mud sticks to the crotch. Some things are hard to explain, and no one will smell the yellow mud on the crotch to prove the other party's innocence. With the temper of the devil, if he doesn't retaliate, he may not even be able to sleep. As for whether it is really the God of Dogs who created all this, the life in the Abyss doesn't care. If they think you are, no matter whether you are real or not. There must be a place to vent anger. Even if it is not, so what? As a synonym for chaos, disorder, darkness, and evil, when does the Abyss need to talk about reason and facts, unless the God of Dogs appears in front of him now and explains everything clearly? But the main plane is not a place where gods can come whenever they want. Although the routine of killing with a borrowed knife is a bit old, it can also play an excellent effect if used well. In the end, even if the Lord of Decay does not go to trouble the God of Dogs, he will not lose anything. After finding the real mastermind behind the scenes, the Lord of Decay suddenly calmed down and was no longer as furious as before. The pair of pale eyes without eyeballs stared at Richard indifferently, watching him devour all the power of Decay bit by bit. It knew that the power of the Master was too limited to face it. Even if it took action again, it would be impossible to stop the long-planned God of the Dog-headed Man. In this case, it would be better to see what the other party would do after obtaining that wisp of power of Decay. Does that lowly God of the Dog-headed Man have the courage to show up? Authority, like the priesthood of gods, is the embodiment of the rules of the world. The power of Decay is the rules of Decay. In Glorious Era, the power of these rules is controlled by gods one by one, or in other words, those who control the power of these rules can become gods. Light, darkness, fire, water, dawn, dusk, decay, vitality, and so on. And the power of these rules is mostly scattered and difficult to concentrate in one person's hands, which also leads to the overlap of the power of many gods. And the distribution of power is like the shares of a company. The more you control, the more power you can enjoy. At this moment, the Lord of Decay controls more than 95% of the power of Decay. The loss of that 1% will naturally have an impact on him, but that's all. However, this 1% is already an extremely exaggerated power for most lives. After all, this is the power of the rules of Glorious Era. Richard saw that the Lord of Decay did not make trouble again, and he was sure in his heart. This big brother, the God of Dogs, helped a lot this time. I must thank him in the future. While keeping vigilant in my heart, I also let the statue of the old god speed up the swallowing speed. Delaying one more second, there is more danger. As the power of decay was stripped away, the mist surrounding it also shrank to the vicinity of the tree trunk, and finally dissipated. The power of rules that could corrode everything no longer existed. The twisting branches of the rotten tree also slowly slowed down, until they finally stopped and turned into a stiff dead tree again. The hideous and terrifying heads on the tree trunk also lost their luster at this moment. Richard's heart thumped, and began to beat faster. Because it was almost the last moment. He watched the Lord of Decay nervously with his eyes. If the other party made any move, he would counter it immediately. The old god eagle also noticed this, and the dark light was like a burning torch, lighting up the sky directly. Forcefully devoured the last wisp of the power of decay hidden in the giant tree. Just when the power of decay was completely locked into the statue of the old god, the demons that were still madly attacking the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead suddenly became like puppets with their strings cut, and fell into a huge panic one by one, fleeing in panic. The army of the City of Dusk couldn't even stop them. At the same time, the abyss breath that permeated the surroundings was also dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil and darkness that suppressed the hearts of the crowd disappeared like a spider web ignited by a torch in the blink of an eye. The light of the statue of the old god also dimmed at this moment, and in a few breaths, it returned to its inconspicuous appearance in the past. Richard subconsciously looked up at the sky. The illusory picture reflecting the Lord of Decay was gradually disintegrating. The Abyss Overlord who ruled the 333rd floor of the bottomless abyss, and possessed supreme power, was trampled underfoot this time. The other party's pale eyes stared at him, as if to remember everything. Richard responded indifferently, looking directly into the other party's eyes. When the picture completely disappeared, the surging pressure also disappeared. The oppressive dark clouds in the sky burst out with golden sunlight. It was like thousands of swords piercing black armor. Richard saw this scene, and breathed a sigh of relief. That is a god-level existence, not just a cat or dog. Fortunately, the goddess of victory stood on his side again this time. At this moment, a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Ding! You used the statue of the old god to seize a wisp of rotten authority from the Lord of Decay, Labrise. Your bold and reckless actions are full of legends, and you have gained 3 legendary points. Ding! You extracted the power of decay hidden in the rotten tree, and the rotten tree died completely. You killed a dying extraordinary boss unit, and you got a reward, level +1, and an additional reward of 1 level increase for all arms. Your current level is 14. Ding! You destroyed a huge hidden danger in the Death Desert. You can inform the mayor of Solon City of this news. The legendary strongman Grand Duke Solon, at the same time, hand over the power of decay to the other party, and the other party will give you a generous reward. Ding! The space gate in the collapsed ruins is closed, and Grand Duke Solon's relationship with you has been upgraded to friendly. Ding! You have completed the regional mission, and obtained 1,000 points of Solon City contribution. At the same time, you led the army to kill a large number of demon troops, and obtained an additional 500 points of contribution. Ding! You led the army to hunt demons, and won a brilliant victory, gaining 100,000 experience points. The experience of this battle has been increased 5-fold, and the final experience gained is 500,000. Your current experience is level 14, 500,000/3 million. After reading the system prompt, Richard was delighted, but his expression was also a little subtle. He did not expect that the final outcome would be like this. When he first discovered the branches of the rotten tree, he thought he could find a boss unit like the ancient tree of the evil god. But he did not expect that the origin of this rotten tree was much more exaggerated than the ancient tree of the evil god. Although there were many twists and turns along the way, fortunately, he finally snatched the food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched a trace of the ultimate power of this world from the Lord of Decay in front of him. And by the way, he also upgraded his level to level 14, and all the soldiers were upgraded by 1 level. This wave is not a loss. He was too lazy to pay attention to other prompts from the system, especially the one that asked him to tell all this to Grand Duke Solon and hand over the authority of decay. Isn't this funny? What reward can be more generous than the authority of decay? The tasks issued by the system are all selective, and you can do it or not. Richard chose to ignore it directly. After coming to his senses, he looked at the rotten tree in front of him that had completely lost its vitality. His heart moved slightly. I don't know if this tree can be saved. He opened the black gold system and took a look. What disappointed him was that this time, there was only a simple prompt of a dead tree. There was no information about resurrection at all. While thinking, he moved forward a distance, but not close to the rotten tree. Click, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the rotten tree collapsed directly under Richard's eyes. Wood chips flew everywhere. The rotten tree turned from a 50-meter-high towering tree into a pile of rotten fragments. Richard's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. It's not that bad. Good guy, this blocked his idea of cutting down the rotten tree to study whether it can be used. He came to his senses and understood a little. The real gain this time was a wisp of rotten authority. I think the value of this thing far exceeds the reward of the mission in this area. Otherwise, I wouldn't get nothing. After understanding this, I didn't dwell on it. Seeing that there was no movement around, he floated up and sat on a skeleton blood dragon. He waved his hand to put Lenny into the statue of the ancient god and prepared to set off for the return journey. It's better to leave this trouble place first. It may not be a good thing to stay here any longer. If Grand Duke Solon suddenly comes, it will be difficult to deal with. The King of Decay must be mad at him now, and there is no telling what will happen to the God of Dogs. Watching Richard lead his army away, the players who witnessed all this had complicated expressions. Fuck, this 3-day regional mission was completed by the other party in just an hour. Who is this great god? Why is there no news at all? President? Don't you want to say a few words? The leader of the team smiled bitterly. What the hell, our guilds combined may not be enough to beat that great god alone. Let's go back and do the missions to upgrade our levels. Alas, this time we know how big the gap is between us and the top players. Outside the main plane, in a kingdom of God hidden in the void, the god of dogs, lying in a golden doghouse, yawned lazily. He was careless at first, but suddenly he felt a bit of palpitation. He became alert, half crouched up, and looked around. He carefully sensed that the entire kingdom of God was still under his control, and there was no accident. He felt a little relieved. It was impossible for someone to harm him in his kingdom of God. As his mind turned, a figure that made him grit his teeth suddenly appeared in his mind. Humble human. Damn blasphemer. I will definitely make you pay the price. No, I can't wait any longer, I want him dead now. He was so angry that he suddenly climbed up from the doghouse, and walked out with a raging flame. The dog-headed god, who was still thinking about how to kill Richard, didn't know that in the bottomless abyss, a master who had survived for millions of years and ruled an entire plane was now gathering troops. The other party's anger could ignite the sky. Chapter 397. Twilight City, Lord's Mansion. Richard sat comfortably in the main seat, stroking the old statue of the ancient god with a somewhat cold touch. The statue has an unusual appearance, with octopus tentacles on its head, hands on its legs, and broken wings folded behind it, which looks unspeakably weird. But it is also this statue full of dark style that has given him the upper hand in the game with the gods several times. This time, he snatched the power of decay from the Lord of Decay. Although there is only a wisp, it is enough to shock people. Mental power spreads out. Carefully since the dog-headed god clone sealed in the center of the statue is still being sealed tightly. Unable to struggle. Passing by this place, he detected the core. A wisp of decayed, vicissitudes, and dark power is slowly flowing. The power of decay. This is the rule of glorious era, an eternal power, and at the same time, it cannot be swallowed. The power of the rule can only be controlled and utilized. Unless this power can be separated from the world and glorious era is completely free of the rule of decay, it can be completely swallowed. But to achieve this level, we can only wait for the god of creation to revive. Richard is carefully sensing the power. A tiny wisp of rotten power, it doesn't look much. But when the mental power touches it, in an instant, he felt the stars in the sky flowing and the endless ocean surging. The power contained in this wisp of power is almost endless. The big beads of sweat on Richard's forehead slid down. Before the mental power could sense it for the second time, it was driven away. After coming back to his senses, he was somewhat surprised. What a terrifying power. The power released by the rotten authority around the rotten tree before was as small as a drop of water in the ocean. Although it was only a wisp of authority, it was a wisp of the world's rules. Just like 1% of a company's shares, it seems small, but it is an exaggerated share of giant banks such as Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and Agriculture Bank. Richard suppressed his emotions and looked solemn. Although this wisp of authority was imprisoned in the statue of the ancient god, the outside world could not explore it. But it was definitely not an easy thing for him to control it. He calmed down and tried to contact it with his mental power again. This time, he was not repelled by the rotten authority. But he still could not directly control this wisp of authority. Even if the other party did not resist, he could not activate it. That feeling was like a breeze trying to blow to Mount Tai, a dragonfly shaking a tree. Renee, who had recondensed next to him, noticed this scene and couldn't help but speak. Master, your current body is not yet able to bear the power of decay. At least you have to reach the extraordinary level to control it. Richard was awakened by Renee, and gave up the useless attempt after coming to his senses. He smiled bitterly, and shook his head helplessly. It's like this again. He has too many good things in his hands, but few of them can be used. He suddenly felt a little disgusted. He didn't want to, but who can blame the coincidence that one top treasure after another was automatically delivered to his door? He looked at Renee. Can you use your divine power to activate the power of decay? Renee shook her head. No, you can only use it if you control this power. My current power is too weak, and I can't control this terrifying power. Richard's mouth twitched. It seemed that he had done something useless again. For the time being, he could only let this power be sealed. He took a long breath. I need to level up quickly. I have delayed for too long. He was extraordinary. He was only level 14, and there were still 6 levels to go. There were too many things going on recently, and he was too busy to level up. As a lord, he had to grasp the development direction of the entire territory. He couldn't just abandon everything. Dusk City was his foundation. Moreover, the experience required to upgrade from level 14 to level 15 had risen to an exaggerated 3 million. This made him frown. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to upgrade. It was so exaggerated now. If I waited until level 19 to level 20, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He took a deep breath and stopped struggling. Don't think too much. Let's upgrade to level 15 first, and then talk about other things. And we have to try to do it before Sina and the Dark Valkyrie return. At that time, he can complete the S-level mission that he has been coveting for a long time. At this moment, Richard suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding, the statue of the dead has been strengthened, and the distance of the battle axe throwing has increased by 100 meters, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the statue of the dead has been strengthened, and it has obtained shell defense and scales, and the defense power has increased by an additional 200%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the statue of the dead has obtained a strong body, and the strength has increased by an additional 200%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the stone of the dead has obtained super flight, and the flight speed has increased by 300%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the statue of the dead has obtained a tough body, and after the body is broken, it can consume energy to automatically repair itself, has been strengthened to the extreme. 5 system prompts in a row made Richard stunned. What is this? Andel's research was successful. The 5-star treasure obtained from the dungeon, the psychic gem, finally took effect? But before he could come to his senses, the system continued to ring again. Ding, the hero of Dusk City, Sam, triggered a special inspiration while researching the special technology of upgrading the Poisonous Scorpion Warrior. The current Poisonous Scorpion Warrior technology has been upgraded to the Master level. Master Attack Technology, Poisonous Scorpion Warrior Scorpion Tail, Poisonous Damage added 300%, Double Pincer's Strength increased by 300%, overall attributes increased by 50%, and additional skills were obtained. Unparalleled Killing. Unparalleled Killing, all attributes increased by 80%, body size doubled, each enemy killed has an additional 1% attribute, the maximum upper limit is 200%, and the duration is 20 minutes. Ding, Dusk City has successfully developed a master-level technology. When researching the same type of technology in the future, the time consumed will be reduced by 30%. Sam's master-level technology? Richard's eyes were shining. My goodness, did these two people make an appointment to meet together? These two surprises are awesome. 5 psychic gems improve the 5 characteristics of the Dead Stone statue. And its attributes seem so exaggerated. The Dead Stone statue is already terrifying, and now it is directly improved as a whole. Is this type of soldier going to be amazing? Andal, worthy of being the Pearl of Twilight City, did not disappoint him. Sam is not weak either. This guy studies supergrade technology and directly studies it to the master level. Looking at the system prompt, it is definitely not simple. Although the number of Scorpion Warriors is a small part in Twilight City, the nest has not been purchased too much. But this is not a problem. As long as the technology is strong enough, it is possible to buy 10 or 20 soldiers at the same time. The resources seized from the underground world have not been spent yet. He could not sit still, and the setbacks he suffered from the rotten power were swept away. He immediately left the Lord's mansion excitedly, and came to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered the house, He saw Sam with a chicken coop hair and only one arm. The other party's thick dark circle seemed to have not slept for half a year, and his clothes were covered with black and gray marks, as if he had come back from coal mining. He looked very embarrassed, but his mental state was extremely high, and his bright eyes made people dare not ignore him. After seeing Richard, Sam immediately stepped forward and saluted excitedly. "Lord City Lord. My research was successful." He turned around and gestured to the Scorpion Warrior following behind him. "The Scorpion Warrior has obtained the greatest enhancement." His tone was a little trembling. He did not disappoint the master who gave him everything. His eyes were red at this moment. Richard subconsciously looked to the side as he was guided, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Scorpion Warrior in front of him had grown to 3 meters tall. He seemed to be covered with a thick layer of armor. He gave people a feeling of oppression like a human tank. Once he launched a charge, I am afraid that the heavy cavalry of mankind would be defeated in front of him. The most eye-catching thing was the opponent's huge iron pliers. At this time, the iron pliers were like pure steel pliers, reflecting the unique luster of metal, with dark red lines on them, which meant that the opponent had been strengthened by the fire element core. The curved scorpion tail behind him seemed to be cast with metal, like a steel whip connected in sections. The sharp scorpion tail is like the spearhead of a spearman, reflecting a faint blue light. Poisonous. Judging from the appearance alone, the enhanced Scorpion Warrior is not a life of the same dimension as the Scorpion before the enhancement. In battle, I am afraid that the enhanced one can fight 5. With strong expectations, Richard opened the attribute panel. Scorpion Warrior level 9 potential, rare 3 stars skills, master level enhancement poisonous scorpion tail, B level. The scorpion tail can cause huge armor-piercing damage, and there is a 30% chance of causing instant death damage after stabbing. At the same time, the attached poisonous damage is increased by 300%, and it causes a 10-second paralysis feature. Attached enhancement undead body, C level, reduce 70% physical damage, increase all attributes by 50%, immune to plague and poison, as long as the head is not chopped off, it will not die. Master level enhancement flame iron. Pincers, B level, the sharpness of the pincers is increased by 300%. When swinging the pincers to attack, the strength is increased by 300%, and the fire element damage is added. When using the front hook attack, the flame blast feature is obtained, which can instantly tear the opponent's armor and ignite the opponent's body, unparalleled killing, B level, all attributes are increased by 80%, the size is doubled, and the attributes of each enemy killed are increased by an additional 1%, the maximum limit is 200%, and the duration is 20 minutes. Sandification, C level, racial talent, when fighting in the desert, the strength is increased by 30%. Bond Scorpion, when the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the toxicity is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction. The undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's pyramid, I believe you will not want to be stung by it. The moment he finished reading, Richard felt his heartbeat quicken. This is too strong, isn't it? The master level attack technology directly makes the Scorpion Warrior reach the point of abnormality. Is this a rare level soldier? He felt that as long as it was not a flying soldier, the glorious soldiers would be slaughtered by the Scorpion Warriors. Ordinary crowned soldiers were no more than this, right? This attack power is simply outrageous. Coupled with the exaggerated body size, if it is a head-on battle, it is simply killing people and killing Buddhas. Richard breathed a sigh of relief and felt more comfortable than ever before. This is the soldier he wants to train. Although the dead stone statue is a top-level powerful soldier, the ground forces of the City of Dusk cannot give up training. The coordinated combat of the sea, land and air is the perfect military system. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Richard asked in a serious tone. Sam, how many resources are needed to strengthen a Scorpion Warrior? This is the key. Don't research the Scorpion technology, but in the end it's too expensive to support it. That would be funny. Sam could feel Richard's joy, and he was even happier. Lord, strengthening Scorpion Warriors requires the top-grade fine steel, which can only be obtained by forging with a large amount of ordinary steel. At present, each Scorpion Warrior consumes 50,000 units of iron ore. 50,000 units of iron ore, 1? Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the combat power, this price is obviously very cost-effective. Although large-scale cultivation will consume a lot of resources, it is ordinary resources after all. If rare resources are to be consumed, then he has to consider whether to cultivate them on a large scale. Now Dusk City is extremely thirsty for rare resources. If we take out a part of them, it will be fatal. He opened the system panel and took a look. The total number of Scorpion warriors is now 141. Because the nest of a single soldier has been running all the time, the number has been kept low. But now, we can definitely increase the number. It doesn't need to be too many. 2 or 3 battalions are enough to protect the City of Dusk. After all, the recruitment of rare soldiers does not require rare resources. He can still afford it. He didn't waste any time and directly opened the trading market to search for the nest of Scorpion warriors. He bought the Scorpion warriors from the trading market at the beginning. The initial level was only elite level. Now that the player's level has been upgraded, not many people care about the elite level soldier nests. A search will reveal a large area. Richard was not vague and directly bought 19, plus the existing one, which is exactly 20. Since it is a violent soldier, let's do something fierce, so as not to waste this master level attack technology. Next, Sam will study the attack technology of the dead stone statue. Other arms will not be studied for the time being, and the dead stone statue is not so easy to study. For a long time in the future, the master level attack technology may only be available here. It must be used well. Moreover, the new expansion is about to start. It will not be wrong to increase the power in hand now. After obtaining the 19 arms nests, they were directly upgraded to the rare level. Then Richard was a little helpless. After the arms nest was upgraded, there was a 7-day cooldown, and it could not be upgraded continuously. He could only wait until next week to upgrade to the rare level. Seeing Richard not speaking for a long time, Sam said in a low voice with some embarrassment and trepidation, "Lord, can I ask you to do me a favor?" Richard came back to his senses, and couldn't help laughing at the other party's embarrassed face. "You are a rough man. What are you doing like a little girl?" "No problem, just say it. You have made such a great contribution to the City of Dusk, and the reward you deserve will not be less." Sam's face turned red, and he stuttered for a long time before he could speak clearly. "Lord, can I ask you to be my witness? I will marry Shauna next month." Richard thought of the other party's past experience for some reason, and he was also a little surprised. The blind girl, looking at the happiness in the other party's eyes, he admired in his heart. A blacksmith who lost his arm stepped into the desert with a blind lover, experienced countless darkness, confusion, setbacks, suffering in life and death, and finally achieved success. This is definitely the best subject for a film or TV series on Blue Star. After the other party became rich, he still kept his original intention, which made him satisfied that he had not made a mistake in choosing him. This is a thoughtful person. He nodded happily. "Okay, next month, the whole Twilight City will congratulate you, Sam. I hope you can treat your bride well. I look forward to the day when your children run and laugh in Twilight City." Looking at Sam's excited expression, Richard felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. His territory has finally become a city that can protect one side, allowing residents to live and work in peace and reproduce. It is worth his efforts in the past 6 months. Chapter 398. Watching Sam leave the blacksmith shop excitedly, Richard smiled. He never thought that he would be the witness one day. However, he was in a good mood to see this pair of lovers, who had gone through countless hardships, come together. He hoped to see more examples like this. He touched his chin and suddenly had an idea. How about having a Valentine's Day in the future? I can be the witness for those who get married on this day every year, and become the witness for everyone. At the same time, the whole city will have 3 days off and be free to date. After thinking for a while, he felt that this idea was very promising. If this goes on for 10 or 20 years, wouldn't he be the godfather of the city's future generations? Apart from anything else, this thing will definitely improve the people's hearts by 100 or 80 points. He made a note of this matter in his heart, and went back to discuss with Kalu to see what day to choose. While thinking, he stepped onto the 2nd floor. The master level attack technology has greatly improved the Scorpion warriors. It made it excited. I wonder how much the statue of the dead can be improved by the 5 5-star treasures, the psychic gems. The statue of the dead is the trump card of Twilight City at all times. If it is not for the purpose of improving the level of Twilight City, this round of technological improvement should also be the turn of the statue of the dead. Go up to the 2nd floor. Richard saw a figure falling on the operating platform. He was shocked and stepped forward. After sensing that the other party's life breath was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down, he saw Andal, with messy hair, lying on the dirty operating table and sleeping soundly without any image. Because the corner of her mouth was pressed by the table, a pool of saliva had already flowed out. She smacked her lips from time to time, which made her look funny and cute. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl. He shook his head, stepped forward, bent down and gently picked up the girl, and quietly came to the simple bed placed next to him and slowly put her down. Seeing the girl move her body, adjust a more comfortable position, and continue to sleep, Richard felt a little distressed. This girl, who knows how many days she has been up? In the future, someone must watch her. If she continues like this, even the extraordinary world may not be able to bear it. Staying up late is not a good thing. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to wake up, Richard regained his mind and walked back to the operating table. Turning his head and looking around, he looked at the corner after a glance. At this time, an object that looked like an iron tower was blocked by a gauze curtain. Richard felt the emanation and found out what was inside, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why block the dead stone statue here? With a wave of his hand, the veil was lifted. The figure of the dead stone statue was revealed. Instantly, Richard's eyes lit up. The scorpion warrior gave him a cool feeling. Now, the dead stone statue appeared in front of him, and the visual impact was even stronger. After being strengthened, the original 3-meter height of the dead stone statue has now reached 4 meters. The already fierce momentum has become like a demon descending to the world, giving people an extremely wild psychological impact. The brown wings carved from the rock behind are now covered with dark lines, giving people a solemn and light feeling. Once the sharp barbs in front launch a dive attack, I am afraid that they can easily pierce the thick shield of the warrior. No one dares to doubt its lethality. The surface of the dead stone statue, the dragon scale stone armor that was not originally eye-catching, now becomes particularly conspicuous. It is the armor plate that grows from the body, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. Combined with its properties, it is afraid that it can withstand the strong shooting of the siege crossbow. The thick arms firmly hold the battle axe that is more than half a person's height, and the chain is wrapped around it. Once the dark red battle axe is thrown out, the dragon of the same level cannot withstand it. In the empty eye sockets, you can see the burning blue soul fire. The overall appearance of the dead stone statue has no subversive changes. The biggest change is still the momentum. It feels 10 times more fierce than before. This is a real killing machine. Once an attack is launched, it can tear everything apart. Open the attribute panel, and 5 newly enhanced additional attributes appear, which are listed one by one at the end. Special characteristics obtained by promotion. 1. Defense scales. With a scale defense system, the defense power is increased by an additional 200%. 2. Strong body. The body structure is optimized to the maximum, and the strength is increased by 200%. 3. Tough body. The body structure is endowed with extraordinary strength, and after the body is broken, it can consume energy to automatically repair. 4. Super flight. The wings are improved, and the flight speed is increased by 300%. 5. Tomahawk throwing. The chain wrapped around the arm is extended, the attack distance is increased by 100 meters, and the current distance is 180 meters. All attributes are related to the works in the following text. Although these newly acquired attributes are strong, they are not abnormal. But if combined with the previous skills of the dead stone statue, Richard sincerely gave a perverted evaluation. No, anyone who sees this attribute will use this word to describe it. It's not just a normal perversion, it's too fucking perverted. Is this really the attribute that a glorious level soldier can have? The attributes of the skeleton blood dragon are placed in front of the dead stone statue, and it's a bit unbearable to look at. This is a glorious 1-star soldier. Ding! The dead stone statue has been extremely strengthened and can no longer be strengthened. Do you want to solidify it into the soldier's nest? Note: after solidification, recruiting dead stone statue from the soldier's nest will only recruit the strengthened dead stone statue. Hearing the sudden system prompt, Richard didn't hesitate for half a second and directly chose to confirm. Ding! Solidification is completed. All the currently recruited dead stone statue are automatically promoted to the strengthened state. Richard's eyes lit up. He thought he had to upgrade other dead stone statue again, but he didn't expect there would be such a benefit. This is good, and it's worth Endel's hard work day and night for the past few months. After looking at it with satisfaction for a few times, it seemed that he thought of something and quickly opened the soldier's nest of the dead stone statue. After a moment, his expression became a little subtle. The information that concerned him the most changed. Resources required to recruit the dead statue: 300 units of gems, 300 units of crystals. Wow, it was 200 units of gems and crystals before, and now it has increased to 300 units? A direct increase of 50%. 11 dead statue nests, 110 per week, so it is 33,000 gems and 33,000 crystals. 132,000 plus 132,000 for 4 weeks every month, a total of 264,000. This is a lot of money, and the current income of the City of Dusk can only barely cover it. If there is any accident during the process and some rare resources are consumed, it may be necessary to draw additional resources from other aspects. However, compared with the combat power of the dead stone statue, these resources are completely worthwhile. No matter how much you invest, it will not be a loss. At this moment, a soft moan behind him made Richard suddenly come back to his senses. Turning his head, he saw Andal, who was lying on the bed in a daze, supporting her body. She looked around blankly, still in a state of not waking up. After rubbing her eyes subconsciously, she found Richard's figure, and suddenly woke up. Lord Richard. Why are you here? Richard looked at the other party's cute appearance, and couldn't help laughing. I've been here for a while, he said with admiration. Andal, you did a great job. The girl sat up and saw the gauze that was lifted aside, and the majestic dead stone statue. She pouted immediately. She said pitifully, Lord Richard, I wanted to give you a surprise. Richard was touched by the cute look. He stepped forward and rubbed the other's head. I'm already surprised. You're really great, Andal. You must be a gift from the gods to me, the most precious pearl of the City of Dusk. The strength of the dead statue is beyond my expectation. This will be of great help to the danger we will face next. Hearing this generous praise, the girl's eyes were watery, showing a little embarrassment, but also very happy and proud. But hearing the last sentence, her brows frowned. She looked up at him with her big eyes hazy. Sir Richard, are we going to face a lot of dangers next? Richard frowned slightly. A new expansion that can make the gods fall, plus offending the Lord of Decay, and the God of Dogs, who was pitted by him. He himself doesn't believe that there will be no danger in the future of Twilight City. Each of these changes can affect the fate of Twilight City. Seeing that Richard didn't speak, Andal got anxious and stood up quickly, looking straight at him. Sir, please give me more psychic gems, so I can continue to work. The tone was full of determination, without the slightest hesitation. Richard looked at the worried eyes, and felt warm in his heart. Perhaps, this is why he feels that building such a city is particularly fulfilling. Because, they are really willing to give everything for Twilight City. Kalu is like this, Sam is like this, and Andal is also like this. Pinching the other's face, dissatisfied. What's become of you? Still working? You don't want to enter the hero's cemetery before that guy Kalu? Don't think too much. There will be many crises in the future, but none of them are urgent enough to make you risk your life. Have a good rest. I have more important tasks for you next. If you are exhausted, who will complete them? Seeing that the girl was about to say something, his face turned serious. You are not allowed to step into the blacksmith shop within a week. I will have someone watch you. Andal suddenly shrunk and looked at Richard pitifully. My lord. Richard ignored the other party's coquetry and turned his head to look at the strengthened stone statue of the dead. From today on, you will guard and protect Andal. She is not allowed to step into the blacksmith shop within a week. The other party suddenly knelt on one knee, and a hollow voice sounded. Follow your orders, my lord. The soldiers have the wisdom of normal people. They may not be able to lead troops to fight like heroes, but there is no problem in executing orders. Andal felt very wronged. She couldn't go to the blacksmith shop for a week. This was more uncomfortable for her than being in prison. My lord. Richard didn't dwell on this topic, and went straight to the point. Andal, what kind of soldiers do you think are suitable to be strengthened with psychic gems next? The most powerful stone statue of the dead has been fully strengthened. You can only choose other soldiers. Andal also became serious. After thinking for a long time, she said slowly, there are no suitable soldiers at present, and you still have 2 fusion crystals, which can create 2 more powerful soldiers. Why not wait until the new soldiers are born, and then strengthen them? Richard nodded, and that was the only way. This kind of good thing should be used less and less, and it can't be wasted. No one can tell whether the next copy can be obtained. After thinking for a while, he continued, do you have any suggestions for the remaining 2 enhanced arms? In this regard, the girl is actually professional. The flying arms we have, the dead stone statues, are already strong enough to completely control the air superiority. Andal said seriously. For the time being, there is no need to invest resources in it. For any matter, the more resources invested, the greater the benefits will not be. A complete army should not only have flying arms. We should consider other aspects. Richard asked with interest. Which aspects? Andal affirmed. Ground troops, ranged troops, and spellcasters. After that, he explained one by one. For ground troops, Sam is developing the technology of scorpions. After the development is successful, it should be able to ease the pressure in this area. And we are in the desert, with extra reinforcements. Ground troops have always been our strong point, so we can be a little behind. The most important thing to pay attention to is ranged troops and spellcasters. The ranged troops, the sand-condensing archers, the spellcasters, the cursed pharaohs, and the crazy sand wizards. After these troops were promoted to rare, although they are not weak, they are far from being strong. Perhaps we can consider these two aspects. Although Andel's analysis is simple, and there is nothing profound, it is in line with Richard's idea of the development of the Dusk City army. It is important for a force to have a strong army, but it cannot have two obvious shortcomings. The statue of the dead is his favorite, so for so long, when there are resources, he will invest in it as soon as possible. This also led to the birth of this super powerful troop. Now that the statue of the dead has taken shape, it is time to take care of other troop types. I will think about it seriously, Richard said solemnly. Sensing his attitude, the girl's face immediately filled with a bright smile. She likes this feeling, being recognized and valued. It is simply great. Richard is still thinking about this matter carefully. I will go to the trading market later to see if there are any powerful troop types suitable for the current Twilight City. He has not purchased troop nests on a large scale for a long time. It is not that other troop types are not strong enough, but the higher the level of the troop type, the greater the resource investment required. Twilight City does not have the confidence to recklessly increase troops. Now even if he is given 1,000 crown-level troop nests, he can't use them. The resources required for weekly recruitment of this thing can make him bankrupt. After all, it still comes back to making money. Richard was a little amused. But then he became energetic again. It won't be long before the underground world can have a stable output. It may not even take that long. As long as the black condensed ice cream goes into production, and the whitetail wine expands its production capacity, these flagship products will immediately bring back rich profits. It's not in vain that I have been farming for so long. The essence of managing a territory is to develop the economy. Only by making more money can the residents live a happy life and build a stronger army. Fortunately, the current Dusk City is on the right track. Chapter 399. Lord Richard, if you have no other choice for the time being, I suggest you consider fusing the Cursed Pharaoh and the Crazy Sand Mage. Both of these arms have excellent combat effectiveness, and they are both mummies with similar attributes. Perhaps after fusing, they can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. As for other arms, I am not optimistic. When Richard was about to leave the blacksmith shop, Andel hesitated and expressed his judgment. Richard paused when he heard this, thought for a moment, smiled and waved his hand, and asked the dead stone statue to take the other party away from the blacksmith shop. You go and rest first, I will take care of this matter. After saying that, he ignored Andel's aggrieved expression and wanted to beg for mercy. He called another person in charge of the blacksmith shop, told him that he would be in charge of the blacksmith shop for the next few days, and then turned back to the Lord's mansion. After the scorpion warriors and the dead stone statues were strengthened, he felt more confident. No matter what changes there are in the future, the strength in his hands will always be the greatest guarantee. At the same time, he was also thinking about Andel's suggestion, the possibility of integrating the two arms of the Crazy Sand Mage and the Cursed Pharaoh. However, there was no rush, so he first looked at those sand sculpture players to see if they had any good stuff. Open the trading market, search, desert camp, spellcaster arms. Tens of thousands of pages suddenly appeared, densely packed and countless. However, after a rough look at a few dozen pages, he shook his head. The attributes were not satisfactory, and there was nothing he liked. There were barely 1 or 2, but they were just as good as the Cursed Pharaoh or the Crazy Sand Mage. After searching for almost an hour, Richard rubbed his eyes, feeling a little helpless. Cursed Pharaoh and Crazy Sand Mage were already the choices after careful selection. It was obviously difficult to buy more powerful troops from the trading market. It was true that he could train low-level troops into high-level troops, but that required sufficient potential. While thinking, he still set his sights on the troops that Dusk City currently had and began to seriously consider them. 1. Bandaged Mummy, 3 nests, weekly output 21. 2. Scorpion Warrior, 20 nests, weekly output 143. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests, weekly output 30. 4. Condensed Sand Archer, 10 nests, weekly output 55. Cursed Pharaoh, 1 nest, weekly output 5. 6. Great Axe Death Knight, 5 nests, weekly output 25. 7. Wild Sand Mage, 5 nests, weekly output 25. 8. Dead Statue, 11 nests, weekly output 100, troops without troop nests 9. Axe of the Dead, 10. Dark Gargoyle, 11. Skeleton Blood Dragon. Each of the current troop types has its own characteristics. It is even enough to support a system of operations. There is no shortage of air forces and ground forces. There are also alchemical cannons, stone statues of the dead, various city defenses, and sand-condensing archers for long-range weapons. The only thing is that the casters with powerful strength have been silent in the City of Dusk. Curse the Pharaoh, Skill Curse, Force Control. Crazy Sand Mage. Control the yellow sand to attack the enemy, and also has powerful control skills such as the Yellow Sand Prison. Will these two types of troops overlap to a certain extent? Or can they achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2? Richard pondered for a moment, and still felt that these two arms were not perfect. I need a powerful output spellcasting arm. Curse Pharaoh is an auxiliary arm, and its positioning is control. For now, it is enough. Increasing the number can play a significant role. There is no need to force the two arms to merge. The next fusion should still be based on the Crazy Sand Mage. After determining the idea, Richard made clear the goal and searched again in the trading market. As the player's strength increased, the number of arms nests for sale also increased. Now there are rare and even brilliant arms nests for sale. But the attributes are terrible. Ignoring these junk, Richard started looking from the lower level ones. This time it took 2 hours to find an arm that made him shine among tens of thousands of arms nests. Sandstorm Mage. Level 5. Potential, rare 3 stars. Magic, 500, recovers 5 points per second. Skills, Mummy Body, D-level, immune to curses, poison, instant death skills, magic damage increased by 30%, Sandstorm, D-level, can transform into a sandstorm, physical damage received is reduced by 99%, flying consumes 5 points of magic per second, and when attacking the enemy, it consumes 20 points of magic per second. Giant Sandstorm, D-level, can be combined with other sandstorm mages to form a giant sandstorm. The more the number, the greater the power of the sandstorm. At the same time, they share the damage. Unless the magic is exhausted or they are killed at the same time, they will not exit the sandstorm state. Death Tornado, D-level, can be used in the sandstorm state. A minimum of 100 sandstorm mages are required, which can condense a giant tornado sandstorm to destroy the enemy in front. The more the number, the higher the damage of the tornado sandstorm. Racial talent, damage is increased by 30% in the desert, and magic recovery speed is increased by 30%. Bond Sandstorm, after becoming a sandstorm, the damage of every 10 sandstorm mages increases by 1%, with a minimum of 100 people activated and a maximum damage of 300%. Introduction. The mobile sandstorms on the desert. Once the number increases, they may become mobile natural disasters. Sandstorm Mages. This type of soldier is quite interesting. Transformed into a sandstorm. Even if it is not used for fusion, it has great training value. He thought of the sandstorm placed in the east. He knew the power of this thing very well. If it can move, it can be described as terrifying in the war. He did not hesitate, and chose to buy it directly. The Sandstorm Mage is only rare, but it is exaggeratedly sold for 1 million ordinary resources each. Obviously, the seller knows that this type of soldier is extraordinary. Richard did not hesitate, and bought 10 directly. 10 million resources were consumed. At the same time, his eyes looked at the Crazy Sand Mage. There were only 5 at this time, so I didn't hesitate and bought 5 more from the trading market. Let the number of both arms nests reach 10. After doing all this, I first upgraded the 10 rare Sandstorm Mages, and 5 rare Wild Sand Mages to rare level. This consumed another 7.5 million ordinary resources. Looking at the data on the panel that dropped a lot, Richard was a little emotional. Once the army burst, no matter how many resources are not enough. Without hesitation, after the promotion, I came to the front yard and built 15 arms nests. The Sandstorm Mage's arms nest is a constantly rotating sandstorm, which looks full of desert style. Take out the fusion crystal. Ding! The selected units are the Crazy Sand Mage and the Sandstorm Mage. Do you want to use the fusion crystal to merge the 2 units into one? Confirm. The moment the selection is confirmed, the 2 unit nests are directly transformed into yellow sand, then float up and merge directly together. Under his gaze, a pyramid with a bottom made of yellow sand and a unit nest surrounded by sandstorms appears in front of him. Ding! Crazy Sand Mage and Sandstorm Mage have been fused. A new unit is born, the Sandstorm Controller. You can recruit the newly born unit from the unit nest. Sandstorm Pyramid, 10 units, level, rare 3 stars recruitable units. Sandstorm Controller, rare 3 stars, Number of units that can be recruited, 10 weekly output, 5 recruitment conditions, 200 units of sulfur for each unit introduction, a unit with strong control over the yellow sand and excellent combat effectiveness. 5 units per week, Richard nodded. This output was normal. The Castor army has always been less than other arms. If 10 are fused, the output of 50 units per week is not too small. We can continue to increase the number in the future. But when he looked at the empty rare resource panel, his mouth twitched. He spent all the rare resources in Solon City. Now he is really poor. He didn't hesitate and bought 200 units of sulfur from the trading market and chose to recruit. The moment he made the choice, a hand stretched out from the pyramid. A mummy with a body made of sand and gravel slowly crawled out of the pyramid. Yellow bandages, empty eye sockets, fierce breath, standard mummy army. After the birth of the sandstorm controller, the sandstorm lingering in the golden letter surged down. It moved directly around him, and after a few breaths, a special yellow sand robe condensed on his body. The sandstorm controller quietly rose into the air, his feet slightly off the ground by 10 centimeters. The sandstorm has been surrounding him and has not dispersed. So cool. Richard's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this scene. Apart from other things, just this appearance alone can make people feel the extraordinariness of this soldier. With strong expectations, he opened the attribute panel of this new soldier. Sandstorm controller level 7 potential, rare 3 stars magic, 1,400 points, recover 14 plus 7 points per second. Skills, body of the dead, sea level, immune to curses, poison, instant death skills, magic damage increased by 50%, sandstorm sea level 1. Can transform into a sandstorm, reduce physical damage received by 99%, increase injury recovery speed by 200%, consume 5 magic points per second when flying, and consume 20 magic points per second when attacking enemies. 2. Can condense into a yellow sand prison, forcibly imprison the enemy, increase the magic damage received by the enemy by 50%, and consume 30 magic points per second. Giant sandstorm sea level, can form a giant sandstorm with other sandstorm controllers. The more sandstorms there are, the more powerful the sandstorm is. When forming a sandstorm, everyone will be together. Share health, share magic power, and bear damage together. Unless all magic power is exhausted or they are killed at the same time, they will not exit the sandstorm state. Death tornado, sea level, can be used in the sandstorm state. At least 100 sandstorm mages are required, which can condense a giant tornado sandstorm. The more sandstorm mages there are, the higher the damage of the tornado sandstorm. Sandstorm giant thorns, sea level, in the sandstorm state, can use gravel to condense sharp thorns to attack the enemy. The more magic power is consumed, the greater the damage caused. Cursed sandstorm, sea level, enemies covered by sandstorms will lose their direction, and their perception and vision will be compressed to within 10 meters, and they will be cursed, and all attributes will decrease by 20% per minute, up to 50%. Racial talent. In the desert, when transformed into a sandstorm, magic damage increases by 50%, and magic recovery speed increases by 50%. Bond sandstorm. After becoming a sandstorm, for every 10 sandstorm masters, the magic damage increases by 2%, with a minimum of 100 people to activate, and the maximum damage is 500%. Introduction. The mobile sandstorms on the desert. Once the number exceeds a squadron, they will become a mobile disaster. This attribute. Richard's eyes widened, full of surprise and excitement. Awesome. The combination of the crazy sand mage and the sandstorm mage is stronger than he expected. Directly transformed into a sandstorm, this is simply amazing. And sharing health bars and magic power, and bearing damage together, this thing gives him a feeling of going against the sky. As long as they are not killed at once, they can continue to attack until the magic power is exhausted. Fusion Crystal, Eternal God. If he takes 5 more psychic gems and strengthens it comprehensively, he feels that the Sandstorm Master is almost qualified to compete with his favorite dead stone statue. However, the two are not the same type of soldiers, so there is no need to compare too much. Without hesitation, he merged all the remaining arms nests. With a surge of energy, under his gaze, 10 new arms nests were born. From then on, Dusk City had its second fused arms, the Sandstorm Controller. Richard was in a good mood. He took a look at the properties, and found that the newly fused arms could recruit 2 weeks of output. He was not ambiguous, and recruited them all. A total of 100. It consumed 20,000 units of sulfur. Rare arms already require rare resources to recruit, which shows the strength of the Sandstorm Controller. However, Because the rare resources in his hands had been consumed, he had no choice but to exchange them with ordinary resources. 500 units of common resources can be exchanged for 1 unit of sulfur. These 20,000 units caused him to bleed heavily, and he lost 10 million units directly. This made Richard feel a little painful in his heart. Rare resources are becoming more and more important as the level increases. He must speed up to make money. However, when he saw a squadron of sandstorm controllers in front of him with their feet 10 centimeters off the ground and slightly floating in the low sky, the heartache turned into satisfaction. Although this wave of enhancement directly cost 30 million common resources, it was worth it. This type of soldiers is the pillar of the army. With a thought, the yellow sand on his body surged and directly covered all the sandstorm controllers. Desertification. Although the opponent can turn into a sandstorm, the skill of desertification can be regarded as a skill that is not a burden. In the future, the sandstorm controller can also be used when there is no magic power. However, in this way, his original idea of cultivating long-range attack soldiers has temporarily failed. But this is not a problem. It is not too late to cultivate it later. It is worth it to cultivate this powerful soldier. Richard looked at the heroic sandstorm controller in front of him, who was surrounded by yellow sand, and waved his hand. "Everyone follow me." He turned and left the city of dusk. The sandstorm controller followed closely behind. These soldiers had their feet off the ground. Although they could not fly too high, they could travel faster in the desert than ordinary people. This made him quite satisfied. After 2,000 or 3,000 meters away from the city wall, Richard turned around. The yellow sand was surging, and a heavy battle armor instantly condensed on his body. His momentum was as steady as a mountain, and he spoke calmly. "All troops, listen to my order, turn into a sandstorm and attack me." He wanted to personally verify the strength of this soldier. The sandstorm controller did not hesitate, and instantly activated his most powerful skill. The body of the sandstorm controller in the front was scattered like a plate of loose sand, and a miniature sandstorm covering a range of 10 meters was formed around it. The bodies of the other sandstorm controllers also exploded at the same time, turning into yellow sand all over the sky and merging into the sandstorm. The sandstorm covering a range of only 10 meters began to surge at an exaggerated speed under Richard's gaze. When all the sandstorm controllers of a squadron turned into sandstorms, the range of 100 meters around Richard was covered. The gravel whistled violently under the hurricane, like a low roar in the ears of the devil. It gave people an unspeakable sense of terror. The crazy rotating gravel was like a sharp knife, flying at high speed. Once it hit a place without armor protection, it would cause huge damage. The yellow sand armor was hit with a ping-pong sound, and Richard was more excited. This is the most basic skill. Another order? Go all out. As soon as the words fell, the whistling sound in my ears suddenly increased 100 times. It was like thousands of demons hidden deep in hell roaring to the sky. The force of the sand and gravel attack increased 10-fold and 20-fold. The armor on my body seemed to be hit by bullets, and the fine sand kept exploding. I saw that the sandstorm that was just very wide quickly condensed, and after a few breaths, a sandstorm tornado that could swallow everything condensed. Death tornado. The sky and the earth dimmed at this moment, and only the yellow sand lasted forever. Richard in the central area felt that the yellow sand armor was like being cut by countless razors and shattered at a rapid speed. If it wasn't repaired with magic power, I'm afraid it would be shattered in less than 10 seconds. This is a super A-level skill. A squadron of sandstorm controllers superimposed, it can be so powerful. At this moment, the sand around him suddenly condensed, and a solid yellow sand prison forcibly imprisoned him inside. Yellow sand prison. The magic prison can provide additional energy blessing for the sand passing through the prison, and the damage suffered by the prisoners attacked inside will soar sharply. Richard even felt that the surrounding space had been completely locked at this moment, and he couldn't teleport away. He was more and more surprised. This skill was too practical. For advanced soldiers, who are proficient in space, it is simply a killer. This is not over yet. In the sandstorm tornado, hundreds of 3-meter-long spikes quietly condensed. Under the terrifying wind speed of the tornado, those spikes are 10 times or 100 times more fierce than the heavy crossbows shot from the siege crossbow. In the whistling, if the dragon rashly broke in, it would be shot directly. Sandstorm giant thorns. When Richard discovered this scene, the terrifying giant thorns had already pierced into the prison. He didn't have time to react. Crack, puff, hundreds of dense spikes burst out, and the yellow sand armor around him exploded directly. Chapter 400. The moment the yellow sand armor exploded. On the ground, endless yellow sand flew up, as if the rules were reversed at this moment. Hundreds of sandstorm controllers felt that they had lost control of the area in front of them at this moment. The sandstorms they condensed could no longer attack the target. Even the most violent and sharp sandstorm giant thorns would be forcibly worn away after piercing the central area. Super A-level skills control the yellow sand. Richard, with the yellow sand light surging on his body, was in high spirits. The rounds of explosions of the sandstorm controller really exceeded his expectations. This damage forced him to call for stronger power to deal with it. But this is right. The sandstorm controller did not hear the order to stop, did not stop, and continued to attack. The terrifying sandstorm seemed to be able to tear everything apart, and the sharp giant thorns mixed in it were even the sickle of the god of death. Even if the skeleton blood dragon rashly entered it at this moment, it would be cut by the sharp knife and strangled to death. What's more deadly is that the sandstorm is not only fierce, but also comes with a curse. Richard could clearly feel a special force eroding himself, although they were all forcibly suppressed by the power of the yellow sand. But if there is no power to be immune to the curse, it will inevitably be unable to resist the curse hidden in every grain of sand. The two sides fell into a stalemate. The sandstorm controller erupted again, and even the space fluctuated, but it still could not break through the territory controlled by Richard. After lasting for a full 10 minutes, the sandstorm that sounded like a demon's scream suddenly dimmed, the wind became smaller, and then gradually dissipated, and one by one the dim sandstorm controllers fell from the sky to the ground. The magic power is exhausted. Seeing this scene, Richard waved his hand and dispersed the yellow sand power on his body. Looking at the sluggish sandstorm controller below, he felt particularly comfortable. The opponent is only level 7, and the number is only a squadron. Now it can have such power. How strong can it be when it is promoted to glory, or even crown in the future? This newly born army is powerful enough. He is very satisfied. And more importantly, the combat effectiveness of the sandstorm controller increases with the increase in number. The more the number, the stronger the combat effectiveness. If it can reach a battalion, or even a legion, then how spectacular would the scene of natural disaster be? Richard's eyes were bright. Transformed into sandstorm, yellow sand prison, sandstorm giant thorns, death tornado plus curse. This series of attacks. Among the same level, perhaps only the stone statue of the dead, who is immune to magic, can deal with it. Moreover, the sandstorm giant thorns are a mixture of physical and magical damage, and the dead stone statues are not immune to it. Even the crown-level skeleton blood dragon will be in danger once it is caught in the sandstorm. What's more fatal is that the sandstorm controller is not a dead thing without wisdom. They can make self-judgment. Even if you want to run, it's difficult. How many people can run faster than the sandstorm? Perhaps the only weakness is that their magic power has an upper limit. Now it can only last for 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Richard opened the attribute panel of the sandstorm controller and took a look. At this time, there was an additional negative status on it, magic overdraft. In the next 20 minutes, the magic recovery speed of the sandstorm controller will drop to 1 point in 10 seconds. Compared with the previous recovery of more than 20 points per second, the difference is not small. We have to think of a way to raise the upper limit of the magic power of the sandstorm controller in the future. The output of the caster is always limited by the amount of magic power. Richard was not surprised by this. This unit is too powerful. It is rare now, but it has caused such a big momentum. It is normal to have restrictions. If there is no restriction, it will not be rare. Andal has just fought for a few months. It is not too late to study it after the other party is rested. With the experience of the dead stone statue, the next strengthening should be able to shorten the time. Richard thought of something and felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, the strengthening of the origin fire is limited. At least the glorious level of the unit must be strengthened. Otherwise, if there is another round of strengthening, this unit will be so powerful. The origin fire is a legendary treasure given to him by the Fire Elemental Lord, but there are many restrictions. At most 100 units can be strengthened every day, and at least the glorious level must be used to withstand the backlash brought by the strengthening. After the stone statue of the dead's axe smash skill was strengthened, it became a flaming axe smash, and its lethality increased sharply. If the sandstorm controller can be strengthened, the damage will be even higher. If the opponent also gains the ability of fire, won't the sandstorm controller's skill become my flaming sandstorm? Richard was very interested. Is this considered a shadow clone? However, this can only be said after he accumulates a wave of resources and promotes the sandstorm controller to the brilliant level. Thinking of the origin of fire, the figure of the Fire Elemental Lord emerged in his mind. After the opponent got the lava heart from him, he has already broken through to the extraordinary. There has been no news for several months, and I don't know what the situation is. I hope that this boss's promotion will go smoothly. He hasn't used this trump card yet. After regaining his mind, he waved his hand and returned to Twilight City with the overdrawn sandstorm controller. In the next few days, Richard did not leave again. Because various plans have been implemented, the various government affairs of Twilight City have increased dramatically, and he had to take time out to deal with them personally. Especially the government affairs of the underground world, which are even more cumbersome. Bloodhoof City has begun to implement the forging technology sharing plan. But the start was not smooth. Not everyone has Richard's vision and vision. Knowledge is an extremely valuable resource in this world. It is too late to treasure it, so how can it be so easy to hand it over willingly? Even when the promotion began, due to improper methods, bloody conflicts occurred and several dungeon tribes almost rebelled. After forcibly appeasing the parties involved, Richard did not waver. After repeated consideration, he sent out the Pearl of Twilight City, his beloved Andal. Let this super talented blacksmith lead the team and go to the underground world in person. After Andal arrived at Bloodhoof City, he directly called the blacksmiths of his power and began to teach them his most powerful forging skills. The underground world only worships the strong. This rule also applies to forging skills. If Andal's talent and ability were placed on the surface, it would be a well-deserved genius among men. After a week of continuous teaching, he successfully won the recognition of those forces, allowing the forging technology sharing plan to be carried out smoothly. This made Richard very satisfied, and at the same time, it also allowed the blacksmiths of Dusk City to participate deeply and absorb the essence of the forging skills of the underground world. At the same time, the army of Bloodhoof City also accelerated the pace of conquering other dungeon forces. Ansel Bloodhoof implemented his will. Every time he conquered an area, he would register important information such as the heroes and arms nests of the relevant forces. This also greatly increased Richard's control over the underground world, and the tentacles of the City of Dust spread rapidly. After confirming that the situation was stable, Richard ordered the god blood dwarfs to return to the underground world. Let these guys with unlimited potential start to go to various strange places to find special magical plants and food unique to the underground world. Provide assistance for the development of new products for the food workshop. The success of the black condensed ice cream made him see more possibilities, and he did not hesitate to increase investment for this. At the same time, the research and development of alchemy in the Furnace City also began to adjust the direction. Brown, a level 12 alchemist, has actually become the controller of the Furnace City, of course, a controller who absolutely obeys Richard's orders. Under Richard's will, the Furnace City began to connect with the Bloodhoof City to implement his plan to use alchemy for production. The first direction of research and development is how to use alchemy to speed up mining and forging weapons. With the technology accumulated by the Grey Dwarves for hundreds of years, progress in this area is very smooth, and perhaps results will be achieved in less than a month. In addition, the research and development of desert transportation tools in Furnace City has not stopped. After Richard dispatched several sandworms to the underground, he had a research object and started the second round of improvement of the mechanical boat that had been developed. Perhaps there is no need to wait for the sandworms to grow up, and the improved version of the mechanical boat can be born. By then, the situation in which Dusk City is restricted by the harsh terrain of the desert and has difficulty in transportation with the outside world will be fundamentally changed. This is more comfortable than using combat troops, dead stone statues, and skeleton blood dragons to transport supplies. And once the transportation tools are formed, then Wire's previous proposal to conduct logistics transfer in the Death Desert and help other chambers of commerce transport supplies to earn resources will have the conditions to start. Whether to do it or not is put aside for now, at least there is room for choice. The underground world is stable and orderly, and it is developing rapidly according to his plan. The City of Dusk is not idle either. First of all, the first black condensed ice cream developed is a killer in the hot desert. Who doesn't want to enjoy the feeling of being covered by cool air when it's hot as a sand? And the frost grass that produces black condensed ice cream is widely distributed in the underground world. There is water wherever there is a source, so there is no worry at all. Richard decisively ordered to produce black condensed ice cream with all his strength. To this end, he also purchased 2 new food workshop drawings, rebuilt 2 food workshops, and upgraded all 3 food workshops to special buildings. There are no building restrictions in Glorious Era. As long as there is vacant land, the Lord can build anything he wants. Even if there is no vacant land, it can be built outside the city, but it will not enjoy various attribute bonuses. Among these food workshops, One is dedicated to research and development, and the other two are fully dedicated to the production of black condensed ice cream. In order to ensure the supply of raw materials, Richard asked Blood of City to send 5 squadrons of soldiers to collect frost grass. At the same time, the god Blood Dwarf was also responsible for surveying the land and preparing to open a special frost grass planting base to ensure the production of black condensed ice cream. After the establishment of 2 new food workshops, the production of black condensed ice cream skyrocketed. After the food workshop that can accommodate 200 people is full, it can produce 100,000 units of black condensed ice cream every day, and 2 workshops can produce 200,000 units. Wire has sent back the news from Solon City. After repeated investigations and demonstrations by the natural businessman, the Silver Goblin, the black condensed ice cream can get the maximum profit at a price of 20 units of ordinary resources. A price that is too high will affect sales, and a price that is too low will affect profits. According to Wire's estimate, the 2 food workshops can have a daily income of 4 million ordinary resources. According to the exchange rate on the forum, it can be converted into rare resources, and 8,000 units of rare resources can be harvested every day. The production cost is only 400 workers, and the frost grass that can be found everywhere in the underground world. Although it cannot be said to be pure profit, the profit is also very considerable. In fact, it is not less than the resources contributed by the Desert Crown Honey. Desert Crown Honey is an extremely rare resource treasure, and it is hard to find it. The black condensed ice cream is developed by the City of Dusk itself. As long as the subsequent frost grass can keep up, production can continue to expand. Black condensed ice cream contains magic power, and the special food workshop can extend the shelf life of food by 50%, so the shelf life of black condensed ice cream is currently up to 2 months, so there is no need to worry about expiration. This also gives Richard a lot of room for maneuver. Next, he plans to accumulate enough quantity, and then transport it to Solon City, making it the flagship product of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, and opening up the market in Solon City. He has already notified Wire to be prepared. In addition to black condensed ice cream, another product that he values very much, Whitetail Absolute Brew, has also been put on the schedule of expanding production capacity. He is not satisfied with the current monthly output of 5,000 units. However, Whitetail Absolute Brew is different from black condensed ice cream. It is a 4-star wine, and the price is as high as 60 units of rare resources. The brewing process is extremely complicated, and only the Whitetail Cat tribe can brew it. He originally sent some apprentices to learn this brewing technology, but in the end, he found that it was impossible to do it. The production of Bawei Junyang is almost entirely dependent on the Whitetail Cat tribe. The Whitetail Cat tribe has a super strong sense of smell for wine, and can smell the degree of alcohol fermentation. When it reaches that limit, it is necessary to add the corresponding brewing materials. This leads to the Whitetail Cat tribe brewing purely by personal ability. Normal people don't have such an inspired nose as the other party, so they can't learn it at all. Richard can only express regret for this. The fantasy world really can't be treated with common sense. But because of this, he is more concerned about the Whitetail Cat tribe. This natural winemaking race can't be wasted like this. Baiwei Junyang has been stable, so can we develop some other fine wines? At the moment, he was not vague. Like the food workshop, he also built 2 new breweries and upgraded all 3 breweries to special grade. One of them was specially managed by the Whitetail Cat clan to produce Whitetail Brew. The other 2 were used to develop new fine wines, one for the Whitetail Cat clan and one for humans, with mutual dependence and technology sharing. If there are results, one of them can be immediately converted into a production line. Richard originally planned to let the god Blood Dwarf go to the underground world to find top-quality fine wines to expand his product line. But he didn't expect that he was rejected by the other party. Brewing wine is a serious waste of food. In the underground world where food is scarce, ordinary small forces dare not imagine this at all. Even the 2 overlords, the Grey Dwarf and Blood of City, can only brew turbid and low-grade strong wine. After hearing this news, Richard had no choice but to give up and hand the important task back to the Whitetail Cat tribe. During this period, he did search for wine recipes on the forum, but the number was small and there was nothing he liked. Those wine recipes were all mediocre and had no competitiveness on the market. He learned from the forum that many players wanted to replicate some of the top wines on Blue Star, but failed in the end. Because of the differences in crops and world rules, even if the same process is used for production, the final wine will not taste the same, and even be far apart. These news made him change many of his views, and even valued alchemy more, which was the science that fit this world. In addition to these two more important things, another thing caused a sensation in the entire Twilight City, and also allowed Richard to achieve his long-awaited goal of breaking through 95 points in the hearts of the people in Twilight City. All this started on November 16th, when Richard fulfilled his promise and hosted the grandest wedding since the birth of Twilight City for Sam, a blacksmith with only one arm left. Sana, a blind girl who was pitted in the past, became the object of everyone's envy on this day. On the road covered with flowers, a pure white wedding dress covered her face. More than a dozen cute pink dolls led the bride, under the gaze of everyone in Twilight City, and witnessed by Richard. She became Sam's wife. The process was full of romance and happiness, with flowers everywhere and children humming songs, satisfying most people's yearning for marriage. Especially the last scene of the wedding, which is unforgettable for everyone. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, under the ice elf statue in front of the Lord's mansion. Surrounded by countless lovely ice elves, Sam and Shauna solemnly declared their love to each other, and knelt down to swear to Richard. Richard followed the custom of the witness in this world, and solemnly sprinkled clean water on the two. Finally, he solemnly announced to everyone that the two were married. This scene, in the solemn ceremony, has a special meaning. Countless young men and women have an idea in their hearts. If they can have such a wedding in this life, and be witnessed by Lord Richard, it would be a perfect thing. When everyone was excited, Richard announced on the spot that from now on, November 16th of each year would be Valentine's Day in the City of Dusk. He would personally witness the wedding of the newlyweds on this day every year. This news immediately caused a sensation in the whole city, and pushed the emotions to a climax. Amidst the shouts and screams, Richard heard a familiar system prompt. Ding! Your powerful personal charm has influenced all residents of Twilight City, and their admiration for you is growing day by day. Your leadership skills have been upgraded to advanced. Ding! You have promulgated laws that everyone recognizes and praises, and established a new holiday, Valentine's Day. The public sentiment of Twilight City has increased to 95 points, and a new attribute has been obtained. Chapter 401. Sam and Shauna's wedding was definitely the most lively carnival since the establishment of Twilight City. Everyone was in high spirits, with smiles on their faces. After the grand dinner, there was a bonfire party with singing and dancing. Richard did not join the residents in the carnival. With him around, most people couldn't let go. He returned to the Lord's mansion alone, listening to the lively sounds coming from outside, and felt quite comfortable. Watching his territory prosper and grow little by little, until now, everyone loves and recognizes it. That feeling is hard for outsiders to understand. Full of a sense of accomplishment. After retracting his thoughts, he looked at the system prompt. The leadership skills that had been stagnant for a long time were finally upgraded to a high level with the blessing of this wedding. Leadership, special skills, advanced, 1. Possessing extremely strong personal charm, greatly improving the attraction to the opposite sex. 2. Can easily persuade and influence subordinates, making them have fanatical trust in you. 3. There is a greater chance that field soldiers with lower levels than you and heroes with lower potential than you will actively join you. Compared with intermediate leadership, several key attributes of advanced leadership, personal charm, trust of subordinates, and attracting field soldiers and heroes to join you have been improved. Although there is no quantification of specific data, it is definitely not bad. The only pity is that this is a fucking desert. If it were placed in a rich place outside, I would probably have a large number of refugees joining me every day when I sat in the territory, and I would see heroes every now and then. In a ghost place like the desert, where you can't even see a single person, what's the use of being extremely attractive? A good cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how charming you are, will you show it to the air? Richard could only shake his head. He continued to look at another prompt. After the public opinion was raised to 95 points, the attached attributes were also greatly improved. Brilliant City, activated when the public opinion reached 95 points, you will get the special skill of unity. Once the Twilight City is in danger, the residents and the army guarding the Twilight City will have all their attributes increased by 20%. Attached characteristics 1. The residents live and work in the territory, live happily, and worship you very much. All people will 100% implement the policies you formulate, and will publicize your greatness to the new residents. Unless there are special circumstances, the public opinion will not decline. 2. The residents will not be instigated by the enemy, and will defend the territory to the death. If they find suspicious outsiders sneaking into the territory, they will report to you as soon as possible. 3. The attraction of Twilight City to refugees is increased by 100%. After arriving at Twilight City, they can integrate into the city faster, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or high-level heroes to join them, greatly improving the charm of the city. After Richard read its attributes, he felt better. The brilliant city is in line with his positioning of Twilight City. The new attribute not only gains a passive skill of unity, but also improves the attributes of all people when encountering enemies attacking the city. The other characteristics have also been improved. The most important point for him is that unless there are special circumstances, the people's morale will not decline. This means that Twilight City can develop freely. Whether it is expanding the number of residents or formulating policies, there is no need to worry about the poor response of residents and the decline of people's morale as before. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was worthwhile for him to invest so much in people's livelihood, and the return now was so sweet. The only pity was that the higher the public sentiment, the more difficult it would be to rise. I wonder if there would be a chance to see what 100 points would look like. On the third day after the wedding, the newlywed Sam gave up the honeymoon vacation specially approved by Richard, returned to the blacksmith shop, and began to study the attack technology of the dead stone statue. It must be mentioned that Richard originally wanted to try to improve the technology of the sandstorm controller first, but finally had to give up. Because the spellcaster army must be studied in the magic tower. And the Dusk City has not built a magic tower yet. He has a blueprint in his hand, but there is no arrangement in this regard for the time being. Once the magic tower is opened, this thing will definitely be a big gold swallower, which is really a bit difficult to bear. Slow down first, wait for several industries to develop, and then talk about it when you have enough confidence. Ding, primary attack of the dead stone statue, estimated development time, 30 days, estimated resources required, 10,000 units of crystal, 10,000 units of gems, 10,000 units of sulfur, success rate, 80%. The dead stone statue is indeed terrifying, and the rare resources required to research the primary attack have reached 30,000 units. When studying the scorpion warriors and other types of soldiers before, only tens of thousands of ordinary resources were needed. The difference between the two is huge. When it comes to advanced, special, or even master levels, I'm afraid hundreds of thousands will be enough to lay the foundation. Richard can only feel pain and happiness about this. Who made the dead stone statue so strong? With the master-level technology of the Scorpion Warriors first, he has high expectations for the technology of the dead stone statue. It doesn't need to reach the master-level technology. As long as there is special technology, the combat power of the dead stone statue can definitely be taken to the next level. Moreover, after the dead stone statue is strengthened by the psychic gem, the initial level of recruiting from the army nest has been raised to level 10. The same as the skeleton blood dragon with 1 star in the crown. This makes it a natural title for the strongest army in the City of Dusk. A well-deserved ace. Without blinking, Richard piled up 30,000 resources directly in the warehouse of the blacksmith shop. Before Sam's wedding, at the end of October, he went to the underground world. At that time, in addition to appeasing those dungeon forces, who were uneasy because of the shared forging skills, all the weapons and equipment exchanged by Bloodhuff City from other forces were purchased. This time, all the forged weapons were new, not the rags of the previous times. So the price has increased significantly. Interestingly, Richard's large-scale sales this time have caused a sensation among players again. The affordable price, which was 10% lower than the average selling price, made this batch of weapons sold out instantly. Although they were easy to sell, Richard also found that the quality of weapons on the trading market had gradually improved. At least the tattered weapons he used to cut players' leaks a few months ago have now completely lost their market. This also made him alert and determined to promote the sharing of forging technology in the underground world and improve the overall forging level. And he once again urged the Furnace City to increase its research and development in this area. If the alchemy technology can meet his requirements, like the mechanically driven steel mills on Blue Star, it can produce weapons and equipment on a large scale and in a standardized manner. Then Dusk City will definitely occupy a place in the weapons trading market. The special situation of the underground world can also reduce the production cost to the minimum. Other players may have higher-level forging skills, but they definitely do not have the advantages of Twilight City. Not everyone can rule an underground world. In this transaction, Richard did not treat Bloodhuff City unfairly, and took out half of the resources sold as the purchase price. If you want the horse to run fast, you must feed it with good grass. Bloodhuff City saved him a lot of worries, and is worth cultivating. This made sell Bloodhuff smile from ear to ear. Although 70% of this is the purchase price, and he could only earn 30%, this is earned simply as a middleman. Without Bloodhuff City paying anything, it is lying down to make money. and Richard earned a full 100 million units of ordinary resources from this transaction. This also made his empty resource panel abundant. During this period, Twilight City did not only have this income. In early November, 5,000 units of Whitetail Absolute Brew produced in October were delivered to Solon City. This transaction brought back 300,000 units of rare resources. After deducting the production cost of 50,000 units, the net profit was 250,000 units. He also sent 500 units of special-grade Desert Crown honey to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. After the Desert Crown honey was upgraded to special grade, it could produce 140 units per week, which is 560 units per month. Except for a certain amount of retention, the rest were sold. The price of special grade honey is very considerable, 1,000 rare resources per unit. This transaction directly made him earn 500,000 units of rare resources. In total, he earned 750,000 units of rare resources this month. The Flame Dragon Rabbit was originally a big earner of resources, but with the transaction with Rebecca, the rabbit fur produced was sent to the Frost Wolf family's shop in Solon City along with the Whitetail Absolute Brew. But even so, after this transaction, Richard had unprecedented resources. But the speed of earning resources was fast, and the speed of spending resources was even faster. From the end of October to November 17th, the arms nests were refreshed 4 times in total. A total of 440 dead statues were produced, each consuming 300 gems, 300 crystals, and a total of 264,000 rare resources. Another top-level soldier, the Sandstorm Controller, originally had 10 arms nests and could only produce 50 arms per week. But Richard felt that the number was too small. He spent nearly 40 million units of resources to purchase and upgrade the nests of the 2 arms, the Crazy Sand Mage and the Sandstorm Mage, and resynthesized 10 rare-level Sandstorm Controllers. In this way, the number of Sandstorm Controller arms nests reached 20. The weekly output increased to 100. But in this way, 20 Sandstorm Master nests refreshed 4 times, and the number reached 400. In addition, when 10 arms are recruited for the first time, an additional 50 can be recruited for 1 week, and the total is 400. Each consumes 200 units of sulfur, a total of 90,000 units. Just recruiting these 2 arms consumed 354,000 units of rare resources. There are still 400,000 units of rare resources left from the rare resources just obtained. It seems a lot, but there are too many things to do in Dusk City. Not to mention other things, activating the bloodline in the body of the god Blood Dwarf will consume 1 million rare resources. There is a big gap here. This is based on the fact that he does not plan to continue upgrading the arms nest for the time being. If the Sandstorm Controller is promoted to the Brilliant level, the rare resources required for recruitment will definitely increase again. However, the resources in hand are not enough to upgrade 20 Sandstorm Controllers, so Richard can only postpone the action. After a month of rapid military expansion, the number of troops in Dusk City has reached a new height. Rare units. 1. Bandaged Mummy. 3 nests, 21 per week, current quantity, 336. 2. Scorpion Warrior. 20 nests, 140 per week, current quantity, 554. 3. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests, 30 per week, current quantity, 720. 4. Sand Archer, 10 nests, 50 per week, current quantity, 1,000. 5. Curse Pharaoh, 1 nest, 5 per week, current quantity, 105. 6. Great Axe Death Knight, 5 nests, 25 per week, current quantity, 466. 7. Sandstorm Master Mage, 20 nests, 100 per week, current quantity, 500. Glorious units. 8. Stone Statue of the Dead, 11 nests, 100 per week, current quantity, 1050. Units without unit nests. Rare Axe of the Dead 515, Wild Sand Mage 420. Glorious. Dark Gargoyle 240, Axe of the Dead 70, Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Crown Troop Skeleton Blood Dragon 160. Among them, the Sandstorm Controller and the Stone Statue of the Dead that he values most are both very numerous. Especially the Sandstorm Controller, after 500 of them transformed into sandstorms, they have already formed a strong combat power. He tried it once, and the combat power increased by more than 10 times compared to 100 people. The huge number of troops caused the spacious Dusk City to be seriously crowded and could no longer accommodate them. Richard had no choice but to draw a large area in the west where the sandstorm intersects as a parking area for the troops. They were all undead troops. The harsh environment of the desert had no effect on them. In fact, because of their talents, they could be strengthened in the desert. This solved this happy trouble. The clock moved to November 20th. In front of a huge warehouse in the food workshop, Richard looked at the packaged black condensed ice cream in front with interest. "Karu, how many black condensed ice creams have we produced this month?" The pale-haired, aging Karu was very energetic at the moment and said excitedly, "Sir, the current inventory of black condensed ice cream has reached 2.6 million units. The 2 special food workshops produce day and night, plus the army of 5 squadrons in the underground world to find raw materials. The output was not much. If it weren't for the time constraints and the shortage of raw materials, this data could have doubled." Richard nodded, reached out, and took out a piece of black condensed ice cream wrapped like a zonzi from a box made of special plants. Watching his movements, Kalu introduced, "The black condensed ice cream is wrapped in a common broadleaf plant in the underground world. It is tough and difficult to tear. It can be kept for several months without decaying. It can also produce a special fragrance after being stored for a long time. Dungeon Life often uses this plant to pack food. In order to package the black condensed ice cream, the food workshop has made great efforts in research." Richard tore it open with interest along the obvious opening. The jelly-like black condensed ice cream appeared in front of him. He took off the plant spoon attached to the package and scooped a spoonful. He put it in his mouth. The familiar cool feeling instantly spread throughout his body, and he immediately became energetic. It was so comfortable to have this on a hot day. Although there is no great attribute bonus, the black condensed ice cream is a sure kill in the desert just by being able to cool down. Kalu seemed to have thought of something and spoke hesitantly. "My lord, is the price of 20 units of ordinary resources for the black condensed ice cream too low? Although Glorious Era is a world with extraordinary power, magical plants or magic potions are very expensive. There are magical plants like black condensed ice cream that can help people cool down, but ordinary people can't afford it at all, and they won't consume it. It's incredible to the natives that you can enjoy the taste of magic with 20 units of ordinary resources." When Richard heard this, he suddenly thought of a familiar product, Coke. Coke, which is always sold for only a few dollars, is one of the most profitable businesses in Blue Star. Hundreds of billions of bottles are sold every year. If black condensation ice cream can achieve this level, then it will be sleeping on a gold mountain. The production cost of black condensation ice cream is not high, and it can be standardized and mass-produced. Based on the current situation, it is more suitable to take the ordinary route, and the sinking market is in line with the positioning of this product as a daily consumer product. There are similar products in the high-end market. If there are no good properties, there is no need to compete with high-end products. And it's not that you can't make money if the price is low. In fact, it's just the opposite. Only when it's attractive to buyers, the low price means the frequency of repeat purchases will increase. Although the profit of expensive things is higher, the number of consumers will also decrease. As long as you grasp the profit point, the profit you can earn from low prices may be 10 or 100 times more than that from high prices. As for how to grasp the profit point, Wei Er, who controls the Violet Chamber of Commerce, has already given the answer. Kalu suddenly realized, and then said with some shame, "Sir, I am ignorant. I didn't expect you to have such profound insights in business. This is also considered an insight? This is just common sense." Looking at this aboriginal, who has not received compulsory education, Richard can only pat the other's shoulder to comfort him. "Send all the black condensed ice cream to Solon City, and let Wei Er start our plan. The Violet Chamber of Commerce needs a flagship product to open up the market." Kalu immediately became energetic. Selling the products of Dusk City to Solon City was something he had never dared to think of when he came to this dilapidated territory a few months ago. Now he felt like he was in a dream. In just half a year, everything had changed. The current Dusk City was no longer the Dusk City before. After coming to his senses, he looked at the piles of black condensed ice cream, excited and distressed. "Sir, should we use sandworms?" "Of course, let the Furnace City pull out the mechanical boat, and let the sandworms pull the mechanical boat this time. 2.6 million units. If this is transported by flying troops, it will take time to go back and forth, and it will take him 10 days and half a month. Didn't he do anything during this period? The sandworms have grown to 60 meters, and 10 sandworms can transport these black condensed ice creams to Solon City in one trip. Raising troops for 1,000 days, and using them for a moment, he invested so much in this area in the early stage. Wasn't it just for this moment?" Chapter 402. "Hurry up, damn bastard. The master has ordered that the mechanical boat must be transported to the surface today. If you delay, I will whip your heads that are used to hold water." Dismantle what needs to be dismantled, don't waste time. These parts will be assembled on the surface. Such a big thing can't be carried by force. Richard's order made the Furnace City busy. Everyone began to circle around the mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop. Brown, a 12th level alchemist with a hand as small as a bean sprout, was sitting in a wheelchair and shouting to urge the Grey Dwarves to work. One by one, the mechanical puppets carried huge parts out. The scene was like ants moving. The soldier who came to pass the order looked at this scene with some confusion. Sir Brown, will it take too much time to dismantle the mechanical boat? The lord of the city is waiting to use it. Brown looked at the young man, his face eased a little, and he explained. After our second improvement, the mechanical boat has achieved the modular production that the master said. Each part can be produced in a standard manner, and the time spent on disassembling and reassembling each section of the mechanical boat can be compressed to 1 hour. As long as there are enough people, it won't take too much time. After all, it is such a huge mechanical creation. It is not realistic to want to pull it over and use it immediately. And the passage to the surface is not spacious, and it cannot be pulled through from beginning to end. After hearing this, the other party stopped talking and quietly watched the mechanical boat being disassembled into pieces one by one. A few hours later, on the surface, the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead slowly landed in the eastern area of the City of Dusk. If you look closely, you can see that each soldier is holding a chain as thick as an arm. The chain is tied with mechanical parts full of Grey Dwarf style. After the parts are placed on the soft sand, the Grey Dwarves, who follow them, start to drive the mechanical puppets to assemble them. Looking at their familiar appearance, this set of processes has been repeated countless times. Under high-intensity work, a mechanical boat was assembled in less than an hour. Richard watched curiously. The mechanical boat is 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and more than 10 meters high. It is definitely a behemoth in this world. Ordinary people standing below feel as small as dwarfs. The shape of the mechanical boat is similar to the hull, with a sharp head and tail and a large middle. There is an entry door on each side. Before driving, the door can be closed tightly without any impact. Richard stepped into it from the left door. The interior of the mechanical boat has a layered structure in the shape of a Chinese character. The cargo can be lifted to the second and third floors from the hollow position of the Chinese character using a pulley hook lock. If it weren't for the mechanical puppets and the flying stone statues of the dead, it would really give him a sense of a modern ship. But with the local elements of Glorious Era, this scene has become a fantasy style. I heard that the top fortresses can make airships, which are the transportation artifacts. Richard could only express envy. With the alchemy technology of the Furnace City, it is not yet capable of making airships. After the mechanical boat was assembled, a squadron of Grey Dwarves checked it several times. After confirming that all the key parts were fine, the leader came to Richard to report. Great Lord, the mechanical boat has been assembled. Please give the order. Should we mount it on the sandworm now? The other party's eyes were filled with indescribable heat. It was a great honor to face this legend of the underground world alone. How many mechanical boats can the sandworm tow now? We have tested it. If it is fully loaded with cargo, it can pull up to 2. Looking at the huge cargo hold in front of him, Richard had an idea in his mind. 2, that's a lot. Then, as if he thought of something, he opened the attribute panel. Mechanical boat, vehicle, level, 2 stars maximum loading capacity, 200 tons, for 100,000 units. Features: 1. When driving on the desert, reduce the resistance caused by sand and gravel by 30%. 2. When fully loaded, reduce the weight by 20%. Introduction. The vehicle made by the Grey Dwarves can only be pulled by creatures with the power of a dragon. Can load 200 tons? Richard was quite satisfied. The warehouse now has 2.6 million units of black condensed ice cream. With this calculation, only 7 mechanical boats are needed to transport them all. Assemble 7 mechanical boats and mount them on the 7 sandworms. Each sandworm pulls 1. This will be lighter and faster. After receiving the order, the leader of the Grey Dwarves immediately went down and began to put on the carrying tools for the sandworms. The outer skin is gray and black, and the sandworms are covered with wrinkles like old trees. At this time, they are lying in the desert like a giant wall. The huge mouth in front is full of sharp teeth. When encountering an enemy, it can open like a petal in an instant and swallow all life. With a length of more than 60 meters and a diameter of nearly 20 meters, these lives that have just hatched a few months ago are undoubtedly the dominant life in the desert, although they are only level 15. This thing is used in war. It does not need to attack. As long as the huge body crushes the enemy, it can cause great damage. This is a natural racial advantage, which is enviable. The gray dwarf controlled the mechanical puppet and locked a huge ring-shaped creation in the depression behind the sandworm's head. This is just enough to lock the giant ring. In the back, a chain thicker than a thigh connects the mechanical boat. As long as the sandworm moves forward, it can easily pull the mechanical boat through the chain. Once it encounters force majeure, the special design allows the sandworm to forcibly break free from the restrictions and escape on its own. This design does not seem to be anything special, but it is also suitable for the current situation. It is impossible to develop such a top-level thing in just 1 or 2 months. It will be improved later. Although the gray dwarf worked non-stop, it took a full 5 hours to load the mechanical boat required by the 7-headed sandworm. This made the gray dwarf very tired. Richard saw this and looked at Kalu, who had been silent. In the future, there will be 2 squadrons of gray dwarves in Twilight City, responsible for loading goods. This is the first time, so it is inevitable that they are unfamiliar with it, so it is understandable that the speed is not fast. But the transaction of black condensed ice cream will definitely become the norm in the future. Kalu nodded respectfully. As you wish. Richard did not mention it, but after this incident, he also planned to make such an arrangement. After all the mechanical boats were prepared, they went directly to the next step, loading the goods. One by one, the stone statues of the dead flew into the city, and moved the black condensed ice cream in the warehouse to the mechanical boats. On the ground, the gray dwarves controlled the mechanical puppets to cooperate. Thousands of dead stone statues were transported back and forth, and the speed was not slow for such a short distance. However, this made Richard frown. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but the dead stone statues could not do such boring work all the time. After thinking for a while, he saw the mechanical puppets in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Karu, let Brown develop a forklift, which is a machine specially used to load goods. In the future, the transportation work will be handed over to the gray dwarves. In addition, you should immediately arrange for someone to choose a suitable area outside the city and build a dock specially used for loading goods. In the future, the black condensed ice cream can be transported to the dock in advance and loaded directly. A professional venue can greatly improve efficiency. After Karu responded, Richard said nothing more. The City of Dusk has no foundation, everything is blank, and you can only build it yourself if you want it. Although there are thousands of flying arms loaded, it took 7 or 8 hours to load 2.6 million units. Until late at night, the busyness that started in the morning finally ended. Under the millstone-sized moon, the hot desert during the day became cool at this moment, and the irritability turned into gentleness. The yellow sand was covered with a layer of silver gauze, and looking far away, it seemed as if the long skirt of a goddess was hanging from the horizon. 7 monsters with a body size of more than 60 meters lay on the yellow sand, and their bodies crushed the gravel, leaving huge dents. Under the night, the sandworms seemed like demons crawling out of the abyss. 20 thigh-thick chains connected the mechanical boat with a metallic luster behind. This scene seemed to be full of the unique flavor of the fantasy world. If this were placed on Blue Star, even if you don't have to do anything, you can make a fortune by letting these monsters take tourists out for a walk every day. Gray Gunter, after delivering the goods, return immediately and don't stay too long. But if Wire has an order, you should obey it first. After loading, the army set off immediately. This time, Richard sent 5 squadrons of stone statues of the dead and 1 squadron of skeleton blood dragons to escort. 2 mummy heroes served as the team leader. The flag of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was planted on the mechanical boat. If you look closely, you can find the flags of the Solon Chamber of Commerce and the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce next to it. This was brought back by him when he left Solon City. If the flags of the 2 families are planted, at least half of the trouble can be reduced. Richard didn't plan to follow this trip. In the future, such transactions will become the norm, and he doesn't have so much time to waste on it. Last time, many troops had been to Solon City, so they were not afraid of not finding the way. And with the characteristic of never getting lost is not a problem. However, to be on the safe side, he still selected 2 residents who were recently promoted to F-class heroes in the city hall to follow him. If he met passers-by who didn't like the undead, he could let the 2 go to negotiate. After a detailed arrangement, the army, which had been organized for a day, officially set off. Swish, 7 sandworms crawled forward, and the thigh-thick chains behind them immediately tightened, and the powerful force violently drove the mechanical boat forward. The body of the sandworm continued to sink as it moved forward, and finally half sank into the yellow sand, with only a body 1 or 2 meters high exposed above the desert. Sandworms are desert creatures. At this moment, They pulled the heavy mechanical boat without any pressure, just like fish swimming in the water. The gravel was squeezed out, and a gully appeared behind it. Interestingly, the huge body loosened the gravel on the ground, and the mechanical boat behind it immediately became relaxed when moving forward. Once the sandworm slowed down, there was a buffer and anti-collision device in front of the mechanical boat, which would not let it overturn or hurt the sandworm due to inertia. This made Richard very satisfied. Although the mechanical boat was still a little crude, it had taken into account everything that should be taken into account. It can be seen that the Furnace City has spent a lot of effort. 7 sandworms pulled the boat for a long distance, leaving only a series of eye-catching traces behind. Richard followed behind and observed silently for a distance. After careful calculation, it was found that the speed of the sandworm could reach 50 kilometers per hour, which was nothing for a flying soldier. But for a sandworm pulling a 200-ton mechanical boat, it was already considered fast. At this speed, it can travel thousands of kilometers a day. Even if it rests for a while in the middle, it can reach Solon City in at most 5 days. This speed is enough to transport such a large amount of goods, and the natives will be envious if they tell others about it. The 2 mummy heroes took the flying troops to guard the sky above the sandworms, and at the same time, they spread out a part of the army, and the warning range can reach dozens of kilometers. After Richard escorted the army through the sandstorm in the east, he felt a little subtle when he saw the first batch of goods disappearing in front of him. The long-planned industrial development has finally embarked on the right track. In the near future, this scene will definitely become the norm. This caravan to Salancheng will continuously earn resources for him. After returning to the City of Dusk, Kalu, who had not left yet, chatted with him for a few words and said with hesitation, "Sir, why don't we sell the black condensed ice cream to other God's Grace Lords?" Kalu and other high-level officials know that God's Grace Lords have the magical power to trade with each other. Even most of the natives know this. Players are not people who keep their mouths shut. So many major forces have found this, and specially recruited a group of players to help them acquire their scarce treasures. Some far-sighted forces have even begun to use players to start trading markets. This has also led to the prices of many commodities being consistent with the cities of the natives. No one is stupid, especially those forces that have existed for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. This has also led to the original advantages of the players being reduced under the various tricks of the natives. This is an inevitable trend. This is also the reason why the natives have always been lukewarm about the players. Before they grow up, the players are just a plate of meat, and there is nothing to worry about. Richard glanced at the other party, and said slowly, "I've tried it." Kalu was thoughtful. "Does Lord Shannon disapprove of the black condensed ice cream?" Richard was non-committal. The black condensed ice cream is not well known. He put 100 copies on the market a week ago, but they haven't sold out yet. The players are very busy. Most people are interested in weapons and equipment. With the development of the territory, there are too many food items. There are millions of pages waiting to be turned. The properties of the black condensed ice cream are not special, and few players will pay attention to it. Now the restriction on the black condensed ice cream is not the channel, but the output. When the output increases, I will find a way to open up the market of Lord Shannon. With his reputation among players, it is easy to advertise. Black condensation ice cream is also very attractive to people in hot environments. But now that the production capacity cannot be increased, there is no need to do so. It is better to use it to promote the reputation of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Kalu felt deeply. We still need to speed up production. The supply of frost grass is too limited if we only rely on collecting it in the wild. Although the underground world is very vast, frost grass is not a rare thing. But it takes time to find it, it takes time to transport it, and most of it is scattered here and there, and it takes time to harvest it. Various reasons have severely limited the production of black condensation ice cream. Richard frowned. He gave a death order directly. Speed up the site selection of the frost grass planting area. I need to get the results within half a month, no, within a week. In addition, you can ask Furnace City to cooperate in the development of a mechanical puppet that can plant and harvest frost grass. He has high expectations for black condensation ice cream. Although the profit of this product is not high, it is very suitable for large-scale promotion and mass production. And he doesn't have to worry about selling it. Although the main market now is Solon City, the outermost cities of the Death Desert are all his target customers. As long as the production capacity is kept up in the later stage, there is still a huge player market waiting to be tapped. However, all this needs to lay a good foundation. November 25th. In the afternoon, the sun was still hanging above the horizon. Wire was in the desert several kilometers west of Solon City, looking into the depths of the desert with expectation. The caravan is coming soon. The little princess of Solon City, Chris, who was wearing a pure white aristocratic dress and looked smart and playful, was muttering dissatisfiedly at this time. Sir Richard is so annoying. It took him so long to deliver the black ice cream. I asked the Solon Chamber of Commerce to make room for the black ice cream last week. When I see him later, I must ask him to compensate me. I really don't know where he got this little thing. It tastes cool and is so cheap, he said with a little pride. If the gift is not good, I won't agree. Weird looked at the little princess of Solon City, who seemed to have not grown up yet, with some amusement. Your Highness, Sir Richard may not come this time. Chris glared at her. He dares. Humph, I have helped him take care of the Violet Chamber of Commerce for so long, he dares not to come, he said with an expression of being betrayed by a heartless person, staring angrily at the front. At this moment, the Pegasus night in the sky suddenly indicated that a strange force was approaching in front. Here they come! The two got the signal and immediately became alert. A moment later, there was a rumble, the earth shook, and dust rose up. The Pegasus night in the sky immediately became alert, descended to a height of dozens of meters, and guarded above His Highness. As the dust approached, Chris quickly saw the scene in front of her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I saw several terrifying creatures, most of which were hidden in the desert, pulling a strangely shaped mechanical creature quickly. Wherever they passed, sand flew and the earth shook. The scene looked like a strong visual impact. The flying stone statues of the dead, and the skeleton blood dragon in the sky did not seem so eye-catching. After approaching the range of 100 meters, sizzle, the huge body of the sandworm crawled out of the yellow sand, and the exaggerated body was like a rolling boulder, which immediately gave people a strong sense of oppression. Chris was not afraid of this, but felt eager to try. Is this Sir Richard's subordinate? Can I ride on him later? Didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sandworm slowly stopped after approaching 50 meters, and the thick sand covered most of the sky, and it was clear after a long time. When the dust settled, several skeleton blood dragons slowly landed on the ground. After stopping, two mummy heroes stepped towards Weir and his party. When they saw the girl, they immediately saluted with their hands on their chests. Ms. Weir, good day. Weir looked at the two scary mummies, but felt a little friendly, and immediately returned the salute with their hands on their chests. Lord Gaunt, Lord Grey, good day. After the ceremony, he turned around and looked around. Is it Lord Richard here? Grey shook his head. The master has other arrangements, and did not go with us. Weir was a little disappointed. Chris couldn't stand it after hearing this. She opened her eyes, and said angrily, Damn it, is Richard really not coming? Where is the gift he owes me? Hearing this, the two mummy heroes immediately turned their heads to look at her. Grey looked at her for a while, and said in a serious tone, You are Her Highness Chris, right? He said, holding his chest and bowing respectfully. Twilight City, Grey, I extend my highest regards to you. Thank you for everything you have done for the Violet Chamber of Commerce. When the master was in Twilight City, he often mentioned you to us. Chris, who was just angry, suddenly had bright eyes and said excitedly, Did His Excellency Richard really mention me? After saying that, he looked at the two of them with some suspicion. I don't believe it. Did he teach you to say that? That bad guy likes to scold her the most, so he won't mention her. Grey didn't explain anything, turned his head, and waved behind him. Two low-level human heroes, who came with the army, came over immediately. One of them was holding a bouquet of flowers, but the flowers were covered by gauze, so only the general appearance could be seen. The human hero stepped forward and handed the bouquet to Chris very respectfully. After Chris took it with some doubts, Grey said slowly, Your Highness, the master has something to do, and cannot leave the City of Dusk for the time being. When I came, the master repeatedly told me to maintain the highest respect for you. This bouquet of flowers was also specially found by the master from the underground world for you. Chris looked at the bouquet in her hand with surprise, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. But she did not show weakness in her mouth. This guy is kind-hearted, but it's not a gift. As he said this, he couldn't help his curiosity, and carefully lifted the veil on top. The next moment, a flower bud appeared in the air. Chris was a little surprised, just like that, but before she could react, suddenly, a wave of magic surged out. The flower bud just now bloomed instantly. The red and white flowers bloomed. The flowers were even filled with crystal dewdrops, which looked magnificent. Ah! Chris exclaimed, and a smile brighter than the flowers blooming in front of her appeared on her face. Then she held it in her arms, and couldn't bear to let it go. Way Air was envious of him. Lord Richard, he was so good. Although they were some small magic skills, it was obviously a lot of effort to make them so beautiful. After coaxing Chris through the air, Gray finally talked about business. He looked at the sandworm. Miss Wire, how can these black condensed ice creams be transported to the city? Not to mention that Solon City does not allow soldiers to enter. Even if it does, sandworms cannot enter. Wire chuckled. Don't worry, I have borrowed a fleet from Her Highness Chris. You can just unload the goods directly. After saying that, he pointed to the fleet of about 20 tall white horses next to him. I'm afraid this number is not enough. The carriages of these fleets have been forged by extraordinary forgers, and the space inside is 100 times wider than that of ordinary carriages. 2,000 carriages should be enough. Gray understood it. He couldn't help but marvel at the foundation of Solon City. Even the carriages that pull things can be made into space treasures. It is indeed extraordinary. But he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that the City of Dusk would be more prosperous than this city one day. After a simple handover, Wire asked Gray to unload the goods here, and she took Chris back to the city first. This place is only a few kilometers away from Solon City, and is within the patrol range of soldiers, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. The black condensed ice cream has been delivered, and the next step is to get down to business. During this period, she has rented 5 shops, and she can start selling them immediately as soon as the goods arrive. With high morale in her heart, she will not let Lord Richard down, nor will she let Teacher Kalu down. After returning to Violet Manor in a hurry, Wire was shocked to find that there had been no guests in the manor for a long time, and several carriages were parked in the open space in front. With some doubts, Wire got off the car. Before getting close, a peerless and elegant figure appeared in her sight. He calmed down and stepped forward to salute with a smile. President Windsor, good day. Windsor, who had a strong aura, looked like a queen inspecting the territory. After looking around, he only saw the figures of Wire and Chris, and his brows could not help but frown. Good day, Miss Wire. Sir Richard didn't come? Chris said with a bright smile while holding the blooming flowers. Sir Richard has something important to do, so he didn't come this time. After saying that, he raised the bouquet in his hand and said proudly, Sister Windsor, these are the flowers Sir Richard sent me. How about it, beautiful, right? Windsor looked at the girl's happy face and frowned. This silly girl is too easy to deceive. With your status, let alone a bouquet of flowers, even if you want a plain, there are people willing to give it. But I didn't see that familiar figure, so I didn't bother to say more. Looking straight at Wire. Miss Wire, please tell Sir Richard that I need to see him. Wire's heart skipped a beat, and she felt something was wrong. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly under the strong pressure from the other party. President Windsor, do you need me to tell Sir Richard the reason? This was said quite artistically. Windsor looked at Wire deeply. Please tell Sir Richard that I know the news about Scarlet Moon. Chapter 403. Watching the carriage with the flag of the phoenix tail flower disappear at the corner of the street, Wire frowned. She knew better than anyone how much Richard valued Crimson Moon. When Richard left Solon City, he repeatedly told her to do her best to find out the news about Crimson Moon. Even Chris, the princess of Solon City, was mobilized. But in the past month, apart from knowing that Lord Shannon was also looking for news about Crimson Moon, there was no gain at all. Now there is progress suddenly, but she doesn't feel so good. Windsor came to tell her about this in person, and her consciousness told her that there seemed to be some elusive secret hidden in it. Sister Windsor is too partial. She didn't tell me the news of Crimson Moon after finding it. Humph, she must be jealous of Sir Richard for sending me flowers. Chris's face was a little resentful and a little happy. Richard asked her to find Crimson Moon, but he didn't expect Windsor to find the news first, and he just asked, but the other party didn't tell her. Wire turned her head and looked at the heartless girl, feeling both amused and envious. The other party was the most noble princess in Solon City, and she didn't have to consider the other side of this world at all. Perhaps, this was why Lord Richard was so close to her. It was always reassuring to get along with a simple, cute, and innocent person. At that moment, the smile on her face became sincere. Your Highness Chris, I passed the message to Lord Richard first. Chris' eyes lit up and said excitedly, That's right, let that guy come quickly, he still owes me a gift. Wire smiled and nodded. During this period, Chris used a lot of power to find the Crimson Moon for Richard. Although there was no gain, she saw all these efforts. She did not hesitate to write a letter in secret language, and then asked the half-feathered man to send it out of the city. In order to facilitate the contact with the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Richard specially arranged a squadron of dead stone statues to come and obey orders. The news was delivered by these arms. However, the Solon City did not allow the arms to enter the city, so the dead stone statues were stored in the place where the arms were stored outside the city. After the arrangement, Wire did not dwell too much on this matter. Everything will be considered after Lord Richard receives the information. She did not know much about the Crimson Moon, and it was impossible for her to make a decision on behalf of Richard. After Chris told Wire to notify her as soon as Richard replied, she did not stay and went back with flowers in her hands. In the early hours of the morning, carriages loaded with black ice cream drove into Solon City. Solon City does not impose a curfew, so even in the middle of the night, the streets are still crowded with people. Because some races that do not like the sun and high temperatures will move at night, the flow of people is no less than that during the day. The 20 carriages loaded with black ice cream did not return to the Violet Chamber of Commerce, but split into 5 groups and drove in different directions. Soon, one carriage after another arrived at their destination, the shop. The flag embroidered with violet flowers fluttered in the wind, and the magic plaque blessed with text literacy would not be mistaken even by illiterate people. Violet Chamber of Commerce, shop number 1. At the door, Wire brought more than a dozen silver goblins with glowing skin and several halfwing people to watch the carriage stop. Everyone was excited. After a month, the Violet Chamber of Commerce finally had its own products. Wire waved her hand and pointed to the side. Move the black condensed ice cream to the warehouse. Each of the shops she rented had a large warehouse behind it, so there was no need to worry about not being able to put the black condensed ice cream. As soon as the voice fell, more than 20 creatures with green skin stepped forward and began to unload the goods. These creatures had an ugly bald head, a strong body, and a height of nearly 3 meters, looking like a berserker. They stepped forward swiftly and carried down boxes of black condensed ice cream. Looking at the skilled movements of these green-skinned creatures, a silver goblin next to Wire said excitedly in a weird tone, "Master, other people only know that these green-skinned laborers have bad tempers, but they don't know that as long as they have enough food, they are the most docile laborers. And each green-skinned laborer can be bought with only 50,000 ordinary resources. God of merchants, this is simply a free gift. The silver goblins are a very interesting race. These guys do not believe in their own race god, the god of goblins, but have an extreme worship for the god of merchants." Wire nodded in appreciation. "Not bad, you did a good job." During this period, she realized why the silver goblins were called natural businessmen. These guys have an extremely crazy obsession with making money. As long as there is profit, their IQ can be multiplied. If it weren't for the fact that many silver goblins secretly took kickbacks and made money in this period, she really thought that the silver goblins could easily support a chamber of commerce. Thinking of this, he looked at the half-feathered man next to him. "As supervisors, you must check every income and never make mistakes." The half-feathered man immediately responded solemnly, "As you wish." After saying that, he glanced at the uncomfortable silver goblin with great contempt. These lowly races, if not for the master's request, really have no right to work with them. However, it is also interesting to interrogate these greedy fools every day. The incident in shop number 1 was also repeated in other shops. The unloading was not completed until dawn. Wire did not return to the manor. From dusk to dawn, she kept guarding the shop silently. Today is the most critical day. The sales of black condensed ice cream are extremely important. She must keep an eye on it. 10 o'clock in the morning. The warehouse was sorted out, and the black condensed ice cream was neatly placed on the 12 shelves in the shop. Looking around, you can find that the entire shop now only sells this kind of goods. The silver goblin had also suggested to Wire that he should first order a batch of goods from other chambers of commerce and sell them back, but Wire rejected it. This idea can be implemented in the future, but not this time. Black condensed ice cream is an important layout of the City of Dusk, and there must be no mistakes. After finishing the trivial matters, a silver goblin approached Wire and asked excitedly, "President, shall we start business?" As long as they can make money, the enthusiasm of the silver goblins will be off the charts. Wire's heart was beating fast, and she took a few deep breaths to suppress the nervousness in her heart and said in a concentrated voice, "Let's start." Although she was confident in the black condensed ice cream, this was the first time that the Violet Chamber of Commerce opened. It was also the first time in her life to prove herself. This girl, who was only 17 or 18 years old, had far less life experience than the white-haired old man Kalu, and she could not remain calm in the face of such a thing. Young people always need a certain amount of time to grow up. As soon as the voice fell, the silver goblin, who had changed into a uniform, immediately opened the door of shop number 1. After a series of actions, the shop officially appeared in front of passers-by. The location of number 1 commodity was the most prosperous, and pedestrians outside were constantly shuttling. Wire stared at the front, and her heart became uneasy again. Because after the door was opened, although there were many pedestrians passing by, not many people stopped. Some just took a quick look and left. There was no idea of coming in at all. After more than 10 minutes, there was no one in the huge shop. Wire frowned. She was very confident about the black ice cream, but how could she sell it when no one even stepped into the store? Maybe we should wait a day and hold the opening ceremony. This time, we were too anxious and had no preparations for these things. Just when she was about to say something, suddenly several passers-by stopped. Violet Chamber of Commerce? Hey, isn't this the store that the Silver Goblins told us about a few days ago? Their black ice cream has started to sell? What is black ice cream? What's so good about a store opened by those greedy guys of the Silver Goblins? Let's go! Luke, black ice cream is a good thing. I take you to open your eyes today. Human, the strong dwarves have even tasted the meat of dragons. How can some goblin things open my eyes? Tell me, how many rare resources does that thing cost? 20 units. 20 units? Ha ha ha, dragon meat costs 500 units of rare resources. God of the dwarves, you are really a country bumpkin from the Kerry Mountains. I'm talking about 20 units of ordinary resources. What the hell? 20 units of ordinary resources? This thing can also open the eyes of the great lover. I don't believe it today. Let's go in and take a look. Several people shouted and stepped into the house. A silver goblin at the door immediately greeted him with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a walking gold coin. Good day, my lords. In the front was an orc holding a heavy knife, and behind was a human holding a back shield, plus a bearded dwarf. The three formed a strange combination. The dwarf cursed and muttered what good things could come from 20 units of resources, and at the same time turned his head and looked around, as if he wanted to find something. The dwarf would definitely like the human's reply, and the orc watched the show with a nonchalant look. I heard that you have something more amazing than dragon meat, and it only costs 20 units of ordinary resources. Take it out and show it to Master Luke. The dwarf put down the warhammer in his hand, and the ground shook for a moment. The human looked down at the dwarf, who was only as tall as his chest, and laughed. Damn, Luke, you can only show off that you have eaten dragon meat, because you know nothing else. As he said that, he stretched out his hand, picked up a bag of black ice cream from the shelf, and smashed it directly on the other's chest. This is black ice cream. You will feel good after eating it. After saying that, he handed another one to the orc next to him. The dwarf looked at the black ice cream wrapped in plant leaves, and looked down on it. Is this kind of thing the leftover paste from the goblins? He looked at the silver goblin next to him with a look of disdain. The silver goblin was shameless and didn't care. As long as he could make money, it was fine. Everyone in the room could see that they were fighting, so they didn't promote it at the moment. They watched the three people arguing with a smile. The human shield warrior didn't bother to pay attention to the dwarf, and opened it by himself, and then scooped a spoonful of it beautifully with a spoon. After taking a bite, the whole person shuddered and let out a long breath. It's so cool. It's still the same taste as a few days ago. So fucking cool. Now give me a piece of dragon meat. I won't change it. The dwarf was immediately furious. This idiot was implying him again. Just when he was about to start cursing, a dull exclamation came from the side. It's so cool. This black condensed ice cream. It's great. Turning his head, he saw that the tall and strong orc was looking like he was having an orgasm at the moment. No, it was even cooler than an orgasm. The dwarf immediately stopped working. You two bastards, are you making fun of me like a clown? He said angrily, while holding the black condensed ice cream. 20 units of ordinary resources can make you do this? He immediately opened the top opening in a rage. He looked down and frowned at the black and sticky state. God of the dwarves, only goblins like to eat this kind of paste. Fortunately, he didn't smell any bad smell, otherwise he would have thrown it away. Seeing that the two were still enjoying it, he snorted coldly, ignored the spoon, and reached into the packaging bag with his hand and grabbed a handful. The black jelly in his hand looked disgusting. The dwarf put on a mask of pain. Damn bastard, can this thing really be eaten? After the human shield warrior finished, he looked at him with disdain. TSK, eat it if you want, don't ask me for it when we go to the desert later. He looked at the silver goblin next to him. Give me 20 servings. A muffled voice came from the side. No, 40 servings. The human shield warrior turned his head and glanced at the orc, grinning. That's right, 40 servings. After saying that, he glanced at the dwarf, who was still struggling whether to eat or not. Don't bring it to this idiot. Let's each have 20 servings. The dwarf couldn't stand this provocation, and he made up his mind and stuffed the sticky black condensed ice cream in his hand into his mouth. I thought I would taste the goblin's sticky taste. Unexpectedly, the moment I put it in my mouth, it was not only not unpalatable, but also had a special fragrance. He smacked the taste and couldn't help but be very disdainful. Just like that, I really haven't seen the world. But just as this thought came up, the cold magic hidden in the black condensed ice cream began to surge out, like ink dripping into clear water. The cold magic directly enveloped him. He shivered, and the unbearable heat he just felt disappeared at this moment. The feeling of coolness was so comfortable that he closed his eyes. This is a desert with unbearable heat. Except for the short half-month winter at the end of December. When can you feel this kind of coolness in other seasons? He made a sound subconsciously. Ah, cool. After a while, the coolness gradually subsided, and the dwarf opened his eyes. Then he saw that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, and his old face blushed. Then he said loudly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome dwarf?" He looked at the silver goblin next to him. He said righteously, "Pack 20 more." The human shield warrior seemed to have known this result long ago and laughed. "How is it? Doesn't the black condensed ice cream taste better than dragon meat?" The dwarf disdained to pay attention and looked at the black condensed ice cream that had been grabbed by his hands, feeling a little distressed. This time he didn't use his hands, gently took the spoon next to him, carefully scooped a spoonful, and tasted it happily. It looked like a child who only had the last bag of snacks left. This made the two companions laugh again. 60 portions of black condensed ice cream, a total of 1,200 units of ordinary resources. After the other party paid the bill, he looked at a large bag of black condensed ice cream and left with a smile on his face. Weir, who had been observing silently and had not spoken, saw this scene, and the uneasiness in his heart completely dissipated. Turning his head to look at the silver goblins. 2 days ago, you went to distribute the black condensed ice cream for free, right? Now, take some more to distribute on the street. As he spoke, his eyes curved into crescents, and the joy in his heart seemed to overflow. I think we have succeeded. Chapter 404. Kill! A 10-meter tall centaur, like a god of war, led 5 squadrons of giant axe death riders to charge on the vast yellow sand. Their enemy was the field stronghold in front of them, which consisted of thousands of rare-level soldiers, desert poachers. Under the overbearing charge, the stronghold in front seemed to be pushed over by a bulldozer. Those short buildings were directly knocked down, and the desert poachers who dared to stop them were smashed like glass. Blood was dripping. Boss features: can transform into a 10-meter tall heavy armored warrior, with all attributes increased by 100%, lasting for 6 hours, and can be used once a day. Amirida held a giant long-handled battle axe that was almost the same size as her body, and during the charge, she wantonly slaughtered the desert poachers who blocked her way in front. Level 9. Rare 3-star field soldiers were slaughtered like chickens. The F-class field hero leading the other team was killed by Amirida's axe, and his body was directly crushed into meat paste. With Amirida as the vanguard, the giant axe death knights behind him were like a storm, razing this field stronghold to the ground in an instant. After the battle, Amirida raised the battle axe in his hand and shouted loudly, "For the City of Dusk!" Hundreds of giant axe death knights behind him roared in unison, "For the City of Dusk!" As the voice fell, the momentum of the exaggerated centaur suddenly surged. The sense of oppression increased again. Ding! You commanded the army to wipe out a medium-sized field army stronghold, achieved a perfect victory, and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! The main battle hero Amirida has been upgraded to level 13 after a lot of battles. In the sky, Richard, who was surrounded by yellow sand, smiled. There are as many as 3 bosses in Twilight City. The ancient tree of the gods, who are still sleeping and transforming, the dark Valkyrie with unparalleled combat power, and the centaur, who was once a demigod below. The first 2 are the combat power ceiling of Twilight City, but this little guy, who has been acting cute around him, has never shown his edge. There are many reasons for this. The most important one is that he is worried. But now it is different. After such a long time together, this boss, who has lost his memory, and all his power has completely returned to his heart. So it is time to release this boss with explosive combat power. After Cena and the Dark Valkyrie left, he began to let Amirida lead the army to clear the field army bases. In the past month, the little centaur has almost never returned to Twilight City. She has been brushing maps day and night with high intensity, and her level has also increased from level 9 to the current level 13. Her combat power has soared visibly. Once the 10-meter high combat form is used, even he has to be careful in the fight. After venting the excitement in her heart, Amirita seemed to notice something and turned her head to look at the sky. Looking at the familiar figure, her face was full of surprise and joy. "Father." The childish voice with a bit of cuteness and the body like a god of war formed a huge contrast. Every time Richard heard this title, he had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that he really raised a daughter and landed. Suspended in the air, looking at the face in front of him that was still delicate and lovely after being magnified, his eyes softened. "Are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest for a while?" Amirita felt Richard's concern and her eyes curved into crescents. "Not tired, father. I want to become very strong. Sister Zena and the others have all left. I can't be left behind by them." She tilted her head and said, "When I become stronger, I can protect Twilight City and my father." The tone was innocent, with sincerity from the heart, without the slightest falsehood. Looking at that clear gaze, Richard felt warm in his heart. It was these sincere emotions that made him feel that his efforts were not in vain. But the next second, Amirita's action made his warmth disappear without a trace. The little guy subconsciously wanted to pounce on him and rub his head against Richard. Looking at the exaggerated body, Richard avoided it with a black face. If he was rubbed, he would be no less injured than being hit by a boulder. Seeing Richard's action, Amirita also reacted and felt a little embarrassed. "Father, after I grow bigger, I can't become smaller, otherwise I won't be able to grow bigger today." After saying that, he hurriedly added, "But I will try my best to control this power, and I will definitely be able to change freely in the future." Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You tried your best to control that power, just to rub against my arms a few times, right?" After comforting this little girl, who was only 5 or 6 years old in her mental age, Richard asked her to continue scanning the map and didn't follow her. Among the Giant Axe Death Knights, there was also a D-level knight hero in the team. This was a hero recruited from corpses at the entrance of the 9 Bronze Gate ruins a long time ago. Although the combat power is not strong, it is enough to take care of some Amirita. In addition, there is a squadron of stone statues of the dead following in the sky. I am not afraid of encountering any danger. With him, part of the experience gained by Amirita will be divided, delaying the upgrade. As the Supreme Ruler, he can gain some experience even if he does not take action. This is the privilege of the Lord. Only when the distance between the two sides is at least 10 kilometers, or when they are no longer in contact, the hero leading the troops will enjoy the experience alone. If the communication treasure is used to command remotely in the middle, the Lord can also gain some experience, but these experiences will decrease as the distance increases. There is a complete experience acquisition mechanism in it, and it is difficult to find loopholes. After the reluctant Amirita disappeared from sight, Richard waved his hand and flew in another direction, with the skeleton blood dragon statues of the 5 teams behind him. Amirita was scanning the map, and he was doing the same thing. His level has been stuck at level 14 for a long time. At level 15, there will be a qualitative change. Whether it is a hero or a soldier, level 15 is a threshold. After crossing it, you will get an all-round improvement. It is now the end of November, and the new expansion pack Crimson Moon at the end of December is getting closer and closer. He also needs to complete the S-level mission entrusted by the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store within a month to retrieve the heart of the god. Whether it is Crimson Moon or S-level missions, they require very strong power. Now, his power is not enough, far from enough. 5 teams of skeleton blood dragons, divided into 5 groups, sweeping the map in a fan shape. Small field soldier bases cannot stop them, and they will immediately notify Richard when they encounter large soldier bases. With the talent of controlling yellow sand, he is the undisputed master in the desert. Although the barren Death Desert has very few or veins, there is no shortage of wild soldiers. The most important thing is that no one competes with him for monsters. Although the experience gained from hunting ordinary wild soldiers at level 14 will be greatly reduced, there are many wild soldier bases. If the experience of a single base is small, then use the number to make up. While Richard was busy scanning the map to level up, deep in the Death Desert, on a giant sand dune hundreds of meters high, 2 players were very excited at this moment. They finally arrived. This giant sand dune is obviously different from the surrounding sand dunes. The yellow sand here turns into black as ink. It gives people a gloomy feeling. Standing on it, even if the desert is hot, people will feel a burst of cold. It's like standing on a mass grave. But this is not a problem for the 2 players, who are looking around with a map. The skinny player who looked like a stick shouted, "The black sand dunes hide the ancient secrets of the Death Desert. Shanji, that NPC didn't lie to us. We really found it. Damn it, this journey was so damn difficult." The fat black player next to him also got excited. "How man, this time, it's finally our turn to get rich. As long as we can get the treasure inside, we will strengthen Hongqing sooner or later." The skinny player nodded repeatedly, raised the map in his hand in excitement, and pointed to the text on it. "Take out the relic object. It says that after finding the black sand dunes, bury the relic object in these black gravels, and then water it with blood. The relics will lead to the treasure deep in the dunes." The ancient secret. The fat black player deftly took out a black human skull from the system space. The evil aura emanating from it made it look unspeakably weird. The fat black player had played with it for so many times that he had no reaction to it, and buried the black skull directly under the black gravel. Then he took out the blood that had been prepared long ago. Just as he was about to pour it, the excited skinny player suddenly stopped smiling. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and his heart was beating hard. After hesitating for a while, he reached out to stop his companion. "Shanji, I suddenly feel something is wrong. You take a break." The fat black player frowned. "How man, are you fucking scared?" He was about to pour the blood in the barrel. Seeing this, the skinny player became more and more uneasy. It seemed that if he fell, there would be a huge disaster. He stepped forward quickly, holding the wooden barrel with one hand, and shouted loudly, "Don't worry." Seeing the other party's appearance, the fat black player was immediately annoyed. "Our territory was attacked by those sons of bitches, and now, in order to find this treasure, all the remaining troops have been sacrificed." He became more and more angry, and finally roared, "We have no way out, you know? Fuck. We don't even have enough water to go back. This is the only choice." The skinny player held the wooden barrel, and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I'm not saying I won't do it, but I feel it's a bit risky to pour it directly on." "Calm down first, how about? What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, the fat black player in front of him had already forcibly dumped the wooden barrel filled with blood in his hand. The blood instantly fell on the gravel, making a small pit in the sand, and faintly revealing the black skull underneath. Gurgle, gurgle, blood bubbles emerged one by one, and the dry black gauze instantly swallowed the blood, forming dry blood clots around it. The strange breath emanating from the earth became more and more ferocious at this moment. The fat black player shook the wooden barrel vigorously, and after shaking off the last few drops of blood, he threw the wooden barrel aside. He looked at the skinny player with an indifferent face. "It has come to this point. What are you still hesitating about?" The skinny player stared blankly at the black sand dunes, and the black skull with the top of the head exposed. At this moment, he was inexplicably flustered. Even his breathing felt suppressed, and beads of sweat fell down his forehead. "We seem to have gotten into trouble." The fat black player raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Fuck, isn't this the way to open this treasure? In such a large desert, what kind of trouble can we get into? There is not even a ghost around. Even if we poke a hole in the world, it will not affect us." The voice has not fallen yet. Boom, boom, suddenly, I felt the ground rolling under my feet. The gravel shook wildly. The fat black player panicked. "Fuck, what's going on?" The skinny player felt that the danger almost devoured his soul at this moment. His body trembled, and he suddenly pulled up the fat black player next to him and ran. "Let's go, damn it, that NPC is pitting us. This is a shit treasure, it's a trap." Clang, at the top of the giant hill, the black gravel began to sink wildly. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came down, like a mountain thousands of feet high, and the whole world became dim. It was like a demon from the abyss descended. The two ran out desperately, and felt the pressure from behind, and subconsciously turned back. A picture that made them feel heartbroken was reflected in their pupils. On the towering black sand dunes, a black skull with a diameter of 100 meters appeared from above. What made them even more horrified was that the black skull shook its head, like the movement of a human waking up after a nap. This scene made the two people feel dead. Subconsciously opened the attribute panel, but it was full of question marks, and they were not even qualified to know the name. What the hell is this dog thing? The black fat player was so scared that his legs trembled. If it weren't for the thin player pulling him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the huge black skull had just woken up and seemed to have no interest in them, giving them enough time to escape. After running at an unprecedented speed for more than 10 minutes, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to stop and take a breath, the yellow sand on the ground suddenly surged. Then, they felt that the surrounding scenery was retreating. Turning their heads, they found that the yellow sand under their feet had flown up without knowing when, and they quickly flew towards the terrifying black skull. The two players looked at each other, and the relief they had just escaped from death fell directly into the abyss at this moment, and waves of despair surged. Damn it, they ran so far, and they could still be caught? In a few breaths, the retreating scenery suddenly stopped. The hearts of both of them were beating out of their throats at this moment. They turned around slowly with numb and stiff bodies. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. A huge black skeleton covered the sky, and its height was comparable to that of a mountain. They were like ants standing under a giant elephant. What shocked them even more was that after the skeleton stood up, a glorious city appeared under it. The towering rock walls, the solid and ferocious arrow towers, and the spacious streets were not even smaller than Solon City. But the only discordant thing was that the city was dead silent, without any human habitation. The two glanced at each other for a moment, and suddenly froze when they were uncertain. In the square in the center of the city, a figure with a jackal head and surrounded by sandstorms, sitting on the yellow sand throne, holding a black scepter, stared at them indifferently. Are there still living people? The moment this thought came to the two, they felt that their souls were frozen at this moment. The other party did not show any breath, but they stood in front of the dragon like mice, humble and insignificant. In the dead silence, a cold voice resounded through the world. I am the Lord of the Dunes, the former master of the Death Desert. Humans, where do you come from? Now, who is the master of the desert? The voice was a little hoarse, not a common language, but a high-level language with a strange accent. The two felt that their hearts were grasped by a big hand, and they couldn't even breathe. The premonition came true, and the player was about to cry at this moment. Sure enough, his intuition was right. Fuck, it's all Shanji's fault. Hack your mother, why are you pouring blood for no reason? Resisting the urge to beat up his companions, he said tremblingly. Great Lord, we came from Solon City. Now, the Death Desert has no master. There was another long silence. It was unknown how long it had been. When the two people's hearts were about to burst, the mysterious Lord of the Dunes spoke again. I have been sleeping for so long? The Death Desert, there is no ruler. The special tone brought with it the ancient and vicissitudes of life. After the voice fell, the Lord of the Dunes on the yellow sand throne slowly stood up. This time, his tone was unparalleled domineering. I have returned, and the desert will be ruled by me again. Chapter 405. Solon City. Luanwihu Chamber of Commerce. In the White Hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, like the dark clouds before the storm. Windsor looked at the increasingly aged figure sitting in the mechanical wheelchair in front of him, and remained silent for a long time. She felt the decay coming from the other person's body, as if an old tree was about to die, and there was no possibility of recovery. Time is running out. Sitting in the wheelchair, the old man Pim, who had lost his heart and lived for 10 years, and had torn an ancient red dragon to pieces, discovered the sadness hidden in Windsor's eyes. He smiled, forced himself to cheer up, and said slowly in a tone of exhaustion, Girl, don't be sad, I can still hold on for another month. He took a long breath, and a little relief flashed in his eyes. You have done a good job in the past month. Your arrangements have exceeded everyone's expectations. Windsor took a deep breath, with a bit of stubbornness in his tone. Teacher, we still have a chance. Pim shook his head. I know my body better than you do. It's too late. In the past 2 months, I'm afraid that thousands of God's lords have accepted the mission. Windsor was silent. The old man didn't expect the other party to respond, and looked out the window with turbid eyes. The crimson moon should also rise. On the last day of December, let those false gods tremble in fear. I hope to see this scene before I leave this world. The light in Windsor's eyes was unwavering. This day should have come long ago. The crimson moon will surely illuminate this corrupt world. After the voice fell, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke slowly. Teacher, I have passed the message to Sir Richard. Hearing this name, Pim's eyes showed some subtle emotions. Imprisoning gods, this bold little guy is really surprising. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When he comes, bring him to see me. Lord Divine Grace seems to be looking for Crimson Moon? I hope he won't be scared after knowing Crimson Moon. Windsor thought of the figure with outstanding temperament and unforgettable at first sight, and didn't speak. Can he bring the expected effect? She is not sure, maybe no one knows. Outside the main plane. In the endless void. Somewhere in a mysterious area that cannot be peeped. A war of gods that is enough to shake the main plane is breaking out. The Lord of Decay, Labrise, the master of the 333rd floor of the Abyss, opened the void channel, and is fiercely attacking the gods of the dungeon gods, the kingdom of the god of the dog-headed man. God War. The legends of the great and glorious, cruel and tyrannical myths in the mouths of the wandering poets. Once the war between gods begins, It means that the two gods will fight to the death. This is the cruelest war in the world. The loser will fall from the top of the world's power, enjoying the throne of eternal life and immortality, and turn into mud and nothingness. No god can bear this consequence. The Holy Spirits emitting divine power are guarding in front of the torn gap of the kingdom of God, blocking the endless abyss creatures. In the void channel, rotten dragons, fallen angels, flesh titans, big demons, and various ultimate arms are rotten and stinking, and they are madly attacking the army of the god of dogs. Every minute and every second, there are lives being harvested by the god of death. The scene is crazy and cruel. Inside the kingdom of God, on the throne forged with gold and gems, the god of dog-headed man holds the golden bone scepter in his hand, staring fiercely at dozens of cracks in the kingdom of God. He was shocked and angry. Damn Lord of Decay. Why did you suddenly attack my kingdom of God? He couldn't figure it out. He had never left the kingdom of God since he survived the last war of the gods. Why would someone still target him? And the one who came was the Lord of Decay, the well-known master of the abyss. The other party holds the absolute power of decay. Although his greed and the god of dog-headed man are both mastered to a high degree, the other party's is the power of battle. Crack, terrible cracks opened above the kingdom of God. In the gap, divine power with a rotten stench continued to seep in. Once enveloped by that breath, even the Holy Spirit with divine power would rot in an instant until it turned into mud. The scene looked extremely horrifying. Lord of Decay, how dare you? The god of dog-headed men became more and more angry. The other party actually used authority to wrap up his kingdom of God, which meant that the two sides had already started a deadly battle. If it wasn't for the hatred that couldn't be resolved, this kind of scene would never happen. But he hadn't offended the other party, had he? Lord of Decay. Why are you attacking me? Aren't you afraid of the siege of the dungeon gods? The golden bone scepter in his hand exuded waves of divine power, forcibly repairing the cracks in the kingdom of God and blocking the invasion of the rotten authority. The kingdom of God is the main battlefield. If it is breached, then there will be no suspense in the next battle. Just as the kobold god was furious, a burst of evil words that were 100 times more furious than his were heard. Bastard. Lowly dirty reptile. How dare you peep at my authority? Today, I will let you taste what rot is. The kobold god was immediately questioned when he heard this inexplicable word. You are right? If you want to find an excuse, don't find such a poor excuse, right? How dare I, a kobold god, go to the abyss to peek at your authority? Am I tired of living? Even the lord of the dungeon god system, the Naga god, doesn't have the courage, right? Try to suppress the emotions in your heart and explain. Great Lord of Decay, there must be a misunderstanding here. Let's stop first. As soon as the words came out, the voice not only did not calm down, but exploded like an ignited gas tank. Reptile. Your soul power and your divine power are under my watch, and you forcibly snatched the rotten authority in front of me. You have been planning the main plane for a long time, right? Do you dare to make this move because you have the dungeon god system as a backer? Reptile, no matter who comes today, they will fall. The furious blasphemy shook the entire kingdom of God. Divine power? Soul power? Main plane? Forcibly snatched in front of me. When the god of the dog-headed man heard this, he suddenly thought of a figure. The other party imprisoned his clone. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The human lord framed me, Ice and Snow Empire, Frostwolf territory. Rebecca stood in the yard covered with ice and snow, staring at the blue sky in a daze, without moving for a long time. A girl about 15 or 16 years old stood next to her. She was wearing a thick cotton coat made of white bear fur, and her head was covered by a white furry hat, revealing only a small and delicate face. Surprisingly, the girl was holding a black condensed ice cream wrapped in plant leaves in her hand, and she would scoop a spoonful of it from time to time, then shiver and scream. But after being cold, the girl not only did not put it down, but ate it more interestingly. After a long time, Rebecca came to her senses, turned around and looked at the girl, feeling a little helpless. Lias, don't eat it anymore. This is desert food. It is not suitable for the Ice Empire. Eating too much will freeze your stomach. The girl took another bite happily, and looked at her proudly. No, why can't you eat more of such delicious food? And why can you only eat it in the desert? I want it. Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But looking at the clothes on the other person that were thicker than the quilt, she let her do it. Turned and walked into the house. Seeing Rebecca return to the house, the girl hurriedly followed. She put one hand on the other's arm, then squeezed next to Rebecca, tilting her head and chattering. Sister, is that Sir Richard so outstanding? You have been back for so many days, but you still remember him. You even refused the hunting trip arranged by your father with other noble descendants. You liked this activity very much in previous years. Rebecca blushed. How did you know? Sir Richard is just my partner. The girl giggled. Sister, you dare not look at me every time you lie. The tone of voice was full of expectation. Next time he comes, I want to see if he is as handsome as those descendants of the Grand Duke who are pursuing you. If he is really not good-looking, I don't approve. Rebecca thought of that heroic figure, and a proud arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. What are those descendants of the Grand Duke? Are they worthy of being compared with Sir Richard? The girl next to her covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, those descendants of the Grand Duke don't have the strength to get the victory gem. After saying that, she was amazed. It's really unbelievable that Sir Richard is willing to give such a precious treasure to you, sister. If it were those guys who were pursuing you, they would not let you know about the victory gem, let alone give it away. Rebecca thought of Richard's unhesitating move at the time, and her eyes curved into crescents. Because he is Sir Richard. She added silently in her heart, unique. The girl looked at the smile on Rebecca's face, and felt a little sour for some reason. She thought bitterly that she would find someone who could give her the victory gem in the future. Then she seemed to think of something, and said with some expectation. Sister, didn't you get so much rabbit fur from Mr. Richard? Can you make me a long skirt, sister, please? Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she refused decisively. No, I have a lot of use for this batch of rabbit fur. The girl looked at her aggrievedly. Sister. Rebecca ignored the other party's coquetry. After entering the house, before she sat down, an elderly butler with gray hair came quickly from the side door and reported in a deep voice. Miss Rebecca, all the items are ready. Rebecca, who had just looked relaxed, suddenly looked solemn. The aura suddenly changed, and a majestic and murderous aura emerged. At this moment, it was like a queen who held the power of life and death of countless people was about to ascend her throne. The strong aura formed a sharp contrast with the posture of the girl next door just now. The girl next to her also felt something was wrong, and subconsciously stepped away 2 steps, and the smile on her face was restrained. Rebecca nodded indifferently. Execute the plan. The old butler looked at the figure with a drastic change of momentum, and his heart trembled. At this moment, there was a moment of trance, as if he saw the young appearance of the Frost Wolf Grand Duke. Yes, Rebecca, my lord. The word miss was inexplicably unable to be said at this moment, and subconsciously changed to a more respectful title. When the old butler with complicated emotions left, the girl next to him looked at the completely different Rebecca cautiously at this moment, and shouted weakly. Sister? Rebecca turned around, looked at the girl, and rubbed her head. Lias, I'm leaving. The voice was calm, without any emotion. The girl panicked and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. Sister, where are you going? Rebecca turned her head to look at the open door. At this moment, heavy snow fell again over the courtyard that was completely covered with ice and snow. Take charge of the family. Richard, who was busy scanning the map to level up, was in a good mood at this time. Because the experience has been reduced to 1 million from the level 15 node. According to the current progress, it will be full in 3 to 5 days at most. With a wave of his hand, endless yellow sand on the ground surged out, forming a terrifying sand wave tens of meters high. A field army gathering place with 5 squadrons of rare arms, desert giant scorpions, was directly swallowed up by the violent impact of the sand wave. Those desert giant scorpions, which were relatively good in the rare level, had no power to resist. High-level heroes completely crushed low-level arms. Ding, you wiped out a small field army gathering place, achieved a brilliant victory, and gained 500 experience points. The only pity is that his current level is too high, and the experience gained from hunting such small monsters is pitifully small. Richard ignored the body of the desert giant scorpion and continued to fly to the next army gathering place discovered by the skeleton blood dragon. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a private message. When he opened it, a familiar ID appeared in front of him. Hyena, Boss Chinchio, have you heard? Recently, a very powerful wild force suddenly appeared in the depths of the Death Desert. And unlike ordinary wild forces, that force is constantly sending troops to clear out people who step into the Death Desert. Many players who went to level up were directly beaten into a bear commander. Richard raised his eyebrows and became interested. Wild forces? More than half a year has passed, and players have a deeper understanding of the indigenous people. Wild forces are wild monsters that may appear during weekly refreshes. They are similar to wild army bases, but they are countless times stronger. Some even have giant cities. These wild forces do not belong to the indigenous forces, so there is no need to worry about being retaliated, and once they are captured, they can gain a lot of benefits. In normal times, Richard may not bother to pay attention, but at this critical juncture, he felt a little so. Any more information? Hyena. The ruler of that new force calls himself the Lord of Dunes. Lord of Dunes? Tell me in detail. When did the Lord of Dunes appear? What level is he? Hyena. No one knows when the Lord of Dunes appeared, and no one has seen him. I only know that 3 days ago, there were reports that players who were leveling up were attacked by powerful wild forces. Until a few hours ago, a guild of 100 people organized and assembled tens of thousands of troops to level up, but most of them were annihilated. This news came out. Boss Qingqiu, the Lord of Dunes, is very powerful, and all his troops are above level 15. Your territory happens to be in the Death Desert, so I suggest you be careful. Chapter 406. Richard did not disdain the Lord of Dunes who suddenly appeared, but took it seriously. The other party showed a gesture of ruling the Death Desert, and he must have something to rely on. Glorious Era is a world with a long civilization and history. No one is a fool, especially since there are gods in this world. If you are not strong enough to say such words, the only result is destruction. Judging from the huge momentum mentioned by Hyena, perhaps a hidden force has appeared. He would not think that the entire Death Desert is only a force of Dusk City. This area is too wide. He even suspected that after so long, not even 10% of the area of the Death Desert has been explored. And he has always kept in mind the internal information that the Italian canon said. The original setting of the Death Desert is an advanced map, which will be integrated with other planes in the later stage. In this desert, it is a crime to despise any enemy. Please help me pay more attention to the information of the Lord of the Dunes. If there is any news, report it to me as soon as possible. The commanding tone made Hyena very happy. The Qingqiu boss treated him as his own. Okay, boss, don't worry. I will contact you as soon as there is any movement. Richard did not dwell on it too much and changed the subject. Have you heard about the contract scroll and the Scarlet Moon? Hyena. No, the contract scroll is too high-end and it is difficult for us to get it. Everyone is looking for the Scarlet Moon, but I haven't heard of anyone who has found it. Richard was not surprised. Arranging the players was just a casual layout, and he didn't have much hope for them. In the end, if they succeeded, they would not lose anything. After comforting the hyenas and asking them to continue searching, he closed the private message. Looking at the heavy yellow sand in front of him, Richard ignored everything else and continued to scan the map. Level 15, this hurdle must be overcome as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. November 28th, the last day of this month. As the sunset gradually sank into the earth, Richard finally heard the long-awaited reminder in his ears. Ding! Your current experience has met the requirements for promotion to level 15, triggering the promotion task Battle of the Brave. 1. Please hunt a hero unit of the desert camp alone. Requirements: level 15, potential above B. 2. Capture a large wild force. Requirements: the wild force must have 5 hero units, 1 battalion of arms above level 15, and no less than 1 legion of other arms. Note 1. Experience cannot be obtained before the promotion task is completed. Note 2. When promoted to level 15, the attributes will be greatly enhanced. Looking at this system prompt, Richard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Millions of experience points were collected in a few days, which was definitely a hard job for him. Especially cleaning up those wild arms bases that had no resistance was even more boring. Now, he finally reached his goal. He opened the prompt and read it several times. When he upgraded to level 9 with full experience, the promotion task was to hunt a level 10 hero alone. Now, the mode has not changed, but the difficulty has increased a lot. Level 9 versus level 10, and level 14 versus level 15 are completely different concepts. And there is one more condition, which is to eliminate a large wild force, which reminds him of the orc force that he helped the steamed bun lovers to eliminate before. The opponent seems to be wrong. There are not enough troops above level 15. It seems that the only target for colorless hunting can be reproduced. The moment this thought came up, he immediately thought of the Lord of the Dunes mentioned by Hyena a few days ago. The opponent's troops are all above level 15? Could it be that he has run into a trap now? He made up his mind to pay more attention to the Lord of the Dunes when he returned. After thinking for a while, Richard found a very fatal problem. When he was level 9, he was asked to hunt level 10 heroes, and now he is hunting level 15 heroes. When he reaches level 19, will he be asked to hunt a superhero alone? Thinking of that terrible picture, I felt bad all over. The level difference between level 19 and level 20 superheroes is only one level, but the combat power is 10 times or 100 times the difference. Shaking his head, he shook off this terrible idea, thought about it, and opened the private message. What level are you now? After a while, the private message came back. Where is your Italian cannon, brother-in-law? I'm already level 13, and will be level 14 soon. How is it? Is it awesome? Do you want me to guide you? Richard's face was full of black lines. This guy is not serious. But he was also a little curious. How can this guy level up so fast? After asking, the Italian cannon was a little puzzled. Brother-in-law, of course it's by brushing the map, otherwise the experience can fall from the sky. I have to spend at least 6 to 8 hours on this every day. I was not so active when I was working in Blue Star. Richard finally figured it out. He had too many things to deal with, and was always busy with various tasks. Instead, leveling, which is the top priority in the eyes of normal players, was put last. If he hadn't done a few big things in the early stage and accumulated enough experience, I'm afraid his level would have dropped to the second echelon now. But there's nothing to say about this. People's energy is limited. What you put into it you get. He put his energy into strengthening the City of Dusk, so the City of Dusk has its current foundation. After coming to his senses, he asked the question he was most concerned about. What was your promotion task when you reached level 10? The Italian cannon was a little confused, but still answered honestly. Let me lead the army to encircle and suppress a field base with no less than 500 arms, brother-in-law. Why are you asking these questions? Richard narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it was almost the same as he thought. The promotion task was customized according to personal strength, so his task looked so exaggerated. When he reached level 10, he had to kill a level 10 hero alone. In comparison, the task of the Italian cannon was too easy. According to this calculation, with his strength, at level 19, he is destined to face the extraordinary alone. Richard suddenly had a headache extraordinary. Italian cannon came to his senses after saying that. Brother-in-law, are you going to level 15? Yes. Italian cannon was quite interested and said, Brother-in-law, what is your level 15 mission? I can make preparations. Richard did not hide it. Kill a B-level potential, level 15 hero alone, and at the same time eliminate a wild force with 5 heroes, 1 battalion of level 15 soldiers, and no level limit, but the number of soldiers must exceed 1 legion. After reading the message, Italian cannon fell into a long silence. Finally, after a long time of holding back, he replied, Brother-in-law, what those idiots on the forum said is true. What? You are such a pervert. Fuck, not to mention single-handedly fighting a level 15 B-class hero. He also doubted that he could really accomplish this task. If he were to do it, he would be lucky to kill that level 15 hero with all his troops. A battalion of level 15 soldiers could easily conquer his territory. How could the gap between people be so big? After chatting for a while, the hit Italian cannon closed the private message with Richard. He stared at the ceiling blankly for a long time before he came back to his senses. Finally, he couldn't hold back his emotions and told his sister the news as soon as possible. Sister, brother-in-law has reached the maximum experience and is going to level up to level 15 Night Rainflower Falls. You weren't satisfied with being beaten last time? No, I was wrong. Boss Qingqiu is going to level up to level 15. He just told me about his promotion task. Yeyu Huoluo, have you got his permission? Just pass it here. Yes, I told the boss of Qingqiu that I want to tell you and prepare for you, but I don't think you can use it. Yeyu Huoluo was a little interested when she heard this. Although her best brother was unreliable in everything he did, she still had enough respect for the strongest player. Especially in the early stage, the other party also provided information about 2-star dungeons and saved their lives. Tell me about it. Italian cannon smiled and repeated Richard's words just now, and finally said, How is it? Is the boss Qingqiu powerful? Sister, why don't you just give in? With such a brother-in-law, I will definitely be able to walk sideways in the glorious era in the future. You can't give up such a potential stock. The other side also fell into a long silence. When Italian cannon thought that the other party was busy, he replied, The difficulty of this task is impossible to complete with my current strength. Single challenge 15th level heroes, this is almost hellish difficulty, and wiping out a force with a battalion of 15th level soldiers is even more unrealistic. I'm afraid that in the entire glorious era, only Qingqiu has this force. As he spoke, he was more and more amazed. I really don't know how powerful Qingqiu's territory is to attract such a level of task. Qingqiu is worthy of being the first among players. Seeing his sister's words, Italian Cannon immediately felt very proud. His mind started to move again. Sister, what about me calling you brother-in-law? Get lost? Okay. The experience is full, so there is no need to scan the map anymore. Recalling the skeleton blood dragons of several teams, Richard returned to the City of Dusk at full speed. This area is only 300 to 500 kilometers away from the City of Dusk, and the skeleton blood dragons are flying at full speed. Not long after the sun sank into the earth, Richard saw the desert city under the colorful clouds. The towering arrow towers are ferocious and terrifying. The solid city walls can resist all enemies. Hundreds of huge caliber alchemical cannons show their edge to the outside world, and the mummies patrolling back and forth guard the last line of defense. His tense mood instantly relaxed. That's the feeling of going home. With a smile on his face, he entered the city, returned to the Lord's mansion, and drank a cup of hot tea. Not long after, Kalu, who had received the news, hurried into the house. Although his body had aged like a dead tree, his spirit was still vigorous. The pillar of the City of Dusk bowed and saluted. Good day, Lord Richard. After the ceremony, the old man took out a letter from his arms, walked up to Richard, and said in a serious tone, The Violet Chamber of Commerce sent a message. The president of the Lonwihua Chamber of Commerce, Lord Windsor, asked Wire to report to you a few days ago that she had found out about the news of the Crimson Moon. Richard looked up suddenly, and was quite surprised. It has been almost 2 months, and this is the first time that he has received accurate news about the Crimson Moon from the natives. Are there any specific information? Kalu shook his head, and handed the letter over with both hands. The Windsor president said he wants to meet with you. Richard took the letter, opened it, and read it carefully. After a moment, he put the letter down, his eyes showing a bit of thoughtfulness. We reminded her on it that the Windsor president called him to go, and there seemed to be some secret. Let him be careful. Secret, Crimson Moon, must involve a shocking secret. Lonwihua merchants will be careful to deal with it. There is no big problem. Recovering from his senses, he said in a deep voice, I will go to Solon City soon. As he said, he seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Did Xena and the others send back any news? Karu shook his head. No news received. He hesitated. Sir, should we send someone to find them? Richard thought for a moment and rejected this suggestion. No need. With the hero altar, it doesn't matter if something happens. Besides, with their fighting power, if they really encounter a problem that they can't solve, unless the entire city's army is mobilized, it won't help. Karu thought about it, and didn't say anything more. Richard picked up the teacup again, took a sip, and said slowly, Are there any other things these days? Karu was interested. Sir, the sales of black condensed ice cream are very impressive. It has caused a sensation in Solon City. Wire urged us to increase production investment. The market in Solon City is far from saturated. Richard smiled, and a stone fell from his heart. But it's not surprising. Black condensed ice cream is a godsend for the hot desert. And the price is so affordable, it would be strange if it didn't sell well. Have you selected the planting area of the frost grass? Karu nodded. There are currently 5 areas for selection, and you still need to decide. Richard waved his hand. What else is there to decide? Plant all 5 plots of land. Karu was stunned and said quickly. In this case, a large number of people will be needed. We may not be able to gather so many people now. Richard smiled. What does Blood of City do? Are those tribes that don't obey orders kept for nothing? Send them all to farm. In addition, let Furnace City speed up the development of alchemical machines for planting and harvesting frost grass. With the machines, these are not problems. Karu nodded in response. As you wish, sir. Although it feels that planting too much at one time is difficult to take care of, Richard's will is the direction of Dusk City's progress. He only needs to provide advice. The final decision maker is still the king who rules this land in front of him. After solving these problems, Richard thought of Crimson Moon and couldn't sit still. He stood up and planned to walk out. The news of the new expansion must be obtained as soon as possible. This is related to the future. And as he stood up, a roar like thunder resounded through the sky, and the entire Dusk City was shaken. Along with this roar, a terrifying pressure erupted like a tsunami, impacting everyone's heart. The residents of Dusk City felt a panic at this moment, as if they were stared at by the extremely terrifying Abyss Demon King, and their backs were chilled. It was the fear that penetrated into the soul, and could not be resisted at all. Some people even collapsed on the ground with their legs weak. In the great panic, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, the Lord's mansion. Richard also felt the extremely terrifying breath. He paused and turned around to look in the direction of the backyard. That was Long Wei, and that familiar breath. Albus, who was sleeping in the backyard and transforming, woke up. Chapter 407. After swallowing the golden dragon soul, Albus entered a long sleep. Originally it was estimated that he would wake up in a month, but now he has slept for half a month longer. But this does not affect anything. Richard was in a good mood at the moment. He brought Kalu, who was weak under the dragon's might, to the backyard. With the upgrade of the City of Dusk, the area of the Lord's mansion has also increased significantly. In the wide backyard, a terrifying figure that seemed like an ancient mythical creature appeared in front of him. Albus's originally bloody skeleton turned into pure gold at this moment, with a faint crimson flowing on it, looking like a work of art, full of unique breath. The burning blood power around him seemed to be poured with gasoline, and it exploded more than 10 meters high. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees were directly turned into charcoal under the strong corrosive force, forming a life-forbidden zone. From those empty eyes, you can see that the originally blue soul fire has turned into gold. It feels more pure. The broken dragon wings spread out over 40 meters. Just standing there motionless, Albus could bring a suffocating feeling of oppression to people. No one could imagine how terrible the damage would be if this terrifying creature burst out with all its strength. After Albus sensed Richard's breath, he hunted the dragon's might that made the whole city panic. Gently bowing his head, the terrifying dragon hero crawled on the ground in the most humble manner, and saluted the figure in front of him. "Your humble servant greets you, great master." Richard nodded with satisfaction. Although he hadn't checked the other party's attributes yet, he could sense how terrifying Albus was at the moment. The other party exuded a deadly danger of a blade approaching his neck. Even he had to take it seriously. With strong expectations, he opened the other party's attribute panel. Just a cursory glance, he was surprised by the series of luxurious attributes and skills. Albus not only upgraded his level to the crucial level 15, but all his skills were promoted to Super A level. 1. Bloody Breath. 2. Golden Body. 3. Golden Dragon Might. 4. Blood Power. 5. Golden Dragon Fury. 6. Dragon Claw Breaking Void. 7. Violent Wings. Super A level skills, each of which can cause catastrophic damage. Now, this dragon hero has a full 7, which is simply a crime. How powerful was that golden dragon soul when it was alive? All Super A level skills, this wave is really a big profit. No, it may be because of tens of thousands of dark crystals. But no matter what the reason, Albus's current state is amazing. Richard even feels that Albus is now able to fight against the Dark Valkyrie. This skeleton blood dragon was born, and it swallowed the ancient dragon crystal to transform into a heroic undead dragon. Finally stood at a very high position. Looking at the majestic and domineering Albus in front of him, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He has many heroes who have transformed from soldiers, such as Grey and Gaunt. But Albus is undoubtedly ahead of them at this moment. After Albus came to his senses, he couldn't help his excitement and said, "Master, I feel that I have endless power now. My dragon breath and my body are more than 10 times stronger than before the promotion." Richard sneered. If 7 Super A level skills are not powerful, there is no such thing as powerful in this world. You woke up at the right time. We are going to Solon City soon. Without Albus, he is now flying by controlling the yellow sand. Although it has no effect, it always feels a little less cool. No matter what level this guy is, he is his royal mount. It can be said that the idea of enslaving a giant dragon as a mount has been satisfied to the extreme. When Albus heard the word Solon City, the fierce aura on his body immediately dissipated a lot. Although he was left outside last time and did not enter the city, he felt the horror of that city. Even if he is now countless times stronger, it is still not enough in front of Solon City, which has legendary strongmen. But he believed that with the great master, one day, he would be able to overlook the city. In the hollow eye sockets, the golden soul fire jumped. "As you wish, master." Richard didn't know that this guy had so many psychological activities, and turned his head to look in another direction, the land of quicksand. It was unknown how long it would take for the sleeping ancient tree to wake up. Albus raised his expectations to the extreme. I wondered to what extent the boss, who was activating the power of the evil in his body, could transform. I really look forward to it. After regaining his mind, Richard didn't delay, and asked Albus to wait for orders outside the city. He went to recruit all the troops for the past 2 weeks. The 3 troops he valued most, the stone statue of the dead, the sandstorm controller, and the scorpion warriors with master-level attack technology, increased in number again. Dead stone statue, 1250. Sandstorm controller, 700. Scorpion warrior, EP371. These three arms are now the absolute pillars of Twilight City. After thinking for a while, Richard decided to take away 16 squads of skeleton blood dragons, a squadron of dead stone statue, and 5 squadrons of sandstorm controllers. The rest of the arms will all stay in Twilight City. The news about the Lord of the Dunes mentioned by Hyena a few days ago made him concerned. After going to Solon City this time, and hearing the news about the Crimson Moon from Windsor, he might have to go to the depths of the desert to find the Lord of the Dunes. His task of being promoted to level 15 is very complicated. Maybe he will have to set his sights on the Lord of the Dunes at that time. After preparing the army, Richard found Gaunt and Grey. After Twilight City is upgraded to the Middle City, the authority to recruit arms can be granted to subordinates. The soldiers recruited by his subordinates are still absolutely loyal to the Lord. He had various concerns before, and did not delegate this power. It is uncertain how long he will be away this time. If he fails to come back in time, it will be a pity to waste several weeks of production. At the node where the new expansion is about to be launched, every bit of strength is crucial. While thinking, he made this clear to the 2 mummy heroes, and then delegated the authority to recruit soldiers to the 2 mummy heroes who were absolutely loyal to him on the Lord's panel. If there is any accident, he can also exempt the 2 from their authority at any time. Richard also reminded the 2 to give priority to recruiting the dead stone statues and sandstorm controllers. If other soldiers lack resources, they can be postponed. After saying that, he left most of his resources in the territory warehouse. After the operation, Richard called Kalu again and asked him to arrange the planting of frost grass as soon as possible. Black condensed ice cream is a flagship product, and the biggest drawback now is that the production capacity cannot keep up. After making a series of arrangements, Richard did not delay any longer. Looking at the bright moon as big as a millstone above his head, he was ready to set off. But at this moment, a private message reminder suddenly sounded in his ears. He frowned slightly, waved his hand to let the army pause, and opened the private message. Hyena, Boss Chinchio, it's a big event. The caravan of an Earl in Solon City was robbed by the Lord of the Dunes. It is said that there are extremely important treasures in the caravan. The 19th level Earl has gathered 5 squadrons of high-level soldiers and is heading to the desert. He also summoned players to go together. This is an A-level mission. The boss, the third brother, and the bald man and I have also accepted it. Do you want to go and take a look? A-level mission? Richard's eyes condensed. A little vigilance rose in his heart. Judging from his previous experience, although the A-level mission is not as abnormal as the S-level mission, it is also full of dangers, and can fail if you are not careful. Who is the Lord of the Dunes? How can it be so difficult for a 19th level Earl to lead the team? While thinking, he replied to the message. I am preparing to go to Solon City, and will arrive tomorrow afternoon or evening. Hyena, that's a pity. The main force is set off now, and the battle may be over tomorrow. Richard didn't care about this. Any mission must be completed alive. Be careful. A-level missions are not that easy. It's best to keep a certain distance from the main force, and ensure your own safety. The hyena was very touched. Boss Chinchio, don't worry, we know what's going on. After telling the other party to report any problems in time, Richard said nothing more and flew away from the City of Dusk with his army. Among the 3 arms brought, the skeleton blood dragon and the dead statue are both flying arms, but the sandstorm controller is not. But the sandstorm controller is not bad either. This unit, which combines 2 powerful spellcasting arms, has a very domineering skill, transform into a sandstorm. This is also the origin of the name of this arm. What Richard values most is that this skill can last for a long time as long as there is enough magic power. When there is no enemy, the sandstorm controller only consumes 5 points of magic power per second when it transforms into a sandstorm. Now they can recover more than 10 points per second. The amount of recovery completely covers the consumption. It's perfect. Richard sat behind Albus, whose wingspan was more than 40 meters, with the bright moon above his head and the endless sea of yellow sand below. Beside him, a blood dragon with a burning bloody power was flying with him. Finally, a large group of stone statues of the dead marched in a neat line, and the wings that seemed to be carved from rocks flapped and made a whirring sound. The most amazing thing was, the sandstorm that could make the desert life tremble was now mixed in this huge army. It was flying wildly and howling. However, the sandstorm did not cause any harm to the soldiers inside, but instead accelerated their flying speed. This scene looked like a scene in a myth. It had a strong visual effect. December 1st, 8 a.m. The sun rose from the yellow sand, and its orange color made it look like a furnace fire, lighting up the world. Richard glanced at the system map. After a whole night of flying, the distance to Solon City was less than 500 kilometers. This made him quite satisfied. After the storm blessing of the sandstorm controller, the overall flight speed of the army exceeded 500 kilometers. This also made him discover another wonderful use of the sandstorm controller. Even if they are not used for fighting in the future, letting them assist in transporting goods may be of great help. Just as he was about to let the army speed up, the attribute system sound suddenly rang in his ears. Richard paused and opened the private message. Hyena, Boss Chinchio, it's over, it's all over. The main force was ambushed by the Lord of Dunes, and the whole army was wiped out. The Earl himself was killed on the spot. That was a level 19 hero, and his potential must be above level B, or even A. He was killed by the opponent. That Lord of Dunes is simply terrifying. Most of the players who followed were also killed, and the rest are still in a state of collapse. Fortunately, I listened to you at the time, and we were 20 kilometers away from the main force, so we were not surrounded. Richard frowned. The level 19 Earl. The Duke led 5 battalions of high-level troops and recruited a large number of players, but he just disappeared? Is the Dune Lord too strong, or is the Earl too weak? Have you seen the Dune Lord? How strong is he? Hyena. No, the Dune Lord's army is led by a giant condensed from yellow sand. The giant led 3 battalions of level 15 troops and destroyed the army of the Earl of Solon City with a wave of charge. It's too scary. The level 19 Earl was beaten to death by the yellow sand giant. Boss Chinchio, you better go directly to Solon City. I feel that the force of the Lord of the Dunes is not something that players can deal with at this stage. Maybe it's another large-scale mission. Richard thought for a moment and replied. Send me the coordinates first. Hyena didn't delay and shared the coordinates immediately. Richard imported the system map and found that it was less than 100 kilometers away from him. This distance is only a matter of 10 to 20 minutes for flying soldiers. After comforting Hyena for a few words, he did not hesitate and turned around and flew towards the coordinates with the army. After more than 10 minutes, groups of fleeing soldiers appeared in sight. From time to time, a few players, who were still in shock, could be seen. Not far from the battlefield. Flying faster in the opposite direction of the fleeing soldiers, less than 5 minutes later, a terrifying roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Richard looked in the direction of the sound. Thousands of meters away, a giant made of yellow sand was holding a gravel hammer and madly attacking the fleeing army on the ground. The opponent's body was more than 30 meters tall, standing in the desert, like an ancient demon god, making people tremble. The aura it exuded was like a hurricane sweeping the earth, making people lose the courage to fight. Ordinary armies had no power to fight back against enemies of this size. The fleeing soldiers were like playing whack-a-mole, and were smashed into meat paste one by one. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Around the yellow sand giant, there were a large number of mummies holding spears. These mummies were wrapped in yellow bandages, and had rubies in their eyes. Judging from their aura, they were all top-level soldiers at level 15. Richard frowned. The power of the Dune Lord was more terrifying than expected. Not to mention the yellow sand giant that made him feel extremely dangerous, the mummy soldiers alone were extraordinary. Open the attribute panel. Yellow sand giant. Level 19. Features. Possess 1/5 of the power of the Dune Lord and can use all the skills of the Dune Lord. Introduction. The condensed clone of the Dune Lord. Mummy guards. Level 15. Potential. Crown 3 stars. Skills. Guarding the king, mummy body, stabbing fierce, immortal. The yellow sand giant turned out to be the clone of the Dune Lord? Richard was in doubt. The opponent only had 1/5 of his power, but his level reached 19. Moreover, in the battle just now, he killed the 19th level Earl of Solon City. How powerful would the Dune Lord be? Extraordinary? Just as he was lost in thought, the yellow sand giant that was slaughtering people on the ground felt something, and suddenly raised his head. The eyes condensed by the yellow sand looked at Richard, who was 1,000 meters away. The 4 eyes met. The air suddenly condensed. Richard only felt an extremely brutal breath rushing towards him, as if he was stared at by a beast that had been hungry for dozens of days. His brows furrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, the yellow sand giant in front of him suddenly opened his huge mouth, and between the upper and lower movements, a dull sound like rolling thunder was emitted. The power of yellow sand. You actually have the great power of yellow sand in your body. The tone was full of strong surprise and uncontrollable greed. Chapter 408. Richard's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words of the yellow sand giant. I have the power of yellow sand in my body? What does this mean? He glanced at his talent, Desert Master. Is the other party talking about this? The yellow sand giant was getting more and more excited at this moment. The momentum on his body was rising like a storm that was gathering. The surrounding yellow sand was attracted and began to disperse and drift. A wisp of sand rose from the ground and lingered around him. This made the already ferocious yellow sand giant look even more frightening. It was as if the creature in mythology had walked out of the ancient murals. The favor of the desert. Humble human, that is not a gift you can enjoy. The heart-shaking roar broke through the sky, and the soldiers and players, who were fleeing frantically, were frightened. What is the yellow sand giant going crazy about again? Many people noticed something and subconsciously raised their heads in fear. Want to see who is irritating that terrifying monster? The next second, the army of the City of Dusk, hovering in the sky and lingering in the yellow sand, appeared in sight. But the outside world can only see the vague figures flying in the endless yellow sand, and cannot detect their true appearance. Giant dragon? What kind of monsters are those? Are they reinforcements from Solon City? Another desert force? Is it the enemy of the Lord of Dunes? We are saved. Run! After a low cry, the fleeing soldiers came to their senses, and began to run out more desperately. They didn't care who came, as long as they could drag the damn giant. Richard didn't care about the fleeing soldiers below. The information spit out by the yellow sand giant made his thoughts still spinning wildly. The favor of the desert, how did he get his talent? Can the power of yellow sand be robbed by others? After thinking for a long time, he didn't come to a conclusion, so he stopped struggling. Since it's my thing, you want it? Then you have to have the ability to take it. Richard didn't say anything in response, but Alvis couldn't bear it anymore. This damn lowly monster actually dared to despise the great master in front of him. This is courting death. Roar. A furious roar resounded through the sky. The unbridled dragon power surged out like a tsunami. At the same time, the blood-colored power on his body burst into flames, and the sandstorm surrounding him was forced to separate. Alvis revealed his complete form. A giant undead dragon with a wingspan of more than 40 meters appeared in front of everyone. The golden skeleton, the burning crimson power on the body, and the golden soul fire flashing in the head all show its horror. Along with this, there is also the pressure that penetrates into the soul. All the fleeing soldiers in the surrounding kilometer range felt an uncontrollable fear coming. Ah, monster! The shrill screams rang out in disorder, and the soldiers whose morale had already dropped to the freezing point collapsed directly at this moment. They didn't even care about their comrades around them, and ran away directly. The fleeing soldiers didn't realize that the terrifying dragon might was not aimed at them, but at the domineering and unparalleled yellow sand giant in front of them. The yellow sand giant was also not to be outdone at this moment, and his momentum was furious. The needle and the wheat spike. The two momentums collided in the air. The soldiers at the junction, those with a slightly lower level, had blood gushing out of their 5 holes, and their hearts exploded and died. This momentum alone harvested the souls of hundreds of people. Those players who escaped to a certain safe distance were still in shock. Turning their heads to see that the two opposing parties did not chase them, they dared to breathe heavily. Too scary. Is this a boss they can deal with? I will never do any A-level tasks again. This is just sending myself to death. Because Alvis had revealed his figure, many players opened the attribute panels of Alvis and Richard with strong curiosity. Originally, they thought that the reinforcements from Solon City were facing the yellow sand giant. But at this moment, they were extremely shocked to find that the one riding the dragon to face the yellow sand giant was actually a player. This scene shocked countless people to the point of swallowing saliva. Then that's a player? A player can actually enslave such a terrifying dragon? Fuck, am I blind? That's a player? Not the reinforcements from Solon City? Who the hell is this god? Alvis's body has changed dramatically, and the skeleton blood dragon is hidden by the yellow sand. No one can recognize Richard's identity at this moment. Just when the players were shocked beyond measure, the yellow sand giant finally couldn't hold back his greed and launched an attack. He suddenly raised the heavy war hammer condensed with sand in his hand and pointed at Alvis. Kill! He roared and took the lead in charging. Behind him, several battalions of mummy guards clenched their spears and followed closely. Level 15, a 3-star crown soldier, the single combat power is enough to be called domineering. Although they looked particularly small in front of the yellow sand giant, the gathering of thousands of them was still heart-shaking. Richard saw this and his eyes condensed. All troops attack. The clone of the Lord of the Dunes? He wanted to see how strong the other party was. Roar, roaring. Alvis flapped his wings and flew. The controller of the sandstorm roared up. The skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead flapped their wings and attacked fiercely. The fleeing soldiers had no time to care about the outcome of the battle at this moment. Only some players, who did not give up looked back from time to time. The speed of the flying soldiers was so fast. After a few breaths, the two sides collided brazenly. Roar, 100 meters away, Alva's throat suddenly flashed a crimson light. Puff, the dragon breath, with terrifying corrosive power spewed out, pulling out a 100-meter-long tongue of fire in the sky. The yellow sand giant charged fiercely, killing directly with the dragon's breath. Swish, the gravel on his body melted directly like ice and snow. The 30-meter-tall terrifying body shrank greatly in a few blinks of an eye. Charging hard against the super-level dragon's breath, no matter how strong it is, it has to pay a price. But what is surprising is that when the yellow sand giant charged, the yellow sand on the ground is like a magnet attracting broken iron, constantly flowing back from the legs to replenish the damaged body, allowing it to always maintain an exaggerated body shape. The dragon's breath that lasted for 30 seconds pulled out a charred fire road in the desert. After the dragon's breath, the remaining power on it was still corroding the gravel. The outside of the yellow sand giant's body has a charred shell because the yellow sand has been severely corroded. But because the gravel kept pouring in, the body expanded again, and cracks appeared on the shell. It looked inexplicably fierce. Rushing to the ground below Alvis with dragon breath, the yellow sand giant raised the war hammer in both hands and raised it above his head. His waist was bent like a long bow. All the power burst out. The war hammer smashed down swiftly. Bang, the whole desert shook. 1,000 meters away, the fleeing soldiers tripped and fell down. Crash, the next second after the heavy hammer hit the ground, the surrounding sand and gravel suddenly condensed. Two jagged sand snakes, like blue veins of the earth bursting, climbed over. In the blink of an eye, they extended directly to the feet of the yellow sand giant and connected with it. Then, the 30-meter-high yellow sand giant, like a towering tower, quickly rose. At this moment, his feet were forcibly lifted up by two yellow sand snakes. This scene was simply dazzling. The players outside were shocked. Damn, this yellow sand giant can do this? In a few breaths, the yellow sand giant rushed to a height of 100 meters and wanted to fight with Alvis in close combat. When Alvis saw this scene, he immediately became ferocious. He didn't even think about taking off to escape the opponent's attack range. Instead, he roared and swooped down forcefully. It turned out that he wanted to fight the opponent head-on. After upgrading to level 15 and raising his potential to Super A, Alvis not only had his dragon breath exaggeratedly strengthened, the melee ability of his body was also terribly improved. Seeing this, Richard flew directly to a higher sky and did not participate in the battle between the two behemoths. He wanted to see how strong the yellow sand giant, with 1/5 of the power of the Lord of Dunes, was. At the same time, we also need to test whether Alvis's strength has reached his expected strength. The battle between the two sides broke out instantly. Melee combat is different from long-range attack with skills. The scene looks more violent and intense. The yellow sand giant swung a warhammer dozens of meters long and smashed it down fiercely. A harsh sonic boom appeared in the air. Alvis did not dodge or avoid and rushed forward. Bang, the dull impact sounded like a battering ram hitting the earth. Alvis was hit on the shoulder by the hammer, and his body turned sideways, but he did not suffer any damage. Instead, the gravel warhammer fluttered and dropped a large piece of yellow sand. He resisted the opponent's damage. Alvis approached the yellow sand giant, and the blood-colored power burning on his body surged at this moment. Sizzling, the terrifying corrosive power made the yellow sand giant's body quickly charred. The two sharp golden dragon claws in front stabbed out fiercely, and pierced deeply into the opponent's chest. The body of the yellow sand giant suddenly burst into yellow light, and endless sand and gravel squirmed. It seemed that he wanted to use his chest to trap Alvis to death. After all, the yellow sand giant was a summoned creature, and did not have the defects of ordinary creatures, so he had the confidence to do this. At the same time, the big boss swung his exaggerated war hammer and smashed towards Alvis again. But before the yellow sand giant's strategy took effect, Alvis's two front claws tore it hard. Crack, countless yellow sand exploded. The terrifying yellow sand energy collapsed directly, and could not cause any hindrance to it. Dragon Claw Breaking Void, Super A grade, the sharpness and firmness of the claws increased by 500%, with the characteristics of forced armor breaking and forced magic breaking. Take advantage of the situation, and do not let others go. The two dragon claws behind Alvis also pierced into the body of the yellow sand giant at the same time. The four claws were like the roots of a creeper, firmly grasping the yellow sand giant. At the same time, the huge head opened. A crimson light suddenly lit up in the throat. Whoosh, face to face, the terrifying Super A-level dragon breath burst out directly, with the power to corrode everything, directly covering the head of the yellow sand giant. The scene was like a high-pressure musket roasting pig's trotters, sizzling, and the gravel was corroded layer by layer in an instant. Even though the yellow sand giant encountered such an attack, it did not lose its combat effectiveness at this moment. The warhammer in his hand suddenly split into two short-handled giant axes, and the two hands turned and swung. The gravel battle axe with the power to easily destroy the city wall chopped on Aldous' golden skeleton. Whoosh, and the sound of breaking through the air. Clang, sparks exploded dozens of meters high. What was shocking was that the terrifying gravel battle axe not only failed to cut off the golden skeleton, but was broken into gaps, causing large pieces of gravel to fall into the sky. And those gravels were corroded by the blood power, and immediately turned into charred black. From a distance, at the moment when the two behemoths fought, black raindrops fell one after another, and soon the yellow sand ground was covered with a layer of black sand. Horrifying. The collision of the two top combat units went from fierce at the beginning to crazy later. There were two giant snakes under his feet connecting the desert, and a steady stream of yellow sand surged up. Although the gravel on the yellow sand giant fell layer by layer, it still did not fall into decline, violently attacking the dragon in front of him. Aldous was even more arrogant, although his level was 4 levels lower than the yellow sand giant. But with the potential of Super A level, plus after swallowing the golden dragon soul, he possessed 7 Super A level skills, and he was able to suppress the yellow sand giant. The degree of endurance shown in melee combat was even more exaggerated than that of the yellow sand giant. No matter how crazy the yellow sand giant's attack was, it could not hurt Aldous. The golden bone seemed to be 10, 100, and 1,000 times harder than steel. Richard was very satisfied watching it in the sky. This is countless times stronger than any blockbuster movie. The sense of live broadcast is too impactful. If it were placed on Blue Star, you could make a fortune just by broadcasting live. While the two top combat forces were fighting fiercely, the army of the Lord of the Dunes on the ground also rushed below. Mummy guards. Level 15 troops. Richard saw this scene and frowned. The skeleton blood dragon stays behind, and the rest of the army crushes them. As the voice fell, except for the skeleton blood dragon, the stone statue of the dead swooped down on the sandstorm transformed by the sandstorm controller. According to normal logic, ground troops are at an absolute disadvantage against flying troops. But the next second after the Dusk City army launched the attack, something strange happened. The mummy guards suddenly raised their spears. Powerful energy emanated from their bodies. A large amount of gravel floated up from the ground and lingered on the spears. The ruby embedded in the empty eye sockets was shining brightly at this moment. When the entire spear was wrapped in gravel, they leaned back suddenly, like a bent longbow. At the moment of reaching the extreme, the spear fell out of their hands. At the same time, the bright ruby eyes dimmed like a light bulb that had lost power. The spears covered with yellow sand shot into the sandstorm created by the sandstorm controller like lightning. It was so fast that even the outside world could only see a very vague shadow. The stone statues of the dead only felt a fatal danger coming and flapped their wings to dodge. But because they were too dense, a large number of stone statues of the dead still did not dodge. Clang, sizzle, a sharp sound of sharp objects rubbing against glass exploded. The spears directly pierced the extremely solid body of the stone statues of the dead. The next moment, those spears suddenly expanded like balloons. At the moment of reaching the extreme, click burst. The body of the stone statue of the dead was directly blown to pieces from the inside. The sharp broken spears tore everything apart. Some stone statues of the dead noticed something was wrong and turned on the sandification in time. Although they exploded in the air due to the explosion of the spears, they survived. But more of them still had no time to react and were directly blown to pieces by the spears. The incarnation turned into fragments and died on the spot. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Richard's pupils shrank sharply. The detailed attributes of the skills of the mummy guards could not be explored, and he did not expect that this type of soldiers could have such a terrifying attack skill. This was the biggest loss the dead stone statue had suffered since its birth. The opponent's attack this time killed nearly a squadron. He felt great pain in his heart. He gave a cold order. Sandification. The next second, the bodies of all the dead stone statues suddenly blurred and turned into grains of yellow sand. He let out a series of angry roars from his throat. This was the anger after being provoked. Axe break. The speed of the dead stone statue increased sharply, and the battle axe wrapped in chains in his hand was thrown out with a thunderous force. At the same time, the mummy guards, who had not launched an attack, also threw out their spears. The spears wrapped in yellow sand sniped at the battle axes with dark red lines wrapped in chains. Clang, Many battle axes collided directly with the spears, and both sides exploded in midair, like the explosion of heavy artillery shells. The scene was extremely spectacular. The players who ran far away suddenly turned back. I saw a flash of light between heaven and earth. I was shocked. Damn, that big guy is too fucking fierce. I didn't expect that there is a great god of this level in our Solon city. I feel that Qingqiu can't compare. Just that dragon hero can crush Qingqiu. The undead dragon fights the yellow sand giant. Fuck, this scene is too exaggerated. Is this really the power that players can have? No one on either side of the battle paid attention to the fleeing soldiers around them, and at this moment, they rushed towards each other with endless murderous intent. After the battle axe of the dead stone statue passed through the yellow sand spear, it chopped directly into the mummy guards. The mummy guards were extremely flexible, and avoided most of the battle axes. But the next second, click, a crisp sound rang out. The mummy guards only felt that the god of death was staring at them at this moment, and their souls seemed to be frozen. Countless battle axe fragments blew up a metal storm, directly covering a range of dozens of meters. Those mummy guards, who were not directly hit by the battle axe, enjoyed the taste of the iron fist of the City of Dusk. The battle axe fragments pierced directly into their bodies, which was the first wave of damage. The attached 30% death feature took effect, causing the second wave of damage. After the second wave of damage, the flame energy hidden in it began to erupt, causing the third wave of damage. Even if the axe fragments only hit the non-fatal parts of the limbs, they would lose their combat effectiveness in the triple damage, or even be killed directly. After the desertification was activated, the lethality of the yellow sand spears of the mummy guards was instantly reduced. After the spears pierced the stone statues of the dead, they would directly penetrate their bodies, and did not explode like the axe shattering. Obviously, the mummy guards had no control over the spears after they were launched. This also made their attacks ineffective. Even if a part of them exploded in midair, the fragments of the spears were obviously pure physical damage, carrying only a small amount of magic power. They could not cause fatal damage to the stone statues of the dead after the desertification was activated. On the contrary, the mummy guards suffered exaggerated damage under the axe shattering. Although the level of the two arms was 4 or 5 levels apart, and the potential was also 1 level apart. But the terrifying combat power of the stone statues of the dead forced the two to be on the same line, and even because of the desertification and flying ability, they had an absolute upper hand. When the dead stone statue attacked wantonly, the sandstorm controllers finally gathered together. A natural disaster appeared. Whoosh, the howling wind caused the world to wail. The endless sandstorm surged up at this moment. The light was completely swallowed up. Compared to the fireworks-like attack of the dead stone statue, the scene created by the sandstorm controller was more exaggerated. Sandstorm. The sandstorm gathered by the 5 squadrons of crazy sand controllers directly covered the mummy guards below. The wind was like the scream of a devil, and the high-speed flying sand turned into bullets, attacking the mummy guards fiercely. The bandages on their bodies were cut like razors and torn directly. The shrunken and hollow bodies of the dead were exposed to the sandstorm. The mummy guards realized that the situation was not right, and immediately took countermeasures. In the midst of the crazy roar, the arm suddenly pierced the ground. The power of the yellow sand on the body surged out, and suddenly condensed into thick sand shields. Then several teams of mummy guards combined together, and used sand shields to form a windbreak. They blocked the erosion of the sandstorm. At the same time, the mummy guards condensed spears in their hands again, but the spears at this moment were all condensed from yellow sand, and lost their original sharpness. But the surprising scene appeared. They held a shield in one hand, and a spear in the other, and swung them around fiercely. Attack the sandstorm. This was originally a somewhat funny scene, but no one laughed. Because thousands of mummy guards made this move at the same time, the crazy whistling sandstorm suddenly stagnated. They can actually cause damage to the sandstorm controller, who has transformed into a sandstorm. The power of the top troops is fully revealed at this moment. Richard, who was watching the battle from the outside, saw it clearly. After the sandstorm controller transformed into a sandstorm, it could share health bars and magic power, but the attack of the guards caused their status to decline rapidly. If the mummy guards were not eliminated in time, it might take a few minutes for the sandstorm controller to be beaten out of its original form. The sandstorm controller also noticed this scene, and the next second, the whistle started again. In the air, giant sand thorns several meters long, or even dozens of meters long, condensed. Skilled giant sand thorns. Accelerated by the strong wind, the giant sand thorns, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, mixed in the yellow sand that blurred the vision, fiercely stabbed the mummy guards, who were holding shields and waving spears. Puff, at a terrifying speed, the power of the giant sand spikes reached a terrifying level. The thick shield in the hands of the mummy guards exploded directly. The body was like a wooden stick hitting tofu, shattered to the ground, and then swept up by the storm. At the same time, a stream of magic power escaped, and the gravel on the ground suddenly formed a gravel prison, imprisoning the mummy guards, forcibly separating the shield wall they formed, creating a larger loophole. Although the guards counterattacked frantically, they could not break free for a while, and could only become lambs to be slaughtered in anger. Skill Yellow Sand Prison. At this time, the stone statue of the dead, who had adjusted back, also took action. The tightly grasped battle axe was thrown out fiercely. Whirling, it penetrated the sandstorm and directly smashed into the dense mummy guards. Crack, the axe broke and rose again. Because the team was too dense, they couldn't dodge at all, and their souls were directly harvested in the metal storm. A battalion of stone statues of the dead plus 5 squadrons of sandstorm controllers, the cooperation of 2 top arms, formed a trembling battle line. Domineering and unparalleled. In the sky, the yellow sand giant stepped on 2 giant snakes with his feet, and the melee with Alvis was also reaching a white-hot level. Both sides were already killing madly. They were colliding with all their strength every moment. Just when Richard thought that this battle might continue for a long time, suddenly, the situation changed abruptly. After the yellow sand giant repelled Alvis's attack, he turned his head and looked at Richard. The charred giant mouth opened and closed, and the dull sound penetrated the air. "Humble human, I will come to take the yellow sand power in your body myself." As soon as the words fell, his body suddenly exploded like a ball of loose sand. In his rage, Alvis pounced in vain, and then looked at the falling gravel with a blank face. Where is his opponent? Gone. After coming to his senses, his emotions immediately rose. He raised his head suddenly and roared at the sky. Roar, the long dragon roar spread dozens of kilometers away, and one could even hear its joy and excitement from it. He won the battle, and the humble coward ran away. He, the hero of the City of Dusk, Alvis, protected the glory of his master. Richard did not have the joy of Alvis at this moment, because he heard an unusual system prompt. Ding! You have been branded by the Lord of the Dunes with soul power. Every hour, your coordinates will be known to the Lord of the Dunes. Soul brand? Looking at this message, Richard's eyes showed a bit of coldness. That Dune Lord took him as prey? How brave! Suppressing the cold killing intent in his heart, he took out the statue of the old god. Feeling the surging power inside, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Soul brand? What brand can escape the swallowing of the statue of the old god? But just when he was about to remove the brand, the breath on it suddenly jumped. The next second, a breath came to his mind, the Dune Lord. Richard turned his head suddenly, and looked into the depths of the desert. While the soul brand was transmitting his coordinates, it was also transmitting the location of the Dune Lord to him. He suddenly suppressed the idea of using the statue of the old god to remove the brand. A playful arc hung at the corner of his mouth. It's really interesting. This Dune Lord is braver than he thought. In this case, let's see who is the hunter. Chapter 409. After suppressing the high will to fight in his heart, Richard sensed again. The soul imprint reflected the fluctuations of the Lord of the Dunes, like a scorching sun. Even if only a trace of breath escaped, he felt a strong sense of danger. Extraordinary. The other party was definitely in existence above the extraordinary. However, in his perception, the soul power was still a bit frivolous, like the weakness of a prisoner who had been imprisoned for a long time when he was released from prison. This made Richard fall into deep thought. Did the other party come out of a sealed place? After the yellow sand giant dissipated, the situation on the ground immediately became clear. Under the double team of the 2 powerful arms of the dead stone statue and the sandstorm controller. Without the leader, the mummy guards gradually lost their resistance. These crowned 3-star level arms were extremely powerful, but at this moment they all became little lambs and were slaughtered rapidly. Their only skill that can cause damage, throwing spears, has powerful lethality, but it cannot be used continuously and even requires weapons to cooperate. And after the desertification is turned on, the dead statues have an undefeated advantage. Ding! You commanded the army to win a brilliant victory. Your experience has reached the upper limit. Please complete the promotion task as soon as possible. Ding! You have eliminated more than 1,000 level 15 soldiers. Do you want to anchor the clearing force, the Lord of the Dunes? After anchoring the target, the task requirements can be completed one by one. Note, after anchoring the target, it cannot be changed in a short period of time. The promotion task cannot be completed by eliminating other forces. It can only be untied after 1 month. As the system prompt sounded, the end of this encounter was announced. Richard looked at the prompt without hesitation. Anchor. Ding, anchoring successful. A bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. Soul imprint, right? I let you imprint. Moreover, what interested him more was the power of yellow sand that the Lord of the Dunes attached great importance to. This was the first time he heard of it. Obviously, if he wanted to get the correct answer, he could only start from the other party. If I'm not mistaken, there is also the power of yellow sand in the body of the yellow sand giant. Judging from the other party's familiarity with controlling yellow sand, it's not wrong. And from the attitude of the Lord of the Dunes, this power can obviously be stripped from other people, which is interesting. The other party wants to hunt, but who stipulates that he can't be a hunter? Soul imprint straight hook fishing. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at the depths of the desert. He will give this guy a big gift. Extraordinary. I don't know what it feels like to kill with my own hands. I really want to experience it. The whirring sandstorm also quietly subsided with the end of the battle. The sandstorm controller, whose breath was much weaker, left the sandstorm state, and his true body appeared on the sand. Although he did not reach the state of magic overdraft, the battle just now caused the state of this unit to decline seriously. After all, the sandstorm controller is a rare 3-star unit, and the initial level is only level 7. It is abnormal to achieve such a brilliant result by fighting against a level 15 unit. After the battle, although Richard did not gain experience, the sandstorm controllers collectively upgraded 1 level. Obviously, the gains from the cross-level battle are not ordinary rich. Richard looked at the calm Zoncheng, and suddenly remembered the information from the hyena before. The Earl of Solon City came to retrieve the treasure robbed by the Lord of the Dunes. The army of the Lord of Dunes has been wiped out, but what about those things? Are they still there? Immediately he perked up. Harvesting spoils is obviously much more interesting than fighting. Immediately he ordered the army to disperse and search. After the large army dispersed, Richard looked down at the ground. The broken and fractured bodies of the dead stone statues appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little pain. The biggest loss in this battle was the dead stone statues. These brilliant 3-star, initial level 10 troops, 12 teams were killed. This is definitely the worst loss that Dusk City has ever suffered. It directly consumed the output of 11 troops for a week. This encounter also reminded Richard that he must be vigilant when dealing with high-level troops. If he is a little careless, he may suffer huge losses. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became clear again. Wars are bound to have war losses, and he was mentally prepared for this. But this time, he was obviously too arrogant. Empiricism is harmful. When he saw the mummy guards, he subconsciously thought that the ground army could not cause damage to the air force. This directly led to the team's charge being too dense, and the general attack was launched without sending troops to test. The result was a wave of unexpected spears from the opponent, causing heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was the powerful life-saving skill of sandification, otherwise the number of casualties in the end would have tripled or even tripled. Take this as a warning. Richard made a conclusion about this loss. The arrogance that had risen in his heart due to the recent smooth sailing was cleared away. The current Twilight City is not yet able to be domineering, so it is better to be careful. After recovering from the mood, he opened the private message. Hyena, I have cleared the army of the Lord of the Dunes. Where is the looted goods of the Earl? Send me the coordinates. Hyena, who had already run dozens of miles, was discussing with the boss, the third brother, and the bald man whether to continue retreating. Seeing this news, his eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. Seeing that Hyena's expression was not right, the others asked hurriedly. What's wrong? Who has news again? Is the yellow sand giant chasing us in this direction? Hyena opened his mouth and said in a dry tone. No need to run. The bald man was the most anxious and annoyed. Are you going to die? Can you finish your words? Hyena suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a trembling voice. The boss of Qingqiu just rushed over. The bald man wanted to give this idiot a stick. Then what? Then we don't have to run. The army of the Lord of Dunes has been wiped out. Several people were stunned, and then looked at each other. What the hell? The army of the Lord of Dunes has been wiped out. Are you kidding? The Earl of Solon City has gathered thousands of high-level troops and tens of thousands of players' troops, but this level of power can't stop the opponent's charge. The terrifying Lord of Yellow Sand even beat the 19th level Earl of Solon City to death. How long has it been now? It's gone. An unreal dream arises in my heart. The existence they feel fear is just a reptile that the other party can easily kill, The bald man trembled with a hoarse voice. Then, what about the yellow sand giant? The hyena shook his head. Don't you know who the Chinchio boss is? I'm afraid that the yellow sand giant will be the first to be killed. Everyone was silent, and then there was another heartfelt exclamation. Damn, the name of pervert is tailor-made for the Chinchio boss. After coming to his senses, he became excited again. Only by following such a big boss can there be a future. Richard didn't know the mental journey of the few people. After receiving the coordinates sent by the hyena, he didn't delay and rode Alvis away immediately. 10 minutes later, a sand dune full of corpses, blood and traces of battle came into view. The yellow sand below was half buried with pieces of cargo boxes. Richard's eyes lit up. The yellow sand on his body was surging. With a wave of his hand, countless gravel turned into big hands and lifted the goods on the ground to his front. Originally, he was full of expectations, but after searching for several times, he was very disappointed. There was nothing in those cargo boxes except for a few rare resources. It was obvious that the Lord of Dunes had moved the spoils after he succeeded. Richard felt a little unhappy because he didn't get any money. So this wave is a big loss. It's okay to win a big battle and swallow the experience, but there is no spoils, and 12 teams of dead stone statues are lost. He shook his head helplessly. If he wants to get the real reward, perhaps he can only flatten the Lord of Dunes. It's not easy to confront a force with extraordinary people in charge. But this force must have high-level treasures. If he can conquer it, he will definitely get huge profits. However, risks and benefits coexist. Before that, he has to increase his strength. Wait for Sina and the Dark Valkyrie to return. Wait for the ancient tree of the godly evil to awaken. Wait for the fire elemental lord to break through. The extraordinary hunting plan can be launched. After confirming that there was no harvest, Richard was too lazy to stay any longer. After informing the hyenas of the news and asking them to conduct a second search to prevent any accidents, he led the army directly to Solon City. The still weak sandstorm controller sat on the back of the dead stone statue and slowly recovered. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when the sun became scorching, Richard's pupils reflected the towering walls of Solon City. Although he had seen it once, he was still amazed at this time. The Pegasus cavalry in the sky were in groups. The heavy weapons on the walls were hideous and terrifying. The dense arrow towers in the back were like hedgehogs, and the wizard towers interspersed among them lit up the world. The towering defense buildings made the city look like a beast with a huge mouth. It can swallow all invading enemies. Compared with this city that has stood for 1,000 years, the gap between the City of Dusk and this city is so huge that it is beyond words. He took a deep breath and regained his firmness. In the future, everything will be there. His faith was unshakable. After storing the troops, he called the best carriage and entered the city. Deep in the Death Desert, a sand dune surrounded by black gravel, the center of which was like a giant hand holding up the sky, slamming down and sinking down. If you look down from the sky, you can see a magnificent city standing in the sunken part of the sand dune. Surprisingly, the sand dunes around the city are more than 100 meters high, but they are as solid as rock walls, and did not collapse towards the underground city with a drop of 100 meters. It seems that an invisible force has blocked the sand and gravel. It was like a miracle. This mysterious underground city was quiet and lonely, with no signs of life. It gave people an inexplicable darkness and fear. Looking at the center of the city, you can see a wide square made of black boulders, majestic and solemn. In the central area of the square, on the 12 steps, a throne condensed by yellow sand stood tall. On the throne, the Lord of the Dunes, with a jackal head, wearing a yellow sand robe and holding a black scepter, half leaned on the throne. His dark eyes stared straight at the illusory picture displayed in the air in front of him. Looking closely, it was the perspective of the yellow sand giant, who had just fought with Alvis. At the bottom of the 12 steps, two players whose temperaments were incompatible with this empty and dead city looked at this scene subtly. One was as thin as a stick, and the other was black and fat. The two looked at each other and communicated silently in private messages. Pheasant, is the Lord of Dune stunned? Why do you keep watching this scene over and over again? Who knows? Why don't you go ask? Fuck, I don't want to die, but those soldiers in the picture look familiar to me. Haha, familiar, what the hell, we hang out together all day. How could you not have seen them? No, I must have seen them. Let me think. Undead dragons? They can be so strong. Fuck. I remember. Don't be surprised. Who is it? Chinchio. Damn it, the player who killed the Lord of Dunes is definitely Chinchio. Look at those undead dragons. Aren't they the soldiers that killed everyone in the last instance? And those gargoyles, although there are changes, you can find the template. You really look like him now that you mention it. At this moment, the Lord of Dunes looked away from the screen in the air and looked down. Seeing the two players' wretched expressions, he frowned. Shanji, Hao Nan, did you recognize the Lord of Divine Grace? These two names shouted out by the Lord of Dunes had an inexplicable sense of humor. But the two players didn't smile at all, wishing they hadn't heard it. Who wants to be controlled by others? The Lord of Dunes didn't know the meaning of these two names, and he was too lazy to delve into it. The reason why he didn't kill these two people was purely because he discovered the specialness of the Lord of Divine Grace, which gave him a lot of ideas. The two were frightened and looked at each other. After muttering a few words, the skinny player stepped forward with a bit of fear. Great Lord, we recognized him. The Lord of Dune sat up straight, his dark eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked at him with endless greed. Who is it? Qingqiu. The Lord of Dune raised his eyebrows. Is it the strongest of the Lords of Divine Grace that you mentioned before, Qingqiu? Yes, the Great Lord, that's him. The Lord of Dune stood up slowly. Tell me all the news about Qingqiu. All of it. The two of them didn't hesitate, and started talking from the first copy. They didn't know Richard at all, so there was no psychological pressure to provide information about a stranger. Besides, the person in front of them was his mother's top boss. If they accidentally disobeyed him, they would go to heaven. They didn't want to die yet. After a moment, the Lord of Dunes looked at the two people who stopped and frowned in dissatisfaction. This information is too one-sided. You go to Lord Shenen's forum? Search immediately. I need to know everything about him. The two of them felt uneasy. Private message. Shanji, hack him, I shouldn't have told him the forum news. Haonan, who the hell told you to be so mean? But if we don't show our value, I'm afraid we won't survive. Shanji, you say, should we change our mindset? Haonan, how? Run away? Shanji, stupid, since we can't resist this boss, why don't we just join him? We work hard for him, maybe we can succeed. This boss is so powerful, we can get rich by just helping us switch to a few hidden professions. You don't want to be so cowardly for the rest of your life, right? Haonan, that's right, fuck. Let's do him a big job, anyway, there's no choice. After some communication, the two gradually adjusted their mindsets, and began to work hard to collect information for the Lord of Dunes. Aware of the change in their attitudes, the Lord of Dunes smiled with satisfaction, and did not oppress them too much. He needs valuable tools, and these two people don't seem to be stupid enough at the moment. An hour later, the two informed the Lord of Dunes of most of the information they could find on the forum. After hearing this, the Lord of Dunes fell into a long silence. You mean, the Lord of Divine Grace is an enemy of the God of Kobolds? And the God of Kobolds suffered a great loss from him? Shanji said hesitantly. This is what a dog-headed godlord in the Dark Dungeon said. He once participated in the attack on Qingqiu's territory, but was defeated and fled. We can't determine the specific circumstances. The Lord of the Dunes slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky, frowning. Possess the power to fight against the gods. This sudden news made him feel a little tricky. The gods are the controllers of this world. As the strongest among the godlords, the other party is definitely not a coincidence. There must be a trump card that outsiders don't know. After pondering for a long time, the Lord of the Dunes clenched the black scepter in his hand and slowly pointed it into the void. Endless magic power gushed out of his body, and in an instant, the world was dim. Time and space seemed to be wiped out. At the same time, the magic energy condensed wildly in the air. After a few breaths, a blurred picture appeared. The two players felt a chill in their backs when they saw the scene. The sticky player subconsciously asked, Master, what are you doing? After speaking, he quickly covered his mouth. I wish I could slap myself a few times. He is being a jerk again. Is that something he can ask? Unexpectedly, the Lord of Dunes did not scold him. Instead, he slowly explained. I am calling the god of dog-headed people. The two were shocked. Calling the god of dog-headed people? What the hell is this? Aren't you a genius? How do you know the gods? Although your head looks a bit like a dog, you are not a dog-headed person, right? Seemingly seeing the doubts of the two, the Lord of Dune said lightly. I was familiar with the god of dog-headed people before he became a god. The voice fell. The magic power condensed into substance, and the screen was displayed. The two players looked subconsciously, and saw a ruined wall on the screen. What shocked them was that the ground was full of corpses of high-level soldiers, rotting titans, headless dragons, and broken-winged fallen angels. The flesh and limbs almost filled the gaps in the ruins of the building. The gurgling blood flowed along the corpses, and some would float it up. This scene was very visually impactful. The two looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Where is this? Didn't they say to call the god of dog-headed people? This fucking got into the abyss? The Lord of the Dunes was also confused at this moment. What was going on? Did he connect to the wrong place? Isn't this the kingdom of the god of dog-headed people? How could it be so miserable? Even though he was knowledgeable, he felt palpitations at the scene. Just as the few people were in shock, suddenly, a dog-headed man with scars all over his body, blood stained on his robe, and even one arm was broken appeared in the picture. The moment he saw the other party, the Lord of the Dunes cried out in surprise. Your Majesty, Kull, what's wrong with you? The dog-headed god saw the shock on the face of the Lord of the Dunes, and his face looked uglier than eating a fly. I know what's wrong with me. This Lord of Decay almost killed him. If it weren't for the quick support of the Dungeon God system, I might not see the sun today. Not in the mood to talk more about this topic, he said in a weak tone. Just say it if you have something to say. The Lord of the Dunes saw that the other party was unwilling to talk in depth, and said in a serious tone, Your Majesty Kull, I sense the power of yellow sand in a Lord of God's grace named Chinchio, I think. Before the voice fell, the Lord of the Dunes only felt a shocking killing intent across the plain. At this moment, the two players seemed to have their bones pulled out. Their legs softened, and they fell to the ground. They almost lost consciousness. The Null God was furious, and his ferocious face stared at the Lord of Dunes, as if he was going to eat him in the next second. Chinchio? You said that Lord of Divine Grace was Chinchio? The Lord of Dunes was also shocked. He didn't understand why the Null God reacted so strongly. He resisted the urge to kneel down and surrender under the divine power, and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty Kull, yes, it's Chinchio you and him. The Null God roared bitterly. Otis, I want you to catch that lowly, dirty, mean, disgusting blasphemer at all costs. I will burn his soul for 10 million years. Chapter 410. Tap. The horse's hooves made a unique sound of footsteps on the hard stone road. Richard looked at the street that was constantly retreating through the glass window, and fell into deep thought. The most important thing for this trip to Solon City was naturally to find out the news about Crimson Moon. Today is December 1st, and the new expansion will be launched on December 28th. He only has more than 20 days left. In the past 2 months, this is the only time to learn about Crimson Moon, and he must seize it. The most terrifying thing is not a powerful enemy, but the unknown. As urgent as Crimson Moon is the S-level mission issued by the old man, who lost his heart in the Red Dragon grocery store. The 3-month deadline for retrieving the heart of the god is about to expire. The time is gradually shortening, and the room for him to turn around is also getting smaller. Whether it is to obtain the news of Crimson Moon or the S-level mission, he must make progress during this period. The future has become unpredictable. I hope I can get what I want this time. Richard stroked the statue of the old god silent. Click, the carriage turned a corner and slowly stopped. Dear sir, the Violet Chamber of Commerce has arrived. The neatly dressed and elegant coachman in front respectfully opened the door. This carriage is specially for high-class guests, and he even paid for it to learn aristocratic etiquette. Richard was awakened, thanked him softly, and stepped out of the car. The fare had been paid when he got on the car. Looking at his back as he left, the coachman showed a sincere smile on his face. This order would make him much more relaxed. Come on, keep working hard. There are 2 hungry little ones at home, waiting for him to bring food home. Standing at the gate of the spacious manor, smelling the fragrance of violets in the air, Richard was a little dazed. This luxurious manor is now his private property. He smiled. Half a year ago, he could never have imagined that owning a manor was so simple. Still in Solon City. Life is really unpredictable. Walking towards the manor, there was a 7 or 8 meter high sentry booth inside the closed gate. The 2 half-feathered sentries were immediately surprised when they saw Richard. The master is back. This news immediately caused a sensation in the manor as the gate opened. Richard walked into the manor with a calm face under the respectful and humble welcome of the half-feathered people. Being in a high position, he has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. This is the deeply rooted rule of Glorious Era, and it is impossible not to abide by it. Most of the players, who took the path of equality, for all did not last more than 3 months. This time when he returned, Richard found that in addition to the original silver dwarfs and half-winged people, there were many unfamiliar faces in the manor. They were obviously the new staff hired or purchased by wire. Many new plants were planted in the corners of the manor that were originally somewhat empty. Some areas were still building new buildings, and there were many more statues full of artistic atmosphere. The overall look was brand new. At this time, the new employees looked at Richard with great caution and curiosity. Is this the real owner of the Violet Chamber of Commerce? This momentum is really awe-inspiring. As soon as I arrived at the door of the main hall, I saw Wire, who came to greet me excitedly after receiving the news. The current controller of the Violet Chamber of Commerce saluted in front of everyone. "Welcome back, Lord Richard." These words directly announced who the real ruler of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was. Richard looked at the haggard Weir and comforted her softly. "You have worked hard during this period. You can train an execution team in the future, so you don't have to do everything yourself. You can assign some non-major tasks to the team to execute. You are responsible for the main tasks yourself. As long as you regularly supervise and guide the work of the execution team, you can greatly improve work efficiency. For managers, the most important thing is not to do it yourself, but to use people." This is also Richard's biggest feeling during this period. The word "use people" is definitely the essence of the essence. He used Kalu well, so in the early stage of the development of Dusk City, he could spare his energy to use it in other places. Now, Bloodhoof City and Furnace City, which rule the underground world, are all like this, and so is Weir. Although Weir looks haggard, she is in high spirits. "Sir, I understand what you said, but this is my first time to carry out such an important mission. I don't want to disappoint Teacher Kalu." Looking at the determination in the girl's eyes, Richard was stunned for a moment, and then relieved. He saw a familiar light in her eyes. Xena, Kalu, Sam, Andal, and even countless residents of Twilight City all have the same light. Faith. For Twilight City, they are willing to give everything. The emotions in his heart are a little subtle. What he paid was not in vain after all. Pay attention to rest yourself. I believe you have your own judgment for other things, so I won't interfere with you. Hearing this, Wire smiled brightly, nodding vigorously. "My lord, I will not disappoint you." The feeling of being trusted was particularly wonderful. After a brief conversation, they entered the house and sat down. After the maid made hot tea and left, Richard went straight to the point. This time, in addition to seeing how the Violet Chamber of Commerce is developing, there is another very important thing, the Crimson Moon. The information in the letter is very simple. Tell me everything you know. Looking at Richard's serious eyes, Wire sat up straight and his tone became solemn. "Sir Richard, I have been using all my strength to find out about the Crimson Moon, but the Violet Chamber of Commerce was just established and has too few connections, so I have not gained anything. Even Her Highness Chris is the same. The Crimson Moon does not seem to exist in this world. But a few days ago, President Windsor suddenly came and asked me to tell you that she knew about the Crimson Moon." He paused for a moment and lowered his voice a few degrees. President Windsor's expression is too calm. "I feel that there may be some secrets that are difficult for outsiders to explore. However, this is just my feeling. You still need to grasp the real situation." Richard was thoughtful. "President Windsor didn't reveal more information?" Veer shook her head. "She only asked me to tell you that everything will be discussed after you return." Richard nodded, thinking about the problem in his heart. All players are looking for news about the Crimson Moon. The natives cannot be unaware of it. Although players cannot reveal detailed information about Crimson Moon, as time goes by, smart people will surely figure it out. Under the prying of the natives, the secrets of the players have been dug out, and there are not many things left. But what's interesting is that Chris, the princess of Solon City, has not been able to find out even with the power of Solon City, but Windsor knows it. Moreover, the other party also told him the news by name. The meaning of it is quite interesting. However, there is too little information at present, and no conclusion can be drawn. We can only follow Wire's advice and deal with it carefully. After discussing for a while, Richard didn't give more news, so he didn't bother. "Prepare the carriage. I'm going to visit the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce." Wire hesitated. "My lord, do you want to inform Her Highness Chris?" Compared with the majestic and powerful Windsor, with the demeanor of a queen, she trusts Chris, the girl who doesn't have too many schemes. With the little princess of Solon City, even if there is any accident, Richard's relationship with the other party can also play a buffering role. Richard thought of that little chatterbox, and couldn't help laughing. He had already imagined the other party mumbling non-stop. Send someone to tell her. He looked at Wei deeply, and the girl's little thoughts were not hidden very deeply. No, the queen who was in charge of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce was not that simple. What the other party wanted to do was not something Chris could stop. How could a person with a boss template be easily dealt with? Soon, the carriage was ready. Richard rode alone, and went to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a fast horse quickly went to the Solon Chamber of Commerce to deliver a letter. When Chris got the news, she immediately jumped up with excitement, and rushed out in a hurry. She kept muttering, "My gift is here." When the carriage disappeared at the corner of the street, An old lady with kind eyes suddenly showed up, but the soldiers around her seemed not to see her. This scene made people feel inexplicably weird. But if you look closely, the wrinkled face of the other party is covered with scars of all sizes, which makes people feel palpitating. No one can imagine what she has experienced. Lord Shinnen, Qingqiu, the old woman, murmured a few words, took a deep look at the street, and turned to enter the manor behind. Looking carefully, you can find that the manor is engraved with a few plain common languages. Solon Manor. Grand Duke Solon, the residence of the legendary ascetic. Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Looking at this magnificent building complex, Richard felt a little subtle. The first time he came, he was curious about everything around him, but this time, it was because of unknown factors. The carriage stopped, reported the purpose, and followed the staff to take the alchemical elevator to the top floor of the central building. 2 months later, Richard saw the elegant figure again. Windsor. The controller of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, the extremely mysterious boss. Windsor looked at the heroic figure standing in front of him, and a little admiration flashed in his eyes. After not seeing each other for 2 months, the temperament of the Lord of Divine Grace in front of him has reached a new level. Every move seems to have a fatal attraction. If she was not sure that the other party did not cast magic such as charm, she could really drive him out. The other party has already affected her state of mind. After taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. "Good day, Mr. Richard, we meet again." Richard's eyes were calm. "Good day, President Windsor, it's an honor to visit you again." After a simple courtesy, Windsor motioned Richard to sit down. Richard was also unceremonious and sat down with a big horse and a golden sword, without any restraint. This move, coupled with his unique temperament, has a kind of unrestrained charm. After a series of skill additions, Richard didn't know how much his attraction to the opposite sex had increased. Windsor looked at him deeply, and sat across the white round table from him. After the maid who made tea left, she said leisurely, "Mr. Richard, can I ask you a question?" Richard raised his eyebrows and sneered. "President Windsor is polite, please go ahead." Windsor narrowed his eyes slightly, with a bit of special meaning. "Not only you, but it seems that all the Lords of God's Grace are trying to find out about the Crimson Moon. Can I know what the Crimson Moon means to the Lords of God's Grace?" Richard was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "The future. The new expansion pack can change the turbulence of the world pattern. This is the future." Windsor's eyes suddenly brightened, and Richard could even feel the joy of the other party. "The future? Why do you say that?" Richard was about to speak, but suddenly felt a mysterious force that made him unable to open his mouth. He understood the system's prompt in his heart, that the news of the Crimson Moon could not be revealed to the natives. This is obviously the power of the rule taking effect. Giving up the answer in his mind, he pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Believe me." 3 simple words, no more words. Windsor stared at Richard in a daze, savoring the meaning of these 3 words carefully. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. "I have asked hundreds of God's Grace Lords, but your answer is the most unexpected." Richard looked directly into the other party's eyes. "Then I think President Windsor has already known the subtleties. With the channels of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce and the other party's superb skills, it is not difficult to guess the restrictions related to the Crimson Moon." When their eyes met, Windsor's expression suddenly became a little subtle. "Sir Richard, you are the most special God's Grace Lord I have ever seen." Richard smiled. "President Windsor, you are also the most amazing lady I have ever seen." Windsor smiled. "There is not much sincerity in what you say." Richard did not comment. Staring at the face that was so exquisite that it was almost perfect, and even the most picky people could not find any flaws, he said slowly, "So President Windsor, you came to me this time not just to ask me about my opinion on Crimson Moon, right? I heard that Wire said that the President had raised the issue before. Can the President answer my doubts if he knew about Crimson Moon?" Windsor smiled a little. "Yes, I know about Crimson Moon." This sentence made Richard's eyes light up. "But before that, I want to hear your opinion on Crimson Moon." Richard looked at the other party thoughtfully, thought about it, and said slowly, "Sorry, I also want to confirm my opinion. Because at this moment, I still don't know what Crimson Moon is." The smile in Windsor's eyes became more and more intense. "What will happen after you know?" Richard's tone was gentle, but he did not give in. "After you know, you will naturally make a decision." Windsor suddenly stopped smiling. "Sir Richard, what if I am the Scarlet Moon?"